Chapter 91. Freed from the heaven-swallowing tree's control, the apricot immediately lunged at Banksia, who mercilessly shoved it into space. Nanching, are you still conscious? Wife, I love you. Hugs and kisses. Banksia hurriedly held down Nanching's restless hands. She vowed never to use the black vine flower again unless her life was in danger. She pointed to a relatively clean spot and patiently coaxed Nanching, honey, wait for me here, okay? Oh! Nanching, with a look of grievance on his face, walked to where Banksia pointed and squatted, looking at her with tears in his eyes. Wife, don't you want me anymore? Banksia rarely saw him like this, and her heart softened. Yes. Hold my clothes, and I hug you when I'm done. And kisses. Okay. 8-eyed and 6-eyed spiders have 3 pairs of protrusions on their abdomens, called spinnerets, which contain several, even tens of thousands, of spinning tubes connected to silk glands. The silk glands secrete different silk proteins, which form spider silk when exposed to air. Spider silk is light and tough, known as biological steel, and one of the strongest natural fibers. After the apocalypse, some people crafted it into defensive silk armor, reportedly with remarkable effectiveness. Banksia stored the 5 large spider carcasses in the blackfish space and looked up at the massive cocoon in the sky. Spiders wrap their prey in silk and dangle it, waiting until they're hungry to feast on it. The cocoon likely held prey. Without hesitation, vines sprouted wildly from her palms as she untied and broke open the cocoons, checking for any survivors. Humans, mutant ants, mutant rats, zombies, omnivores indeed. Ho ho! The bald zombie, freed, immediately extended its sharp black nails and charged towards Banksia. A green light flashed in Banksia's palm, and the vines transformed into whips. With a flick of her right hand, the zombie's head and body instantly severed. She tossed the zombie core into the space, took Nanching's hand, and said earnestly, honey, wait a few minutes. I'm going up there to collect the spider webs. I'll be down in a few minutes. Nanching stared at her for a long moment before reluctantly letting go of her clothes. Banksia, I swear again, I never use the black vine flowers again if I can avoid it. Banksia climbed up to the ceiling with the help of the vines, pulled out a dagger from the space, and tentatively cut the finger-thick spider silk, leaving her unscathed. She then switched to a chainsaw, still unscathed. Banksia nodded with satisfaction, used the black vine to cut the spider web into 1-meter-long sections, and stuffed them into the space. Then, she set fire to the spider's prey, reducing it to ash. After leaving Warehouse 49, Banksia dragged Nan-Ilian Neo-Banksing, and the 3 furry creatures eagerly waiting at the door into Warehouse 50. Warehouse 50 was completely empty. Banksia had Jeansy and Eensy guard the door, while she unloaded the rice and flour she bought for free until the warehouse was full and moved on to the next warehouse. Warehouse 51 had originally been filled with bottled beer, but the bottles had exploded due to the high temperature. Banksia casually checked to see if there were any mutant animals, and continued on to the next warehouse. Warehouses 52 through 53 were filled with electronics. Warehouses 54 through 56 were empty, so Banksia unloaded all the medicine she bought for free and filled them up. Mission accomplished, Banksia pulled her walkie-talkie from her pocket and carefully reported the warehouse situation. Director Lee, we've completed our search of warehouses 49 through 56. So soon? Li Kongyuan was a little surprised. I send someone right over. Nan-Ilian Xing pulled Banksia's hand. Honey, are you done? Banksia put away the intercom. Yes. Kiss. Nan-Ilian Xing lifted her mask and was about to kiss her. Banksia quickly covered his mouth. Not now. Let's talk when we get home. She tilted her head and saw, as expected, Jeansy and Eensy were staring at them intently, their clear eyes filled with curiosity. Even the naive Tuanzi followed their lead, staring intently. You promised me. Nan-Ilian Xing was unhappy. Did I do something wrong? Banksia desperately wanted to go back an hour and stop herself from using the black vine flower to attract the spider. You're right. She explained earnestly, Jeansy, Eensy, and Tuanzi are children. You can't kiss in front of them. As soon as she finished speaking, Eensy tilted her head and licked her face, then looked at Nanching with an innocent expression. Banksia, When did Eensy learn to be a bad guy? Beside him, Jeansy, a thoughtful look on his face, imitated Eensy and tried to lick her face. Banksia quickly pushed his big mouth away and carefully observed Nanching's expression. Nanching, heartbroken, hugged her and complained, Eensy bullied me, so my wife canned it. Banksia patted his hand soothingly. Okay. She turned around, pinched Eensy's big ears, and gently scolded him, little bad cat. No more canned food for today. As expected of a kitten known for its rebellious nature, no matter how sweet it may seem, there's always a mischievous streak at heart. But it's also clever, knowing just how to really piss Nanjing off. Meow. Inzi's large, emerald green eyes were filled with innocence. Sister, what are you talking about? The simple little kitty couldn't understand. Banksia, Inzi, there's no can of food for tomorrow. Inzi, look at your own smugly wagging tail before you speak. Woo. Jeanzi, fearing his can of food would be taken away as well, quickly stretched his head out to act coquettishly. Banksia pushed him away. You tried to bully me just now, too. Since you didn't succeed, I only take away your can of food for one day. Jeanzi immediately looked at Inzi with resentment. It was all the kitty's fault. Inzi calmly stretched out her paw to lick her fur. A defeated opponent, nothing to fear. Banksia pretended not to notice the two furry creatures' interaction and tossed Tianshu and Xingzi out of the dimension, lest Li Kongyuan's men should notice something was amiss. Xingzi had returned to normal. Upon seeing Banksia, she immediately reached out her branch and hugged her legs, crying, "Woo woo, boss, I didn't mean it." The moment it smelled the flower's fragrance, its entire mind was consumed by the single thought of obtaining the flower, leaving no room for any other rational thought. Banksia pinched its branch soothingly. Did Tian help you regain your sanity? The sky-swallowing tree snorted. Don't tell her, you cruel woman. You forbade me to watch TV dramas. Banksia was bewildered. You're a 3-year-old tree. How can you possibly understand? She had seen Tian giggle at the melodramatic, heartbreaking romances more than once. If she hadn't been sure the heroine was crying in sorrow, she would have almost mistaken it for a comedy. The sky-swallowing tree, imitating humans with its hands on its hips, loudly protested, I don't understand, but don't you think it's hilarious that the hero gouges out the heroine's eyes, heart, liver, and kidneys? No wonder humans dominated the planet before the apocalypse. We trees truly lack the tenacity of humans. Xingzi shook a branch disapprovingly. You're out of touch. Destroying the 3 realms for love is the trend these days. But, its voice was filled with confusion. Why should humans destroy the 3 realms just because their love fails? Other creatures haven't provoked them. Banksia felt mocked, but thinking of the popular TV series, Before the Apocalypse, she retorted unconvincingly, TV series are deliberately exaggerating. Look at me and Nanjing, and the people next door, and across the street. When we're together, we never hurt each other, nor do we hurt any strangers. So don't try to imitate romantic relationships on TV. Anyone who dares to do so will be killed for the sake of justice. The heaven-swallowing tree muttered. I'm just bored and watching the fun. I'm not stupid. It then said seriously, I didn't cure Xingzi. It's highly toxic and highly resistant to the black vine flower, so it can sober up quickly. Banksia couldn't help but sigh. Nanjing, the love-brain version of Xingxing, was good in every way except that she wasn't very bright. She couldn't even compete with Inzi. Sure enough, love-brainness affects IQ. Chapter 92. The soldiers arrived quickly. Banksia briefly handed over the task, and took Nanjing back to the parking lot for lunch. Li Kongyuan was squatting on the ground, munching on compressed biscuits with mineral water. Seeing the two approaching, he quickly pulled 2 packets from the car and handed them to Nanjing. Are you hungry? Want some? Nanjing remained silent, and Banksia declined on his behalf. Thank you, but don't bother. We brought instant noodles. The pay didn't include food and lodging. There was no need to owe anyone a favor for a small profit. Li Kongyuan gave up on the word instant noodles. While compressed biscuits were filling, they didn't taste very good. There was a simple kitchen in the car. Banksia set a pot to boil water and cooked a deluxe pot of instant noodles with vegetables, eggs, ham, and beef. Instant noodles tasted ordinary, but they smelled incredibly fragrant. Jeanzi, who had been dozing on the ground, suddenly raised his head and barked eagerly at the bowl in Nanjing's hand. I want to eat. Nanjing calmly looked away, silently refusing. His wife forbids the puppy from eating junk food, so he obeyed her. Jeanzi hesitated for a second, then his foodie nature took over. He stepped forward and rested his head on Nanjing's lap, humming and drooling profusely. Nanjing didn't want to pay attention to it, but suddenly felt something wrong with his thigh. He looked down and saw a large wet patch on his pants. Jeanzi saw him looking over and grinned ingratiatingly, drooling even more. Nanjing stared at the fawning Jeanzi for a few seconds, then looked up and complained to Banksia, Honey, Jeanzi drooled on my pants. Banksia felt like she was babysitting a child. I teach Jeanzi a lesson later. The 2 people and the dog's playful banter in the car was a real nuisance to the people nearby. It was simply that the smell of instant noodles was too overpowering. The soldiers frantically told themselves, compressed biscuits are nutritious, they're good for filling up, they're delicious. Ugh, I'm craving instant noodles. A few hundred meters away, in a garbage dump, a half-naked woman awoke from her coma. Her cheekbones were prominent, her face sunken, and her dark yellow skin clung tightly to her bones. At first glance, she looked like a mummy. The woman's nose twitched involuntarily, and her eyes suddenly blazed with an intense desire to survive. The smell of food. She patted the weakly breathing, big-headed doll on its back with her backhand and rasped, "Food. Baby. Hold on." As she spoke, she dragged her broken legs toward the source of the fragrance. The nearly 70-degree heat on the ground had burned a series of blisters on her arms, chest, belly, and thighs. She grimaced in pain, but there was no hesitation in her eyes. Closer, closer, closer. The mere few hundred meters drained her remaining vitality. Unwillingly, she screamed at the truck 200 or 300 meters away, "Help! Help! Baby!" However, her loud voice was merely a fleeting illusion. In reality, her voice was barely audible. The soldiers taking a nap 200 or 300 meters away hadn't noticed her and her baby. Bang! Jeansy's ears twitched, and she abruptly rose from the ground, accidentally bumping into the roof of the truck. Unmindful of her injuries, she barked at the door. Banksia awoke from her sleep, not even bothering to put on her shoes. She quickly opened the door and asked Jeansy, "What happened?" Jeansy leaped from the RV without a backward glance, leaving only her golden figure. Banksia's expression darkened, and she was about to chase after him, but Nanjing quickly grabbed her. "Honey, put on your shoes." Banksia casually slipped on her shoes. "I'm going to find Jeansy." "Husband, don't run around. Wait here." She strode after Jeansy, only to find him running back with a grayish-white package in his mouth. Banksia, somewhat puzzled, went up to him and said, "You picked up something again." "What was that?" She took the package. It was a child. The child was about 1 or 2 years old, tightly wrapped in a grayish-white adult sun-protective suit. Jeansy gave her a pleading look, then turned and ran off again. Banksia hurriedly carried the child back to the RV. Before Nanjing could say anything, she interrupted, "Husband, close the door. No one is allowed in." Nanjing knew now was not the time to question him, so she swallowed her doubts, obediently closed the door, and carefully closed the window privacy curtains. Banksia activated her supernatural powers to examine the child. He was severely malnourished, hungry, dehydrated, and suffering from heat stroke. The multiple debuffs were stacking up, and the child was on the verge of collapse. He was dying. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then pulled the heaven-swallowing tree over to help. "Tion, help me." Both the man and the tree activated their powers simultaneously. 5 minutes later, the child's nearly silent heartbeat gradually regained strength, and he was out of danger. Banksia wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Thank you, Tion." The heaven-swallowing tree shook its branches and asked curiously, "You're welcome. Where did you find this child?" Nanjing glanced over at this. "Jeansy found him. I give him to Li Kongyuan when he wakes up." Banksia, somewhat embarrassed, pulled out formula and a new bottle from her space and handed them to Nanjing. "Honey, can you make a bottle of formula for the child? He drink it when he wakes up. I go find Jeansy." Nanjing took the supplies and went into the kitchen to boil some water. Banksia followed the path between them and found Jeansy. Jeansy stood idiotically in the middle of the road. Seeing her approach, he barked and moved away. Banksia then realized there was a woman behind him. The woman lay half-lying on the ground, her eyes wide open, her body in a forward-crawling position. Her skin sizzled and smoked where it touched the ground, revealing the whiteness of her bones. Banksia sighed softly and squatted beside the woman with a complicated expression. "Rest in peace. Your child is saved." The woman had clearly been dead for quite some time, but upon hearing this, her eyes slowly closed, and even the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Zhou, who had arrived at some point, couldn't help but burst into tears. Banksia didn't cry, nor did she speak. After a long moment, she looked at Zhou calmly. "If you leave your body here, it probably turn into a zombie soon. I get some gasoline to burn it." In this magical and twisted world, turning into ash after death is the best possible outcome. When she returned to the RV, the child was already awake, his claw-like hands chugging from the bottle. Banksia pulled Nanjing aside and whispered about the woman. Then she asked, "Should we let the child see his mother one last time?" Nanjing was silent for a few seconds, then said blankly, "I don't know." Banksia also fell silent. She and Nanjing had no parents, no children. They didn't understand the gratitude a child owes their parents, nor the love a parent cherishes their child. If the child wasn't allowed to see his mother one last time, would he regret it when he grew up? And would he resent the person who made that decision? If the child was allowed to see his mother one last time, he would only be 1 or 2 years old. Would he understand what death meant? Banksia thought for a moment, then pulled out her SLR camera from her computer. The child is weak, so we shouldn't go. I'd take a few photos of his mother as a souvenir. The child's mother sacrificed her life to save his life. He should always remember and be grateful. Nanjing took the camera and said, I've learned photography, I help take pictures. The two men, leaving Xingzi and Yingzi to look after the children, left with a half-filled bucket of gasoline. Li Kongyuan, who hadn't known when the news reached him, watched the two men get out of the car and silently followed them. After Nanjing finished photographing the woman, Banksia poured gasoline over her and ignited it with a lighter. Bang! The flames instantly grew larger, erupting into a raging blaze. The smell of the burning body was unpleasant, but no one left, silently bidding farewell to this great mother. As the body was about to burn out, Zhou, her eyes red and swollen, looked at Banksia and said, Banksia, her child has become an orphan. Are you willing to adopt him? Chapter 93. Banksia frowned, but before she could say anything, Li Kongyuan glared at Zhou, sternly stopping her. Zhou, do you even know what nonsense you're talking about? Zhou bit her lip unwillingly and whispered in defense. Banksia and Nanjing don't have any children. Banksia nearly laughed in anger, sneering, We don't have any children, but what does that have to do with you? How can you, a complete stranger, have the nerve to make decisions for us? If they wanted to have children, couldn't they just have their own? The reason they didn't have children was simply because the timing wasn't right. If they didn't even want to raise their own children, why would they raise someone else's? Don't even mention the child's pity. In today's world, how many people aren't pitiful? Zhou looked at Banksia with a mixture of shock and sadness. You and Nanjing are orphans. You know how hard it is for orphans. Why wouldn't you want to adopt a child who's also an orphan? Besides, you have a big villa and plenty of food and drink. Raising a child would be easy. Banksia didn't bother trying to reason with Zhou, because it was pointless. She looked directly at Li Kongyuan. We agreed in advance not to rescue survivors. If you change your mind, Nanjing and I will leave immediately. Li Kongyuan hurriedly apologized. Banksia, Nanjing, don't worry. No one can force you to adopt an orphan unless you agree. Nanjing, with a sullen face, took Banksia's hand. I bring the child to you right away. The two quickly left with the gold. Within 2 minutes, Nanjing, with a cold expression, shoved the child into Li Kongyuan's arms. Li Kongyuan stared at the silent child. In his 30 years of life, he had never held such a soft little thing. His arms were so stiff, as if he was holding a bomb. After a long moment, he reluctantly turned to Zhou for help. Xiao Zhou, I remember you taking care of my nephew. Can you come hold him? Zhou wiped the tears from her face, and reluctantly took the child into her arms. Li Kongyuan sighed deeply and said earnestly, Xiao Zhou, you didn't speak or act like that before. Why did you say those words today? Zhou was always meticulous and thoughtful in her work, and was highly regarded by the Bureau. As a result, she rose to the position of Deputy Director of the Security Bureau at a young age. Zhou wiped away tears in frustration. We drink 6 compressed biscuits and 6 bottles of water a day. We're so hungry our stomachs are nauseous and thirsty our mouths are dry. Banksia and Nanjing live in a villa of over 1,000 square meters, and even their cats and dogs are pampered. They're so well off and able to help others. What's wrong with me advising them to adopt a child? Li Kongyuan said sternly, So what? Did their food and drink cost you a penny? I think Banksia is right. How can you be so arrogant? Zhou stubbornly replied, It didn't cost me a penny, but Nanjing is so careless. He gets paid hundreds of millions for acting in a movie. What contribution has he made to the people? Why does he deserve so much? His money comes from the people. Now that the people are in trouble, he should give it to them. Li Kongyuan looked at the hysterical Zhou, as if he didn't recognize her anymore, but also as if he had just seen through her true face. Zhou, private property is sacred and inviolable. Have you read the book? Not only do Nanjing and Banksia do charity work every year, they even risk their lives to bring back news of zombies. If that doesn't count as contributing to the people, then what does? Don't think you're all that great just because you killed a few zombies. He had always thought celebrities were just grandstanding, but after reading Nanjing's profile, he couldn't help but admire him and Banksia. Yes, he admired more than just Nanjing. If Banksia hadn't supported him, how could Nanjing have so freely donated money to charity? How could he have returned to China without hesitation with news of the zombie apocalypse? Zhou evaded the point, saying, everyone knows that celebrities only do charity work for publicity. If they were truly kind, why wouldn't they agree to just adopt a child? Li Kongyuan laughed out loud, exasperated. You personally looked up Nanqing's profile. I won't say anything else. Answer me, did they really donate hundreds of millions of dollars worth of supplies 2 months before the apocalypse? Zhou felt resentful, but couldn't lie. Yes. When the higher-ups received the zombie videos the two had sent back, they split into 3 factions. One believed they were insane and playing a prank, one the conspiracy theory they were trying to sow chaos, and one the unwavering belief. Regardless of their disagreements, they tacitly and immediately investigated the couple's records from childhood to adulthood, down to their diet in the orphanage. Their lavish donations of supplies to orphanages and welfare homes were scrutinized again and again. Only after confirming the actual distribution of the supplies did the insane pranksters and conspiracy theorists finally put aside their prejudices and decide to meet Nanqing in person. Li Kongyuan looked at Zhou indifferently, as if observing a demon disguised as Zhou. Don't think I'm unaware of your hidden agenda. If you dare to use the child's matter to morally blackmail Nanqing and Banksia again, don't blame me for being ruthless and facing court-martial. Banksia and Nanqing had no idea that Zhou and Li Kongyuan had engaged in a heated argument since their departure. Banksia handed a wet handkerchief to Nanqing. Wipe your sweat. Did Li Kongyuan give you any trouble? Nanqing casually wiped the sweat from her neck. No, I just gave him the baby and the milk powder and bottle and came back. The adult's quarrel had nothing to do with the child, and the two of them took back the milk powder and bottle without hesitation. Woo woo woo. Jinzi buries his head in his paws dejectedly, not daring to look up at Banksia and Nanqing. After the mutation, his IQ is about that of a teenager. Having lived with humans since childhood, he can understand 99% of human speech. He knows his hobby of picking up things has caused trouble for his brothers and sisters, and he feels extremely guilty. Banksia pried Jinzi's large paws apart, and sure enough, the kind-hearted puppy is quietly crying. She quickly pulled a clean towel from her spaceship and wiped the puppy's tears. Jinzi, don't cry. You did nothing wrong. Your sister and brother are proud of your kindness. No matter how smart Jinzi was, he was still a simple, innocent puppy. What could he understand about human generosity and hypocrisy? He even felt that he was wrong. Nanqing gently scratched Jinzi's chin and soothed him. Jinzi saved a little life. He's the best puppy in the world. Jinzi gradually regained his confidence and became happy with his brother and sister's comfort. His brother said he was the best puppy in the world. So, can the best puppy in the world eat instant noodles? Banksia and Nanqing exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. I don't know why a puppy like you would be interested in human food. I cook it for you right away. Nanqing held Banksia down. My wife, play with Jinzi. I go cook. Banksia couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Although Nanqing had acted normally after waking from his nap, she knew he was shy. Nanqing rubbed his burning ears. Although his wife was laughing, her voice was a bit too loud. Dogs have underdeveloped tear and sweat glands, and can't excrete excess salt through sweat like humans do, so they shouldn't eat too much salt. Although the mutant animal's bodily functions were far superior to those before the apocalypse, to be on the safe side, Nanqing omitted the instant noodle seasoning and instead added a few more pieces of boiled beef to the pot. Jinzi waited obediently in front of the food bowl, his tail snapping like a whip. He was very self-conscious of being the younger brother, and asked Nanqing to share a small portion of the instant noodles with his eldest brother, Inzi. Inzi had no interest in human food, so to save his younger brother's face, he tentatively took 2 bites. A minute later, he stared blankly at the empty food bowl, still wanting to eat. He secretly planned to work hard to help his sister with chores in exchange for another meal of instant noodles. Nanqing took the cat and dog bowls to the kitchen, and cleaned them with the same water she used to wash vegetables. Banksia stared blankly at the drooling Tuanzi. She wondered if there was something wrong with her and Nanqing's parenting. Otherwise, how could they have raised 3 gluttons? Chapter 94. The afternoon's target was a Class A hospital 20 kilometers away. Banksia, unwilling to deal with this messy crowd, approached Li Kongyuan and suggested that she and Nanqing go alone, with the others meeting in 2 hours. Li Kongyuan knew that after what happened at noon, it would be difficult for him to work with the two again. To leave a good impression, he agreed without hesitation. Okay. If you encounter any problems you can't handle, please prioritize your own safety. After they had walked 100 or 200 meters, Zhou muttered, You're so arrogant. You're not afraid of dying in the hospital, and never coming back. Zhou Wen. Li Kongyuan stared at her sternly. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Wen simply threw in the towel and said unconvincingly, they're just two ordinary people with no professional training, and they're actually looking down on us, the well-trained soldiers, for holding us back. I'm speaking up for the soldiers. Li Kongyuan wanted to crack Zhou Wen's brain open to see if it was filled with shoddy food. Who gave her the guts to sow discord between the military and civilians in broad daylight? Where did they say they disliked the soldiers for being a drag? And even if they did, so what? Can our soldiers chase down the mutant rats? Or do they have the loyal mutant trees and animals to protect them? He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to spend more time with Banksia and Nanqing, to build a closer relationship, and to ask for advice on how to tame the mutant trees. But because of Zhou Wen, Banksia now looked at him with a wary and impatient look. If it weren't for the bond of contract, she would have run away long ago. Zhou Wen gritted her teeth and murmured, brotherly, it's not that I dislike people, but the 4 members of the Xian family were murdered after they came into contact with Banksia and Nanqing. Don't you have even a shred of suspicion? Besides, Rabbit Country has a gun ban. How did these 2 ordinary people get guns? Li Kongyuan's eyes were cold. Do you have enough lives? Are you tough enough? Zhou Wen was stunned. What? Li Kongyuan sneered. If Banksia and Nanqing were able to quietly kill the 5 members of the Xian family before the apocalypse, do you think you could escape if they wanted to kill you? It would be impossible to say he had no doubts, but he knew the world wasn't black and white. Sometimes, seeking justice under the oppression of the powerful is harder than ascending to heaven. Otherwise, why would there be so many wrongful convictions? He disapproved of fighting violence with violence. If ordinary people took the path of personal revenge, the price they paid would be their entire lives, even their lives. This was too tragic for the person seeking justice. But if someone resorted to violence out of desperation, he wouldn't speak ill of them. After all, if there are legitimate channels for upholding justice, who would want to take such an unforeseen path? Zhou Wen's lips trembled as she tried to retort, but she saw Banksia, several hundred meters away, staring at her with a cold gaze. Her face paled instantly, and she could utter no more. Wife, what's wrong? Nanqing saw Banksia suddenly turn around, and curiously followed suit. There was nothing but an empty street. Nothing. Banksia took his hand and suddenly asked, do you think there's still hope for humanity? When she died in her previous life, the nation's population of 1.6 billion had dwindled to 80 million, and that was only 5 years into the apocalypse. Nanqing had actually pondered this question. Human history stretches back 6 million years, plagued by war, disease, and natural disasters. The reason we've survived to this day is because of our unparalleled intelligence and ability to adapt to our environment. Although the apocalypse is terrifying, humanity is constantly evolving. I believe we will one day rebuild our home. Banksia tilted her head and looked at him. I disagree with you, because humanity's greatest crisis doesn't come from natural disasters, but from within. The strong prey on the weak, and humans are a species of animal. The struggle between people never ceases because of adverse external circumstances. It even intensifies. If humanity doesn't perish, who will? As long as we're together, Nanqing put her arm around Banksia's shoulders. If that day ever comes, it won't seem so scary. And Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, Tian, Xingzi, our family will always be together. About half an hour later, the 2 arrived at the entrance of a tertiary hospital. Banksia opened the car door, and Inzi took the lead, charging towards the zombies following behind. Jinzi, Tian, and Xingzi weren't far behind. Even the timid Tuanzi followed, trembling on his 4 short legs. Banksia and Nanqing exchanged glances. Is this the joy of having so many cubs at home? Giant pandas. Jiang Chao, you're yelling like you want to die? Yeah, what if the zombies get attacked? Holy crap, giant pandas. Li Lin, do you want to die too? Huang Peng, there really are giant pandas. Banksia looked curiously toward the source of the noise. 3 young men wearing helmets and masks, armed with crowbars, were quietly arguing behind a utility pole. Jiang Chao wanted to take another look at the pandas, but accidentally caught Banksia's eye. He quickly poked his 2 brothers. Stop arguing, it's embarrassing. And the key point was, they threw it right in front of the boss. Banksia looked away because the little guys had returned. She took the bag of crystal cores, patted each one on the head, and praised them. Great. I want to pet a panda too. A sour, jealous voice muttered to itself from behind the telephone pole. Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, Tian, and Xingzi paused their coquettish gestures and simultaneously looked toward the pole. Jiang Chao, mumbling softly, froze. After a few seconds of silence, He gave a forced laugh and waved his right hand. Hi. Wang Peng, fearing the boss might misunderstand, hurried out from behind the pole and explained, Beautiful lady, handsome man, we were hiding here before. We didn't mean to spy on you. Don't worry, the three of us will be leaving soon. As he spoke, he tentatively pulled Jiang Chao and Li Lin back more than 10 meters. Seeing that Banksia and Nanqing didn't move, he immediately ran away, almost losing his shoes. Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, Tian Eon, Xingzi, Banksia, Nanqing, Are we that scary? This was just a small incident. Banksia assigned tasks according to the plan. Jinzi will clean the second and third floors. Inzi will clean the fourth and fifth floors. Xingzi will clean the sixth floor. And Nanqing, Tuanzi, and Tian will clean the first floor and the basement. Do you all understand? Meow. Woof. Swish. Got it. Banksia, worriedly, warned the cat, dog, and tree. If you encounter zombies or mutant animals you can't defeat, don't try to be stubborn. Ask your brothers and sisters for help, okay? If you get hurt, they'd be sad. Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi nodded obediently. They obeyed their sister. Chapter 95. The building directly opposite the hospital entrance was the outpatient clinic. As soon as Banksia and Nanqing stepped inside, zombies, reeling from the scent of human flesh, swarmed over them. Ho ho ho! The zombies, exposed to the intense heat for so long, had naturally lost their moisture, leaving only a layer of grayish skin clinging to their bones. Aside from the noticeably abnormal blue-black nails and fangs, they looked exactly like the mummies Banksia had seen in documentaries. Inzi, preoccupied with instant noodles, swiftly rushed forward, claws raised, and slammed a zombie's head to the ground. Jinzi, not to be outdone, crushed a zombie's head with a single blow. Xingzi was only 2 seconds slow, but realizing she had no role to play, she hurried behind to do the logistics. Using a branch, she pierced a zombie's head to collect the crystal core. Tuanzi, knowingly clinging to Nanqing's legs, focused on making a large pendant. Banksia saw Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi working in perfect harmony, pulling Nanqing into the outpatient building. The outpatient building's glass door had been violently smashed open, sending shards of glass scattering across the floor. Banksia pulled a broom from her spaceship and swept the broken glass aside to prevent Jinzi and Inzi from stepping on it when they entered. The hospital's medications were stored in the pharmacy and warehouse, and the pharmacy's door had also been violently damaged. The shelves had been rummaged through, leaving many medications on the floor, trampled and mangled. A quick inspection revealed that nearly half the usual supplies, including alcohol, iodine, Yunnan Baiyao, gauze, antipyretics, painkillers, and Huixiang Jingqi liquid, were gone. The remaining supplies were all critically important medications. Banksia picked up a box of familiar antidepressants from under her desk and sighed softly. In 2 years, a box of paroxetine will fetch exorbitant prices. These people really don't know their stuff. After prolonged exposure to a violent and bloody environment, coupled with inadequate food and clothing, over 90% of the survivors have suffered or are currently experiencing varying degrees of mental illness. Depression, anxiety, mania, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, PTSD. The list goes on. One night in Banksia's previous life, she overheard a loud argument between a brother and sister next door. Sister, I have depression and anxiety, can't you just give in a little? Brother, I have mania and schizophrenia, why don't you give in? Summary. What kind of person is a person in the apocalypse without some mental illness? Nanqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. Let's go find the medicine store. Banksia hugged his arm, smiling and soothing, don't worry, I don't get sick easily now. Even if I did, it wouldn't be suicide, but murder. She loved blood and carnage. It gave her an inexplicable sense of security. But she didn't say this out loud. The medicine store was on the basement level. The two of them descended the stairs, their footsteps echoing softly in the empty stairwell. The underground lighting was poor, so Banksia turned on her flashlight, its white light instantly dispelling the darkness. The door to the medicine store was tightly closed, its lock stained with marks of knife cuts, prying with clubs, and burning. Clearly someone had been there before. Banksia used her supernatural powers to force the lock open, pushed the door open, and waited for several minutes to let the odor escape before leading Nanqing inside. The entire medicine storehouse occupied approximately 300 square meters and was divided into 7 major areas: the infusion room, Western medicine room, Chinese medicine room, cool room, low temperature room, special controlled medicine room, and office area. The infusion room, Chinese medicine room, and special controlled medicine room were omitted because Banksia's space contained only a limited inventory of similar medications. The cool and cold storage rooms had been without power for a long time, and the medicine inside was likely spoiled. Taking out intact medicine would only arouse suspicion, so they ignored it again. The shelves in the Western medicine store were about half empty. Banksia and Nanqing put on gloves and took out the medicines they had bought for free one by one to fill the shelves. It took about an hour to fill the shelves. After they locked the door, they returned to the first floor to reunite with Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi. For the next hour, the two of them, and three of them explored the inpatient department, the administrative building, the dormitories, the cafeteria, and the parking lot, finding almost nothing except zombie cores. Xingzi handed the bag of crystal cores to Banksia, who estimated it based on her experience. Over 500 level 1 crystal cores, a good harvest. Tianshu couldn't help but worry. Too few. Not even enough for Xingzi to reach level 3. Banksia soothed him. I talked to Li Kongyuan about exchanging the mission reward for crystal cores. She had more supplies in her space than she could use up in several lifetimes. Taking more would just sit there for nothing. It would be better to exchange them for crystal cores to boost her strength. She thought for a moment and added, let's kill some zombies when we have time. We definitely have enough crystal cores before the black rain at the end of the year. As they spoke, the soldiers arriving in a truck. The leader was Duan Jia, the soldier who had promised Banksia an accurate report. Banksia didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. There's quite a bit of medicine in the pharmacy on the first floor and the medicine warehouse on the basement. As she spoke, she led the way. Duan Jia looked at the overflowing pharmacy, his eyes red with excitement, and choked out a sob. There's hope, there's hope. He turned and bowed solemnly to Banksia and Nanqing. Thank you. Before he set off, Li Kongyuan had just received news from the base that a total of 321 infected people had died yesterday, out of 5,000 people. Most of them were elderly people over 45 and children under 10. How cruel, Banksia said nonchalantly. We get paid for our work. It's an equal exchange. No need to be polite. The extra medicine was indeed her contribution, but she wasn't doing it for gratitude. If the plague spread, Miao Miao Mountain, sparsely populated and far from the city, would undoubtedly become the preferred escape route for those who hadn't contracted the plague. More people meant countless troubles. She was very content with her current life. She didn't want to fight people every day, and even less wanted to abandon her home and flee. Duan Jia was deeply moved. Although they were often misunderstood, there were still good people in the world. If Banksia knew Duan Jia was secretly calling her a good person, she might have laughed out loud. A truly good person couldn't possibly survive alone until the 5th year of the apocalypse. After handing over the order to Duan Jia, the two drove back to the new base, laden with supplies. The new base was also located underground, converted from the last 3 stations on Metro Line 1. As long as the subway entrance was secure, the survivors hiding there wouldn't have to worry about their safety. This presupposed there wasn't a massive earthquake of magnitude 8 or above. But an earthquake was a long time coming, so there was no need to worry. The roar of the car's engine attracted the zombies wandering along the street. Unwilling to waste the opportunity to collect crystal cores, the sky-swallowing tree volunteered to get out and kill the zombies. Xingzi happily offered to follow behind to dig for crystal cores. Banksia couldn't persuade them, so she let them off. Chapter 96. Boom! A sudden roar of hooves filled the air, shaking the RV and the buildings along the street violently. Banksia, dozing against the seat, suddenly woke with a start. What's wrong? Nanqing quickly slammed on the brakes and rubbed the back of her head. Something's happened. I'm going to check it out. Banksia yawned. I go too. Just as they unbuckled their seatbelts, the car was suddenly struck hard by something, nearly tipping over. Nanqing held onto the car door to steady himself, while shielding Banksia's head. Get out. Car. Before she could finish her words, the car was hit again, dizzy, and tipped over. In the nick of time, Nanqing pulled Banksia into his arms, using himself as a human cushion. The gold, silver, and dumplings in the car were not so lucky. When the car flipped over, Jinzi stumbled and fell to the ground, his head banging against the window with a thud. His ears were scratched by the broken glass, and some shards even dug into his flesh, causing him to grimace in pain and tears to well up. Inzi, protecting Tuanzi, offered to cushion his blow, nearly vomiting under the weight of Tuanzi's considerable weight. Tuanzi wasn't injured, but he was terrified and instinctively hugged Inzi, sobbing softly. Banksia climbed off Nanqing and worriedly helped him up. Are you hurt? Nanqing, fighting back the dizziness and back pain, said, "Let's get out of here." Banksia knew the situation was critical, and couldn't afford to delay any longer. Silently, she pulled out a hammer from her spaceship, and smashed the windshield with a few blows. "Nanjing, get down first. I go save Jinzi, Inzi, and Tuanzi." As she pushed Nanjing out, Inzi shouted to Jinzi, who was trying to save herself in the car, but whose weight was causing the car to sway constantly. "Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, don't move. I'll be there to save you soon." Jinzi and Inzi stopped moving obediently. After pushing Nanjing out, Banksia scrambled back inside, pushing Tuanzi, the smallest, out first, then the injured and bleeding Jinzi, then Inzi, and finally herself. "Banksia! Wife!" Banksia looked back, her pupils dilating. A massive black bull, about 6 meters tall, broke free from the branches of Xingzi and Tian and sped towards the RV. Nanjing, panicking, grabbed her hand and dragged her out. Jinzi and Inzi stood in the middle of the road, trying to stop the bull's advance. The more tense the atmosphere became, the calmer Banksia's heart grew. She yelled at Jinzi and Inzi, "Get out of the way!" Jinzi and Inzi dodged without hesitation, not forgetting to snatch the terrified Tuanzi away. As she shouted, she used Nanjing's hand to lightly leap out of the RV, hugging him and rolling into an empty house on the street. "Moo!" The big black bull, noticing it hadn't stepped on anyone, let out a disgruntled cry. However, inertia prevented it from stopping its swift pace, and its massive body slammed straight into the RV. The 12-ton RV was instantly tumbled several times before coming to a stop a few dozen meters away. Banksia, angrily, pulled out her RPG-30 rocket launcher and fired at the big black bull's rear end. "Moo!" The big black bull's tail was severed at the root, and it threw its head back and howled in pain. Banksia snorted coldly, pulled out new ammunition, and loaded it, this time aiming for the big black bull's exposed anus. The big black bull turned around, his eyes suddenly filled with fear, but his massive body had nowhere to escape, and his chrysanthemum instantly turned red. "Brilliant. Awesome." Xingzi, dazed, imitated a human clapping. Tian wordlessly dragged him to the side of the street. "Are you stupid? Standing there in the middle of the street during a fight, afraid the enemy wouldn't notice you." Xingzi smirked and flattered. "Brother, I was wrong." The heaven-swallowing tree lashed out. "Who's your brother? Call me sister?" Although it had no gender, it considered itself sweet and domineering. If it could transform into a human form, it would be a truly one-in-a-million beauty. Xingzi, conscious of being a younger brother, immediately obeyed and changed her words. "Okay, sister." The two trees spoke for only a dozen seconds, but the battle outside took a sharp turn for the worse. The big black bull, its butt and anus blasted by the bullets, endured the intense pain and quickly turned around, head bowed, its meter-long horns gleaming reddish in the sunlight. Its hooves pawed the ground as it charged straight at Banksia. Banksia wasn't about to engage the big black bull head-on, so she pulled Nanjing into the space. The big black bull, using its weight and sharp horns, instantly smashed through the shop. Although it didn't smell any human blood, it was convinced that no living creature could escape its horns. Just as it was feeling smug, a sudden crack sound rang out in its ears. The big black bull shook its ears in confusion. The 6-story building, no longer bearing its weight, collapsed with a crashing thud. Dozens of tons of debris pelted down on the big black bull, crushing its head and bleeding profusely, nearly bringing it to its knees. "Moo moo!" The shadow of death immediately terrified the big black bull. It struggled frantically, trying to shake the weight off its back, but it only had the opposite effect. The building, which hadn't been completely damaged, broke apart again, burying it even tighter. The big black bull finally realized what had happened and quickly stopped. Banksia, who had witnessed the entire process from within the space, said, "This bull doesn't seem very intelligent. It was tough on her." Entering and exiting the space from the same spot, wouldn't she and Nanjing be buried when they exited? Nanjing couldn't see what was happening outside. Seeing Banksia's subtle expression, she whispered, "Honey, what's going on out there?" Banksia looked away, and carefully touched the bump on the back of Nanjing's head. The bull knocked the building down. "Are you still dizzy?" Nanjing held her hand. "No, don't worry." How could Banksia not be worried? This was the back of the head that could be fatal if not handled with care. While invoking her supernatural powers to heal, she said unequivocally, "Rest well for the next few days. I handle the mission." Nanjing wanted to argue, but seeing Banksia's unusually serious expression, she fell silent. A good man should listen to his wife. Next to the ruins. Tian, seeing the noise from the ruins cease, released the 3 worried furries and said, Banksia and Nanjing are fine. It and Banksia could sense each other's physical condition, so it spoke without a trace of guilt. Inzi glanced at it coldly and cried shrilly at the ruins. Meow meow meow. Woo! Jinzi's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, forming a small puddle. Woof, woof, woof! Even Tuanzi, unaware of what was happening, was affected by the sorrow and couldn't help but sob. Jinzi and Inzi cried as they scraped at the ruins with their claws, not caring about the scratches they got from the broken rocks and rebar. Banksia and Nanjing are really fine, Tian explained vaguely. They're not stupid. If they were in danger, they would hide. It emphasized the word hide deliberately. Inzi immediately realized her sister had a magical space. Beside her, Jinzi tilted his head and thought for 2 seconds. Woof! I don't understand. Inzi raised his right paw, about to slap Jinzi, but his eyes flickered over Jinzi's injured ear before reluctantly withdrawing. Never mind. For the sake of the silly dog's injury, I let it go for now. Jinzi instinctively hugged his head and glanced cautiously at Inzi. Even though he still didn't understand, he had to believe his brother and sister were fine, otherwise the nasty little cat would scratch him all over his face. Tuanzi looked at his older brothers in confusion. What had happened? Chapter 97. Banksia listened to the shrill cries of the 3 furry creatures, feeling anxious. She quickly escaped from the space. Her luck wasn't bad either. Good in that the slanted floor had created a narrow opening for the space's exit, leaving it unburied by the rubble. Bad in that the big black bull stared in disbelief at the human who had suddenly appeared before him. His fury surged, his once exhausted body instantly filled with strength. Moo moo! It was determined to kill this person who had dared to tease it. As always, it prepared to ram its horns into the enemy's stomach, but it was unable to move due to the dozens of tons of rubble it was carrying. Its eyes were bloodshot with rage. Banksia's anger subsided a little at this, but only a little. She lifted her wrist slightly, and countless thorny vines burrowed into the bull's most vulnerable nasal cavity, pulverizing the cartilage into mincemeat. The big black bull roared in pain, its front legs buckling, and it knelt before Banksia with tears in its eyes. It had finally escaped its fate of oppression, and had barely had a few days of good life. It refused to accept this. It wanted to live. Banksia glanced at Big Black Bull indifferently, and with a flick of her wrist, the vines retracted from the bull's nose. Big Black Bull immediately looked at Banksia with gratitude. It had been wrong. This human was a good person. Submit to me, and from now on, I never go west when I say east. Or if you refuse me, I skin you and eat your flesh. Banksia had no intention of letting Big Black Bull go. He had attacked the RV, injuring Nanjing and the 3 furry creatures. If she didn't demand the money back, she simply changed her name to Bansing Sing. Big Black Bull's eyes widened, and he bared his teeth at Banksia. Damn human. It still blamed itself for attacking strangers in revenge for being bullied by humans. Love was misplaced. Banksia sneered. So you want to die? Then I grant you that. As soon as she finished speaking, the vines bared their claws and fangs and attacked Big Black Bull. Frightened, Big Black Bull quickly rested its chin on the ground, a gesture of submission. Human, do you see how I kneel properly? What's the point of being spineless? Survival is the most important thing. Banksia withdrew the vines with a sense of satisfaction. Big Black Bull, who had somehow encountered such a fortuitous event that he had evolved to level 3, sternly warned, since you've chosen to submit, you must never betray me again. She gave him a malicious smile. Remember that thing that just blew off your tail and butt? I still have tens of thousands of them. Big Black Bull shook his head in horror. He had never seen such a thing in his life. I can't forget the pain of a broken tail and a bruised but, ouch, its tail, its butt. Don't move. Banksia dodged the rubble that fell from the big blue bull's restlessness. Are you worried you're not buried deep enough? She regretted taking on this stupid bull. Wouldn't it be so foolish as to only harm its teammates if she sent it out to fight again? The big black bull paused, aggrieved. Moo moo. Boss, help. Don't even bark. Didn't you see more small rocks falling? Banksia looked around at the floor pressing down hard above her, wondering how to get out. She could store the debris in her space, but the noise from the rocket launcher and the collapsing building was loud enough to attract curious eyes. Using space and her supernatural powers rashly would easily expose her. She thought for a moment and mentally called out to the swallowing heaven tree, Tian, I'm buried under the rubble. Bring Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi to rescue me. Can't you get out on your own? The swallowing heaven tree, having just towed the RV back, was startled. Okay, I rescue you right away. It then looked for Banksia to confirm the burial location and directed Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi to work. Tuanzi was still a baby, so taking care of herself and not causing any trouble was a sign of help. It and Xingzi were strong, and the branches were convenient for working, so they were primarily responsible for moving the large pieces of brick and stone rubble, with Jinzi and Inzi assisting. Huh? Why are you here? A clear male voice came from behind. The swallowing heaven tree glanced casually. The person speaking looked familiar, but it wasn't in the mood for small talk. Seeing the sky-swallowing tree ignore him, Jiang Chao rubbed the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. We met a few hours ago, outside the hospital. He glanced sharply at the wrecked RV nearby and immediately understood what had happened. Is your master buried under the rubble? We're here to help you. He waved behind him, and Li Lin and Huang Peng appeared from nowhere. The three teenagers bared their white teeth, smiled at the three furry creatures and the two trees, and joined in the rubble-clearing effort. The sky-swallowing tree couldn't ignore Jiang Chao and the others any longer. Thank you, I pay you. Banksia had once taught it that it's okay to owe anything, but never owe favors, because you never know when they ask you to repay, and with what. Jiang Chao and the other two were startled. Oh my god! A talking tree. You're surprised. The sky-swallowing tree moved the 4-meter-long rubble to the side of the road. Don't try to carry something you can't move on your own. Remember to ask us for help. Be safe. Jiang Chao and the other two exchanged glances. What a unique tree. It even dares to yell at people. While the people above were working hard on the rescue, Banksia wasn't idle either. She carefully stored the debris into the space, ensuring it wouldn't cause a second landslide or draw attention to any unusual activity. Heizi, also known as the Big Black Bull, watched in amazement. Moo moo. Where did the things go? I tell you when I'm empty. Don't moan. Save your energy for the work later. Banksia released Nanxing from the space, and smeared several handfuls of ash on him to minimize any signs of weakness. Heizi's mouth dropped open in shock, but he didn't dare speak, fearing he would anger the humans and get beaten. With the combined efforts of both parties, about an hour later, the two men and the bull were finally able to see the light of day again. Heizi was so excited he was about to raise his head and howl, but Banksia glared at him. Shut up. Big Black Bull, aren't you so arrogant? How come you're buried so deep you can't even move? The sky-swallowing tree used its branches to pull Nanxing and Banksia up, mocking Heizi fiercely. I don't know what this bull ate to grow up. Although clearly a level below it, it was stronger than it, even breaking free from its control and hurting Banksia. It was a humiliating shame. Heizi closed his eyes in grievance. He knew the tree was in cahoots with humans, and if he dared to talk back, he would surely be scolded again. Ah, poor bull, no one loves him. As soon as Banksia and Nanxing returned to the surface, Jinzi started to whine, tears streaming down her face as she licked their faces. Even Inzi couldn't help but stick out her tongue to comb Banksia's messy hair. Banksia and Nanxing were heartbroken and quickly hugged the cat and dog, whispering soothingly, "Brother and sister are safe, don't be afraid, Jinzi and Inzi." After finally calming Jinzi and Inzi down, Tuanzi, a few beats behind, hugged Nanxing's hand and sobbed. Nanxing quickly hugged Tuanzi in her arms. Don't cry, don't cry. Wow, you look so loving. A greasy male voice came from the side. Chapter 98. Banksia glanced impatiently at the person who had spoken. 40 or 50 skinny, red-eyed men were holding kitchen knives, glaring at her and Nanxing and the others with ill intent. The leading man, noticing Banksia's gaze, fixed his clinging gaze on her, narrowing his eyes and giving her a lewd smile. Be gentle, this bitch. He pointed at Banksia, then suddenly, as if he had discovered something valuable, pointed at Nanxing, Jiang Chao, Li Lin, and Huang Peng with gleaming eyes, and shouted excitedly, Win! Win! Don't kill these 4 delicate men. It's been a while since the boss had anything new. Nanxing's appearance was self-explanatory. Jiang Chao was delicate, Li Lin was refined, and Huang Peng was sunny. All 3 were in their late teens, exuding the youthful, sunny aura that only teenagers possess. The 4 of them, standing together, were quite a sight to behold. A short, stocky man licked his cracked lips, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Don't worry, big brother. I'm waiting for the boss to tire of us and give us a treat. With that, dozens of men approached them with malicious smiles. Jiang Chao rubbed the sudden goosebumps on his arms. Disgusting. Li Lin and Huang Peng nodded frantically. You perverts. Banksia glanced helplessly at the 3 fools. Was this the time to argue about this? She casually pulled a bent steel bar from the rubble and handed it to Nanxing. Be careful. With that, She dashed out and kicked the leading man in the stomach. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with visceral fragments. His body flew over 10 meters into the air, coming to rest only after crashing into the wall of the opposite shop. The men, overwhelmed by her imposing presence, stopped in their tracks. A short, stocky man gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely to the men around him, "Go! No matter how capable she is alone, can she defeat 50 of us?" Despite his boastful tone, his feet seemed rooted to the spot, motionless. Handsome. Jiang Chao gazed at Banksia with admiration. So handsome. Wang Peng slapped him on the head. Don't be such a jerk. Help. He then picked up a palm-sized rock and threw it at the crowd. Luckily, it hit a man in the nose. The man wiped his nose, looking at the blood on his hand with a wistful look of grief. How much meat would he have to eat to make up for it? He was furious and charged at Wang Peng. If he couldn't handle a powerful woman, how could he handle a gigolo? One person took the lead, and the others followed suit. Go! Nanxing shouted, and Jinzi, Yinzi, Xingzi, and Tiantian rushed towards the crowd. The men, terrified by the massive figures of Jinzi and Yinzi, swung their swords recklessly at the cat and dog. Jinzi and Yinzi glanced at them with disdain, before ripping the men's arms off with their sharp claws. Xingzi and Tiantian were even more ruthless, hurling branches straight at the men's foreheads, each one leaving a bloody hole. Nanxing, Jiang Chao, Li Lin, and Huang Peng, realizing they couldn't help much, simply followed behind to finish off the attack. Banksia knew that with Maorangrong and Tiantian around, Nanxing and the others wouldn't suffer any harm, so she confidently entered the RV. The compartment, once overflowing with medicine, was scattered across the floor, most of the packaging in a shattered state. She glanced casually, pulled out her M27IR automatic rifle from her pocket, and exited the car. In mere seconds, the street was a river of blood, leaving only 6 or 7 people alive. Some, seeing the dire situation, hid behind the crowd and tried to escape quietly. Bang! The fleeing man fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes glaring at Banksia in his final moments. He didn't want to die. The gunshot snapped the men, blinded by the bloodlust, back to their senses. Their legs gave way as they knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. We were forced. My mother is 70. My son is only 1 year old. The men pleaded for mercy in unison. Nanxing and the others looked at Banksia, approaching with their rifles, waiting for her to speak. Stand in a line, Banksia pointed her gun at the crowd. I'm asking you questions, answer them. Anyone who dares to fool me will be killed. Start from the far left and answer, who's the boss? The man swallowed. I told you, will you let me go? You don't seem to understand your situation. What right do you have to bargain with me? As soon as she finished speaking, Banksia pulled the trigger. Her unwavering kill-at-will approach broke down the remaining men's defenses, forcing them to answer honestly. Pan Wu. Where are you staying? A few minutes later, Banksia, with a few shots, shot the worthless men in the head. According to the men's confessions, Pan Wu was once a vagrant, small-time gang leader. After the apocalypse, he managed to seize a small food factory through sheer luck, and subsequently built a force of about 300 men. This faction consists solely of men, which isn't entirely true. The vast majority of men, at the top of the food chain, enjoy the best of everything: food, water, housing. A small number of attractive men, like women and children, are at the bottom, oppressed and exploited. Attractive men and women were responsible for satisfying the beast's lust, while children served as slaves. Banksia knew the men weren't telling the truth because their eyes were red, a typical sign of prion infection. Prion are typically contracted through cannibalism. Clearly, children weren't just slaves, they were food. Even attractive men and women were food. Moo moo moo. Boss, have you forgotten me? Heisey, seeing the silence above for a while, and no one coming to rescue him, feared he'd been forgotten. He ignored Banksia's warning not to speak, and raised his neck to shout. Banksia twitched her lips, collecting her thoughts. I've tamed the black bull. Tiantian, Xingzi, Jinzi, and Yinzi helped me dig it out. The heaven-swallowing tree was somewhat displeased. Why raise a cow? It's so big, it must eat hundreds or even thousands of pounds in one meal. It's better to kill it and eat its meat. We have enough to eat for decades. The black bull may be stupid, but it's quite strong. Banksia touched a leaf on the heaven-swallowing tree and explained, our home is next to the mountain. In a year or two, when the wild animals on the mountain recover, they definitely come down to forage. We need help. Wild animals are many times more adaptable to their environments than humans. Don't assume all the animals have starved to death just because all the flowers and grass on the mountain have been burned. They have their own ways of surviving. Even if only 3 or 5 are left, if they seize the opportunity, they will reproduce and expand their population, thus competing with humans for resources. Alright then, the sky-swallowing tree thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed. You definitely have to squeeze it hard when the time comes. There was no other way. Right now, it and Banksia were the only ones capable of fighting. Without increasing their combat power, it would be difficult to escape unscathed if faced with a beast hide. The big black bull was enormous, looking like a 2-story building, so it naturally possessed considerable strength. After Banksia and the others helped move most of the heavy objects, it shook itself off and stood up. The big black bull excitedly cried out, "Moo moo!" Free! It glanced cautiously at Banksia, then suddenly unleashed a gallop. Hee! Human, you never thought I could run. Chapter 99. Woof woof. Ungrateful creature. Jeansy angrily chased after him, but Banksia hurriedly called out, "Jeansy, come back!" Woo! Jeansy looked at Banksia excitedly. Woof woof woof. The bad bull ran away. Banksia narrowed her eyes, glanced at big black bull's back, and gently stroked Jeansy's head. Don't worry, I have my own way to make him come back. Come on, let's put some medicine on your ears. She had long suspected big black bull wasn't truly surrendering, so while she was crushing the cartilage in his nasal cavity with vines, she injected a few vines into his body. Within 5 hours, big black bull would be in excruciating pain and would return to her on his own accord. If she doesn't give big black bull a good beating, she write her name upside down. Well, Jiang Chao and the other two, seeing they had nothing to do here, prepared to say goodbye. We're leaving first. Wait! Tian Shu stopped them. I told you I pay you. Take it before you leave. Jiang Chao, Li Lin, and Huang Peng waved their hands. It's just a small favor. No need to be polite. Tian Shu used its branches to pull the group toward the RV, muttering under his breath, "It's been months since the apocalypse, and how can there still be people willing to help without asking for anything in return?" Jiang Chao, Li Lin, and Huang Peng spared no effort in their efforts. Not only were they covered in dust, but their hands were also covered in tiny cuts from the rebar and concrete bricks. Banksia, Nanqing. Tian forcefully dragged the 3 of them to the RV and shouted into the car, "I promised them supplies as payment for their help." Banksia, who was carefully using tweezers to remove glass shards from Jeansy's ear, exchanged glances with Nanqing. You go and entertain them. Nanqing set the tweezers aside, stood up, and invited Jiang Chao and the other 2 into the car. Jiang Chao and the other 2 followed him cautiously, their eyes unsure where to look. As expected of a wealthy family that could afford 3 furry companions, the interior of the RV was almost as big as their own room. Please sit down. Nanqing pursed his lips as he looked at the wounded hands of the 3 people. He turned and brought a basin of water from the kitchen. Wash your hands, please. You can apply the medicine after washing them. Jiang Chao and the other 2's eyes widened unconsciously, and they waved their hands frantically in protest. No, that's too wasteful. It had been extremely hot for over 2 months, and countless people had lost their lives fighting for water. Washing hands with water was not something they could afford. Nanqing's impression of them improved upon hearing this, and he explained with a smile, "This is the water we use to wash vegetables, so it's not a waste." Huang Peng licked the dead skin off his lips, hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and said, "Didn't you say you pay us? Can we pay with this basin of water?" Jiang Chao and Li Lin, upon hearing him mention the word reward, anxiously grabbed his hands, signaling him not to take the favor for granted. But at the mention of water, their grip softened. Nanqing flatly refused, "No." The 3 teenagers' brows drooped, their faces filled with disappointment. Nanqing continued, "The wounds on your hands are full of dust and bacteria. If you don't clean them, they're likely to become inflamed. You should know the consequences of an infection at this point. You want water as payment. I get you some clean mineral water later." What? Jiang Chao and the other 2 looked at Nanqing in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. Mineral water as precious as gold before the apocalypse? You heard me right. Nanqing pushed the 3 people toward the basin and repeated, "Wash your hands and apply the medicine." Jiang Chao and the other 2 plunged their hands into the water, stunned, until they felt the unusual warmth and touch, and then they came to their senses. The clear water quickly turned dark. Nanqing poured the water from the basin into the sewage treatment plant and replaced it with a fresh basin of clean water. Wash again. Jiang Chao couldn't help but shout, "We've washed it clean. Don't waste water." Nanqing helplessly held his forehead. The wounds on Jiang Chao and the other's hands still had sand and dirt in them. If they couldn't wash them with clean water, they would have to use hydrogen peroxide. To him and Ban Xia, renewable water wasn't as valuable as hydrogen peroxide, which couldn't be produced any more quickly. But seeing the three people's nervous expressions, he didn't force it. He took the water back to the kitchen and fished out a bottle of hydrogen peroxide from the cabinet. Then rinsed the wound clean with it. Seeing Jiang Chao and the other two about to refuse again, he interrupted and explained, "We just found a batch of medicine for the official base, so we're not short of medicine for now." Jiang Chao and the other two glanced at each other and accepted the offer. Jiang Chao finished rinsing first, and Nanxing handed him the erythromycin ointment and gauze. "Where do you live? I give you a ride if it's convenient." Several teenagers were walking down the street with water in their hands. They were sure to be robbed before they even reached their homes. "Bohemia Kindergarten," Jiang Chao said as he applied the ointment. "I'd like to ask you something. Do you know what the official base's admission requirements are?" Nanxing was stunned. He really didn't know this. "Sorry, I haven't been to the official base yet, so I'm not very familiar with their admission criteria. Are you three planning to join the official base?" Jiang Chao moved his lips several times before finally drooping his eyelids weakly and saying, "We're not going." Although the RV's windows and windshield were damaged, everything else was mostly intact and drivable. About 15 minutes later, the RV arrived at the Bohemia Kindergarten. Nanxing escorted the three teenagers out of the car, saying gently, "Goodbye." Jiang Chao and the other two hugged their bottles of water and instant noodles tightly, their faces flushed as they thanked him. "Thank you. Thank you." As the two sides exchanged pleasantries, Banksia keenly sensed someone inside the kindergarten peeping at her. Following her instincts, she looked in the direction of the peeping eye, only to see a half-open window. Is there someone inside? She trusted her intuition. The only explanation was that someone was inside the kindergarten. Jiang Chao and the other two panicked upon hearing this. Hadn't they been told not to open the window? But when they remembered that Banksia and the other two not only didn't harm them, but also brought them water and food, they reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, we adopted a few orphans." "Orphans?" Banksia and Nanxing asked in unison. Adopting orphans in the apocalypse? Were these three teenagers reincarnated bodhisattvas? Jiang Chao gave a wry smile and explained, "After the meteor shower." Jiang Chao, Li Lin, and Huang Peng had been friends since kindergarten. They were freshmen this year, full of energy and ambition. Who knew a meteor shower, a black rain, would transform their parents and relatives into zombies, leaving the three of them orphans? Thought their misery had reached its limit, but their vulnerability led them to be targeted by the neighborhood security guards. Their stored food, water, and home were seized, leaving them homeless. The three unexpectedly reunited while wandering, and naturally formed a small group to keep each other company. While out foraging for food one day, the three of them accidentally rescued an injured father and son. The father had died from his injuries, and the child, only 3 years old, was unable to survive on his own. Unable to bear the thought of letting the child starve to death, they saved a mouthful of food and water whenever they found it, barely keeping the child alive. Later, while searching for food, they rescued 3 more girls and a boy. Banksia was at a loss for words after hearing this. "So, you 3 young adults adopted 5 orphans? I hadn't expected this place, which sounds like a kindergarten, to actually be an orphanage." Chapter 100. "You're not much older than us," Jiang Chao retorted weakly. "How can you call us kids?" Banksia was speechless. Was that the point? "Why don't you send the children to the official base?" Li Lin sighed. "The road is too long, and the children are too young. We have no means of transportation. We'd probably be eaten alive by zombies before we even get there." They also considered sending the children to a small, privately built base nearby, but those bases either required labor in exchange for food or engaged in illicit activities. How could they bear to take care of these children, the oldest 6, the youngest 2, so the 3 decided to wait for official rescue, but help never arrived. With repeated delays, they had been raising these children until now. Banksia was silent for a moment. "We're going to the official base. Do you want to come with us?" She wasn't as kind as the 3 teenagers, but she could still offer a ride. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Chao and the other 2 were overjoyed. They wanted to ask the 2 men if they'd give them a ride since they were in the car, but they were too shy to ask. "Will half an hour be enough to pack?" "Yes, yes, yes." Banksia gave them half an hour, but the men seemed afraid they'd run away early. Within 10 minutes, they packed their belongings and loaded the children into the car. The 3 teenagers, having spent some time with them, and knowing they weren't mean-spirited, smiled shyly and took their seats. The 5 children huddled timidly in their seats, not daring to move. Banksia looked at the children's pitifully thin arms and legs. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled out a few packages of cranberry cookies, each the size of a child's palm, and handed them over. It'd probably be an hour before we get to the base. Have a few cookies to fill your stomach. The 5 children's stomachs suddenly growled. They stared intently at her hand, licking their lips unconsciously, but no one dared to move. Jiang Chao, standing by, hurriedly declined, saying, "Thank you, we have food." He dug out a packet of instant noodles from his luggage, crushed them up, and handed them to the children. "Jingjing, Tingting, Xiaoyuan, Xiaohua, Xiaoming, you eat this. And don't lick your hands." Banksia knew that Jiang Chao had the children eat the noodles dry to conserve water and fuel, and to prevent the aroma from attracting bad guys. This was because she had done the same thing when eating in front of strangers in her previous life. She firmly thrust the biscuit into Jiang Chao's hand, saying, "I've given it to you, and I'm never taking it back." Jiang Chao froze for a few seconds, his eyes darkening. An hour later, they arrived safely at the new base. Li Kongyuan, upon hearing the news, came out to greet them. Upon seeing the dilapidated RV, he was startled. "Are you in danger?" Nanxing briefly explained, then added, "We encountered a few survivors." He asked Jiang Chao and the others to get out of the car and recounted their story. Li Kongyuan hurriedly instructed his men to take Jiang Chao and the others to a nearby tent for a short rest, before officially registering with the base in 3 hours. It wasn't that they were deliberately making things difficult for the survivors. It was to prevent someone who had clearly contracted the zombie virus from refusing to report it, thus bringing danger to the base. Jiang Chao and the others waved goodbye to Banksia and the others. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Nanxing also waved back. "The supplies are in the car." Banksia changed the subject. "Some of the packaging is severely damaged. Be careful when moving." "Okay." Li Kongyuan smiled wryly. "Will you pay me today after we finish counting, or tomorrow?" There was work to do tonight, so Banksia said without hesitation, "Tomorrow, I'd like to exchange all my pay for crystal cores." "Is that okay?" Li Kongyuan gave her a deep look. "Sure." He knew the crystal cores would be incredibly useful in the future, but for now, medicine was more important. After the supplies were transferred from the car, Li Kongyuan invited them to have dinner before leaving, but they declined, citing the dangers of traveling at night. After driving a few hundred meters out of the base, Nanxing turned to Banksia, "Honey, do you want to go find Pan Wu and Dehain Yo tonight?" "Dehain Yo will come find me himself." Banksia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Let's find a place to park and eat first, and then we take care of the scum." The two stopped in front of a deserted office building. Banksia, carrying Tian, killed all the zombies wandering around, then found a random room to use as cover to enter the space. The sky-swallowing tree stuffed the crystal core back into the box and, while munching on some ice cream, chatted with Banksia. "I snatched up the big black bull's tail while no one was looking. I cook it when I have time." The black bull was enormous, so its tail naturally weighed a lot, over 300 pounds, enough for them to eat for at least a month. Banksia had never tasted a mutant bull's tail before, so she immediately agreed, even salivating. "When I catch the big black bull, I definitely cut a piece of beef for us." The man and the tree drooled as they imagined how to eat the mutant beef. Nanxing, who had just finished getting the food next door, interrupted, "Honey, let's eat." After dinner, the two rested for 3 hours. Under cover of night, they dumped the RV into the space, swapped for a light off-road vehicle, and set off for the location where Pan Wu's men had confessed. Nanxing opened the offline map. "Honey, sleep a little longer. I call you when we get there." Banksia shook her head. "I'm not sleepy." The night was dark, but not quiet. Zombies became extremely active at night, screaming ho 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 and running around the streets. The noisy SUV was like a walking zombie trap, attracting countless zombies in pursuit. When the two arrived in front of the food factory occupied by Pan Wu, they were followed by 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. As soon as the car stopped, Banksia activated her supernatural power and stored both herself and the car into space. The zombies, suddenly losing their target, suddenly became agitated, screaming ho 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 as if they were cursing. "Who is it? Oh my god, so many zombies." A shifty-looking man, picking his teeth, shone his flashlight through the steel door. Unexpectedly, he met the cloudy white eyes of thousands of zombies. He screamed in terror and ran frantically inside, legs shaking, shouting, "Zombie swarm! Ho ho ho!" The enraged zombies found an outlet. Using their hands and feet, they scrambled through the iron door into the food factory and pounced on the men sleeping in the workshop. Holy crap! Where did these zombies come from? Help! Help! In just a few minutes, thousands of zombies had crawled inside, and the screams and shouts of the men inside the food factory echoed. Banksia listened expressionlessly to the sounds from within the space. According to the men, Panwu was extremely vigilant and never allowed outsiders near him during his nights off. Therefore, the factory was occupied by his men. The beautiful men, women, and children she used as venting objects were locked in the packaging factory nearby. That's why she hadn't hesitated to bring Nanjing into the space, letting the zombies and animals harm each other. When she could no longer hear any human voices, Banksia released Nanjing, Jinzi, Inzi, Xingzi, and Tian from the space. Fight the zombies, be careful. This group of zombies showed signs of breaking through level 2. No wonder they could catch up to the speed of the SUV. However, at Banksia and Tiantian's level, killing zombies was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, and they quickly wiped out the horde. Xingzi handed the collected crystal cores to Banksia. Boss, 2,621. Banksia casually stuffed them into the space. You guys go back to the space, I go check on the packaging factory. Chapter 101. It's a woman. Before heading to the packaging factory next door, Banksia planned to search the entire food factory. She first went to the warehouse, and to her surprise, found half a warehouse's worth of supplies: mineral water, instant noodles, biscuits, sausages, canned food. Banksia's heart was boiling with anger. She assumed these beasts, worse than animals, were feeding on humans because they were short of food. Who could have imagined they were so ruthless, so utterly destitute, yet they were still cannibalizing their own kind, despite having no shortage of food? With a wave of her hand, she stored everything in her space and turned to search other areas. There was nothing worth taking away from the workshop, but Panwu's room held several bottles of fine wine, which Banksia plundered without hesitation. Last, she went to the cafeteria. She had been prepared to see human remains and internal organs, so she wasn't frightened by the sight of a skull in a cauldron and a male corpse covered in cigarette burns nearby. She piled the furniture planks she'd been using as fuel next to the body, and poured the remaining half-empty bucket of cooking oil from the stove onto the planks, igniting them. The dry weather, combined with the cooking oil's fuel, quickly led to a blazing fire. Banksia left without looking back. She didn't know how many men, women, and children were imprisoned next door, but it couldn't have exceeded 30. Banksia pulled out a turbus she bought for free from her spaceship, filled the tank with half a tank of gas, and then loaded the seats with food, water, and a map showing the official base for 30 people. Then, donning her cloak, gloves, and mask, she searched for survivors. Her hearing was excellent, and by the faint sounds of breathing, she easily located the survivors, all held together in the warehouse. Banksia violently broke the door lock, waking the men, women, and children, who were even sleeping with ropes around their necks. They were naked, their skin covered in traces of torture. Their expressions were numb, their eyes dead, as if they were merely shells. Banksia took 2 steps back, and the warehouse door closed naturally. She sighed softly, dug out 17 sets of clothes, shoes, and socks she bought for nothing, and stuffed them into a large travel bag. She then pulled out a fruit knife and a flashlight. She turned on the flashlight, pushed the door open again, placed the items next to the girl closest to the door, and turned to leave. If these people still had any desire to live, they would definitely take up knives to save themselves. If they didn't want to live, there was no need to force them. The choice was theirs. Banksia pulled out her scooter, scooted over 1,000 meters, found a random store as cover, and slipped back into the space. Inside the packaging factory warehouse. The moment the door opened, Durunin thought the scumbags were looking for someone else to vent their lust, and was about to close her eyes to endure the pain that was about to begin. But for some reason, an inexplicable thought suddenly struck her. That person had come to save them. Durunin opened her eyes wide, trying to discern the person by the moonlight. The door, shut again, mocked her fiercely. You've fallen to the point of becoming your own kind's food, yet you still dream of a hero descending from the sky. Just as she felt lost, light footsteps echoed again, the flashlight dispelling the suffocating darkness. Durunin had been trapped in the dim warehouse for a long time. She had no idea how many days had passed. She only knew that her eyes, long deprived of light, were irritated by the sudden burst of light, and tears welled up wildly. She wanted to close them. She fought the discomfort of the bright light, stubbornly trying to get a clearer look at the person. She was wearing a dark brown, floor-length cape, a monkey mask, and white gloves, making it impossible to tell whether she was a man or a woman. Monkey Brother placed a large travel bag, a fruit knife, and a flashlight beside her, and walked away without a word. But Doorun's intuition told her that Monkey Brother was a woman. She gave Monkey Brother a deep look, then impatiently picked up the fruit knife and cut the nylon rope around her neck. Bang! The rope snapped. Doorun touched her neck in disbelief. The rope that had kept her at the mercy of an animal, devoid of any human dignity or freedom, had just snapped. The others observing from the dark also couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. They were saved? Doorun stumbled towards the seriously injured women. Hold on. They're saved. About half an hour later, the ropes around everyone's necks were removed. Ha ha ha, we're free. Woo-woo, we're free. The newly freed crowd first burst into laughter, then broke down in tears. Stop crying. We have to leave. Doorun wiped her face, her voice hoarse. We have no clothes, are we just going to leave like this? Doorun's gaze shifted to the large travel bag, and the other women followed her gaze. Our benefactor left us clothes. 17 sets of popular clothing, just enough for each person. Even more surprisingly, they found a 90% new bus at the factory gate. When they saw the food, water, maps, and car keys hanging on the steering wheel, everyone realized it was specially prepared for them by their benefactor. The next day, 5 in the morning. Woof woof woof. Wake up. Banksia rolled over and buried her head in Nanxing's chest. What's wrong with Jeansy today? Jeansy never cared when they woke up before. When she was hungry or thirsty, she'd find dog food and water on her own. This was the first time she deliberately barked loudly before they woke up. Nanxing patted her back gently. You go back to sleep. I go check if Jeansy is being naughty on purpose. Banksia yawned. She'd be canned for the day. Nanxing couldn't help but laugh. Okay. He threw back the covers, got out of bed, put on his clothes, and went out to look for Jeansy. Seeing that he was the only one out, Jeansy peeked into the room. Nanxing, fearing it might continue barking, quickly covered its mouth. It's only 5 o'clock. Why are you bothering your brother and sister? Jeansy whimpered in grievance, biting Nanxing's clothes and leading him to where the big black bull's tail was. Woof! Catch the bull? Nanxing couldn't help but hold her forehead in her hand. No need to catch it. Didn't sister say yesterday that the big black bull would come to us on its own? Jeansy spun around anxiously. Practically speaking, woof woof. The black bull is cunning. It definitely won't come to us on its own. Let's catch it before it gets away. Banksia, wanting to sleep but unable to, yawned and emerged from the room. Jeansy doesn't believe you, sister. I'm so sad. Woof. Jeansy quickly tucked his big head into her arms and acted coquettishly. Woof woof. Sister, I believe you. With a few hours left until the agreed meeting time with Li Kongyuan, the two of them went to the kitchen together to make breakfast. After finishing her homemade wontons, Banksia led Nanxing and the 3 furry creatures out of the dimension. Moo! As soon as they left the dimension, the shrill cry of a cow echoed through the sky. Chapter 102. Jeansy suddenly became excited. Woof woof. Sister, catch the cow? Jeansy also looked at Banksia expectantly. Meow. Catch the cow. Banksia had originally planned to wait for Big Black Bull to come to her, but seeing the eagerness on Jeansy and Jeansy's faces, she changed her mind. Get in the car. She pulled out a new RV from her spaceship and directed Nanxing to the source of the bull's lowing. Unexpectedly, the scenery along the way became more and more familiar. The destination was the direction where they had encountered Big Black Bull yesterday, next to the ruins. Big Black Bull panted as it stomped towards the zombie horde, raising its head and howling loudly, trying to attract the attention of the human it had deceived. It knew its backtracking was bad, but humans had enslaved cows for thousands of years. Why shouldn't cows resist and must obey humans? So, after regaining its freedom yesterday, it broke its promise and bolted for the mountains outside the city. Unexpectedly, the humans were even more treacherous than expected, unknowingly attacking it, leaving it in excruciating pain. Desperate, it returned to the place where they had met, wailing loudly for mercy in an attempt to attract the humans' attention. However, instead of attracting the humans, it attracted a horde of zombies. The Big Black Bull, its eyes red, charged at the zombie herd, sending dozens flying with each impact. It raised its iron hoof, as big as a plastic wash basin, and crushed the fallen zombies to dust. Moo moo! Human, where are you? The bull admits his mistake. Beep! A car horn blared, and the Big Black Bull turned around to see the human it had deceived standing in front of a long box, his arms folded, looking at it with a smile. A cat and a dog crouched beside the human, their eyes fiercely fixed on its neck, eyes, and belly, its most vulnerable points, as if ready to rip it apart with their claws if it relaxed. Moo! The big black bull suddenly felt guilty, and took small steps toward Banksia. Banksia sneered at this. It seemed this bull wasn't stupid, but rather overly shrewd. You want me to forgive you? The big black bull, seeing her smile, suddenly grew bolder and nodded gently. Banksia smiled. Sure. I want some stir-fry beef. Let me cut you a few 100 pounds of tenderloin, and I forgive you. Moo! The big black bull shook his head frantically, kneeling on all fours as he looked at Banksia, tears streaming from his basketball-sized eyes. Banksia showed no mercy. I want to eat meat. If I don't make Big Black Bull learn a lesson by hurting him, what if he runs away or turns against us next time we face an enemy? After all, he's enormous, weighing at least 60 or 70 tons. Cutting off a few 100 pounds of meat would at most cause him some pain, but it wouldn't kill him. Big Black Bull immediately slumped to the ground, dejected. He's seen on TV before that when animals shed tears, humans would show mercy, no matter what their mistakes were. Why was this human acting against common sense? Since that was the case, he had no choice but to use his life-saving trump card. Big Black Bull tentatively stood up. Seeing that the human didn't pull out the weapon that would blow his butt apart, he quickly grabbed a palm-sized red fruit from a stall and placed it in front of Banksia. Energy fruit? Banksia's heart trembled slightly. She picked up the fruit and examined it carefully with her supernatural powers. It was indeed an energy fruit, and a level 2 one at that. Energy fruits function like crystal cores, providing energy to mutant plants, animals, or those with supernatural powers. But there are significant differences between the two. First, the crystal core contains trace amounts of the zombie virus. If used without purification, it poses a significant risk to the user. Energy fruit, on the other hand, is free of impurities and poses no side effects. Second, the energy fruit contains 3 times the energy of a zombie crystal core of the same tier, and it possesses no attributes, making it usable by any psychic. Finally, the energy fruit's inherent function is to provide satiating relief. Energy fruit trees are extremely rare, and energy fruit is never sold commercially, completely monopolized by the powerful. Banksia knew about this thing after seeing it once during the lab raid. The swallowing heaven tree excitedly wrapped its branches around Big Black Bull and called out, "Heisey, where did you pick the fruit? Is the tree still there?" Big Black Bull cautiously glanced at Banksia, and seeing her looking back, he quickly nodded yes. Banksia and the swallowing heaven tree were delighted. If they could transplant the energy fruit tree into the space, they would have an endless supply of energy fruit. Banksia stored the fruit into the space. For the sake of the fruit, I forgive you once. If you dare betray me again, I won't give you a third chance. With that, he reached over Big Black Bull's head and retracted the vines from its body. Big Black Bull had never felt so relieved. He let out a cheerful cry and lowered his head to signal Banksia to sit on him and lead her in digging the fruit tree. Banksia checked her phone. It was 6:30. There was still an hour and a half until the 8 o'clock meeting time. She should still be in time if she rode the bull. Nanqing, you, Xingzi, Jinzi, and Yinyin, stay here and dig for the crystal cores. Tian and I will go over there. There are at least a few thousand zombies on the ground. It would be a waste to just leave them there. Okay, be careful. Banksia rolled over and sat on the bull's head. Full speed. The Big Black Bull immediately unleashed its 4 legs and bolted, heading straight for the mountain outside the city. The mountain was called Longing Mountain, about 3,000 meters above sea level. As soon as the Big Black Bull entered the mountain, it was like a fish returning to water, galloping all the way to the summit. Banksia ruffled her wind-twisted hair, her eyes fixed on the tree atop the mountain. The tree was about 2 meters tall, its bark cracked and leafless. To an uninformed eye, it would have mistaken it for a dead tree. But Banksia knew it wasn't. It was just an illusion. The energy tree appears dry because it transfers most of its nutrients to its fruit, leaving only a small amount to maintain its vitality. Banksia pulled a hoe from the space and handed it to the heaven-swallowing tree, saying, Tian, you dig the tree, and I give it energy to prevent it from dying from acclimatization after being transplanted to the space. The man and the tree worked together to transplant the tree into the space, then rode the ox back the way they had come. Nanqing, Jinzi, Yinzi, and Xingzi had already dug up all the zombie cores. After reuniting, they hurried with the ox to the new base to reunite with Li Kongyuan. The people at the base saw the massive black ox following the RV, thinking Banksia and the others had been attacked again, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats with fear. When Banksia explained that she had taken the black ox as her new pet, their eyes grew red with envy, almost leering. Li Kongyuan was the most upset. If Zhou hadn't offended Banksia, he might have tried to get close to her and learn how to tame mutant plants and animals. But now, that was impossible. Banksia had no idea why Li Kongyuan regretted it, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. After all, their employment contract only lasted 2 weeks, and she and Nanqing would return to the mountains at the end of it. Besides, she agreed to help find supplies entirely out of a desire for the zombie virus antidote and the superpower potion. It had nothing to do with him personally. Chapter 103. The years passed, and time flew by. 6 months had flown by in the blink of an eye. 6 months ago, plague control efforts failed, leading to a widespread outbreak that killed 3 million people in just 1 month. Li Kongyuan had no choice but to seek help from higher-ups. 4 months ago, with support from bases in provinces N, C, Q, and G, the plague was brought under control. 3 months ago, the cleanup of subway lines 1 through 6 was complete, and approximately 4 million survivors moved into official bases. At the same time, small private bases sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The competition for supplies and water became intense, with clashes between factions occurring almost daily. 5 days ago, Li Kongyuan personally delivered the first batch of a semi-finished zombie virus antidote, capable of delaying death for 8 hours, and a semi-finished supernatural potion capable of enhancing human physique to Meow Meow Mountain. Banksia stopped Jinzi, who was still trying to catch mutant rabbits, saying, "That's enough, Jinzi. No more rabbit hunting." For the past 6 months, she and Nanqing have taken their children, Fluffy and Mutant Tree, down the mountain every month to hunt zombies for a week. The rest of the time, they've stayed home, away from all the drama. Jinzi, Inzi, Haizi, Xingzi, the now-grown Tuanzi, as well as Deja next door and Lihua across the street, are too energetic to stay home and head up the mountain to hunt almost every day. At first, they brought home a few kills daily. After 2 months, they brought home a few every 3 or 5 days. In the last 2 months, they brought home a few every 2 weeks. Banksia couldn't help but suspect that the animals in the nearby mountains had been wiped out. Jinzi tilted her head, acting cute, woof woof. Dinner was still 2 hours away, so there was no rush. Banksia couldn't help but hold her forehead in her hand. Sister and brother are having dinner at Deju's house soon. I need to go over there early to help with the cooking. Besides, there are more mutant animals in this dimension than we can eat. Thanks to the 4 furry creatures and Tian Eon Xingzi, the number of mutant rabbits in this dimension has exceeded 500, mutant sheep and chickens have exceeded 100, and mutant deer, pigs, and birds have exceeded 50. To prevent the rabbits from breeding, Nanqing has to kill them every 2 or 3 days. If it weren't for her skill and courage in separating the male and female rabbits under the siege of hundreds of mutant rabbits, Nanqing would have almost taught herself veterinary medicine to sterilize rabbits. Jinzi turned around with a look of disappointment on her face, looking at Banksia with a feigned grievance as she walked, hoping she would change her mind. Banksia ignored this drama queen and made a trumpet shape with her hands, shouting, "Inzi, Tuanzi, Haizi, Xingzi, go home." Dong dong dong. The ground shook slightly, and Banksia knew without even turning back that it was Haizi who had returned. Moo moo moo. Boss, I'm back. Banksia looked up at Haizi. For the past 6 months, Haizi, determined to atone for his mistake of playing tricks on his savior, had always been at the forefront of every zombie fight, never complaining about the hard work or the unfair treatment. So, Banksia secretly observed him for 3 months, and after confirming his genuine repentance, she brought him into the space to live. Haizi worked even harder and more diligently, cleverly humbled herself in front of Inzi, Jinzi, and Tuanzi, calling herself little sister, quickly earning the forgiveness and friendship of these furry creatures. Oh, I forgot to mention, Haizi is a cow. Banksia had wanted to give him a nicer name, but he felt that changing it would make him no longer a member of the same family as his eldest, second, and third brothers, and so he refused to change it no matter what. Since he didn't want to, Banksia naturally wouldn't force him. The next to return were Xingzi and Tuanzi. Xingzi looked unchanged from 6 months ago, but Banksia knew she was close to reaching level 3. And Tuanzi. Banksia took several steps back to avoid Tuanzi's embrace. It wasn't that she disliked Tuanzi, but in Tuanzi's heart, she was still a little baby, free to cling to her older sibling's legs and act coquettishly. But in reality, although still underage, it stood over 3 meters tall and weighed over 20 tons, a true giant panda. Now, the hug wasn't a human hugging a bear, but a bear hugging a human. Tuanzi didn't mind, pulling a bamboo shoot from the bag hanging around his neck and leisurely nibbling on it. The last to return was Inzi. Inzi didn't return empty-handed. She held a red camellia in her mouth. Banksia took the flower and asked curiously, Is it from Camellia? Ainsley tilted her head, her emerald eyes filled with confusion. Meow. Having spent so much time with the furry creatures at home, Banksia could discern their distinct calls and their meanings. Cha, do you need something from me? Ainsley nodded obediently. Banksia instructed the remaining furry creatures and Xingzi to wait patiently, then rolled onto Ainsley's back and headed off to meet the camellia tree. 4 months ago, while hunting mutant sheep, Ainsley stumbled upon a camellia tree growing on the edge of a cliff. She intended to pick a flower for it, but was instead brutally beaten by the seemingly beautiful but incredibly powerful mutant camellia tree. Ainsley had her own pride, and after losing, she didn't complain to her. Instead, she challenged the camellia tree every day, determined to redeem herself through her own efforts. The camellia tree was so annoyed that it moved several times, but each time, Ainsley cleverly found it. After 3 months of back-and-forth fighting, they unexpectedly developed a mutual admiration and became good friends. A month ago, Ainsley asked her for a bottle of nutrient solution for the camellia tree, and the camellia tree generously gave Ainsley its most beautiful flower. With the camellia tree's consent, Ainsley gave the flower to her. Thus, she learned of the camellia tree's existence and, from Ainsley's meows, roughly deduced how the tree and the cat met. Banksia suspected that the camellia tree was higher in rank than Xingzi, and would be a valuable asset if she took it on as a subordinate, but she respected its friendship with Ainsley, and had never considered it. Who would have thought that the camellia tree would actually ask for a meeting today? How strange. A little over 10 minutes later, Banksia and Ainsley arrived at the cliff where the camellia tree lay. It was a camellia tree about 7 meters tall, its deep and light red flowers huddled brilliantly together, resembling a rosy cloud. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were the kind only found in third-level alien plants. This was the first third-level alien plant Banksia had encountered since her rebirth, aside from Tiant Eon. No wonder Ainsley had been severely beaten the first time they met, and to this day, she hadn't won a single one. Swish, swish, swish. The camellia tree moved without a sound. Human, can you understand me? Yes, I do. What do you want to talk to me about? Huh? Kitty wasn't exaggerating. You actually can understand tree language. A slightly surprised female voice echoed in Banksia's ears. Human, I have a feeling the world is about to undergo a new round of major changes. Tell Kitty to stay home for the next few days, and don't run around. Although Banksia and Kitty were friends, they weren't of the same species. They usually communicated through gestures. Fearing the kitty wouldn't understand its warnings and get into trouble, it tried to ask a human, who was said to understand tree language, to help convey them. Banksia raised her head slightly, and looked at the sky. The bright orange sun was hanging in the sky as usual, without any abnormality. Chapter 104. Black Rain? Banksia turned to look at the camellia tree. Aside from the third round of black rain, she couldn't think of anything else that could cause the world to change so drastically again. Yes. The camellia tree paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, I was thinking this feeling of unease was vaguely familiar. It's exactly the same as the last 2 black rains. Thank you. Banksia gathered a ball of purest wood energy from her fingertips, and injected it into the camellia tree's trunk. I tell Ainsley. So comfortable. The camellia tree felt as if it were soaked in nutrient solution, so comfortable that its roots seemed to curl up. Human, what did you do to me? I gave you an energy that accelerates your growth. I believe you need to strengthen your defenses to face the impending changes in the world. Human, I heard you love flowers. Banksia paused. Not bad. She loved the flowers Nanjing gave her, and she loved the flowers Ainsley gave her, but ultimately, she loved the love that flowers conveyed. I don't have any special feelings for flowers themselves. The camellia tree, unaware of the complexities of human thought, excitedly plucked its most beautiful flower and handed it to Banksia. Human, I like to trade my flower for wood energy, is that okay? For the money, I agree to trade with you this time, but not again. Banksia wanted to refuse, as it was a completely unprofitable venture, but the flowers had already been picked and couldn't be put back. Human, I can trade flowers with you again in the future. 10 at a time, okay? The camellia tree was struck by lightning. She grabbed Banksia's hand and pleaded softly, please. If not, 20 will do. Banksia, Why is a camellia tree growing deep in the mountains so spoiled? She ignored the soft pleas in her ear, and said cruelly, no, flowers are of no use to me. What about me? The camellia flower asked thoughtfully, am I of much use? Banksia, yes. The tea leaves, flowers, and fruit of the unmutated camellia tree are all valuable, and this is a mutated camellia tree, so it has even more uses to command. I heard from the kitten that you contracted 2 mutant trees as thugs. the camellia tree said with satisfaction. Then, can I contract with you and be your thug? Banksia pinched Ainsley's tail. What strange things had her kitten and the camellia tree exchanged? Thugs? Sounds like a criminal. Ainsley, who was leaning over the camellia to smell its fragrance, looked at Banksia innocently. Brother is my companion, my favorite kitten. Other animals and plants are my thugs, and they are my thugs. You're right. Banksia rubbed the silver helplessly, then turned to the camellia tree and said seriously, sign a contract with me, and you won't be able to live freely in the wild. And you have to work for me when I need you. I can't keep you for nothing. Kill zombies? The camellia tree smiled gently. Don't be fooled by my pretty face. I'm actually quite skilled in fighting. Although it had never seen a zombie, it had killed many mutant animals eager to eat it. Even a zombie that could defeat a defeated kitten was no problem. It's not just zombies, it kills humans, mutant animals, plants, and so on. You never know when you might be in danger and lose your life. Banksia added solemnly, also, you must obey my orders in important matters. If you betray me, I will personally take your life. Can you do that? I can. The camellia tree smiled softly. Shall we sign a contract now? After hundreds of years in the mountains, it's time to descend and witness the prosperity of humanity. Banksia grasped the camellia tree's extended branch and said, from now on, we're family. A flash of green light flashed in her hand, and the contract was sealed. Human. My name is Camellia. What's your name? Banksia. Huh? What a coincidence. Your name is also a plant. After reuniting with Jinzi, Tuanzi, Xingzi, and the others, Banksia introduced them to each other, then stored the bulky Haizi and Tuanzi into her space and rode on Ainsley, heading home. Wow! Camellia, filled with amazement, took Banksia's arm. Banksia, you can actually make cows and bears disappear. That's amazing. Banksia uncomfortably pulled her arm away. Perhaps because she'd been in the mountains for so long, Camellia had become a chatterbox. She particularly loved physical contact, clinging to her arm and talking non-stop the entire way. For Banksia, unaccustomed to closeness, this was sheer torture. I'm a girl. Undeterred, Camellia took Banksia's arm again and coquettishly said, why don't you want to be close to me? I introduce you to a friend when I have time. I bet Shan Shaw and Sister Union had a lot to talk about. When they were still a few dozen meters from home, Banksia jumped off Ainsley, covered her mouth and nose, and ran away. Jinzi and Ainsley stayed where they were, expertly shaking their fur until most of the dust had been shaken off before running home. Shan Shaw, bewildered, followed the cat and dog. Banksia knocked on the door, and Nanjing quickly came to open it. Honey, I made a pot of mung bean soup. Have some to cool you down. The family had saved dozens of rabbit skins, but it would have been a waste to leave them lying around, so he didn't go up the mountain with them. Instead, he stayed home and learned how to tan them from a video. Banksia smiled and took his hand. I just harvested a mutant plant. She recounted every detail of her experience in the mountains to Nanjing. Nanjing listened with a smile, occasionally humming a few words in agreement, without a trace of impatience. Shansha poked Ainsley's head. Are your brothers and sisters always this annoying? Ainsley blinked in confusion. Brothers and sisters are always like this. What's the problem? Shansha, little silly cat. Banksia realized she had forgotten to introduce Nanjing and Shansha, so she quickly added, then asked Shansha, do you want to live in the yard or in the space? What's the space? I take you in, and see for yourself. Banksia turned to Xingzi. Xingzi, please help introduce them. Also, don't disturb Tian. 3 days ago, the sky-swallowing tree suddenly fell into a deep slumber. Banksia was initially puzzled, but now thought it might be due to the impending black rain. Okay, boss. After sending the 2 trees and the 2 furry creatures into the space, Banksia took a quick shower and drank a bowl of mung bean soup. Then, she and Nanjing, carrying their belongings, knocked on the neighboring door. The 3 families had agreed to have a meal together once a month, bringing their own food and fuel. This month, it was the neighbor's turn. Su Yao took the basket. Yunyun and Su Shao are watching a movie in the living room. Banksia, come over and play. Banksia waved at him, and went to the living room to find Fang Yunyun and Su Shao. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but Nanjing and the other men wouldn't let them help in the kitchen, arguing that food was precious and shouldn't be wasted. It was already 10 o'clock when they finished their meal, and came out from next door. Banksia took Nanjing's arm, and chatted as they strolled. Cha said it's going to rain. As soon as she finished speaking, her hair suddenly stood up without warning, like a sea urchin. Nanjing's eyes narrowed, and he quickly pulled her down to a squat position. Honey, hold your head. Chapter 105. Banksia glanced at the sky. Clearly cloudless. Where did the lightning come from? But post-apocalyptic weather is inherently unscientific and defies common sense. She pulled Nanjing into the space, and her hair instantly returned to normal, flowing softly down her back. Nanjing breathed a sigh of relief. It's too dangerous, but at least there's space. When they were outside, their hair suddenly stood up, indicating lightning in the clouds overhead. Running was absolutely forbidden, as it could easily cause step voltage. The correct approach was to squat with your feet together and tuck your head between your knees. Banksia frowned slightly. If the appliances in the house are not unplugged, it could easily cause a fire. Broken appliances can be replaced, but a fire is a bigger problem. After all, they can't build a house with their own hands. She thought for a moment and said, I go out for a while. Nanjing hurriedly hugged her. No, if the house is gone, we find another one. The villa area isn't full of anything these days, except for the many empty houses. There's no need to take risks. After spending about an hour in the space, Banksia tentatively exited. Great, her hair didn't stand up this time. She didn't waste any time, running home as fast as she could. She then tucked the rooftop solar generator and all the household appliances into the space, then released Nanjing, Jinzi, Inzi, Xingzi, and Shansha. Boss, Xingzi had been watching cartoons with Shansha when she was suddenly thrown out of the space, leaving the entire tree stunned. What happened? Banksia explained simply, it's going to rain, and this rain might be good for you. After the third black rain, zombies and mutated plants and animals had the opportunity to evolve superpowers. The space was a self-contained realm, and she wasn't sure if Jinzi, Inzi, Xingzi, and Shansha would miss their chance to evolve if they stayed inside. That's why she moved them out. As she explained, she pondered. Gold and silver were small enough to stay indoors, but where would they best place the 3-meter-tall Tuanzi and the 6-meter-tall Haizi? Near the door, Nanjing offered. We can keep an eye on the situation at all times, and if anything goes wrong, we'd be able to rescue them in time. Banksia reluctantly agreed. She could keep them in the yard, but she couldn't explain to the neighbors and those across the street how they had gotten through the 2-meter-high gate. She quietly left the house and walked a few hundred meters away to move the two animals out of the space. She explained the reason carefully and told them to stay outside the door and not wander off. Tuanzi and Haizi nodded obediently. As they emerged from the space, a voice from within them warned them of the most important event in their lives. Succeed, and they would control their own life and death. Fail, and they would become food for other animals. After settling the furry creatures and the mutant tree, Banksia finally had time to explain the black rain to Nanjing. Nanjing was filled with envy after hearing this. Wife, you go and rest. I look after the gold and the others. I call you if anything else. Banksia pulled out a supernatural potion from her spaceship. Use this. When Li Kongyuan brought the supernatural potion up the mountain, he described it as a semi-finished product. After the Research Institute's experiments, the 100 subjects' physiques had improved, but none had surpassed human limits, let alone developed special abilities. However, according to Banksia and the heaven-swallowing tree, this semi-finished potion was no less effective than the supernatural potion produced by the Institute in their previous life. The reason the recipients didn't develop superpowers was likely due to a lack of a certain substance. They boldly speculated that the third black rain was likely carrying this substance, which was why the mutant plants, animals, and zombies had developed superpowers. She had previously concealed the truth, fearing Nanjing would be too anxious. Nanjing took the superpower potion in bewilderment, then realized it and said excitedly, Can I have superpowers too? There were 8 in the family, oh now 9. He was the weakest, and could only do logistics when fighting zombies. Although he enjoyed his wife's protection, he sometimes felt lost because he couldn't rely on her and protect her from the elements. I'm not sure, Banksia said honestly. Don't get your hopes up. In his previous life, humans didn't evolve superpowers until the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Although there were many changes in this life, the general trend remained unchanged. Nanjing smiled broadly. Don't worry, honey. Even if I fail, I won't be too upset. After all, no matter what, honey, you love me, right? I love you forever. Banksia hugged him and kissed him. Use it quickly. I'd be watching. Outside the window, dark clouds had gathered. It looked like it was going to rain soon. Perfect timing. The superpower potion was a light green liquid, 5 milliliters per tube, and Nanjing injected it all into his arm without leaving a single drop. In a few seconds, his entire body began to feel hot, his consciousness blurred, and he fell into a coma. Banksia carried Nanqing to the bed, propped up her arm, and stared at his face, not wanting to blink. Evolving superpowers is a painful process. Veins, flesh, and bones are broken and reassembled, and at the same time, one will unconsciously recall the most painful experiences in life. Only by enduring this can one evolve superpowers, and become a powerful being. Banksia wasn't worried that Nanqing wouldn't make it, because he was far stronger and braver than she was. She leaned over and kissed Nanqing, then pulled out 50,000 pre-purified first-level crystal cores from her space, and placed them beside him. Then she returned to the living room and turned on the intercom. "Hello, Sister Yunyun, Brother Yuan, are you there?" "Yes." "It's going to rain." Banksia walked to the window. Sand and dust swirled outside, and gravel clattered against the glass and walls. The world changed dramatically after the last 2 rains, and I suspect it will be the same this time. "Do you want to use the supernatural potion?" "Banksia, you're so smart. Sister and brother will use it right away." Fang Yunyun praised generously. "Banksia, if I had supernatural powers, I treat you to roast chicken." This was Kai Yuan. Banksia smiled gently. "Remember to unplug your appliances before using them, and then get in bed." "Okay." Banksia tossed the intercom into her space, and turned to look at the gold and silver. Jinzi and Inzi were pacing restlessly in the living room. Seeing her, they leaned forward to act coquettish. Banksia hugged each of them, soothing them. "Don't be afraid. I be watching over you." She pulled 2 blankets from her space, and placed them on the floor. Rain would surely bring the temperature down, so she didn't want Jinzi and Inzi to get too cold. After comforting Jinzi and Inzi, she went over to Tuanzi, Haizi, Xingzi, and Shansha, hugging them all before returning to the bedroom. Nanqing's forehead was sweating, his brows furrowed, as if he were having a nightmare. Banksia quickly pulled a handkerchief from her space to wipe his sweat. She held his hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." As she spoke, a blinding white light suddenly flashed outside, followed by a burst of purple lightning that pierced the dark clouds like an arrow. Boom! Thunder roared, and black rain poured down. Chapter 106. Pala. The black rain pounded fiercely onto the ground. The instant it touched the ground, the heat evaporated it into mist, and the entire world seemed to be engulfed in a steamer. But this scene lasted only 2 minutes, for the rain was so heavy, countless people walked out of their homes, stunned, unable to believe it was actually raining. With dull eyes, they stretched out their hands to catch the rain, only to be pummeled by the massive drops, their palms aching. But no one cared. Their expressions were frantic, their hands dancing like they were performing a shamanic dance. Rain! Rain! Some even lay on their backs, mouths wide open, catching the rain and swallowing it frantically. In that moment, the desire for life overcame everything. No one inappropriately said that the rainwater was dirty, and couldn't be drunk directly. "Don't drink it. Don't drink it." A sharp voice suddenly rang out, but no one paid any attention. "The rain is black. Don't drink it." The shrill voice was tinged with tears. The people standing in the rain snapped back to their senses. Black. The cheering people suddenly felt like ducks being strangled, the only sound in the air being the falling rain. Maybe a minute, maybe 10. A man, bloated with wine, wiped his face and laughed. "So what if it's black? We're all going to die anyway, so we might as well die a full one." He spoke with a cheerful air, yet his voice tinged with unspeakable sorrow. Hope was so close at hand, yet why was it shattered so suddenly, leaving them with the knowledge that their lives were likely imminent? How tragic. Some, resigned to the turmoil, continued to drink with their mouths wide open, while others silently went home, picked up a kitchen knife, and hacked down their neighbor's door. "Hand over your food." Banksia was unaware of the chaos below. She pressed the energy fruit into Nanqing's hand, opened the bedroom door, and went downstairs to check on Jinzi and Inzi. The energy fruit tree had only produced this single fruit in the 6 months since it was transplanted into the space. Big Black Bull had eaten the fruit every day as an apology. As for why she didn't eat it herself, it was because the heaven-swallowing tree gained energy through consumption, and no matter how much energy it absorbed, half of it automatically entered her body. And no matter how much energy she absorbed, half also belonged to the heaven-swallowing tree, so it made no difference who absorbed it. Jinzi and Inzi had fallen unconscious at some point. Banksia separated them, and placed 50,000 purified first-level crystal cores beside each of them. Then, donning her raincoat, she went out to check on Tuanzi and Haizi. Tuanzi and Haizi had also fainted. They lay quietly at the doorway, their eyes closed, their fur wet and wispy from the black rain. Banksia pulled a plastic sheet from her spaceship and covered the 2 trees. Then she placed 50,000 level 1 crystal cores next to Tuanzi, and 100,000 next to Heizi. She wasn't discriminating, but rather that Jean, Ian, and Tuanzi were currently level 1 mutants, and rashly absorbing too much energy could backfire. Heizi, on the other hand, was already level 3, so there was less to worry about. After taking care of Maorongrong, she checked on the apricot and camellia trees in the Sunshine Garden. Both trees had also fallen into a deep slumber. Banksia didn't hesitate, placing 100,000 level 1 crystal cores on each tree. In the past 6 months, she had harvested a total of 750,000 level 1 crystal cores, 20,000 level 2 crystal cores, and 6,000 level 3 crystal cores. 2 weeks ago, she and the heaven-swallowing tree each absorbed 100,000 level 1 and 3,000 level 3 crystal cores to upgrade their abilities to level 5. Tonight, she had used up another 500,000 level 1 crystal cores, leaving only 50,000 level 1 and 20,000 level 2 crystal cores in reserve. After Banksia finished her calculations, she felt the urge to go down the mountain and fight zombies. She tried to comfort herself, believing that after the black rain, zombies and mutated plants and animals would evolve into attribute crystal cores, making them more cost-effective to kill them. Nanqing didn't know why he suddenly began to view his past as a spirit, but he tried every method to return to reality. He could only suppress his anxiety and watch the events unfold in his dream. He was born into a powerful but feudal family. His parents each had a lover, but family authority forced them to marry and have him. After the birth, both parties, as if their mission accomplished, eagerly fled with their loved ones, leaving the newborn to the care of the nanny. The nanny was very professional and didn't mistreat him, but she also wouldn't get close to him. So, for as long as he could remember, he would always sit alone, in silence, by the window, lost in thought. When he was a year and a half old, the two of them accidentally got into trouble, and each had an illegitimate child, leading to a huge argument and a divorce. But how could the two families, having just defeated their rivals through a marriage, agree? The two men's arguments gradually escalated into physical combat, with brawls occurring almost every time they met. On his birthday, to demonstrate their sincerity, the two families planned to transfer 5% of the group's shares to his name. The two men, resigned to the disgust of the marriage, which was primarily motivated by profit, immediately objected. But if they couldn't even resist a useless marriage, how could they possibly resist the arrangements of their families? Both families threatened the two women with inheritance rights, forcing them to cultivate a relationship with him. Forced once again, they took him on a solo trip. On the way, the two men suddenly engaged in another heated argument on the highway, then tacitly abandoned him on the highway and parted ways. Nanqing silently watched the two men leave, their smiles light and smug. It suddenly dawned on him. Back then, they hadn't just wanted to abandon him, they wanted him dead. How ridiculous. For the sake of profit, they actually put their own flesh and blood to death. But he didn't care, because he knew he'd soon be sent to an orphanage by the police, where he'd pick up a tiny ball of Penelia and start a happy family. The following day unfolded just as it had before. He was taken to the police station by traffic police. The officer asked him if he remembered his home phone number, address, and parents' names, and he silently shook his head. But he did remember. He was fully aware that he'd been abandoned, and he didn't want to go back to that home. The police station was busy, and couldn't spare enough staff to care for him. After searching for him for several days without success, they sent him to an orphanage. The food and clothing in the orphanage weren't as good as his previous home, and he was bullied by older children. But he felt it was better than his previous home, where there was either silence or bloody fights. On December 28th, the sky was gloomy and heavy snow was falling. Little Nanqing, bullied again by the older kids, squatted quietly by the fence, staring blankly at the world outside. Suddenly, a girl of 17 or 18 threw something into a street trash heap and stumbled away. For some reason, little Nanqing's eyes were suddenly captivated by the garbage heap. Using all his strength, he squeezed through the iron fence. Little Nanqing staggered over and found a baby in the garbage heap. The baby lay naked on the ground, its face purple, and its eyes tightly closed, seemingly no longer breathing. Terrified, little Nanqing reached for the baby with trembling hands. The baby's fingers suddenly moved, then grasped his. In that instant, little Nanqing's vacant heart seemed to have found its purpose. The baby was sent to the hospital by the director for a month, and finally survived. But little Nanqing had heard the director and staff lament that the baby had been thrown into a cold garbage dump at birth, damaging its foundation and potentially preventing it from growing up. He loved the baby he had found, and to ensure the little sister's healthy growth, He stopped sitting in silence and dazed, and instead worked hard to learn from the adults how to care for a baby. When the director was even deciding on a name for the little sister, he offered to change his name to Nanqing, and hers to Penelia. He had heard this from a volunteer. Tiger palm Nanqing, also known as palm leaf Penelia, is used as a medicine for its tuber, which can dry dampness and resolve phlegm. Nanqing and Penelia are the same Chinese herbal medicine, just like him and his sister, abandoned by their biological mother. They are of the same kind. His sister grew up day by day, just as he had imagined, smart, kind, well-behaved, and adorable. She relied on him and trusted him. At some point, his feelings for his sister had changed, and so had his sister, it seemed. Afterward, things happened naturally. They grew up together and pledged their lives to each other. Happiness is always fleeting. Nanqing's soul, heartbroken, watched as Banksia, in his dream, suffered from severe depression and anxiety due to online bullying. One night, she woke up, her eyes vacant, and she climbed onto the rooftop. He tried with all his might to pull the frail figure back, but it was in vain. The shadow eventually transformed into a blood-red flower. Don't! Nanqing's eyes snapped open. Having a nightmare? Don't be afraid, Nanqing. I'm here. Banksia hugged Nanqing, patting his back and soothing him gently. Nanqing hugged her back tightly, sobbing, Banksia, don't leave me again. Chapter 107. The two embraced for over 10 minutes before Nanqing reluctantly let go. Honey, how long have I slept? 24 hours. What? Nanqing was stunned and shocked. I slept all day? Yes. Banksia held his hand. You're experiencing supernatural energy fluctuations. Close your eyes and feel it. Nanqing obediently closed her eyes, intently sensing the changes within herself. Her senses were acute. The raging wind, torrential rain, thunder, and lightning outside the window, Banksia beside her, Xingzi and Shansha on the third floor, Jinzi and Inzi on the first floor, and Tuanzi and Haizi at the front door, all appeared clearly in her mind. The moment Nanqing closed her eyes, Banksia felt like she was being spied on. But this was her home, and there was absolutely no way an outsider could intrude without her noticing. So whoever was snooping. She looked at Nanqing with some surprise. Was it an extremely rare psychic ability? Psychic abilities aren't very strong in the early stages, mostly just for navigating the way. But if they develop successfully, they can not only hypnotize and control enemies, but even kill them from a distance, unawares. Nanqing opened his eyes, and happily shared his transformation. Honey, I can see everything within 300 meters of me with my eyes closed. And he hesitantly opened his hand, and a golden needle instantly appeared in his palm. I can also conjure metal from thin air. Honey, am I a gold-type psychic? Yes, but not entirely. The surprise came so quickly that Banksia couldn't help but laugh. You're a dual-type psychic. In addition to gold-type abilities, you also possess psychic abilities. My dear, you're so kind. Nanqing hugged her and kissed her. I can protect you from now on. Banksia was about to hug his neck and kiss him back when a shrill cat meow suddenly rang out from downstairs. She quickly let go of Nanqing and vanished in an instant, leaving only the words, I go check on Inzi. Banksia came downstairs and saw Jinzi huddled in a corner, while Inzi angrily bit her tail. She quickly freed her tail and said, Inzi, can you tell me why you're biting your tail? Inzi buried her head in her arms, aggrieved, and remained silent. Inzi, can you tell me why? I might be able to help you find a solution. She had a rough idea. Inzi had probably awakened a special ability, but hadn't yet learned how to use it, so she was angry that she couldn't control her body's reactions. Inzi retreated more than 10 steps from Banksia's arms. A purple light flashed from the tip of her tail, and her fur exploded, instantly transforming into Inzi Plus. Meow meow meow! Inzi cursed at her tail, angrily trying to bite it again. Don't bite! Banksia quickly stopped her. This was a powerful lightning-type superpower launcher. She would be heartbroken if it damaged her. She hugged Inzi and explained softly, Inzi, you've seen me use vines to kill zombies and mutant animals, right? The vines are my superpower, and the lightning that comes out of the tip of my tail is also a superpower. Inzi shook her tail in confusion. Superpower? Banksia waved at Jinzi, who was sneaking around. Jinzi, come here and listen. When a living being pushes beyond its physiological limits, a huge amount of energy is generated within its body. When released, it manifests in different forms, representing different superpowers. Inzi's lightning ability is incredibly powerful. At higher levels, it can kill hundreds or even thousands of zombies simultaneously. Inzi's face was thoughtful. He opened his mouth, and a transparent wind blade instantly slashed the ceiling, creating a gash over 10 centimeters long. Banksia was unsure whether to smack the cat or praise it for evolving dual lightning and wind abilities. Inzi looked at Banksia's speechless expression, then realized belatedly that he had made a mistake. He glanced at her guiltily, then lowered himself and motioned for her to sit on his back. Banksia didn't understand why, but she still did as Inzi asked. Inzi stood up, then, wobbling, took flight, although it was only a little over 10 centimeters. But it was flight. Inzi looked at Banksia with pride. Meow meow meow. Sister, I take you to heaven someday. Beside him, Jeanzy, not to be outdone, smirked. A spike of ice, about 10 centimeters in diameter, instantly pierced the ceiling. Banksia, Can you spare the poor ceiling? She jumped off Inzi, threw her arms around Jeanzy's neck, and praised him. Jeanzy actually has an ice-type ability. No matter how hot it gets, we never be short of ice. That's awesome. Jeanzy's tail swung into a circle. My sister said he's the best puppy in the world. Banksia guessed Tuanzi and Heizi, who were at the door, should have woken up by now. She called Nanqing, who had just come down, to go out with her under an umbrella to check on the situation. As soon as Nanqing opened the door, Tuanzi started whimpering, asking for a hug. He smiled and hugged Tuanzi. Has anything strange happened to Tuanzi? Tuanzi tilted his head and instantly transformed into the size of a panda before evolving. He then used his arms and legs to hug Nanqing's legs. Nanqing's eyes widened, and she turned to Banksia for help. Honey, why has Tuanzi shrunk? Banksia slapped her forehead. No wonder she felt like she hadn't said anything. When mutant animals evolve superpowers, they can change size at will. Tuanzi can shrink, so he must have developed a superpower. She pulled Tuanzi off Nanqing's lap. Tuanzi, besides shrinking, what else can you do? Tuanzi thought for a moment, slapped the ground, and the concrete pavement within a meter of its diameter instantly turned to ash. Banksia, shock. Why would the first thing a furry creature at home do after evolving superpowers be to cause destruction? Nanqing couldn't help but laugh at Banksia's slightly chagrined expression. Wait until the weather clears up, and I get some cement to fix it. Banksia sighed softly, and turned her attention to Heizi. Has Heizi changed? Heizi blinked, and became the size of an ordinary cow. He opened his mouth, and 4 basketball-sized fireballs appeared in the air. Very good. All 4 furries have superpowers. And because they're full of energy, gold, silver, and Tuanzi's powers are all at level 2 upon activation, while Heizi's is level 4. She stored the furries in her space, and took Nanqing upstairs to see Xingzi and Shansha. As she predicted, Xingzi had evolved a poison-type power, while Shansha had developed an extremely rare healing power. Furthermore, both trees had high-level powers, one at level 3, and the other at level 4. Banksia was inwardly astonished. A family of 9 with superpowers, including 2 with dual powers. Wasn't the probability too high? Knock, knock. There was a sudden knock at the door. 2 people, umbrellas in hand, went to open it. Su Yao, what are you doing here in this heavy rain? Hee hee. Su Xiao chuckled. I have superpowers. 10 minutes later, the 3 families gathered next door. Su Yao snapped his fingers, and a thumb-sized fireball appeared in the air. I must be the legendary fire-powered user, right? He grinned, not noticing the fireball land on Deju, who was sprawled on the sofa watching the fun. Deju screamed and instantly leaped 3 meters away. Su Xiao quickly formed a palm-sized water ball from her fingertips, trying to put out the fire, but Deju kept moving around, making her aim impossible. She was sweating profusely with anxiety. Fang Yunyun hurriedly called out to Deju to stop, but Deju, terrified, ran even faster, almost setting the carpet on fire. Everyone panicked, fearing a fire would break out. Speechless, Banksia pulled out a fire extinguisher from her spaceship, caught up with Deju, and put out the flames. 20 minutes later, the completely shaved big orange cat buried its head in Banksia's lap, its rear facing its perpetually mischievous owner. Su Yao patted his head with a wry smile and humbly apologized. Big Orange, I didn't mean to do that. Can I make you some steamed fish to make amends? It's almost a year since the apocalypse, and the family's seafood supply is already depleted. The only 2 fish they had saved for the New Year's Eve dinner over a month later. Losing one of them is heartbreaking. Big Orange remained unmoved. Not only had its beautiful fur been shaved off, but it had also been humiliated in front of so many people. How could a cat's dignity be redeemed by a mere fish? Su Yao sighed deeply, at 10 more boiled shrimp. Big Orange then gave Su Yao a condescending glance. Meow. I reluctantly forgive you this time for the shrimp's sake, but if you do it again, I scratch your face raw. Chapter 108. After Su Yao and Deju reached a friendly agreement, the group finally had time to sit down and discuss their abilities. Banksia offered a teaser. Tian and I possess both wood and space abilities. Nanjing possesses both spirit and gold abilities. Jinzi possesses ice. Inzi possesses wind and thunder abilities. Tuanzi possesses earth. Haizi possesses fire. Xingzi possesses poison. And Shansha possesses healing. In order to legitimately use the items within the space, she and Nanjing agreed to lie to others, claiming that both Tian and she possessed both wood and space abilities. Su Yao and the others, unaware of the value of psychics, immediately applauded. Amazing. Zhao Xian exclaimed in surprise, Banksia, I also have wood and space element. How big is your space and Tiantian's space? When did dual element psychics become so common? Banksia looked at him in surprise. 1,000 cubic meters, time stands still, and no living things can be placed there. Zhao Xian smiled and said, me too. Su Yao lifted Deju onto his lap and boasted, my Deju has space, too, and it can teleport. Deju immediately teleported to the coffee table, tucked the water cup from the table into its space with a wave of his claws, and then looked at the others with his head held high, expecting praise. Banksia and the others applauded enthusiastically. Deju is amazing. As expected of Su Yao's cat, the main pet and the main pet are exactly alike. Fang Yunyan quickly changed the subject. I have a lightning element. Even without her saying it, Banksia and the others guessed it by looking at her frizzled hair. Su Xiao continued, I'm a water type. Then Kai Yuan said, I'm an earth type, and Li Hua is an ice type and speed type. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at each other, and suddenly burst into laughter. We all have superpowers. How great. Kai Yuan smiled and suggested to everyone, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. I promised Banksia yesterday that if I gained superpowers, I treat her to roast chicken. Having superpowers was indeed something worth celebrating. Banksia and the others exchanged glances and agreed. At worst, they could just bring extra ingredients. Kai Yuan wouldn't be left out. Meow meow meow. Deju picked up a bag of crystal cores and placed them in front of Su Yao. Shit shoveler, I want to eat this. Su Yao quickly snatched the cores away. Deju, didn't I tell you that the crystal cores contain the zombie virus? Eating them will turn you into a monster? Although their employment contract with Li Kongyuan had long since ended, and they had declined an extension offer, Li Kongyuan didn't seem to want to give up on their strength. He had his men deliver a copy of the latest news from the Research Institute when he received it. The information about the zombie virus and the crystal cores was recorded in the information they received. Of course, whenever Banksia and the others received information, they would provide corresponding supplies based on its importance to demonstrate a fair trade between the two parties. This would prevent them from being forced to agree to a request out of a favor in the future. Banksia subtly guided them. While practicing my abilities at home, I stumbled upon the fact that wood-based abilities can purify crystal cores. Zhao Xian immediately borrowed a crystal core from Su Yao. A flash of green light flashed from his palm, and the gray matter within the core instantly vanished. The zombie virus is truly gone. Su Yao and the others were overjoyed. For the past 6 months, they had been following Banksia and Nanjing's example, going down the mountain to fight zombies for a week each month. While their accumulated crystal cores weren't as many as Banksia and Nanjing's, each family still had around 10,000 to 20,000. After everyone's experiments, it was confirmed that wood-based and water-based abilities could purify crystal cores. Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, and Kai Yuan were somewhat disappointed, but not too upset. After all, their family's feelings were not much different from their own. They chatted casually for a while, and agreed to go up the mountain to store the supplies in the air raid shelter in their space after the weather cleared, then return to their homes to practice their abilities. The black rain continued for 3 days, and during those 3 days, every household was bustling with activity. Banksia could occasionally hear Fang Yunyun's screams from next door, as she was electrocuted, and the meows of Li Hua across the street, who couldn't stop and bumped into her while practicing her speed ability. In her own home, the scene was even more lively. Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, Haizi, Xingzi, and Shansha kept accidentally hitting each other while practicing their abilities, and then a brawl ensued, leaving their fur disheveled and leaves flying. Most importantly, after they're done fighting, they asked Banksia for justice. After losing 2 lawsuits, Banksia couldn't stand it anymore, and had to separate the clashing claps. But once they were separated, the claps found it boring and demanded to continue practicing together, which then devolved into a brawl. Banksia simply ignored them, and took Nanjing to practice her powers alone. Nanjing's gold and mental powers were both level 2, and with her quick comprehension, she quickly mastered their techniques. Even thanks to her actor-like abilities, she possessed a remarkable talent for hypnosis and control, allowing her to control Xingzi, a full level higher than her, for 1 second. A single second's difference isn't much for a low-level clairvoyant, but it can be devastating for a master. If they could maintain this level, their future would be promising. The next day, after the weather cleared, the three families headed up the mountain. Xingzi excitedly asked Banksia to ride on his back to demonstrate his newly mastered flying skills. So, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Banksia rode on Silver and experienced the joy of flight. It had only been 4 days since Banksia's last trip up the mountain, and yet, tiny green shoots had sprouted from the otherwise bare hillside, a sight that made one marvel at the wonders of nature. Just like last time, it took over 2 hours to reach the air raid shelter. To prevent the mutants from raiding the shelter, the group sealed the entrance with a 20-centimeter thick layer of cement while transferring supplies. Banksia carried Tuanzi, who was clinging to Nanqing, to the concrete door and said, "Tuanzi, it's your turn." Tuanzi took a deep breath, placed his front paws on the door, and activated his supernatural powers. Within minutes, the thick cement had completely transformed into sand. "Tuanzi, you're awesome." Nanqing praised Tuanzi as she picked him up. After retrieving the supplies, the group sealed the entrance again to prevent the mutants from taking over. If anything were to happen, this could be a retreat. "Xiao Xiao Suyao and I are planning to go down the mountain and fight zombies tomorrow," Fang Yunyun suddenly said. Their ability training at home these past few days hasn't been very effective. Not only can they're unable to harm the enemies, but they've also been frequently injured by various accidents. So, they're thinking of going down the mountain to actually fight zombies, to see if they can figure out how to use their abilities in combat. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian exchanged a glance. Ah Xian and I are also planning to go down the mountain in the next 2 days. They were originally gloating over their own abilities, but when they saw Tuanzi using them, they realized they couldn't even match a bear's, and they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. There are so many gifted people in this world, and they're just a tiny fraction of them. If they continue to be complacent and refrain from striving for progress, they eventually lead to disaster. Fortunately, they discovered their mistake early, giving them a chance to correct it. Banksia shared this thought. Learning by heart is ultimately a byproduct. Practicing 100 times at home might not be as effective as gaining more experience through real combat. Nanqing and I are planning to leave tomorrow. Banksia thought for a moment, then used the novel as an excuse to casually share some of her own experiences, hoping to prevent them from making any mistakes. In battle, you must remain calm. No matter how provocative the enemy may be, never use up your superpowers. Always leave yourself a way out. It's best to keep a few crystal cores handy, so you can easily replenish your superpowers. Okay, thank you, Banksia. Chapter 109. Early the next morning, Banksia packed all her belongings into her space, locked the doors and windows, and headed for the city in her SUV. After enduring the ravages of extreme cold, extreme heat, torrential rain, extreme heat, torrential rain, and extreme heat, some of the roads had developed potholes. Although the RV was comfortable, it was heavy and bulky, making it unsuitable for such roads. Banksia opened the offline map. They say there are a lot of zombies in Union Square. Let's go there. Nanqing stepped on the accelerator and set off. Okay. The two of them left Meow Meow Mountain smoothly. Once they entered the city, Banksia discovered that the level 0 and level 1 zombies were almost gone. Most of the zombies roaming the streets were level 2 zombies. This was truly bad news for humanity. After all, even if the superpower potion had been developed ahead of time, its production was limited, and only a few people could obtain it. And yet, the zombies and mutated plants and animals upgraded overnight, evolving powerful superpowers. The next 2 years would likely be the most difficult for humanity. Banksia rolled down the car window, her palm vine slicing through the zombies that blocked her path. While the first and second level zombie cores were useless to her, they were just right for Nanqing and the furries. Nanqing envied them, but she didn't have the skills to kill several zombies and take the cores in a split second, so she could only drive obediently. 3 hours later, the two arrived at Union Square. Banksia released the furries and 2 trees from the space. Having grown in the mountains for centuries, Shan Cha was seeing tall buildings in real life for the first time. Like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, she couldn't help but look around. Banksia, why is this square different from the ones in the TV series? It's so ugly. Banksia looked at the gray building and explained carefully. It was the same before. The change started with the meteor shower. Shan Cha nodded, half understanding. Banksia turned to Nanqing and said, Nanqing, use your psychic abilities to survey the surroundings. She then looked at Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, Haizi, and Xingzi. You can use your abilities to fight the zombies, just like before. I won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. Zombies and mutant animals below level 6 posed no challenge to her. Therefore, every time she went down the mountain to kill zombies over the past 6 months, she would just stand by and scout from the sidelines. The real work was done by Tian, Nanxing, and the few at home. Jinzi and Inzi returned to their normal sizes upon hearing this. Haizi, Tuanzi, Xingzi, and Shancha did not. There was no other way. They were too large to enter the mall if they were transformed. Nanxing shared the information he gathered. There are 136 level 1 zombies, and 51 level 2 zombies on the first floor, and 5 level 3 zombies on the second floor. Everyone, be careful. With that, he led Jinzi and the others into the mall. Banksia stored the car in her space, and slowly followed. The mall smelled terrible. Banksia looked for the source. The rotting zombies. She hurriedly pulled a mask from her space, and put it on, then handed one to Nanxing. How could she have forgotten? After 3 days of heavy rain, the flesh of the low-level zombies must have been soaked and rotten. It would be strange if they didn't stink. Banksia felt better, but Jinzi and the others, who had to use their mouths to release their superpowers, were in a state of extreme discomfort. Their irritation arose, and their powers flew wildly. Jinzi's ice cone accidentally struck Haizi, and Haizi's fireball lurched, instantly burning the camellia flower to ash. Shancha angrily tried to hit Haizi, but Inzi's stray lightning struck a tree and a cow. Tuanzi's claws suddenly formed a palm-sized stone, and he threw it with force. It missed the zombie, but instead struck Xingzi, who was picking up crystal pits. Xingzi cried out, and the twigs swayed, causing Nanxing to fall. Banksia couldn't help but hold her head in her hands. What a riot of demons! The zombies immediately seized the opportunity to strike back, screaming ho ho ho, and clawing at Nanxing. The level 2 zombies were swift, reaching Haizi in the blink of an eye, extending their claws to rip his flesh. After 3 consecutive scratches, Haizi remained unscathed, nearly shutting himself down. Banksia wasn't surprised. Haizi was now level 4, his skin as strong as a wall of steel, impenetrable to level 2 zombies. But Haizi was furious. How could the dignity of a cow be trampled underfoot by an ugly zombie? Haizi lowered his head, and his horns pierced the zombie's head through. Unlike ordinary cows, mutant cows, both males and females, possess sharp horns. These horns are their most precious possession, and they even prefer primitive physical combat to their superpowers. Seeing his attack succeed, Haizi simply let himself go, lowering his head and mooing, chasing the zombie. The low-level zombie, not knowing how to avoid danger, stubbornly charged forward, and was instantly crushed into a pile of broken bones. Seeing Haizi's bravery, the nearby Jinzi and the others felt a surge of competitive spirit, and their superpowers flew towards the zombies, quickly dispatching them. Nanxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and, with lingering fear, took Banksia's hand. Wife, if the apocalypse ends, let's have only one child. Banksia, unsure why he suddenly mentioned children, was silent for a moment. Do you want a child? No, 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 Nanxing shook his head frantically. There's no rush now. We talk about it after the apocalypse is over. He used to think 2 children were perfect, ideally a brother and a sister, but now... Nanxing looked at the few who had suddenly gotten into a fight for some unknown reason, speechless. There were already several mischievous children at home. 1 child was enough. He wouldn't be able to take care of more. Banksia half closed her eyelids and asked softly, what if the apocalypse lasts for years? Then don't, Nanxing said magnanimously. Children are just the icing on the cake. We're happy enough without them. After collecting the zombie cores, Nanxing and the others went upstairs to practice with level 3 zombies. Banksia prepared to take a look around to see if there were any supplies she could use. On the first floor, there were several gold and jewelry shops. The display cases were littered with shattered glass, and the gold and jewelry inside had been looted. Banksia glanced around and walked into the supermarket. Food, water, clothing, household items, kitchen knives, axes, and other survival supplies had long been cleared out. Only discarded pots and pans, needles and thread, children's toys, and other useless items remained on the shelves. Banksia casually collected some and headed upstairs. Nanxing and the others, along with 5 level 3 zombies, had killed 3 without superpowers, leaving 2 with superpowers. 1 possessed a wood-type superpower, and Jinzi was battling it alone, while Nanxing and the others watched from the sidelines. The wood-type zombie only had 1 hand left, but it still used its superpowers to great effect. Green vines wrapped around Jeansy's body like a serpent. Unwilling to be outdone, Jeansy opened his mouth and released several icicles, freezing the vines. The zombie paused, a green light emanating from his hand. The vines grew wildly, tightly wrapping around Jeansy's limbs. Then, like teeth, they burrowed into Jeansy's flesh, frantically absorbing nutrients. After sucking blood, the green vines turned even greener. Jeansy whimpered in pain, biting the vines and tearing them apart. The wood zombie, seeing the situation was dire, tried to retract, but it was too late, and the vines quickly snapped in two. The zombie, seeing this, simply charged forward, its sharp claws darting straight for Jeansy's eyes. Jeansy kicked hard with all four limbs, knocking the zombie over. Then, several icicles pierced the zombie's head, piercing it through. Chapter 110. After Jeansy finished the fight, Shan Cha threw the bound zombie into the encirclement. It was a gold-type zombie, and Nanqing jumped into the encirclement, ready to fight. However, a level 3 zombie's IQ was higher than that of a level 1 or level 2 zombie. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, it immediately tried to break through the encirclement and escape. But it had bad luck and chose Banksia, who unceremoniously kicked it back into the encirclement. Nanqing condensed a finger-long knife in his hand, and flew straight towards the zombie's forehead. A golden light flashed on the zombie's forehead, and its skin hardened. Ding! The knife stabbed as if into steel, not penetrating at all. Undeterred, Nanqing condensed 2 more knives, this time aiming directly at the zombie's wrist joint, attempting to weaken its fighting power. The zombie, though devoid of reason, possessed excellent combat instincts. It leaped into the air with a kick, dodging the knife. At the same time, a golden light flashed from its hand, and dozens of golden needles rained down like a torrential rain, piercing Nanqing's eyes, neck, heart, and other vital points. Nanqing frowned slightly, and a transparent mental barrier appeared in front of her. Puff! The golden needles plunged into the sea, vanishing along with the mental barrier. Hee! The gold-type zombie roared in anger, its hands in a heart-piercing gesture, charging towards Nanqing's chest and abdomen. Nanqing held her hands horizontally, blocking the zombie's attack, and simultaneously swept forward with a kick, knocking the zombie to the ground. The gold-type zombie was knocked unconscious and stumbled to its feet. Nanqing waved her hand, sending 2 knives flying, piercing the zombie's forehead. Puff! A mental barrier blocked the knives, and at the same time, 3 dark figures climbed in through the window. The black shadow's facial features were exactly the same as those of a human. It lay on all fours, with pink webbed feet and palms between its toes. It had a crocodile-like tail on its tailbone, and the tip of the tail flashed an ominous dark green light. Banksia was slightly surprised. A 3rd-level creeper. Crawlers are different from zombies, which are mutated from humans or human corpses, and different from zombies, which are mutated from animals or animal corpses. Crawlers are more like a combination of the two, possessing human-like bodies and facial features, but also certain animal characteristics, and their combat power is far superior to both. No one knows how they are created. It is only known that their skin is smooth and sticky, and they live in dark, damp underground all year round. They harbor a deep hatred for both humans and zombies, and feed on both. Normally, creepers wouldn't appear during extremely hot periods, as the dry weather is extremely unfavorable to them. Banksia thought about the mental barrier just now, and realized that this thing was probably controlled by a high-level mental zombie. Even the low-level zombies on the 1st floor, and several zombies on the 2nd floor were controlled by it. Otherwise, when Nanqing and Jeansy were fighting the zombies on the 1st floor, the zombies on the 2nd floor wouldn't have come down to join the battle, but instead, stood there waiting obediently. She was mulling over a lot, but in reality, only 2 seconds had passed. Nanqing, Jeansy, and the others had already engaged the creeper. Various superpowers flashed continuously, yet the creeper remained unscathed. In fact, Xingzi's invincible poison ability actually made the creeper more energetic. Banksia hurriedly reminded, crawlers are not afraid of poison, and can absorb other toxins for their own use. Xingzi, please stop using poison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The creeper's eyes flashed with greed, and its limbs moved rapidly, raising its tail to attack Nanqing and the others. Banksia instructed from the side, the tip of the creeper's tail is highly toxic. If touched, the whole body will be ulcerated. The critical points are the head, neck, eyes, and tailbone. Furthermore, they prefer water, darkness, and poison, and are afraid of fire, thunder, and dryness. As she spoke, she slowly whipped the gold zombie that had attempted a sneak attack on Nanqing against the wall. Its legs snapped instantly, and it looked at Banksia fearfully. Seeing she wasn't paying attention, it stealthily crawled towards the wood zombie's corpse. Hee. The gold zombie delightedly pulled out the wood zombie's crystal core and was about to feed it. Banksia's head seemed to have eyes, and with another precise whip, she lashed it back against the wall it had just struck. At the same time, with a flick of her wrist, the green crystal core fell into her waist pocket. The gold zombie dared not speak, huddled quietly in the corner, fearing it would be targeted by the great demon king again. The battle between Nanqing, Jinzi, Inzi, and the other creepers reached a fever pitch. Although their forces outnumbered them, the enemy was far stronger, and the two sides were evenly matched. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. The mastermind behind the scenes grew restless, and summoned 5 more creepers to join the fray. Banksia easily dispatched the first 3, leaving only the 5 newcomers on the battlefield. Nanqing, Jinzi, and Inzi had already exhausted some of their powers, making the fight extremely difficult. Blood continued to flow from their bodies, and Shansha paused in her fighting to focus on healing. Banksia tightened her grip on the whip, but made no move. For Nanqing and the others to become stronger, blood and injury were inevitable. This battle was extremely difficult. With each of them suffering 3 wounds, they managed to kill a single creeper. 4 crawlers remained on the battlefield. Nanqing commanded, Tuanzi, Xingzi, and Jinzi, hold off the 3 crawlers on the left. I, Inzi, and Kuriko will attack the one on the right. After this division of labor, the battle on the field underwent a qualitative change. Despite being physically exhausted and running low on energy, Nanqing, Jinzi, and Inzi were able to engage in a steady exchange of blows with the 4 crawlers. Seeing this, Banksia finally felt relieved. She dragged the crawler's corpse to the wall and prepared to deal with it. She also killed the nearby gold-type zombie and took its crystal core. The gold-type zombie's eyes were filled with disbelief as it died. It had humbled itself so low, yet the great demon still refused to let it go. Banksia pulled out the dagger that Nanqing had modified with her gold-type abilities from her spaceship, cut off the tip of the crawler's tail, and stored it in her spaceship. The object looked eerie in color, but the venom it contained was a rare tonic for poison-type abilities, perfect for Xingzi. Banksia stabbed the crawler's head again, and took the crystal core into her pocket. As she moved, she remained vigilant to avoid a surprise attack from the psychic-type zombie. The psychic-type zombie's endurance was even greater than she had imagined, and it didn't come out. However, Banksia felt a cold gaze fixed on the small bag containing the crystal core at her waist. While Banksia collected the tail tip and crystal core, Nanqing, Inzi, and Heizi collaborated to kill another creeper, leaving only 3 on the battlefield. Nanqing, Jinzi, and Inzi, energized, attacked even more fiercely, and soon only 2 remained. Half an hour later, Nanqing, Jinzi, and Inzi sat exhausted on the floor, surrounded by the 4 dead creepers. Banksia once again drew her dagger from her spaceship, removed the tail tip, and took the crystal core. Pop! Several transparent wind blades sliced through the air, heading straight for Banksia's brow. Chapter 111. Banksia rolled on the ground, gripping her pistol tightly, as she fired in the direction of the power source. The wind blades that missed her instantly pierced the floor. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets exploded against the mental barrier, and a thin figure appeared inside. Banksia's pupils shrank. A level 5 zombie with both mental and wind attributes. She sheathed her gun into her space. This thing couldn't be killed with a gun. There was no point wasting bullets. A flash of green light flashed from her palm, and a vine whip appeared. Banksia's wrist flicked seemingly lightly, but a crackling sound echoed through the air. It was rude not to reciprocate. The tip of the vine whip flew straight for the level 5 zombie's brow. The level 5 zombie calmly erected a mental barrier in front of it. This was its strongest defensive skill, and it had never failed to defend itself. Unexpectedly, Banksia's power was no less powerful. The vine whip and the mental barrier collided and exploded instantly, the residual force shaking the entire building. Seeing the situation was dire, the level 5 zombies fled through the window. Be careful. Banksia chased after them with lightning speed, leaving behind only 3 M249 light machine guns, a box of ammunition, and the lingering sound of all in the air. Nanqing gathered the guns and ammunition around him, and soothed the agitated Jinzi and Inzi. Just absorb the crystal cores, and restore your powers. We might be able to help your sister later. Though he said this, his heart was still pounding. Level 5 zombies were inherently extremely fast, and coupled with their wind-based abilities, Banksia could only see a dark figure in the distance as she gave chase. She pursued them with all her might, pulling out her RPG-30 and firing. The level 5 zombie, acutely aware of the deadly threat behind it, stopped and, channeling all its energy, formed a mental barrier to envelop itself. Boom! As the shells and mental barriers exploded, the level 5 zombie was thrown back over 10 meters by the blast. Its body was covered in numerous, but not fatal, wounds, and black blood continued to flow. But it didn't dare stop, for the humans had already seized the opportunity to catch up. Banksia's ink vine soared in the wind, a 100-meter-long vine entwining the level 5 zombie's legs. She pulled back with all her might, and the level 5 zombie instantly fell forward. Hee. The level 5 zombie raised its head and screamed in anger. The zombies within 1,000 meters, those below level 5, stopped their movements and, with stiff hands and feet, swarmed towards Banksia. At the same time, several transparent wind blades severed the vines, and it struggled to its feet. Banksia calmly conjured a new whip and lashed it at the level 5 zombie's feet. Crack! The level 5 zombie's legs snapped in two, and it fell to the ground. Banksia stepped forward and crushed the joints of the level 5 zombie's hand, then removed its jaw and tossed it into a closed space. Free, painless, easy to feed, and resilient, there's no better sparring partner in the world. Ho ho ho! Meat, fresh flesh. Thousands of zombies swarmed Banksia, their eyes gleaming with bloody greed. Banksia pulled several grenades from her space and hurled them in the direction with the fewest zombies. Then, taking advantage of the moment the encirclement was broken, she rushed out. After running a few dozen meters at a leisurely pace, she pulled out a bazooka from her space and fired a single shot at the zombie horde. Ah! What a bullying of zombies! The zombies' eyes blazed with hatred, and they unleashed a variety of supernatural powers wildly at Banksia's back. Banksia's lips curled slightly as she pulled out a Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle from her spaceship, stepped on the accelerator, and sped off. Chase, zombie dignity cannot be challenged. They will not be zombies today unless they tear humans to shreds. To prevent the zombies from catching up, Banksia didn't step on the accelerator to the maximum, and occasionally fired provocative shots. By the time she returned to Union Square, there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 zombies following her. Banksia stored the motorcycle in her spaceship, pulled out her loudspeaker, and shouted upstairs, "Nanching, quickly bring Jeansy and the others down to fight the zombies." She deliberately provoked the zombies not for fun, but to fully train Nanching, Jeansy, and the others. As for the larger number, at worst, she'd just keep a closer eye on them. She wouldn't put Nanching and the others in any danger. When Nanching heard Banksia's voice, she eagerly leaned out the window to ask if she was injured. Seeing the dense swarm of zombies, she fell silent. There were so many zombies! It wasn't his wife's fault for deliberately provoking them. He threw his head to the ground for the zombies to step on. Nanching walked silently back inside and said to Jeansy and Eensy, "Sister found some zombie sparring partners for us. Come downstairs." Jeansy and Eensy, feeling a bit bored, suddenly became excited and ran downstairs in 2 steps. Banksia, Shansha shuddered in fear at the endless swarm of zombies. "Are these the sparring partners you found?" "Yes, boss," Shingzi couldn't help but agree. "Aren't they a bit too many?" Before Banksia could explain, Eensy gave them a disdainful look and flicked his tail. A purple lightning bolt split the head of the zombie in front of him. "My sister has her reasons for doing this, so just do as she says." Jeansy, Tuanzi, and Haizi, fearing they'd be scolded by their eldest brother Eensy for being too slow, hurriedly followed. Shansha and Shingzi were forced to curl up, transforming back into their original forms, and charging into the zombie horde. Nanching, a step behind, said, "Never mind, I talked to my wife after I finished beating the zombies." Banksia saw Nanching, Jeansy, and Eensy joining the fray, constantly weaving through the zombie horde, breaking the limbs of several level 3 and 4 zombies with varying abilities, crushing their jaws, and throwing them into solitary confinement. There was no other way. With so many children at home, there simply wasn't enough to share with one level 5 zombie for training. Nanching, Jeansy, and Eensy gradually developed a tacit understanding through their cooperation. Jeansy spread a thin layer of ice on the ground, while Eensy applied his lightning power. Ice is conductive, and the zombies' movement slowed after being electrocuted. Nanching, Tuanzi, Haizi, Shingzi, and Shansha seized the opportunity to attack the zombies' heads. Although there were many zombies, they were mostly level 2 or 3 and lacked superpowers, so the initial battle wasn't difficult. The real difficulty came half an hour later, when Nanching and Jeansy's superpowers were running low, their stamina gradually declining, and they nearly got caught by the zombies several times. Shansha stopped attacking, absorbing the crystal cores while using her healing power to heal Nanching, Jeansy, and Eensy's wounds and relieve their fatigue. Banksia pulled out a 3-meter-high stepladder from her spaceship, climbed up in a few steps, and sat down. Then she took out a handheld camera and filmed Nanqing, the 4 furry creatures, and the 2 mutant trees. They couldn't be out fighting zombies every day, so recording some video for replay was essential. Even if you are bored at home one day, you can learn how to edit videos and make a blockbuster movie for yourself. Chapter 112. The more Banksia thought about it, the more she felt this was a great idea. The extras were zombies, the pets were Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, Haizi, Xingzi, and Shansha. The male lead was Nanqing, the special effects were supernatural, and Su Yao was the music guy. A disaster blockbuster like this wouldn't have cost billions before the apocalypse, but now, the director, extras, pets, male lead, special effects, and editing were all free. The only thing that required money was the music, which, after a friends and family discount, could be purchased with a few pounds of mutant beast meat. Banksia casually jumped to the ground and put the stepladder away. Since they were going to film a blockbuster, they definitely couldn't just shoot from above. So Nanqing, Jinzi, and Inzi fought the zombies in a tense atmosphere, the zombies ho ho ho, ho ho ho. As they fought back, Banksia skateboarded, filming from different angles with a handheld camera. If anyone passed by, they would definitely think Banksia was crazy. Banned Banksia. After Shansha exhausted the last of her superpowers, the entire tree listlessly turned to Banksia for help. I can't do it anymore. Come help. Xing, Jinzi, and Inzi had also exhausted their superpowers, and the battle with the zombies had devolved into hand-to-hand combat. Banksia took out a tripod, mounted the camera, and entered the battlefield with a vine whip. A few minutes later, there was no one left standing in the square except herself. Go rest over there. I can handle it alone. Banksia waved at Nanqing, who wanted to help. While digging out crystal cores with her vines, she tossed the zombie corpse into the space, preparing to save it for her sparring partners. Apricot. Shansha poked the apricot tree trunk with a branch. Do you know what level Banksia's superpower is? From their first encounter, it sensed Banksia's level was higher than its own. It had assumed that after reaching level 4, it would be, if not on par with her, at least not far behind. But judging by today's battle, Banksia was even more formidable than it had imagined, truly unfathomable. Level 5. Xingzi said proudly, I was captivated by the boss's aura the moment I first met her, so I volunteered to become her disciple, ready to conquer the world for her. It was bubbling with joy, yet feigned disappointment. It's a pity the boss is so focused on love that she doesn't want to pursue a career. Otherwise, we would have already dominated City A. Banksia, who had just passed by, What do you, a single tree, know? Fighting to the death over a few melons and dates is no match for enjoying the sweetness of a life together with your gentle and handsome husband. Banksia turned off the camera and returned it to the space, then pulled Nanqing up from her seat. The floor's hot. Let's go to the mall and rest. She then pulled up the exhausted Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi. Let's go to the 3rd floor. She and Nanqing had agreed beforehand that while outside, they wouldn't rest in the space unless absolutely necessary, to avoid being accidentally exposed. There were no zombies on the 3rd floor, so Banksia randomly found a shop and broke open the door, as a temporary resting place for the night. When the door opened, she realized it was a well-known home textile store. There were 4 bedding displays in the lobby, but instead of neatly arranged 4-piece sets, they only had bare mattresses. The display cases against the wall were almost empty, with a few blankets scattered around. Jinzi and Inzi shook themselves, then jumped onto a random bed to rest. Tuanzi and Haizi followed suit. Shansha and Xingzi asked Banksia for their flower pots back, planted themselves in the soil, and fell into a deep sleep. Nanqing looked at her grimy hands and clothes and said, Honey, I want to shower. Okay, call me when you're done. Banksia took Nanqing into her space, and began to explore the 3rd floor like a treasure hunt. Of course, she didn't forget to collect the blankets from the display case before leaving. As she collected them, she began to understand why these blankets were left after even the quilts used for display had been sold. After all, what ordinary family would afford a 5-digit blanket starting with 9? Banksia casually gathered some clothes, sofas, furniture, and baby supplies, placing them in a separate area. Then she returned to the textile shop to rest and guard her gold and silver. Before bed, Banksia assigned the night watch duties. Tuanzi and Xingzi from 11 to 12 o'clock, Nanqing and I from 1 to 2 o'clock, Shansha and Haizi from 3 to 4 o'clock, Jinzi and Inzi from 5 to 6 o'clock. If anything happens, ring the gong loudly. She handed the gong to Xingzi. She couldn't recall where she found it, but it was a real good alarm. One gong would instantly wake up neighbors hundreds of meters away. Bang, bang, bang. The gong's blast jolted Banksia and Nanjing awake. I go check. Nanjing held Banksia's shoulders and opened the tent door. Jinzi and Inzi, along with Tuanzi, Haizi, Xingzi, and Shansha, who had also been awakened, stared solemnly out the window. Nanjing followed their gaze and saw a thick, gray-yellow fog suddenly appear in the distance, spreading forward, widening and growing larger. The sun, barely peeked through, instantly swallowed up the blue sky and distant buildings, and the entire world returned to chaos, shrouded in a gloomy gray. At the same time, a faint earthy smell and the howling of wind drifted from the distance. Nanjing was startled and was about to call for help when Banksia emerged from the tent, flashlight in hand. A sandstorm is coming. Let's enter the space. Sandstorms often occur in winter and spring, when rain is scarce and winds are high. This one looked quite large. The quality of the glass in the mall's doors and windows was limited, and after being subjected to extreme weather, it was likely they wouldn't survive the strong winds for long. She put Nanjing, the gold and silver coins into her space and yawned. No need to keep watch. Go get some rest. We talk when you wake up. When she woke up again, it was already 9 in the morning. Banksia couldn't help but hug the quilt, dazed. Why had she suddenly become so sleepy? Nanjing walked in with a thermos. Honey, are you awake? I made breakfast. Hurry up and get ready to eat. Banksia yawned again. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly so sleepy. Nanjing knew the reason. Your period is coming soon. That's why he had prepared brown sugar water in the thermos in advance. Banksia suddenly realized, I take Yasmin later to delay my period for a few days. Nanjing picked her up and carried her to the bathroom. No! Yasmin is a short-acting contraceptive. Over 6% of women experience adverse reactions such as headaches, dizziness, and mood swings. Banksia has a sensitive constitution, so the side effects would be more severe. The smell of blood will likely trigger a zombie riot. Banksia leaned her head against Nanjing's shoulder. What about you and Jinzi and Inzi? We can't just go home after just one day out, right? Didn't you capture zombies for us to practice with? Using them for training will be just as effective. After breakfast, Banksia fought back sleepiness and pulled Nanjing out of the dimension to check on the situation outside. Unexpectedly, upon exiting the dimension, the two were instantly choked by the dry air and the dust that blew into their noses. Chapter 113. Banksia pulled a mask and a transparent eye mask from her spaceship and handed them to Nanjing. She then grabbed a pair for herself and put them on, barely stopping her cough. The wind howled, occasionally blowing gravel and debris against buildings, making a clanging sound. The entire world seemed to have turned orange, with sand dancing wildly in the air. Even the buildings across the way, less than 50 meters away, were invisible. The glass was completely shattered, and a thick layer of sand had accumulated on the floor. Banksia crushed it with her feet, revealing a depth of 4 or 5 centimeters. She pulled Nanjing back into the spaceship, saying, the sandstorm may last another 2 or 3 days. We go home after it's over. The visibility was too low. Hitting the road rashly could easily lead to an accident. There was no need to take the risk. Okay. Nanjing smoothed Banksia's dusty hair. Honey, take a shower and go to bed for a while. I find Jinzi, Inzi, and the others to continue practicing their powers. Achoo. Banksia rubbed her nose, threw her dusty mask into the trash, washed up again, and slid back into bed. The sandstorm lasted longer than Banksia had expected. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and the sky outside was still filled with yellow sand. Fortunately, they had nothing urgent to do. Banksia read a book on Chinese medicinal herbs for a while, then took her thermos to check on Nanjing and the others practicing their powers. The level 3 and 4 zombies, whose legs and arms Banksia had broken after cannibalizing them, had recovered. When she arrived, Xingzi was battling a wind-type zombie. For Xingzi, who was a poison type, wind-type zombies were a natural enemy. Imagine you just released a toxic cloud, and a strong wind from the opposite side blew it back onto you and your teammates. Wouldn't you be furious? Therefore, the fight between Xingzi and the wind zombie was filled with passion. Xingzi swung her branches with ferocious force, whipping the wind zombie with a resounding crackling sound. The wind zombie was no pushover either, its wind blade slashing away all of Xingzi's leaves, leaving only bare branches. The two sides grew more furious as the fight wore on, and after using up their powers, they engaged in the most primitive melee. You scratch my bark with your claws, I whip you with my branches, leaving you skin and flesh ripped. Wife, Nanjing held Banksia's hand, is your stomach still hurting? Banksia shook her head. No, it's not. You guys continue. I go for a walk. She found a small electric scooter and first checked on the swallowing heaven tree. Seeing it still dormant, she headed for the planting area. The 9 major areas, the grain and oil area, the fruit area, and the medicinal herb area, were lush and green, and it was clear that the harvest would yield a lot. Banksia took a quick stroll and entered the flower area. Roses, Chinese roses, gardenias, jasmine, osmanthus, hibiscus, plum blossoms, and redbuds, flowers of varying seasons, bloomed in a dazzling display, resembling a rosy cloud. Occasionally, plump bees busily scurried among the blossoms, gathering nectar. Banksia snipped a handful of roses with her pruning shears, then wandered through the aquatic and breeding areas before returning to the container house on her e-bike. The food and meat produced by the space were more than enough to feed a family of 9, with plenty left over. Sometimes, due to laziness, fruits and vegetables were left to rot in the fields. Banksia placed the roses in a vase and secretly resolved to keep an eye out for mutant plants and animals, and to recruit a few gentle and diligent individuals as her followers. Strength wasn't important. As long as they could help manage the space, they were fine. The sandstorm lasted for 5 full days. Before leaving the space, Banksia prepared thoroughly. A mask, a transparent eye mask, cooling patches, and heat-resistant protective shoes. Even the 4 furry creatures were included. Inzi shook his feet uncomfortably, feeling as if he wouldn't be able to walk in his shoes. Banksia hurriedly stroked his ears and soothed him. Be good, bear with it for a while. Sand conducts heat well, and the ground outside was at least 70 degrees Celsius. Stepping on it rashly might burn your feet. As soon as they emerged from the space, Banksia, the other 2, and the 4 furry creatures all sneezed loudly. It was simply because the air was too dry. The earthy smell was too overwhelming. Banksia felt a dry, itchy, and painful sensation in her mouth, nose, eyes, and lungs. She couldn't help but cough. Today isn't a good day for zombie hunting. Inzi, I sent you back to the space first, and then I let you out again when we get home. Inzi and the others only had the simple masks Nanqing had made, so they must have been even more uncomfortable. After returning the 4 furry creatures to their space, the 2 of them walked downstairs hand in hand. Nanqing flung open the mall door, and the accumulated sand at the entrance poured down. He hurriedly pulled Banksia back several steps to prevent their legs from being buried in the sand. The sun was shining brightly today, and the floating dust particles were faintly visible in the sunlight, giving the building a hazy beauty. But neither of them was in the mood to admire it. The sand at the entrance was at least a meter high, and even from half a meter away, they could feel the scorching heat radiating from it. Banksia resignedly pulled 2 shovels and a plastic basket from her space. As each basket filled, she dumped the sand into the hall. After digging a path, the 2 of them looked like they had just walked out of a garbage dump, covered in dust and dirt. Nanqing and Banksia brushed each other's dusty hair, drank another bottle of water to hydrate, and put on new masks, finally managing to soothe the dry, itchy coughs that kept rising in their throats. Banksia tentatively lowered her hand to the sun. It's getting warmer. Although the human body's ability to adapt to the environment has improved with evolution, it's not immune to changes in temperature. Therefore, she was certain the temperature outside was at least 60 degrees Celsius. She turned to Nanqing and said, the sand on the road is probably 20 to 30 centimeters thick. Let's replace the SUV tires with desert tires. They immediately went to work, returning to their space to change the tires before driving home. Banksia pulled open the privacy curtain and peered out the window through the bulletproof glass. Roads, buildings, bus stops, billboards, everything was covered in yellow sand. Even the wandering zombies were doomed to the same fate, transformed into minions. She closed the curtain and turned to remind Nanqing, honey, drive slower. The sand was too thick to accurately determine the road's condition. Perhaps hidden somewhere were rebar, gravel, iron shards, potholes, and other objects that could easily cause a car accident. Okay. Nanqing slowed down, adding, I wonder how Su Yao and Brother Yuan are doing. This sandstorm was so large, and lasted so long, that it was hard not to worry. Banksia comforted him. It hit at 6 o'clock. They should be sleeping in the house. Besides, everyone has space and plenty of supplies. They be fine. Bang! The tire pressure alarm went off. Nanqing steadied the steering wheel with both hands, released the accelerator, lightly applied the brake, and slowly pulled over. Honey, it looks like the tire is flat. I get out and take a look. You stay seated. He unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the door, and got out. Hands up, squat down. A dozen men and women armed with steel pipes and kitchen knives emerged from a nearby house and surrounded Nanxing and the car, their eyes gleaming with greed and ferocity. Chapter 114. This wasn't the first time the two had encountered robbery, so Nanxing remained calm. He leisurely drew his pistol from his waistband and said, "If you leave now, I'd let you go." Ha ha ha. The leading man suddenly laughed, glancing disdainfully at the gun in Nanxing's hand. "Let us go. What can you use? Just a toy gun?" Just 2 weeks ago, he had been threatened by a man with a toy gun. He was terrified and thought he was going to die. Unexpectedly, the man's complacency exposed his weakness, and he was beaten to the ground like a dead dog, begging for mercy. If it weren't for the man's good looks, he would have killed them and eaten them. The middle-aged woman in the group gazed at Nanxing's fair, clean face with burning eyes, then surveyed his well-packed chest and long legs, her saliva practically dripping. "Wow, this guy is really good-looking. Big Sister will definitely like him. We must take him back." The leading man glanced at the woman with some fear. As expected of Big Sister's #1 lackey, he was truly ruthless. "Come on, tie up this pretty boy and take him away." He whistled at Nanxing with a lewd look in his eyes. "If Big Sister gets tired of playing with him, she might give us a try. Be careful, don't kill him." Nanxing's eyes darkened. He hated 3 types of people the most in his life: traitors, those who abuse their power for personal gain, and the very same kind as this man before him. Most of the men and women in this group were middle-aged or young. The weapons they held were faintly rusty red, revealing them to be serial killers. Nanxing no longer hesitated and shot the man between the eyebrows. He hit him with 1 shot and immediately turned the gun towards the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman yanked the man next to her toward her, attempting to block the bullet. But she and Nanxing were less than 5 meters apart, and the bullet, after piercing the man's body, didn't stop, plunging back into her body. The middle-aged woman glared at Nanxing unwillingly, and slowly fell to the ground. The others tried to flee when Nanxing struck the man, but they only got a few meters before being pulled back by an inexplicable force. They looked at each other in bewilderment and horror. Could there really be ghosts and gods in this world? Suddenly, someone shouted at the car, "Monster!" Banksia raised an eyebrow. How could she be a monster? She exerted a slight force, and the man and woman bound by the vines instantly fell to the ground. "Wife," Nanxing tucked his pistol back into his waistband. "Give me a knife. These people aren't worth wasting my bullets and superpowers on." Banksia pulled a tang sword from his spaceship and handed it to him. "Chop off their heads, or they turn into zombies." As soon as he finished speaking, the men and women, pale-faced, knelt down and begged for mercy. "Handsome man, beautiful woman, spare my life." "Mercy?" Nanxing chopped off the head of the man who begged first. "When you killed people before, didn't those people beg for mercy? Did you let them go?" He remained calm, slashing each head with 1 blow. "What have I done wrong? I just wanted to live. Mercy is best left unchecked. Haven't you killed people for your own survival? You talk nice, but you're just a hypocritical villain like us." The men and women whose turn it was not yet, seeing they were doomed, burst into a tirade of curses. Nanxing was indifferent. There was nothing wrong with wanting to live, and there was nothing wrong with killing for survival, but since they dared to kill, they should be prepared to be killed in return. If he were at a disadvantage today, these people wouldn't let him off easily even if he begged for mercy. The fate that awaited him and Banksia would surely be worse than death. After killing the man, Nanxing threw the knife into the sand to dry clean it, then handed it to Banksia. "Thank you, honey. The tire's probably flat. Let's find a place to change it before we set off again." Banksia opened the car door and got out, storing the knife and the car into her space. She pointed to the hotel lobby not far away and said, "Change it there." When they set out again, Nanxing drove even more carefully, fearing the tires would be vandalized again. They had bought plenty of spare tires, but they couldn't withstand daily changes. Woof woof woof. 5 1-meter-tall reddish-brown teddy dogs suddenly jumped out and barked at the car. Nanxing tried to ignore them, but when he turned around, he saw 2 large trucks blocking the road. Nanxing slammed on the brakes helplessly and exchanged a glance with Banksia. The sandstorm had just ended, and instead of rushing home to count their losses and rebuild their homes, what were these people doing looting? Over 30 sturdy men and women disembarked from the car, surrounding the SUV tightly. One of the men respectfully approached a sports car and leaned over to open the door. Soon after, a woman in her 20s, holding onto the man's arm, slowly stepped out of the car. The woman, Gon Tian, waved to the teddy bears and then called out, "Friends in the car, would you mind coming down to talk?" Banksia nearly rolled her eyes. The road was already blocked, and they were still asking if it was okay. Why the pretense? Hey! Another slick-back man disembarked from the sports car. If the big sister tells you to get out, do it now. Don't be ungrateful. Nanqing and Banksia, not wanting to delay their return, pushed open the car door and got out. What's going on? Gan Tian looked at Nanqing with astonishment in her eyes. You just killed over a dozen of my men. Don't you deserve an explanation? The slick-back man, Li Zihao, instantly flashed with surprise, jealousy, and gloating the moment he saw Nanqing. Seeing the amazement in Gan Tian's eyes, he couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Nanqing paid him no attention. She coldly addressed Gan Tian. There's nothing to explain. Those who dare to commit such evil must be prepared to die. Are you here for revenge? Banksia grabbed Nanqing's hand, a faint sense of impatience building. Wouldn't we all be gunning for it? Revenge? Gan Tian said disdainfully. What's so worthy of revenge against those losers? But I've raised them for so long, and you just killed them for nothing. Shouldn't you compensate me for my losses? She looked at the two of them. I won't make things difficult for you. You killed 12 of my men, joined my base, and worked for me for a year. Not only will I not ask for compensation, but I also give you each 50 kilograms of food and 100 liters of clean water every month. How about that? This reward is probably comparable to a monthly salary of tens of millions before the apocalypse. As soon as she finished speaking, the jealousy in Li Zihao's eyes grew even stronger. He glanced at Nanqing with a boastful air, then hugged Gan Tian's arm and coquettishly said, Tian, aren't you giving me too much? Gan Tian tilted her head and smiled at him slightly. Then her face turned cold, and she slapped him to the ground. How can a male concubine like you interrupt me when I'm talking? Nanqing only then noticed Li Zihao and asked in surprise, Li Zihao? Gan Tian looked at the two of them in confusion. Do you know each other? Banksia also looked up at Nanqing. Li Zihao covered his red and swollen face with embarrassment. I know him. We both worked in the entertainment industry before the apocalypse. Nanqing, long time no see. Chapter 115. When Banksia heard the word entertainment industry, she immediately remembered who Li Zihao was. Suyao had mentioned him during dinner when she had just woken up and was visiting the next door. He liked to exploit Nanqing, promoting himself as a pure, innocent boy, but in reality, he was quite a playboy. He once hooked up with a big boss thanks to his resources, but was soon trapped in bed by his wife and subsequently banned. She looked at Li Zihao with a baffled expression. Oh my god, is he back to his old ways and hooking up with a big boss again? Gan Tian was unaware of the conflict between Li Zihao and Nanqing, and even assumed they had been in the same industry before, at least having some familiarity. She smiled and said, since you both know each other, you have to take good care of him from now on. She looked confident, clearly believing they couldn't possibly refuse her. Not much, Banksia said coldly. Get out of my way. Get lost. She hadn't forgotten the fierce determination that flickered in the woman's eyes as she looked at Nanqing. Nanqing belonged to her from head to toe, and anyone who dared to lay a hand on her would be killed. If you agree? Gan Tian was halfway through her words when she realized Banksia was rejecting her. She was immediately furious. Since you're so ungrateful, I won't be polite. How do you mean polite? Banksia pulled a pistol from her spaceship and toyed with it nonchalantly. Others are afraid of guns, Gan Tian scoffed disdainfully. I'm not. As the words fell, the sand on the ground suddenly gathered and attacked Nanqing and Banksia. Nanqing formed a mental barrier to block the sand, and then 3 small knives appeared out of thin air, heading straight for Gan Tian's brow. Gan Tian's eyes narrowed, and she ducked to avoid the knife. Red beans, yellow beans, black beans, green beans, red beans, go! She watched through the telescope as Banksia vanished the car from thin air. She knew she must be a space-based psychic, so she decided to lure them into the base with water and food. As for whether she would keep her promise once inside, that was naturally up to her. 3 of the 5 teddy dogs had awakened their powers. 1 water-based, 1 fire-based, and 1 wood-based. Upon hearing their master's words, they opened their maws without hesitation and activated their powers. Gan Tian leisurely stepped back, arms folded, and sneered. She had spent considerable resources to exchange for a superpower potion from her cousin, who worked at the official base, but who knew 2 seemingly insignificant people could awaken superpowers. But so what? She still had 5 mutant dogs. Don't kill them! I want them alive! Banksia suddenly realized that the other party was a superpower user. No wonder they were so arrogant. If they didn't want to leave, then don't leave. She conjured a vine whip and lashed out at the 3 superpower dogs. Then she tossed her pistol back into the space and pulled out 2 submachine guns. She threw one to Nanxing and shot them in the head. A level 2 mutant dog, even with its hardened skin, wasn't invulnerable. It quickly collapsed to the ground, a look of mixed shock and anger on Gan Tian's face. "I fight you!" Gan Tian, her face frantic, ran towards the two, unleashing her superpower to self-destruct. Nanxing, startled, was about to form a mental barrier. Banksia pulled him back and ran out like lightning. No one saw how she did it. When they reacted, they saw Gan Tian's body torn apart and the blood from her neck flowing into the yellow sand. The men and women surrounding them immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Banksia and Nanxing showed no mercy, firing their weapons at the crowd. Li Zihao had never imagined that the smug boss, who had just been so smug, would die at the hands of Nanxing's wife. Yellow liquid flowed unconsciously from between his trembling legs. I'm a victim too. You can't kill me. He knelt on the ground and reached out to pull up Banksia's pants. I can do it for you. Male lover. As he spoke, he flirted with Banksia. Before Banksia could say a word, Li Zihao was kicked away by Nanxing. Nanxing felt like he was going to explode with rage. Why were all these demons and monsters trying to steal his wife? Li Zihao spat out a mouthful of blood. Cousin Gan Tian is the official base's de facto manager. He spoke in one breath, fearing that if he was a step too late, Nanxing would kill him. After killing the last man, Banksia stood beside Nanxing with a cold expression. So what? Forget the official base management, even the powerful Li Kongyuan. She had nothing to fear now. Li Zihao looked at her in disbelief. Do you know what you're talking about? The official base has over 4 million survivors, and over 200,000 soldiers. If the zombies and mutant plants and animals weren't so much more powerful and numerous, the city would have been restored to normal long ago. Even if Cousin Gan Tian wasn't incredibly powerful, 2 ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist. Nanxing, looking at the bright sun in the sky, lied, Honey, it's getting dark. Banksia knew he was upset. Well, you handle it. Supplies? I know where Gan Tian hides them. Li Zihao said impatiently, Gan Tian has a warehouse with enough supplies for you two to last at least a few hundred years. He swallowed in fear. I don't want anything, just spare my life. Banksia and Nanxing were slightly surprised. Gan Tian's previous casual behavior didn't seem like she trusted Li Zihao. How could she let him know where her supplies were stored? Li Zihao saw the suspicion in their eyes and eagerly confessed, One night, I couldn't sleep and overheard a conversation between her and her cousin. Banksia knew he wasn't telling the truth from his hesitant, guilty look. She exchanged a glance with Nanxing and said, Lead the way. Don't even think about sneaking away, or I make you regret it. Banksia tied Li Zihao up and threw him to the ground, then helped Nanxing clean up the scene. Teddy dog corpse, take it. Gan Tian's crystal core, take it. Kitchen knife and steel pipe, take it. Half a compressed biscuit, collect. 5 minutes later, Banksia untied Li Zihao and pulled out a sedan and a rocket launcher from her space. She casually said, Do you recognize this thing? Li Zihao immediately broke out in a sweat. Yes. Yes. I promise to be a good boy. He trembled as he opened the car door and turned the keys several times before starting the engine. Nanxing drove after them. Wife, are you going to let Li Zihao go? Banksia took a sip of water. No. She didn't despise those who sacrificed themselves to achieve their goals, but Li Zihao knew they had killed Gan Tian. While they weren't afraid of that so-called cousin, there was no need to leave themselves vulnerable and inconvenienced. The road felt more and more familiar. Banksia pondered for a moment before remembering, our previous home seemed to be right here too? Gan Tian's warehouse was in the same direction as the villa they had sold before the apocalypse. Nanxing was also somewhat surprised. Where's the warehouse in the villa area? The two soon discovered why. Gan Tian's supply storage point was actually the warehouse of a small supermarket within the villa area. Li Zihao looked at them fearfully. This is Gan Tian's supermarket. Someone within Gan Tian's family, upon learning of the apocalypse, shut down the supermarket and secretly stored a large amount of supplies, preparing to build their own power after the apocalypse. Gan Tian did indeed do this, of course, but it was her fault for messing with the wrong people and dying midway through her business venture. Oh, Banksia gestured to Nanxing. Go ahead. Chapter 116. Nanxing drew her sword without hesitation. Li Zihao's eyes were still blank as he died, clearly unaware of his own disappearance. Banksia deftly put on rubber gloves and touched the corpse. 2 packages of compressed biscuits, 3 melted chocolates, and a gold watch were found. He actually had more stuff on him than those 2 underlings. Nanxing wasn't surprised. Li Zihao was known for his scheming, especially his ability to curry favor with wealthy individuals. The supermarket looked small, but the warehouse inside was substantial, even a secret underground cellar. But no matter how much preparation had been made, it was now hers. Ban Xiao looked at the shelves as she put them away. There was space for food, clothing, and more, not surprisingly. The most unexpected find was a few sets of acid rain protection suits. The rest of the journey home went by without any obstacles, and the two of them arrived safely. Nanqing parked the car. "Honey, I go next door and across the street to see if anyone's home." "Okay." Banksia released the 4 furries and 2 mutant trees from the dimension. "Help with the cleaning." Meow Meow Mountain's high altitude meant the impact of the sandstorm wasn't as severe as in the city, but there was still dust on the yard and windows. Not long after, Nanqing returned and joined the cleaning team. Su Yao and Brother Yuan just got home. "Is everyone okay?" "No one's hurt, they're all safe." After cleaning, the family comfortably showered, ate, and slept until 9 the next morning. Banksia hugged Nanqing's arm, and couldn't help but sigh, home is so much better. Though she spent most of her time in the dimension, she always felt a sense of tension. Once home, she unconsciously relaxed. Nanqing felt the same way. Although they had only lived in Meow Meow Mountain for a year and 3 months, they had experienced a lot, and had unknowingly developed an extremely strong sense of belonging. He casually played with Banksia's hair, which had grown below her shoulders. "Tomorrow is New Year's Day." Su Yao said, "We want to celebrate properly." Su Yao was a man who loved life deeply. Even the end of the world didn't make him feel depressed all day. Banksia admired such a man who always had hope. "How are we celebrating?" He found a bag of balloons and fairy lights at the supermarket. Nanqing couldn't help laughing. "He's inviting us to a party." It was called a party, but in reality, it was just a gathering to eat, drink, play games, and relax. Banksia suddenly became interested too. She hadn't celebrated New Year's Day properly in years. "There are ribbons and flowers in the space. Remind me to bring them when I go there tomorrow." The ribbons were Nanqing's for the wedding. "Let's take some time this afternoon to prepare some snacks like fries and fried chicken. Prepare more. Gold and silver also have to celebrate." The next morning, the two of them carried their belongings and went to visit the neighbors next door. Fang Yunyun opened the door and was about to shout a welcome when the flowers in Banksia's arms caught her attention. "Oh my god, tulips!" "Tulips?" Su Xiao, pulled over by Daiju, interjected, "Banksia, you got another mutant plant?" Banksia handed over the pink tulip in her arms. "No, Sister Yunyun, Sister Xiao Xiao, I used my wood-type ability to create this." Fang Yunyun couldn't let go of the tulips. These days, mutant plants are getting more ferocious than ever. A few days ago, she was ambushed by a seemingly withered jasmine tree. If she hadn't reacted quickly and had Su Yao and Su Xiao help her, she would have been dead. Su Yao was inside, puffing up his cheeks as he blew up balloons. Seeing them, he eagerly waved, "Come help." God knows why blowing up balloons is so difficult. His cheeks are practically sore. Banksia hurriedly pulled out an air pump from his spaceship. "Use this." Su Yao stared suspiciously at the over 100 balloons piled in a corner of the living room, dumbfounded. "How come you even have an air pump at home?" Banksia was at a loss for words. "Didn't you send Nanqing the link?" Before the apocalypse, when Nanqing was preparing wedding supplies, Su Yao would occasionally help out when he had some free time. Su Yao collapsed onto the sofa, his face aghast, and he hugged Daiju, pretending to cry. "Wow, how could I forget about this? I was so stupid as to blow up over 100 balloons." "Over 100. Fang Yunyun slapped him. "Stop being silly. You were the one who suggested the party. Get up and get to work." Not long after, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian arrived with their belongings. The men moved to the kitchen, while Banksia, Fang Yunyun, and Su Xiao took over the task of decorating the living room. Su Yao's living room was dominated by a refreshing off-white color. Decorated with ribbons, balloons, and flowers, it truly had a festive atmosphere. Su Yao raised his glass. "Happy New Year. Congratulations on being alive." Banksia and the others followed suit. "Happy New Year. I hope we can spend every year together." "Happy New Year. I wish you all a peaceful and prosperous New Year." "Happy New Year. I wish you all plenty of food and drink in the New Year." After the round of blessings, everyone buried their heads in their food. To celebrate the hard-earned peace, the three families took out all the best things in their own boxes. Su Yao's family's century-old red wine, Kai Yuan's family's 3-year-old ham, Banksia's family's seafood, plus Nanqing and others' good cooking skills. The meal was full of color, aroma, and taste, making people's mouths water. The meal lasted over an hour, and by the end, almost everyone was holding onto their waists as they left the table. Burp! Su Yao burped and lay back on the sofa. A year ago, I wouldn't have dared eat anything, even if I was starving. Who says I shouldn't? Fan Yunyun looked regretful. If I had known one day I'd be craving seafood so much I almost cry, I wouldn't have bothered losing weight. To look good on camera, almost all celebrities eat a low-fat diet year-round. Fan Yunyun has a physique prone to obesity. Before the apocalypse, she couldn't even eat a piece of beef, mostly surviving on grass. Nanxing, Kaiyuan, and Zhao Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. They missed out on more than just delicious food. They also missed out on the opportunity to enjoy life without restraint. Ben Xia and Su Xiao, who couldn't gain weight no matter how much they ate and didn't mingle in social circles, looked at each other and decided to remain silent to avoid any resentment. Zhao Xian pulled a box of stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets from his spaceship. Do you want any? Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, and Kaiyuan all said in unison yes. Kaiyuan popped the stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets into his mouth and chewed. It's been so long since the apocalypse. What do you think of other places? Su Yao took over, speaking hopefully. I heard Li Kongyuan say that in the southwest and northwest regions, where bases were first established, order has been firmly maintained by the authorities. Perhaps in a few years, normalcy will gradually return to the entire country. Banksia said confidently, it can't be that fast. Su Yao had this misconception because of the devastating damage that gunfire had inflicted on zombies and mutated plants and animals over the past year. But now, zombies and mutated plants and animals have evolved again. In just 2 or 3 years, the entire world will become their paradise. Chapter 117. After New Year's Day, life returned to normal for the 3 families. Banksia accepted the crystal core from Xingzi and said, the battlefield is cleaned up. Let's go home. With that, she released the car from the space. As usual, the 4 furries and the 2 mutant trees shrank and got into the car, then Banksia stored them back in the space. Nanxing inserted the car key and started the ignition, his brows knitting together. Honey, I have a bad feeling. Banksia glanced at him sideways. Then let's get home quickly. Psychic abilities have a strong sense of fortune and misfortune. He couldn't tell. Something bad might actually happen. Thankfully, the journey passed without incident, and they returned safely to the mountain. Su Yao and his friends were practicing their superpowers in the square when Nanxing stopped the car and asked, is everything alright at home? Su Yao and his friends nodded in agreement. Everything's fine. How are you and Ben Xia? Nanxing felt relieved. Ben Xia and I too shouldn't leave the mountain for the time being. I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. Their main purpose was to practice their superpowers and gather supplies. Training superpowers wasn't the only way to fight zombies, so Su Yao and his friends said without hesitation, okay. After exchanging their safety, Su Yao and his friends hurriedly urged the 2 to return home and rest. Nanxing and Ben Xia didn't refuse their offer. They had been at the foot of the mountain for a full week and were indeed a little tired. Unsurprisingly, the 2 slept until 10 in the morning the next day. Fortunately, their furry companions were now self-sufficient and didn't need any care. Banksia rolled over and pressed herself against Nanxing, coquettishly saying, honey, I want spicy crayfish. She had always had a light palate, but after experiencing a post-apocalyptic world of scarcity, she suddenly developed a strong taste, especially for spicy food. Nanxing hugged her tightly to prevent her from falling. Let's do it. What else does my wife want to eat? Banksia counted on her fingers. Boiled pork slices, spicy pork ribs hot pot, 8 treasure fish, sour radish and duck soup, cold bean sprouts, cold shredded vegetables, blanched choysum. Let's do them all. Nanxing gently stroked her back, hinting, it's only 10 o'clock, and dinner's at least 2 hours away. Yeah. Nanxing naturally didn't get to eat the lunch she made herself. Fortunately, there were plenty of cooked meals in the space, so the 2 of them didn't starve. After a late lunch, Nanxing, fulfilling his promise, spent the entire afternoon in the space making spicy crayfish. 4 furry creatures squatted neatly at the doorway, staring intently into the house. Banksia looked at Heizi in confusion and said, Jinzi, Inzi, and Tuanzi are omnivores. I understand their desire to eat shrimp, but Heizi, you're an herbivore. Why are you drooling over shrimp when you can't eat grass? Heizi threw his head back in dissatisfaction and yelled, moo moo moo. I'm a mutant cow. Unlike ordinary cows, I can eat meat. Stop yelling, Banksia nudged Heizi's head. Your voice is louder than a gong. She thought for a second. One animal is worth 10 spicy little dragons. Don't eat too much. Meow. Inzi tilted her head in a cute way. Seeing Banksia unmoved, she pawed. She suddenly shrank, leaped into her arms, and clasped her paws together in a gesture of supplication. Banksia was so adorable that she almost gave in, but her mind told her that it was bad for small animals to eat a diet high in oil and salt, so she stubbornly refused. No, spicy crayfish. If you want shrimp, I make boiled shrimp for you tomorrow. Jinzi immediately slumped to the ground, her head bowed. Tuanzi and Heizi followed suit. Inzi rubbed Banksia's face and, with a thud, suddenly grew larger. She glared menacingly at her younger brothers, growling menacingly, Meow, all. If you don't obey me, I use my claws. Jinzi awkwardly climbed to her feet and squatted down obediently. Woof, woof, woof. Big brother, I'm obedient. Don't hit me. Heizi glared at Jinzi with disdain. Moo moo moo. But he stood upright. Tuanzi glanced fearfully at Inzi, taking small steps to hide behind Jinzi's, but trying to avoid his intimidating gaze. But he was several meters taller than Jinzi, and there was no way he could block anything. After a while, he finally realized what was happening and shrank. Banksia, who had watched the entire process, said, Why doesn't Tuanzi's intelligence look evolved at all? Could it be stupid? Nanqing, after hearing Banksia's half-joking, half-suspicious muttering, pressed her fist to her lips and coughed softly to prevent herself from accidentally laughing. Tuanzi is only like this when he's at home. When he's out fighting monsters, he's as smart as a wild mutant. Banksia breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Tuanzi isn't stupid. But even if he were, I wouldn't abandon him. No matter how stupid Tuanzi was, he was a well-deserved national treasure, and he could fight incredibly well. Only a fool would abandon such a good helper. Nanqing smiled and stuffed the shrimp into her mouth. Honey, is it delicious? Banksia nodded repeatedly. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Cooking probably requires talent. She and Nanqing used the same ingredients, the same steps, and the same heat to make the same dish, but hers was mediocre, while Nanqing's was beautiful, fragrant, and delicious. Nanqing's smile grew increasingly gentle, her eyes brimming with spring. Call me husband if you want to eat. I'm happy to serve you. Banksia felt herself melted. She tilted her head to hide her burning face, and shoved a shrimp into his mouth. Got it. I won't be polite. After all, she paid him well. Nanqing, knowing when to stop, peeled the shrimp while saying, Don't do it, honey. I shell it for you. Also, I'm going to make up for the feast we missed today at noon tomorrow. Is there anything else you like to eat? Banksia waited obediently for her to be fed. If you cook too much, we have leftovers. We make it next time. Waste of food was a crime, so the two of them would save any leftovers for the next meal. Even the leftover bones would be fed to the mutant animals on the farm. There was absolutely no room for waste. Okay, I cook when I'm free. Because of Nanqing's unexplained premonition, the three families stayed in the mountains for the better part of a month. Just when they thought the premonition was wrong, the weather began to cool. Banksia opened the window and carefully examined the thermometer hanging there. 35 degrees Celsius. Nanqing asked in surprise, Another 5 degrees drop? Yesterday's outdoor temperature was 40 degrees. Banksia reflected on the information she had received in her previous life and guessed, the rainy season is probably coming soon. In her previous life, Nanqing worried she'd get bored lying around for too long, so she chat with her whenever she had time. But she rarely mentioned anything about the post-apocalypse, mostly glancing over it briefly. Thus, she wasn't particularly familiar with the disasters that occurred 3 years before the apocalypse. She only had a general idea. Normal rain? Nanqing suddenly looked at Banksia. As long as there was water, humans could survive. The rainy season is long several months. Chapter 118. When the temperature dropped to 25 degrees Celsius, the sky seemed to have been pierced by a puncture, and heavy rain began to fall. It continued for 2 weeks, with no sign of stopping. Banksia disliked the rain. The humid air made her drowsy and lethargic, so the family spent most of the day in the space. Ah! Banksia yawned. Let's go out and check the space this afternoon. I'm worried the house might get moldy. Nanqing held her in his arms. I go check it out. You want to go back to sleep? Let's go together. Banksia buried her head in his chest and nuzzled it. New house rule. From now on, you must close your eyes and go to bed before 10 o'clock every day. If Nanqing dragged her around late into the night, she was afraid her legs would weaken and her kidneys would become weak. I don't agree. Nanqing leaned down and kissed her. Unless we go to bed at 5. You weren't happy when you touched your husband, so why are you so ungrateful once you've gotten what you want? Banksia glared at him softly. Don't tell me. I listened to my wife, Nanjing said innocently, a smile in her eyes. I won't tell you. Humph. It's still early, get some more sleep. They had originally planned to leave the space in the afternoon, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, they didn't leave until the next day. Banksia, lying on Nanjing's back, instructed, check from the 3rd floor down. I listened to my wife. Banksia's face flushed at the words I listened to my wife. He reached out and pinched Nanjing's ear. After a few seconds of hesitation, he squeezed gently as punishment for teasing her. The villa had been renovated with a large sum of money on materials, so even after half a month of rain, the walls and furniture remained in good condition, without any mold or damage. Nanjing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the rain continues for several months, the city might be flooded. High-altitude areas will definitely be a hotbed for survivors. Shouldn't we make some preparations in advance? Yes, Banksia hopped off Nanjing's back. I discussed this with Brother Yao and Brother Yuan later. After lunch, the 3 families gathered to discuss how to deal with the incoming survivors. Banksia spoke first. We can set traps in the yard and under the wall. With the arrival of the rainy season, the amount of power generated by the solar panels has dropped dramatically. Coupled with the mixed crowd, including survivors familiar with the power industry, the effectiveness of the high-voltage power grid defense has been greatly reduced. She added, I've also collected a few excavators. It would be best if we could dig a circular trench around our 3 homes to keep others out. To ensure privacy, the single-family villas in the Miao Miao Mountain Villa district are spaced over 30 meters apart, leaving plenty of room for trenches. Su Yao and the others stared at her in astonishment. Why did you think of buying the excavator? Banksia made up a pretext. We have extra space, so I figured I'd buy it in case I needed it someday. Fang Yunyun fondly stroked her head. Doraemon. After some discussion, they decided to follow Banksia's advice. Nanjing, Su Yao, and Kai Yuan were in charge of digging the trench with the excavator, while Banksia, Fang Yunyun, Su Xiao, and Zhao Xian took Marong and the mutant tree to set up the traps. Because the project was small, the trench and traps were complete in about a week. Looking at the razor wire covering the 5-meter wide trench and the single log bridge, which was only wide enough for one person, they felt a sense of accomplishment and security. Fang Yunyun said regretfully, if only we could find some mutant fish. We then feed a few hundred of them in the ditch and see who dared come. Banksia silently gazed up at the sky. Mutated fish have legs. They attack not only the enemy, but also ourselves. The most important thing is, mutant fish not only bite, but they're also ugly. Having something ugly right next door is an eyesore. Alas, Su Yao said dejectedly, will we have no fish to eat in the future? For a fish lover, this was devastating news. Nanjing consoled him, there must be some non-mutated fish out there. If we find any, we catch them and raise them. If they really couldn't find any, they could just find an excuse to get a few out of their space. They had so many fish at home that they didn't even want to eat them. The others circled the trench, checking for leaks, then went home to check their traps. Banksia's trap consisted of thorns she had cultivated using her supernatural powers, reaching the height of the wall. The sharp thorns looked even more terrifying than steel needles, and anyone who stumbled into the trap would be in for a truly tragic end. Across the street, Zhao Xian followed suit, even going so far as to place numerous steel spikes pointed upward beneath the thorns. Next door, the Su Yao family had Banksia and Zhao Xian cultivate 10-centimeter tall weeds beneath the wall, where they hid numerous foot-operated alarms and mousetraps. While all 3 families knew these traps were simple and couldn't completely prevent intrusion, they at least prevented anyone from entering the house unnoticed, thus achieving their goal. Meow! Inzi jumped off the sofa and circled sullenly around the Banksia machine. Banksia held Inzi in her lap and scratched her chin. Brother and sister, are you okay? Inzi, do you want to go play in the space? It had been raining heavily for 2 weeks straight, and the air was filled with dampness. Except for Tian, who was still asleep, the lives of all 9 members of the family had been affected to varying degrees. She and Inzi were the most affected. They were like waterlogged grass, lifeless. Inzi purred, her tail wagging comfortably from side to side. Hearing this, she raised her paw and placed it on Banksia's hand, signaling him to continue petting. Nanjing, Indius, sat down next to Banksia and joined in the petting. The sudden arrival of the rainy season disrupted the rhythm of the 3 families' lives, but no one was idle. They unanimously took out every container that could hold water. Banksia dug out the empty water tower in buckets from the space, If I had known the space would recover so quickly, I wouldn't have bought so many water towers and buckets. The water tower and buckets weren't cheap. If they were replaced with ordinary rice or food, they would have been enough for them to eat for decades. Nanjing opened the lid of the stainless steel bucket to let the rain fall in. It's not a waste. We keep freezing the water next time it's extremely cold, so we can use it during extreme heat. Banksia, yeah. She only said it regretfully, but if she had the chance again, she would definitely buy them again. The living environment in the future will become increasingly harsh. During extreme heat waves, temperatures reaching 70 or 80 degrees Celsius will be commonplace. At that time, electrical appliances like high-temperature air conditioners and electric fans will be completely useless. Real cooling will have to rely on the most primitive ice. Although gold is an ice-based ability, it doesn't have to be wasted like this. As the two men put the stainless steel bucket away and returned to the living room, they heard Su Yao's voice over the intercom. Hello, Nanjing, Banksia, Brother Yuan, Brother Xian, are you there? Banksia wiped her hands, picked up the intercom, and turned it on. Brother Yao, Nanjing and I are here. At the same time, Kai Yuan's voice also came over the intercom. Su Yao, Xian and I are here too. What happened? Su Yao's voice was filled with solemnity. Survivors have entered the villa area. Chapter 119. Su Yao was a lively and active person. It was raining heavily, and he couldn't go out, so he was bored and looked around with a telescope. He happened to see dozens of people hurriedly walking towards the villa area. Banksia and Nanjing exchanged a glance. Our three families will take turns observing the situation. If we see anything amiss, we take action. But if they don't have any ill intentions, we just leave them alone for now. They weren't so kind as to take in any other survivors, but they also wouldn't treat the entire Miaomiao Villa area as their own private property, forbidding anyone else from entering. Su Yao said simply, okay, we take turns observing. My family's first. Kai Yuan, my family's second. Banksia's family's last. She turned around and hugged Nanjing, nuzzling him. The next few months are sure to be bustling. The rain wasn't going to stop anytime soon, and those living in the city's low-rise buildings would have to find new homes. It was foreseeable that there would be no shortage of survivors in Miaomiao Mountain in the coming months. Nanjing knew she disliked socializing with outsiders. I handle all the interactions from now on. You just stay the same. If you're bored, just play with the gold and silver in the space. This world isn't entirely dominated by bad people, and they can't possibly be out to kill every survivor. With Miaomiao Mountain bustling with activity, it's inevitable that they have to interact with other outsiders, whether passively or actively. Whether intimidated by the trenches and traps dug by the three families, or perhaps harboring no ill intentions, these survivors settled into an empty villa a few buildings away, seemingly acting as if they didn't interfere with each other's affairs. Banksia and the others observed for 5 or 6 days, before temporarily lowering their guard and settling into their own lives. Hello, Nanjing, Banksia, Brother Yuan, Brother Xian, are you all there? Su Yao's nervous voice came over the intercom. Banksia and Nanjing, hugging and kissing each other, said, What a good time to pick. Banksia pinched Nanjing's ear, looking at him with watery eyes in silence. Nanjing sighed helplessly, carrying her to the intercom and pressing the call button. Yes, Su Yao, what's going on? Su Yao said in a grave voice. 3 cars entered the villa area. 2 survivors from the neighboring house went out to check, and were hit and killed by the other vehicles. I'm afraid they're up to no good. Nanjing was startled. We got it. We're coming right away. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian, who had received the notification, said equally solemnly, We're coming right away too. Ban Xia jumped off Nanjing. How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Now that you're here, don't leave. I use my big pineapple to blast them into a pulp. Big Pineapple, an M249 light machine gun, has a high rate of fire of 750 to 1,000 rounds per minute, a large ammunition capacity, can be loaded with a 200-round belt, low recoil, and tremendous damage, making it extremely effective in close combat. Nanjing tidied her messy clothes and hair to avoid any awkwardness. Honey, I want an M27IR. The M27IR automatic rifle, based on the 416 Hong Kong dollars design, has a firing rate of 700 to 850 rounds per minute and a 150-round magazine capacity, giving it the power of a light machine gun. Banksia released the 4 furries and 2 mutant trees into the space, instructing them to guard the house. Nanjing and she donned raincoats and knocked on the next door. Holy crap! Su Yao, opening the door and seeing the guns the 2 men were holding, was so shocked he couldn't help but shout, Is this real? Was he still asleep? Otherwise, how could he see Pineapple and an M27IR in real life? Fong Yunyan approached from behind, holding a recurved bow. What's real or fake? Holy crap! She thought the two had already hidden a pistol and a submachine gun, but they had other weapons. How did they get them back home? Su Xiao glanced at them, bewildered, and walked to the door. Brother, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? The word sister-in-law broke in her voice, and she almost dropped the gun in her hand. She glanced at the pistol in her hand, then at the large weapons in Banksia and Nanjing's arms, her face filled with suspicion. They were both guns, so why did hers look like a toy? Banksia and Nanjing exchanged glances. We explain when Brother Yuan and the others arrive. A minute later, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian also stared at Banksia and Nanjing in shock. Kai Yuan's tongue was tied. Really? Banksia pulled a box full of guns from her spaceship. Yeah, it cost a lot of money. Which ones do you like? She planned to use guns to eliminate the enemy, because the mutant plants and animals were evolving rapidly, and would no longer be vulnerable to gun damage within 2 years. Furthermore, Nanjing and the others had acquired superpowers and self-defense abilities 2 years earlier than she expected, making them less dependent on guns. Su Yao's tone was erratic. Is this what you said about buying some things from Mike's father? Fong Yunyan, Su Xiao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian nodded vigorously. From today on, they had a completely new understanding of the word bought some. Nanjing smiled, a gentle look between her brows. This is barely enough for a few of us. How can it be considered a lot? Su Yao's heart trembled at that smile. His good brother was actually a black sesame dumpling. Boss, there are trenches dug outside these 3 villas. Someone must be living inside. A short man bowed and nodded to the bald, portly man in the car. The bald man took a deep drag on his cigarette, his eyes dark with malice. Don't need me to tell you what to do, do you? The short man said flatteringly, leave the young men, women, and children alive. Kill all the elderly, and eat them tonight. Don't think leaving them alive is a good thing. Living is worse than death. He waved to a pale-faced teenager behind him. Go, use your superpowers to destroy the razor wire. The teenager bit his lip, silently walked over to the razor wire, and activated his superpower. A golden light flashed, and the razor wire under his hand turned into molten iron with a whoosh sound, falling to the ground. The bald man stared greedily at the young man's golden palm. After a long moment, he slowly exhaled the smoke and muttered to himself, so what if he's a superpower? He still has to listen to me. He said this, but in his heart, he was filled with jealousy. He knew he couldn't obtain the magical potion that granted superpowers from the authorities. It was because he had been on the national wanted list for the brutal murder of 5 police officers. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, he would have been killed long ago. Given the officials' tendency to protect their own shortcomings, they would have killed him without mercy after recognizing him. The young man, Jiang Chao, felt the blazing gaze from behind him, his eyelids drooping as he watched the razor wire melt into molten iron. He couldn't understand why he had been betrayed by the person he trusted most, and ended up at the mercy of others. 2 weeks ago he, Li Lin, and Huang Peng had gone out to look for food and accidentally provoked a nest of mutant rats. In a panic, the two of them pushed them into the swarm. Fortunately, he had a zombie antidote on him and had developed superpowers at a crucial moment. Otherwise, he would have long since been reduced to dust. Even so, after he collapsed, he was found by the bald man. If his superpowers hadn't been of some use, he would have either become someone else's plaything or been slaughtered and eaten. Chapter 120. Banksia and the others chatted casually for a few moments before heading out with their weapons. They didn't want to engage in a confrontation, but if someone was reckless and determined to get themselves killed, they wouldn't show mercy. Su Yao happily hugged Big Pineapple, his anger at being interrupted almost fading. Hey! The short man suddenly looked up, shuddering at the sight of the group of people, all armed. I. He muttered I for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Finally, he pulled away and ran. Su Yao sighed. How dare you, such a coward, come robbing someone? He spoke, but his hand didn't stop. He pulled the trigger, aimed at the man's head, and shot him instantly. Banksia spotted Jiang Chao on the single-plank bridge. Although she was a little puzzled as to why he was hanging around with this group of people who were clearly not good people, she decided to give him a chance out of acquaintance. Don't kill the one on the bridge yet, I know him. Su Yao and the others knew this was not the time to ask questions, so they tacitly pointed their guns at the others. The bald man hadn't expected that his routine demonstration of selecting indigenous people would inadvertently provoke a living devil. He opened the car door and dodged behind the car, then pulled a pistol from his waistband and secretly aimed it at the man who fired the first shot. Since he couldn't survive, he'd take someone else with him. Bang! Su Yao's eyes narrowed as he watched the bullet hurtling toward his forehead. A myriad of emotions raced through his mind, leaving only one thought. I don't want to die. I haven't lived enough. He tried to dodge, but his feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. Su Yao closed his eyes in despair. I'm dead. Nanxing, acutely aware of the danger, erected a mental barrier in front of Su Yao, and the bullet exploded instantly. Su Yao shivered and opened his eyes, breathing heavily through a sweaty brow. Thanks, brother. Nanxing patted his shoulder soothingly. You're welcome. Don't get distracted. Su Yao wiped the sweat off his face and said, there won't be a next time. With that, he angrily unleashed a fireball that pierced the bald man's head. He realized that while he claimed to be fearless, he was actually afraid. Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao, anxious and furious, attacked with increasing speed. The remaining invaders were soon reduced to corpses, their red blood mixing with the rainwater, emitting a strong, fishy smell. The two female survivors, hiding a few hundred meters away and watching, gazed at the corpse with hatred, their faces filled with anguish. Good death. Good death. After cursing, they couldn't help but burst into tears. They had finally escaped the flooded village, and their lives were gradually getting back on track, but now, suddenly, their pillar of support had been lost. How would they live in the future? Someone inside the house whispered to the two women, come back quickly. It'd be bad if you catch a cold or get sick. We don't have medicine. Nanxing handed the gun to Ban Xia, stored it in her space, and walked over to the huddled boy. Jiang Chao, why are you here? Jiang Chao clapped his hands awkwardly, remaining silent. Nanxing had a few guesses, perhaps betrayal or some kind of accident that had left him stranded. Seeing the boy's resistance, she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she said gently, there are many empty houses in the villa area. If you don't have anywhere else to go, you can find one and stay there. He ignored the boy and used his supernatural powers to mend the razor wire. Banksia hesitated for 2 seconds, then silently handed the boy an umbrella and a few compressed biscuits, then took Nanxing home. Thank you, I repay you. Many areas of the city are flooded to the ground floor. More people will be heading up the mountain soon. Be careful. The boy's voice rasped, a faint hint of tears. Banksia waved casually, you're welcome. Your information is valuable. We consider it an equal exchange. Jiang Chao opened his mouth. How could this be compared? As Jiang Chao had said, the situation in the city was dire. Survivors would enter Miao Miao Mountain almost daily for the next period of time. But this time, no one was so stubborn as to try to force their way through the trenches. Instead, they each tacitly found an empty house to live in. Banksia and the others hadn't left their house for days. Su Yao's family, shaken by Su Yao's near accident, had been practicing their supernatural powers at home every day. Banksia occasionally heard Su Yao complaining to Nanxing on the intercom about being beaten by his wife or his sister all day, and even getting thrown into mixed doubles if he showed any signs of giving up. Banksia could only say, well done. Although Zhao Xian and Kai Yuan weren't as hard-working as Su Yao, they had also stepped up their training. The vegetables and fruits they grown at home were overflowing with space, and they even made a lot of dried vegetables and pickles. Banksia also intensified the training of Nanxing, the 4 furry creatures, and the 2 mutant trees. She even fed the injured zombies the corpses of their own kind so many times that 2 of the level 3 zombies upgraded to level 4. Nanxing hugged Banksia. Honey, I'm going to take a day off tomorrow. After he finished speaking, the 4 furry creatures and the mutant tree also looked eagerly at Banksia. It wasn't that they weren't working hard, but they had been training continuously for over a month, and they could almost count the hairs on some of the zombies they were training with. Banksia looked at the weak faces of the zombies, and said, all right, but you can only rest for 1 day. Thank you, honey. Nanxing breathed a sigh of relief and took Banksia's hand and led her into the house. What do you want for lunch today? Your husband will make it for you. Aren't you tired? No. However, Banksia still couldn't bear to let Nanxing cook. She casually grabbed some food and ate it, then sent him to the bedroom to rest. She then left the space alone. Everything in the house had been stored in the space, leaving the entire villa empty except for the dehumidifier. Banksia was pouring the water from the tank into the yard when she suddenly heard a loud quarrel of scolding and beating coming from not far away. She listened intently, curious, as a shrill female voice erupted in curses. I'm risking my life to find food, and you, a rotten man, are you having an affair behind my back? I'm going to beat you too, the adulterer, to death today. The man protested loudly. I know what I did was wrong. But let's put it another way, aren't you also wrong? If you weren't so untidy and so unappealing, why would I be looking for a woman out there? The woman swung the steel pipe at the man. I was wrong. My biggest mistake was marrying a loser like you. Look at other people, whose families don't work hard together. Only you're so hypocritical, afraid of mutations and movements. You're afraid of zombies, afraid of bad guys. How come you're so timid? Aren't you scared to death? The man said angrily. Don't think you're scared just because you found food a few times. You ate my food and lived in my house before the apocalypse, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Pa! The woman spat in the man's face, her voice thick with regret. Before the apocalypse, I was a Fortune 500 executive. If you hadn't persuaded me to be a housewife under the guise of trying to conceive, would I have quit? Would you have told me I was eating your food and drinking your wine? Banksia listened to the whole story and silently came to a conclusion. Don't be a housewife. You be miserable. But she quickly put the advice behind her. Before the apocalypse, she had never considered being a housewife. Instead, Nanqing was determined to retire quickly and become a stay-at-home husband. In his words, she suffered the pain of pregnancy and childbirth, so it was only fair that he should take over the care of the child. That was fair. Chapter 121. Banksia handed the umbrella to Nanqing and squeezed the shrunken, clinging to his arms. You're such a spoiled brat. After the rainy season, more and more survivors moved to Meow Meow Mountain. Fortunately, despite the friction among them, they all tacitly adhered to the principle of I won't offend anyone unless they offend me, lest they accidentally offend others and find themselves stranded. As the crowds gathered, some people tentatively set up stalls to sell supplies they didn't need at home. Others followed suit, and soon a small market had formed in the supermarket outside the villa area. Banksia and the others were practically going moldy from staying home all day. Today, they decided to go to the market. Fan Yunyun waved at Banksia. Banksia, come here. The three of us girls are going together. Her face was filled with excitement. I never thought that even in the apocalypse, I could still experience shopping. Banksia let go of Nanqing's hand and trotted under Fan Yunyun's umbrella. Sister Yunyun, Sister Xiao Xiao, what do you want to exchange for? She had little interest in shopping. After all, no one could possibly have everything in their dimension. But she wanted to see if she could trade for crystal cores, or gold, silver, or jewelry. In this life, because the higher-ups had received advance notice, most areas in the southwest and northwest had already established bases, and social order hadn't collapsed. It was only a matter of time before normalcy returned to normal across the country. By then, bartering wouldn't be possible as it is today. A new currency would inevitably be issued. Crystal cores that could restore superpowers, and the precious metals essential for modern industrial development would inevitably become extremely valuable. Most people today lack superpowers, so there's little demand for crystal cores. The value of gold, silver, and jewelry has plummeted to rock bottom. 1 gram of gold can't be exchanged for a pound of rice. Now was the perfect time to acquire both, so she naturally wouldn't let it go. Fan Yunyun smiled and said, I don't need anything, so I'm just browsing. Su Xiao had already made plans. I heard someone selling ancient calligraphy and paintings. I'd like to buy them if the price is right. Before the apocalypse, she had been a student majoring in Chinese painting, and she hadn't fallen behind in her studies since. Unable to bear the thought of a 1,000-year-old painting being wasted by someone who didn't understand the art, she discussed it with her brother and sister-in-law and decided to buy it if the price was reasonable. Banksia nodded. I want to exchange for crystal cores and gold jewelry. Su Xiao and Fan Yunyun looked puzzled. They understood exchanging for crystal cores, but what was the point of exchanging for gold jewelry? Fan Yunyun said generously, I have a lot of jewelry sponsored by brands. Come to my house after shopping to choose. Don't worry, I've taken photos wearing it myself. Banksia felt warm inside. Is this what it felt like to have friends? Sister Yunyun, I'm not buying it to wear. She explained her thoughts and advised, gold and silver jewelry are cheap right now. If you have enough, you better exchange more. Maybe you can live comfortably for the rest of your life. If it weren't for the umbrella, Fan Yunyun would have wanted to hug her and rub her. How did you get such a smart brain? No wonder you manage the money in your family. While most people are still struggling to make ends meet, Banksia is already planning for her future. Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian nodded frantically, while Nanqing curled her lips slightly, her face brimming with pride. Banksia showed a gentle and peaceful smile. If her fighting power was not high enough, and the space was not full of supplies, She would not dare to exchange the gold and jewelry openly even if she knew that they would be of great use in the future. As they chatted, they arrived at the temporary market. Inside, the sounds of people and bargaining were endless, giving the impression of a bustling pre-apocalyptic market. Su Yao sighed, his face filled with regret. I almost dreamt of being transported back to the pre-apocalyptic era. Who says it isn't? As they entered the market, everyone inside stared at them. Numb, curious, jealous, greedy, all sorts of gazes stung their faces. Fan Yunyun sneered, and a ball of lightning appeared in her palm, instantly extinguishing all gazes. A powerful man with superpowers, you can't mess with him. Fan Yunyun retracted her superpowers, holding Banksia with one arm and Su Xiao with the other. I haven't been shopping arm in arm with my sisters in years. She turned to look at Su Yao and the other men. Let's go shopping separately. Meet at the door in 2 hours. Ever since becoming famous, to avoid being recognized and causing trouble, she almost stopped going out shopping, instead letting brands bring them to her. Su Yao and the other men, feeling scorned, exchanged awkward glances and walked off to the other side. The market was Spartan. Most people placed their items on the open space in front of them. The more sophisticated ones would place an old piece of clothing under the items, with the handwritten price next to them. Adult raincoat and rain boots for a bag of biscuits. Brand new velvet quilt for 3 fever-reducing pills. Mutated rabbit meat for £1.5 pounds of rice or flour. Wooden handmade crossbow for 5 pounds of rice, with 10 arrows included. Besides those selling, there were also those looking to buy. Besides standard food items, the vast majority of requests were for fever-reducing and cold medicine. It seemed quite a few people had caught colds recently. Banksia frowned slightly, and pulled out masks from her space, distributing them to a few people. She feared the worst. She didn't want to catch a cold. Her action immediately drew many hostile glances. In today's internet-savvy world, nearly every young person has read novels. Spaces, a common element in online literature, immediately conjure up images of abundant supplies, and in the apocalypse, supplies are the most scarce commodity. Beautiful lady. A pretty woman approached. Do you need a shopping guide? I know all the items sold by the merchants here, and I can help you bargain for the best price. She appeared calm, but a hint of fear and apprehension lingered in her eyes. For every 5 orders you complete, you pay me a pack of compressed biscuits as a reward. Seeing that Banksia and her companions didn't get angry or embarrass them, a few hesitant children gathered their courage and swarmed over. Sister, I can help lead the way. I only need 1 cookie. I'm even cheaper. Half a cookie is enough. Banksia cautiously took a half step back. She didn't like dealing with children. None of the children living independently in the apocalypse were easy to mess with. If you underestimated them, you could end up in trouble at any moment. Fan Yunyun and Su Xiao rarely interacted with children, and hadn't yet realized this. Fan Yunyun raised her hand and pressed down. Stop! We don't need a guide. Please move aside. Thank you. The pretty woman silently walked back to the door, anticipating the next wave of customers. The children, seeing Fan Yunyun politely say thank you, suddenly grew bolder. A little girl, about 7 or 8, tried to tug at her sleeve, begging, Sister, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Please, let me lead the way. I only need half a cookie. Sister, I haven't eaten for 3 days either. You're so kind and beautiful, you definitely help me. Several children surrounded Fan Yunyun, chattering at once. Chapter 122. Su Xiao seemed reluctant, her eyes slightly anticipating Fan Yunyun. Fan Yunyun frowned. I said no. Get out of here, or I be rude. She condensed a ball of lightning, and the children instantly scattered like ghosts, disappearing into the crowd. Banksia breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Fan Yunyun had a clear mind. Despite the pitiful words those children said, if they had truly not eaten in 3 days, how could they have the energy to lead the way, and don't think she didn't notice the man secretly spying on them from a few dozen meters away. After seeing the lightning ball, the children instinctively ran towards the man. If they weren't in the same group, I'd take her head off and kick it around like a ball. Su Xiao tugged at Fan Yunyun's sleeve, somewhat puzzled. Sister-in-law, those kids are so pitiful. Why are you? Fan Yunyun had never been mean-spirited or stingy. Before the apocalypse, she donated to charity every year, and was especially soft-hearted towards fellow women and children. Her behavior just now was completely unlike her. Fan Yunyun understood what she hadn't said. She led her and Banksia along as they walked, carefully advising them. Xiao Xiao, Banksia, you two are young. You hadn't officially entered society before the apocalypse, so you don't understand the wickedness of human nature. Not all vulnerable people in this world, such as the elderly, women, pregnant women, and children, are good people. There are many bad people who deliberately exploit your sympathy and use these vulnerable groups as bait to lure you into their traps. She sighed. Those kids looked pitiful when they spoke to me, but their eyes flickered. I've been acting for so many years, how could I not tell if they were lying? Banksia and Su Xiao said sweetly, thank you, Sister Yunyun. Don't worry, we won't give away our sympathy. Fang Yunyun ruffled her two sisters' hair. Actually, I'm not too worried about you, Banksia. You don't care about anyone except Nanqing and a few of our friends. Xiao Xiao, I'm a little worried about you. Su Xiao puffed up her cheeks and said defiantly, Sister-in-law, I'm not stupid. Fang Yunyun had explained everything to her in detail, so how could she be fooled? Ha. Fang Yunyun laughed. I'm not saying you're stupid, but there are so many deceptions in this world, and with your limited experience, it's hard to tell truth from falsehood. Su Xiao thought. She thought, then I come to you and my brother if I need anything from now on. Don't you think I'm annoying? You're annoying? Fang Yunyun lifted her chin, imitating a domineering CEO's lopsided smile. Don't you know I love looking at pretty girls? Su Xiao and Banksia exchanged glances. Did sister-in-law/Sister Yunyun learn bad habits from my brother/Su Yao? Fang Yunyun looked at the two girls' speechless expressions and nearly burst out laughing. A sweet-smelling girl is truly more fun than a smelly man. After laughing, she cast a loving gaze unbecoming of her age at the two girls arm in arm, so much so that they couldn't help but walk quickly ahead before slowly catching up. Ever since New Year's Day, a lingering sense of worry had settled over her. Su Xiao was 21 years old. If it were before the apocalypse, she might be in love with the boy she loved, enjoying a carefree life. But now, surviving is hard, let alone finding a reliable partner. She and Su Yao had no problem with Su Xiao not getting married. Instead, they were happy she was living at home, adding a touch of warmth to the family. But what about Su Xiao herself? If she met a boy she liked, wouldn't she then have to consider marriage and having children? Even worse, what if she got scammed? Losing supplies wouldn't be a big deal. At most, she and Su Yao would just have to work harder, and the family wouldn't starve. But what if she got scammed and lost her life? But she couldn't say she couldn't forbid Su Xiao from dating. This was her life, and no one else had the right to decide for her. Su Xiao had no idea Fang Yunyun and Su Yao were worrying about her life. Although she was fed up with the usual dog food, at least for now, she had no desire to fall in love. She pulled Banksia along and squatted in front of a neatly maintained stall. Pointing at several ancient paintings, she asked, Boss, how much are these for? The seller, a young man in his 20s, was silent for a few seconds before croaking, not for sale, only for exchange. Realizing he hadn't explained himself clearly, he added, I need 5 boxes of depression medication. Do you have any? Su Xiao frowned. Her family had stockpiled boxes of paroxetine and sertraline at Banksia's suggestion, but they were prescription drugs. They used connections to get 10 boxes of each. Now they wanted 5 boxes, and she couldn't bear to exchange them. Will you trade for food? She glanced around, seeing no one was paying attention, and whispered, rice, vegetables, fresh meat, canned food, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, anything's fine. The young man swallowed unconsciously, but shook his head, sorry, no trade. Su Xiao decisively pulled Banksia away. Although she truly loved these ancient paintings, and could tell they were authentic, she couldn't trade them for her already limited medicine. If anything happened to her family, and they ran out of medicine, she regretted to death. Banksia tugged at Su Xiao's hand and whispered, Sister Xiao Xiao, I have medicine here. Su Xiao shook her head, thank you, Banksia, but I won't need it. Depression is a relapsing illness, especially for those with a first episode of depression. There's a 50% chance of relapse within 5 years. If recurring, medication is necessary for life. How could she dare ask for Banksia's medicine? Banksia guessed her thoughts, and made up an excuse. Nanqing and I collected some medicine from a hospital warehouse while we were killing zombies downtown. 5 boxes are nothing. The medicine in the hospital warehouse had all been given to Li Kongyuan. The medicine in her space was actually purchased with her own money. Su Xiao stopped and stared intently into Banksia's eyes, fearing she was lying. Are you serious? Banksia looked back sincerely. Don't worry. I have hundreds of boxes. Hee hee. Su Xiao's smile blossomed. Banksia, lend me 5 boxes, and I trade them. Okay. Banksia looked indifferent. She had no material needs right now, and if she hadn't seen Su Xiao truly love those paintings, she wouldn't have asked. No need to go back. Fang Yunyun handed the paintings to Su Xiao. Here, I buy them. Su Xiao held the paintings, bewildered. Sister-in-law, why are you? You like them. Fang Yunyun patted her head affectionately. It's not like you can't afford them. You don't have to be so naive, little girl. She had been forced to mature early, so as she grew up, she particularly liked simple-minded girls like Su Xiao and Banksia. Seeing their smiles seemed to heal her once compromising nature. Woo! Su Xiao wiped away her tears. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I definitely take care of you and your brother until we die. Fang Yunyun frowned. Your brother and I aren't in our 70s or 80s, and we have children in the future. Why would a little girl like you take care of us in our old age? I don't plan to get married. I just stay home. Su Xiao gave a mischievous smile. When you're old, my nephews and nieces, and I will take care of you together. Chapter 123. Su Xiao carefully handed the painting to Banksia. Banksia, please put it away for me, so it won't get damaged by the crowd. Banksia put the painting into her space, and continued strolling with Su Xiao and Fang Yunyun. The price of gold was indeed very low, but it was said that the government was also purchasing large quantities of precious metals, so it was more expensive than she had expected. 1 ounce of gold was about the same as 2 kilograms of rice. Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao let Banksia choose first, and she chose the heaviest solid bracelet without hesitation. I want this one. Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao divided the remaining gold jewelry. The stall owner observed the 3 people's generous spending, glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, and whispered, I have a few gold bars at home and would like to exchange them for baby formula. Do you have any? Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao shook their heads slightly. Sorry. Of course, their family had baby formula, but it was for Fang Yunyun and Su Yao's future child. And because babies are fragile, they're afraid to feed them expired formula. They didn't buy a lot when they were stockpiling, so naturally, they couldn't trade. The stall owner wasn't disappointed. He just asked casually. After all, the girls didn't look young enough to have children. Banksia, confused as to why the stall owner didn't ask, offered, I can trade with you. Really? The stall owner's face was filled with surprise, but she lowered her voice to emphasize, Sister, I want infant formula, the kind for 6-month-old babies, not adult formula. Banksia felt the stall owner's skeptical gaze, and frowned slightly. I have stage 2 formula. Would you trade? Exchange, exchange, exchange. The stall owner, upon hearing her say stage 2, knew she was knowledgeable and greeted her warmly. I didn't expect you, despite your youth, to have a child. How old is your baby? Banksia, You can't talk, so there's no need to force yourself to speak. Puff. Fang Yunyun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't talk nonsense. My sister hasn't given birth yet. It's my fault. It's my fault. I'm just talking nonsense, don't mind me. The stall owner smacked his lips in frustration, fearing his mouth would cause the deal to fall through. His little girl still needed food. It's okay. Banksia saw his lips were red from slapping, and deliberately interrupted, When are we trading? The stall owner hesitated for a few seconds. I go back and get the gold bars, but it's crowded here, so I like to trade them at. He glanced cautiously at Banksia and the others. How about the small park in the villa area? If you're worried, we can trade at the supermarket entrance. As far as he knew, there were at least 20 or 30 babies under 1 year old among the survivors of Meow Meow Mountain. If anyone discovered he had swapped formula, he'd become a target of public criticism. Whether it can be saved by then is uncertain. Banksia nodded nonchalantly. Okay, see you in the small park in an hour. The small park is located in the center of the villa area. It's not crowded, but it's not a remote place. However, even if the stall owner has some plans, she won't let him succeed. My name is Chu Xiao. The stall owner quickly stuffed the rice given by the others into her travel bag. I'm going back to get the gold now. You must come. Don't worry. Fang Yunyun watched the stall owner scurry away and looked at Banksia with a hint of curiosity. Do you have enough milk powder? Don't trade away all the baby's future food. What baby? Banksia is pregnant? Su Yao had walked over at some point and turned to look at Nanjing with a frown. Are you crazy? Why are you getting Banksia pregnant now? Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian also frowned at Nanjing. In this world, it's hard to find a reliable OBGYN. Getting pregnant and having a child is no easy feat. If anything goes wrong, there's no one to turn to. Nanjing had never been so unreliable before. Nanjing said innocently, My wife isn't pregnant. Did he think his surgery was in vain? Besides, how could he, her inseparable partner, not know whether Banksia was pregnant or not? Fang Yunyun, with an embarrassed look on her face, grabbed Su Yao and said, "Don't believe everything you hear. Banksia isn't pregnant." Then he explained the misunderstanding. Su Yao coughed awkwardly. "Sorry, brother." Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian also looked at Nanqing with a hint of apology. They had also misunderstood. Nanqing embraced Banksia and said graciously, "It's okay. You're just too concerned." Banksia had grown up alone, without friends or family. Now, Su Yao and the others were caring for her health like a sister, and she couldn't contain her joy. Banksia sensed the slightly awkward atmosphere and took the initiative to change the subject. "Nanqing, Brother Yao, Brother Yuan, Brother Xian, did you guys trade anything good?" Su Yao excitedly pulled 2 jade bracelets from his bag and handed them to Fan Yunyun and Su Shao like he was presenting a treasure. "I got a pair of mutton fat jade bracelets said to be from the Song dynasty. One for each of you." The bracelets were made of fine jade, a warm white hue, and a lustrous, oily sheen. They were clearly the finest quality. Furthermore, they were handed down from the Song dynasty. If they had been auctioned before the end of the world, they might have fetched hundreds of millions of yuan, making them a treasure worth passing down to future generations. Fan Yunyun and Su Shao fondly touched the jade bracelet. After a while, Fan Yunyun finally remembered. "What did you trade it for?" Su Yao and Nanqing only had a backpack containing 10 kilograms of rice and several cans of beef. That amount probably wasn't enough to buy such a top-notch bracelet. Su Yao mumbled, "Just rice and canned food. How much exactly?" Fan Yunyun knew from his expression that he was feeling guilty, and her heart skipped a beat. Su Yao whispered, 200 kilograms of rice and 3 cartons of canned beef." "What?" Fan Yunyun viciously grasped the soft flesh of Su Yao's arm and twisted it. "These things are enough for our family of 3 to save for a month, and you traded them for a useless, broken bracelet. Are you getting carried away?" She no longer found the bracelet beautiful. Instead, she found it utterly repulsive, making her want to smash it. Su Shao looked at Su Yao disapprovingly. "Brother, you're so ignorant. It's already this late, and you're still trading precious food for something useless. Getting it back was probably impossible. After all, the other party had finally found a victim. If they didn't run away, would they wait for someone to come back and settle the score?" Su Yao explained with a look of grievance. "Isn't it almost Chinese New Year? I thought you worked so hard all year, so I bought the bracelets to surprise you." But instead of a surprise, he was dealt a double blow by his wife and sister. Nanqing, observing Su Yao's plight, also felt a bit guilty and took Ban Xiao's hand. "Wife, I also exchanged some things." "Yes," Ban Xiao whispered in his ear, "I'm not mad at you." Fan Yunyun and Su Shao didn't dislike the bracelets, but they were worried about food shortages. Since evolving their powers, their appetites had increased again, requiring at least 2 kilograms of rice, 2 kilograms of meat, and 3 kilograms of vegetables per meal. They have a lot of food stored, but it will eventually run out. Once the food is gone, how will they survive in the future? Chapter 124. Su Yao saw Fan Yunyun and Su Shao still fuming, so he softly explained, "I've agreed with Brother Xian and Nanqing that I trade crystal cores for rice. Don't worry, I won't let you go hungry." He had carefully considered the consequences before making his decision. Zhao Xian and Banxia's wood-type abilities could rapidly stimulate plant growth, ensuring they would never be short of food. He had also acquired some crystal cores from other types while fighting zombies. Rather than giving them away for free, he thought it would be wise to trade with Banksia and Zhao Xian. This way, he could get the food he needed while also strengthening his teammates. It was the best of both worlds, so why not? Fan Yunyun and Su Shao reluctantly accepted his explanation. "All right, then, don't be so extravagant from now on." Su Yao dejectedly said, "All right, but I don't think you need to worry so much. Enjoy life when it's time. Who knows, one day we might just die." He suddenly shut up. A bad mouth doesn't count. Life is short, so we should enjoy it while it lasts, lest we have regrets. This was the realization he had after his near-death experience 2 days ago. They weren't short of supplies at the moment. Aside from those that couldn't be replaced quickly, which needed to be used with caution, there was no need to be overly cautious with food and drink. After all, who knew when something unexpected might happen? The most painful thing in life is being broke, and the next worst is dying without spending all your money. Banksia agreed with Su Yao's thoughts. While she didn't advocate extravagant spending, she also didn't need to be too hard on herself. "I have an appointment." Banksia held Nanqing's hand and looked at Su Yao and the others. "Do you want to continue shopping or go home?" Su Yao and the others shook their heads. "Let's go home. The market is too small, there aren't many good things here." They had already pocketed the crystal cores and gold and jewelry they needed, and the remaining items were too precious to them. Instead of squeezing through the crowds, they decided to just go home. Banksia dragged Nanqing to the small garden, and Chu Xiao had already arrived. As soon as he saw Banksia, he eagerly approached her. "Sister, you're finally here." "I'm not late." Banksia calmly pulled out a can of Stage 2 infant formula. 1 can of formula for 10 grams of gold. Chu Xiao stared at the formula intensely, and after a long moment, he struggled to look away. "Sister, that price is too high. How about 6 grams? If you're not sincere." Banksia unhesitatingly stored the formula into her space. "Then there's no need for us to discuss this further. Infant formula is even more scarce than food and medicine, so its value has naturally skyrocketed, far exceeding what it was before the apocalypse." Chu Xiao immediately asked anxiously, "What about the 7 grams? Banksia remained silent. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, 8 grams. "I won't trade for more. 1 gram of gold is worth 1 kilogram of rice. 2 kilograms of rice, if saved, would be enough for the 3 of them for 2 or 3 days. Seeing that the price had reached their desired level, Banksia didn't bother him anymore. "Okay, I take whatever gold you have." Chu Xiao reluctantly pulled a 50-gram gold bar from his bag. "I want 5 cans of milk powder. The remaining 10 grams of gold can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of rice." Banksia pulled 5 cans of milk powder and 11 kilograms of rice from her spaceship and handed them to Chu Xiao. Seeing his surprise, she explained, "The extra kilogram of rice is a gift for you. If you want to trade again, you can come over there." Chu Xiao's dress and manners didn't seem ordinary. Perhaps he had even more gold and rare treasures at home. If he could leave a good impression, he'd definitely consider me first if he ever wanted to sell something in the future. It would be much more convenient than going to the market to pick something out in person. Banksia pointed in the direction of her home. "It's at the very edge. There's a trench dug outside. Don't barge in. If you want to trade, just call me outside." Chu Xiao looked at her in awe. "Oh my god, is this the ruthless person the neighbors mentioned, who's more skilled at killing than butchering chickens?" He stuffed the milk powder and rice into his backpack, carefully strapping it to his chest to prevent it from getting wet. "Don't worry, girl. I definitely come find you if I need you. Don't hide. Come out." Banksia watched Chu Xiao leave, casually glancing at the trash can behind her. "Boss, that woman seems to have spotted us." The man who had been spying on Banksia and the other 2 at the market said to a tall man beside him with a twisted, centipede-like scar on his face. The man, Wei San, kicked him hard, then stood up and walked out laughing. "Brother, girls, I mean no harm to you, don't get me wrong. You even peeped in, and you still say you don't mean any harm?" Nanqing said sarcastically, "That's not what a good person would do." Wei San grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The scars on his face seemed to suddenly come alive, making him look terrifying. Sorry. I actually wanted to trade something with you, but the transaction was quite large, so it wasn't convenient to discuss it in public, so I quietly followed you. We don't have anything extra to exchange." Nanqing flatly refused. These 2 didn't look like good people. They weren't in need of that little thing, so there was no need to take the risk. Wei San's subordinate immediately became anxious. "I just saw your wife trade a few cans of baby formula for gold without blinking. That was precious baby formula. How could someone who could easily take it not have other valuables?" Wei San feigned a light kick at his subordinate. "Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to your brother and sister now." From the force of his kick, it was clear that the 2 were deliberately playing along, one playing the bad cop, the other the bad cop. "I'm sorry," Xiao Wu said, his voice drawn out, his face grudging. Banksia sneered inwardly. Since these 2 were seeking death, why should she stop them? "What do you want in exchange?" Wei San's eyes flashed, and then a simple smile appeared on his face. He pulled a level 3 lightning crystal core from his bag and said, "Sister, I don't have anything special, but I was lucky enough to kill a lightning zombie a while ago." He secretly observed Banksia and Nanqing's expressions, but they were wearing masks, their eyes calm and expressionless, revealing nothing at all. He sighed inwardly. They were really not easy to fool. "What do you want in exchange?" Inzi had just reached level 3 a few days ago, and this lightning crystal core would just strengthen his abilities. Wei San smiled innocently. "The rain's a bit heavy. How about we go to the pavilion to discuss it?" He pointed to the quaint pavilion by the lake. Banksia and Nanqing agreed. The rain was indeed getting heavier, and the air was filled with a chill. Wei San pulled a handwritten list from his pocket. "Brother, sister, I want to exchange these things. Do you have any?" Nanxing took the list: cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and a small umbrella. Each item was in short supply. He handed the list back to Wei San. Your sincerity isn't quite there. Level 3 crystal cores were unattainable for ordinary people, but they weren't that valuable. Wei San knew there was a chance and laughed heartily. Don't worry, brother. As long as you have the supplies, I won't be short of crystal cores. He dropped the pretense. To be honest, I'm actually a middleman. As long as you have enough supplies, crystal cores won't be a problem. Nanxing and Wei San bargained for a while, and settled on the exchange rate. One level 3 crystal core with attributes could be exchanged for 3 packs of cigarettes, 3 800 milliliters bottles of alcohol, half a pound of tea, or 5 boxes of small umbrellas. Crystal cores without attributes were discounted by half. The exchange rate for level 2 and level 1 crystal cores has been reduced accordingly. I'll be back to get the cores soon. Brother, sister, please wait for me for half an hour. Nanxing watched Wei San and his younger brother walk into the rain and took Banxia's hand. I have a feeling this guy's heart isn't as generous as he appears. I'm afraid he's up to something. Banxia yawned nonchalantly. At worst, we just rob each other. Chapter 125. Wei San kept his word. Within 20 minutes, he arrived with a bulging backpack. Brother, sister, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's cold. Nanxing didn't bother with politeness. Let's trade quickly. Okay. Wei San opened his backpack. Here are 73 level 3 attribute crystal cores. Ben Xia took out the corresponding supplies. Wei San's eyes narrowed with joy. Great. I, Wei, have made friends with you. Nanxing remained silent. If the items are okay, we'd be leaving first. Brother, sister, take care. Wei San waved goodbye to the two cheerfully. As they walked away, his smile instantly faded. Have you arranged the manpower? The younger brother nodded and bowed. Don't worry, big brother, everything's been arranged. Banxia and Nanxing entered the space as soon as they returned home. Several furry creatures came up to them affectionately and coquettishly. They petted each other's heads, then went back to the bathroom for a hot shower to cool off the cold before sitting on the sofa to count the goods they had exchanged today. Most ordinary people don't buy gold bars for financial management, so they didn't have much gold, about 120 grams. Next were a few antiques and jade jewelry. Finally, there were crystal cores. Aside from the one she traded with Wei San, Nanxing's bag was filled with first and second level crystal cores. Banxia stuffed the crystal core into the box. I give it to you after I purify it. Yes. Nanxing hugged her and kissed her. The weather's getting colder lately, so it's time to get some warm clothes. When he got home just now, he took a quick look at the thermometer hanging in the living room. The room temperature had dropped to 13 degrees Celsius. Get ready later. Banxia flipped open the planner on her tablet. It's been raining heavily this month, so we haven't been down the mountain to kill zombies and collect crystal cores. As a result, our ability upgrades have been slow. We need to find a way to collect more. Nanxing thought for a moment and said, we have enough supplies. We could trade them, but it would be best to find a reliable, long-term partner. Going to the market to exchange crystal cores would not only be slow, but also prone to trouble, contradicting their original intention of keeping a low profile. Banxia shared this thought, but reliable and resourceful people were hard to find. Nanxing played with her hand, no rush. We can take our time finding a partner. I'm betting Wei San will definitely come looking for us tonight with his men. What should we do? Banxia yawned. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. Judging by actions, not intentions, regardless of Wei San's feelings, as long as he didn't covet her supplies and try to seize them, she didn't bother to call him. Honey, get some sleep. Nanxing carried Banxia to bed. I go pack the clothes. She didn't know if it was the onset of the rainy season or just the effects of Tiantian's slumber, but Banxia had been feeling drowsy for the past 2 months. I sleep for an hour. I pack the clothes with you when I wake up. Banxia nuzzled the pillow and fell asleep in a second. Nanxing carefully tucked in the quilt and kissed her forehead again. He then found her late autumn and early winter clothes from the closet and sorted them into the washing machine for washing and drying. Boss, the patrol just reported back. They say those 2 people live in the East District. Should we sneak up on them tonight? Xiaowu sniffed the tea and reported respectfully to Wei San. Wei San instinctively wanted to throw the teacup in his hand, but luckily realized this wasn't the end of the world. With lingering fear he cursed, easy to say, but what can I hit you with? Your skinny body is empty, and your head is full of tofu dregs? Ugh. It was common knowledge among the survivors that 3 families of living devils resided in the eastern section of the villa. They were said to possess not only powerful supernatural powers, but also extremely lethal firearms. No matter how ferocious their fights were, they were no more than hacking at each other with axes and kitchen knives. Anyone who dared to challenge the living devils would likely be shot before they even got close. Thus, despite many speculating that the 3 families had ample supplies, no one dared to provoke them. Some even avoided them, fearing they might accidentally offend someone and be killed. Wei Sanyu pulled a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and took a deep drag. That's the smell, wonderful. He looked at Qiao Wu, who was standing in the corner, with disdain. Go call the brothers back. Be polite when you encounter the living devils next time, or your death would be in vain. I won't offend the boss for you. He squinted his eyes, savoring the aroma of the cigarette, secretly thankful that he had only had his men gather information about the 2 men and hadn't truly offended them. There was still room for maneuver. The boss has no shortage of supplies. He can get crystal cores from the survivors. As long as he clings to the boss's golden leg, wouldn't it be easy to enjoy a comfortable life in the future? Thinking of this, Wei San's face flushed with excitement. He shouted towards the door, Qiao Wu, have the brothers collect more crystal cores and gold and jewelry during this period. Whether we can enjoy a comfortable life in the future depends on this. Banksia woke up at 5 p.m. and patted her face to wake herself. Meow. Inzi, who was guarding the door, poked half of his head out and meowed. Banksia waved at him. Inzi, come in. Inzi walked into the bedroom with a graceful cat-like gait, hopped lightly onto the bedside table, and placed a paw on Banksia's forehead. Banksia waited for the kitten to finish examining it, then held its right paw and said with a smile, Master Doctor, I'm not sick. Ever since she became sleepy, whenever Nanqing wasn't around, Jinzi and Inzi would take turns guarding the bedroom door, looking worried, afraid something might happen to her. Inzi wagged her tail, and ran out of the bedroom with a proud expression. Sister calls her Master Doctor, what a shameful cat. Banksia chuckled at Inzi's stumbling back, changed out of her pajamas, and went to find Nanqing. Nanqing was cooking in the kitchen, wearing an apron. As she approached, she could smell the aroma of fried food. Fried fish tonight? Banksia was slightly surprised. Nanqing had said a light meal at night was good for her health, and he never made her heavy or fried food for dinner. Why had he suddenly changed his mind today? Is my wife awake? Nanqing scooped the fried fish into an empty bowl beside her. We're having steamed fish tonight. This is for Gold and Silver. After their mutation, Gold and Silver had become increasingly interested in human food, frequently begging him to make them. Because they were grateful for their food, they even graciously allowed him to touch their bellies and tails, a privilege they had never received before. Banksia swallowed her saliva and looked at him eagerly. I want some too. Steamed fish was good, but fried fish was clearly more fragrant. Here, Nanqing picked and chose, selecting the smallest piece. Only one piece. Banksia hugged his neck and kissed him. Thank you, husband. Speaking of which, the family's rule of not eating heavy or fried food at night originated with her. When she was a child, she was in poor health, and the doctor instructed her to eat a light dinner to avoid nighttime discomfort. So Nanqing made an agreement with her to eat light meals at night, setting an example by accompanying her. Now, her physical condition is several times or even dozens of times better than that of an average person, and she no longer gets sick from heavy or greasy foods, but Nanqing still maintains this habit. Chapter 126. Life at home was blissful as heaven. Besides setting aside a fixed time each day to practice my abilities, the rest of the time was spent either preoccupied with food or cuddling with Nanqing. If it weren't for the sudden influx of survivors ascending the mountain, Banksia would have almost forgotten it was still the apocalypse. Su Yao casually tossed a strawberry into his mouth, caught it, and gently bit into it, the sweet and sour juice flowing into his mouth. The strawberries Banksia has helped me grow are even better than the ones I spent a fortune on before the apocalypse. If you have any, give me 2 pounds. I keep a record of them as usual, and I pay you every Monday. Banksia's family, and Kaiyuans across the street had more fruits and vegetables than they could eat because they had a wood-type psychic. Su Yao's vegetables had stopped growing for some reason, so he sold them half and gave them half. Su Xiao rolled his eyes at Su Yao. Brother Yuan, Banksia, if you need water from now on, come to me. I give you a 40% discount. If someone showed her respect, she would show him respect. Kaiyuan watched the Su siblings playfully, smiled gently, and got down to business. More and more survivors have been coming up the mountain lately. Ah Xian and I were out selling vegetables today when we heard that 2 small bases in the upscale residential area were fighting over houses, resulting in over 100 deaths. They're called bases, But in reality, they're mostly just like-minded individuals gathering together to commit crimes. Fan Yunyan sighed deeply. They insist on snatching up so many empty houses. I really don't know what they're up to. I just hope those people don't try to mess with us. If they dare come, Banksia said, pulling out a basket of strawberries and placing it on the coffee table, then don't leave. I don't know if this last wave of survivors has heard of their reputation, or if they're just too intimidated by their innocence, but they've been peeking out of the trenches these past few days. Fan Yunyan gave Banksia a thumbs up. Great. By the way, isn't it time for you to go and exchange crystal cores with Wei San? Wei San was quite interesting. Banksia had initially thought he was going after her in Nanjing, but the next day, he came over with something to apologize, saying he was worried and had asked his subordinates to investigate their identities. He also suggested strengthening their cooperation in the future. Banksia had already been planning to find someone to purchase the crystal cores, and since Wei San had volunteered, she naturally agreed. Well, it's almost time. Nanjing and I will be there first. Their transaction with Wei San took place at the empty villa next door to Su Yao's. When they arrived, Wei San and his men had already arrived. Upon seeing them, Wei San greeted them excitedly. Brothers, sister, I brought you something good this time. He carefully opened the box without waiting for them to ask, revealing a silver crystal core lying on a soft cloth. Banksia's pupils shrank slightly. A level 4 spiritual core. Wei San smirked. This is a level 4 core. I put a lot of effort into getting it. Banksia knew he emphasized the a lot of effort specifically to raise the price. Wei San knew when to act, but he was also incredibly greedy. Every time they made a deal, he tried to find excuses to ask for more. If she and Nanjing hadn't found another suitable partner, they wouldn't have dealt with him again. Banksia asked calmly, what's the price? Wei San laughed heartily. To be honest, sister, I put all my connections into this, so the price isn't low. Be prepared. Seeing Banksia and Nanjing unmoved, he cursed inwardly, young but cunning. He smiled and said, a pack of cigarettes and 20 boxes of small umbrellas. Banksia almost laughed out loud. A 4th level psychic core was indeed valuable, but not 10 or 20 times more expensive than a 3rd level core. Why not just go grab it? She pulled Nanjing away and turned to leave. If Wei San wouldn't sell it to her, he couldn't sell it to anyone else. After all, there were only a few people with psychic abilities, and she was probably the only one with sufficient supplies. This core would eventually fall into her hands, so there was no need to rush. Wei San suddenly became anxious and quickly reached out to stop the two men. Brothers, sisters, don't be so impatient. I'm asking too high, so you can bargain. Nanjing shielded Banksia behind him and said coldly, what? Are you trying to force a deal? I'm not trying to do anything, I'm just too impatient. Don't mind me, brother. Wei San apologized with a guilty smile. We've worked together more than once, and you know what kind of person I am. How about a 30% discount? Banksia casually fiddled with the vines in her hand, her eyes piercing Wei San. I didn't bother to pay attention to your little tricks before, and I just turned a blind eye. If you continue to pretend to be ignorant and treat us like fools. With a gentle wave of her hand, the vines instantly cut the coffee table in two. Which is harder, your neck or a piece of wood? Perhaps her and Nanjing's overly easygoing attitude had made Wei San unconsciously arrogant. If he didn't give them a good beating this time, he might just end up riding on their heads next. Wei San couldn't help but skip a beat. He couldn't understand why Banksia, a young girl, could possess such a powerful aura, even more so than those in higher positions he had met. The lowest price is 50% off, he said. He clutched his trouser legs tightly, preventing his trembling legs from being exposed to the other two. I have dozens of brothers to support, so the price can't go any lower. You're quite sincere, Banksia retracted her vines. Let's trade. With a wave of her hand, she moved the pre-prepared supplies out of the room. Wei San handed the crystal core to Banksia, hesitated for a few seconds, and said to Nanjing, brother, can you please talk for a moment? Banksia raised an eyebrow slightly. Is there anything I can't say openly? Could this person be holding a grudge and planning to separate her and Nanjing and defeat them one by one? Wei San saw the suspicion in Banksia's eyes, and thought to himself, I've already stopped you. You're forcing me to say this. The market for large and small umbrellas isn't very good. I like to get more medium and small sizes. Do you have any? Banksia, she said expressionlessly, no, I won't trade. However, under Wei San's constant persuasion, she finally traded. As soon as they left the villa, Nanjing nearly burst out laughing. How could his wife's slightly shattered expression be so adorable? Is it that funny? Banksia's face was filled with resentment. Not funny, Nanjing said, his expression stern. If Wei Sam wants to change it again, give it to him. We keep the big one for ourselves. Banksia, her face burning, didn't even register what he was saying, and subconsciously uttered a him. Nanjing couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, listen to your wife. Banksia finally realized what Nanjing had just said, her face flushing red as blood. She glared at him, speechless. Let's go, Nanjing said, scooping her up. Let's go home. Chapter 127. New Year's Eve arrived in the blink of an eye. Banksia pulled Nanjing out of bed early, excitedly preparing for the new year. She looked up at Nanjing and instructed, 1 centimeter to the left. Nanjing obediently moved the couplet 1 centimeter to the left. Honey, is it aligned? Banksia took a few steps back and examined it carefully. It's aligned. You can come down now. Su Xiao had written the couplet. She not only wrote the words, but also sketched a few auspicious cloud patterns, making it look extremely festive. Xingzi and Shan Sha came running down from upstairs. Banksia, the Fu characters on the second floor are ready. Take some more, and we do the first floor too. Banksia pulled a stack of Fu characters from her spaceship and reminded her, remember to stick them upside down. Okay, got it. The two trees ran away with their things. Jinzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi eagerly surrounded Banksia, signaling their willingness to help. Banksia was a bit embarrassed. The little animal's claws weren't handy for working, but speaking directly would surely hurt their feelings. Don't worry, I ask you to help taste test the food while your brother and sister cook. Jinzi's mouth watered at this. He glanced sheepishly at his sister, but couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw she was dragging her brother toward the kitchen without noticing him. Banksia and Nanjing exchanged a smile. Who could have hidden Jinzi's little trick? What a foolish little dog. This New Year's Eve had a different meaning than previous years. The three families tacitly decided to celebrate separately and dine together tomorrow, New Year's Day. However, Banksia and Nanjing decided to make extra food and send portions to their neighbors and neighbors. Banksia's cooking skills were limited, so she mainly helped out by washing and chopping vegetables. Nanjing was the main chef, and the four furry creatures were in charge of eating. Dishes like fried meatballs, roast chicken, braised pork, and braised pig's trotters took time to prepare. By the time the New Year's Eve dinner was ready, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. During this time, Banksia and the furry creature sampled the dishes until they were almost half full. Nanjing picked up the packed food and said, Honey, I'm going to Su Yao's and Brother Yuan's houses to deliver the food. Let's go together. The two of them left with their bags full, and returned home with bags full again. The living room had 3 tables, one for the usual meals, one for boiled meat, fresh bamboo shoots, forage, and a small amount of food, and one for nutrient solution. Banksia thought for a moment, and turned on the TV to watch the Spring Festival Gala. She didn't have to watch it seriously, but mainly to add to the festive atmosphere. Nanjing smiled and said, Su Yao is in this episode. He didn't sing, but played a deranged psychopath in a skit. Banksia couldn't help laughing too. I remember everyone called him the crazy comedian from then on. Su Yao was invited to the Spring Festival Gala every year, but the past 2 years, he suddenly got tired of singing and discussed with the director about a guest appearance in a skit. It's said that since then, some directors have been impressed by his acting and have invited him to act. As she spoke, she pulled out a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses from her space. She was 21, so a little wine was okay, right? Nanjing raised her glass. I wish us a peaceful and prosperous new year. Woof. Meow. Meow. Moo. Swish, swish, swish. Peace and prosperity. Banksia sniffed the wine and took a tentative sip. Sweet. She was about to finish it in one gulp, but Nanjing quickly stopped her. Honey, this is your first time drinking. Don't drink too much. Red wine can make you drunk too. Okay. Banksia pushed her cup away and focused on eating. When the two of them prepared their New Year's Eve dinner, aside from the essential fish, all the other dishes were their usual favorites. As a result, they were incredibly satisfied. Even the furry creatures couldn't help but wag their tails. After dinner, Jinzi and Inzi went into the space to play, while Banksia and the others watched TV and chatted while keeping vigil, awaiting the arrival of the new year. Everyone took the Spring Festival very seriously. Even the survivors, who often clashed with each other, tried to control their tempers and avoid conflicts, lest they ruin their hard-earned blessings. Crackle. At the stroke of midnight, a burst of loud firecrackers suddenly erupted outside. One wondered where those survivors had been found. It was truly admirable. Banksia hugged Nanjing's neck, her eyes sparkling. Happy New Year, husband. Happy New Year, wife. Nanjing kissed her. In this life, the next, and for all eternity to come, we celebrate every spring festival together. On New Year's Day, the three families gathered for a reunion dinner, then each went their separate ways to pursue their own lives. Meow Meow Mountain was peaceful during the spring festival, so when a new group of survivors arrived, almost no one took them seriously. But that peace was easily disrupted. The new survivors, seeing the members of the small base across the street enjoying themselves, grew jealous. Under cover of darkness, they attacked and killed most of the other members. Then, they seized their supplies and buildings, attempting to take over the entire building and claim their dominance. But the other survivors weren't to be trifled with. After all, how many weaklings could survive? A fierce battle ensued between the new and old survivors, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. One person, having lost a loved one, went mad and set fire to the building, completely destroying the entire house and its remaining supplies. It was raining heavily outside, and the survivors, with nowhere to go, sought shelter everywhere. But everyone else knew the character of these people, so how could they possibly accept? Not surprisingly, another scuffle ensued. Then someone else imitated the ruthless person who had set the building on fire and set the house ablaze. Nanxing rested his chin on Ban Xiao's head and couldn't help but sigh. Meow Meow Mountain had many empty houses. There was no need to fight for them. If you were short of food, you could kill zombies and dig up crystal cores to trade with Wei San. As long as you were willing to work hard, meeting your basic needs wasn't difficult. He couldn't understand why some people always wanted to get something for nothing. Because human nature is evil. Ban Xiao wasn't surprised. She had even seen water-based psychics deliberately fight with ordinary people dying of thirst for life-saving water, just to satisfy their own base and wicked desires. Compared to this, getting something for nothing seems much more virtuous. Go and train your powers with the gold and silver ones. Banksia pinched Nanjing's face. No matter what, strengthening your own strength is the most important thing. Putting Nanjing into the space, Banksia took out her Chinese medicine book and continued reading. The space had already harvested several waves of Chinese medicinal herbs. Leaving them lying around would be a waste of resources. I had to find a way to utilize them. Chuckles. Banksia put the book down. Who's coming? She went out with an umbrella. Su Yao and Kai Yuan, who had also gone out to check, waved at her. Where's Nanjing? He's training his powers. 3 men in black raincoats stood across the trench, each holding a screaming chicken that Su Yao had, for fun, used as a doorbell. Chuckles. When the 3 men saw Banksia and the others, the harder they pressed, the more painfully the screaming chicken screamed. Banksia and Kai Yuan tacitly walked a few steps behind Su Yao, feeling a bit embarrassed to see him. Chapter 128. Su Yao belatedly realized that he hadn't tricked anyone else but himself. Stop it, stop it. Who are you, and what do you want? The 3 men in black raincoats exchanged glances. The tallest man stepped forward and said, I'm Chu Xiao, currently living in Jinyuan Phase 1, Building 1. The person to his right then introduced themselves. I'm He Shengnan, currently living in Jinyuan Phase 1, Building 2. The heavy rain almost completely obscured the faces of the 3 men. Only after she spoke did Banksia realize she was a woman. The person to her left also stepped forward and said, I'm Zhang Bo, currently living in Jinyuan Phase 1, Building 3. Jinyuan Community is the name of the upscale residential complex in Meow Meow Mountain. Su Yao wondered, what do you 3 want from us? We don't seem to have any connection, do we? Chu Xiao smiled gently. Years ago, I did business with this girl. He pointed at Banksia. Do you remember me? Banksia remembered not only him, but also He Shengnan. She was the woman who had offered to sell her goods to them the first time they went to the market. Do you remember that you came here to exchange supplies? Chu Xiao smiled bitterly. Would you 3 like to find a place to discuss this? Since it's not a trade. Banksia yawned. Then we go back. These 3 had come unannounced, so they must have something to ask for. They weren't interested in playing nice. Little sister, He Shengnan called out, stopping the 3 from turning around and leaving without hesitation. I want to rent guns and ammunition from you. I pay with crystal cores. Banksia stopped and turned. He Shengnan explained eagerly, I'm sure you've heard about the bloody conflict that's happened in recent days. Yesterday, those bullies occupied buildings 4 and 5 of Jinyuan Phase 1. Their next targets are buildings 1, 2, and 3. The survivors from our 3 buildings aren't strong enough, so we're definitely no match for them. I've heard you 3 have a lot of guns, so we like to ask you to rent a few to repel the enemy. Don't worry, we're not renting them for free. We pay with crystal cores. If they hadn't heard Banksia and the others possess supernatural powers in addition to their guns, they wouldn't have dared to ask for life-saving weapons. Chu Xiao looked at Banksia and the others sincerely. I know you three families don't want to cause trouble, but after those bandits occupied the Jinyuan residential complex, they undoubtedly become greedy and attack the villa area. If you three are willing to rent us the guns and ammunition, this trouble won't arise. The guns belong to Banksia, so neither Su Yao nor Kai Yuan spoke, waiting for her decision. What they said made sense. Banksia pondered for a moment and said, I can rent you the guns, but only for 3 days. Do you agree? 3 days was more than enough time to eliminate the bandits. Any longer, and she was worried someone might escape with the guns, resulting in heavy losses. Chu Xiao and the other two were immediately delighted, saying in unison, agreed yes. You're such a kind person, sister. Banksia didn't consider herself a kind person. I can rent you 10 pistols and 10 submachine guns, each with 100 rounds of ammunition. The rental fee for each pistol for 3 days is 20 level 2 crystal cores. The rental fee for a submachine gun is 3 times that of a pistol, and each bullet costs 1 level 1 crystal core. She deliberately raised the price, leaving room for negotiation, but Chu Xiao and the other two agreed without hesitation. The three looked at Banksia with gratitude. What a kind person. Banksia, I take the crystal core first, and I add a 50% deposit to protect against loss or intentional damage. Okay. Although Banksia wanted a large number of crystal cores, if divided among each household in the 3 buildings, it would only require 1 or 2 level 1 crystal cores, not a big deal. Chu Xiao and the other two kept their word and returned all the guns to Banksia on the 3rd night. Banksia carefully inspected them and stored them in her space. The guns are fine. Deal concluded. Sister, Chu Xiao hesitantly called to Banksia. Will you still accept gold, silver, jewelry, and crystal cores? After experiencing life and death together, the 3 buildings had become much more harmonious. He knew many families were on the verge of starvation, and he couldn't bear to see them starve to death, so he asked tentatively. Banksia nodded. Yes, as many as you can. With so many people in their family, no amount of gold and crystal cores would be enough for the construction. Chu Xiao's eyes suddenly gleamed brightly. We have at least tens of thousands of crystal cores and several kilograms of gold. Can you handle it? The transaction will take place at the villa next door at 2 p.m. tomorrow. The next afternoon, Banksia and Nanqing arrived 15 minutes early, but Chu Xiao, Zhang Shengnan, and Zhang Bo arrived even earlier. Zhang Shengnan greeted them warmly. Girls, you're here. Banksia nodded. My name is Banksia, and this is my husband, Nanqing. I see you're anxious. Let's not waste time and start the transaction now. Zhang Shengnan and the other two looked anxious, but they managed to maintain their composure. The other dozen or so men and women, upon seeing her enter, stared intently at her, as if afraid she wouldn't show up or would run away. Zhang Shengnan forced an awkward smile. Sorry, it's been raining for a month straight, and the lower floors of the city are flooded. Finding supplies isn't as easy as before, and we're all running out of food, so we're a little anxious. Banksia said understandingly, It's okay, let's get started. The survivors were short on supplies, partly because working underwater was difficult, and partly because food and clothing soaked in sewage carried numerous pathogens, and could not be properly used. Zhang Shengnan, relieved to see Banksia so approachable, handed her the list she had prepared in advance. Here's what we'd like to exchange this time. Banksia took the list and examined it carefully. Food, medicine, clothing, and baby products each accounted for roughly 23%. The remaining 8% was for items like family planning products, feminine products, water transportation, and gasoline and diesel. Banksia certainly couldn't claim to have everything. That would simply arouse suspicion. I don't have these medicines. I only have 3 extra speedboats, and I'm running low on gasoline and diesel, so I'm not planning to trade for now. She selected the less common items and fuels, like gasoline and diesel, then handed the list back to Zhang Shengnan. Zhang Shengnan had been prepared, so she wasn't disappointed. Then these medicines will be. The two discussed carefully and finalized the trade list. Then, following the same pattern, they finalized the transaction list with Chu Xiao and Zhang Bo. Banksia waved her hand and placed the items in the living room. We count them on the spot. We won't be responsible once you leave. Although Zhang Shengnan and the other two seemed okay at the moment, they still had to be cautious and complete the handover in person to avoid any future disputes. Zhang Shengnan and the other two were also worried that Banksia might trick them, so they handed the crystal core to her and squatted on the floor to count the goods. Boom! The house suddenly shook, followed by a loud noise. Chapter 129. Banksia grabbed Nanqing and ran out. Landslide. Run! Zhang Shengnan and the others, who had been knocked to their knees by the shock, scrambled to their feet, carrying their supplies and following the two men. The shaking grew stronger, and Banksia took a moment to look back. Miamia Mountain seemed to be cut off in two-thirds, with rocks and sand pouring down like a flood, seemingly about to engulf the entire villa area. Nanqing ran, shouting towards home, "Su Yao! Brother Yuan!" Luckily, Su Yao and his friends were not fools, and since it was daytime, they ran out of the house as soon as the accident occurred. Su Yao waved at Nanqing, "We're here." Banksia estimated the speed of the mountaintop's downward movement, and knew there would be no immediate danger. With a slight sigh of relief, she stopped and waited for the others to arrive. "Get down the mountain now." She then pulled out a few motorcycles and said, "Let's go." Su Yao and his friends didn't hesitate, getting on their motorcycles and following the two men. By then, the other survivors in the villa area had also reacted, running down the mountain in panic. Someone spotted Banksia and the others on a motorcycle and quickly blocked the road, begging for help. "Help me." Banksia unhesitatingly stepped on the accelerator and ran through. Every second of delay diminished her chance of survival. Stopping to save someone would be tantamount to seeking death. Besides, if she could save one, how could she save everyone? "Bitch." The survivor who was knocked away clutched his broken leg and cursed, but was quickly trampled to death by the swarm of people running down the mountain. Boom! The mountain moved faster and faster, and the survivors grew increasingly panicked and anxious. A shoving match ensued, and many frail individuals were thrown to the ground, never to get up. Those who pushed others gained little advantage either, and were soon swept away by the mudslide and died. Banksia and the others reacted quickly, and with their efficient transportation, they quickly reached the foot of the mountain. However, the situation at the foot of the mountain was also grim. The incessant downpours had nowhere to drain, and the water had already reached the 4th floor. They even saw zombies floating in the water. Banksia pulled out an 8-seater speedboat and said, "Let's go to the city center." Zhao Xian volunteered, "I drive." It wasn't until they had driven a few hundred meters that the excitement of their escape finally subsided. Fang Yunyun, clutching her stomach, thanked him, "Thank you, Banksia. This time, it's all thanks to you." Seeing her unusually pale face, Banksia asked with concern, "Are you sick, Sister Yunyun?" Fang Yunyun shook her head, "It's an old problem. She worked very hard on filming and never used a body double. Once, after freezing in the snow for too long, she developed period stomach pains, which didn't improve even after she evolved her powers." Banksia understood immediately, and pulled out a thermos filled with brown sugar water from her space. "Sister Yunyun, drink some hot water." Su Yao smiled gratefully at her, and took the cup to feed Fang Yunyun, whose hands were shaking. Nanqing saw Banksia and Fang Yunyun finish their conversation and reminded her, "Raincoats, honey." Banksia then realized she had been so busy running that she was soaked by the downpour. She quickly pulled out several raincoats from her space. "Put them on, don't catch a cold." "Achoo!" Su Xiao sneezed. "Deju has raincoats in his space, too. I return them to you when we find a safe place." Su Yao suddenly shouted, "Banksia, where are your gold and silver?" Deju and Lihua glanced at Banksia, their eyes thick with worry. Did the gold and silver get out? Zhao Xian eased off the accelerator. "I go back and get them now." Jinzi, Inzi, and the others weren't just Banksia's pets. They were their teammates, sharing life and death together. There was no reason to abandon them in their escape. Su Yao and the others nodded frantically in agreement. Jinzi, Inzi, and the others are so smart, they'd definitely be able to escape. "Let's go back and get them." Banksia was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled brightly. "They're in my space." She hadn't imagined she one day reveal part of the secret of her space to anyone other than Nanqing, and her emotions were mixed. "My space is a little different from Brother Xian's. It can hold mutant plants and animals." She was willing to tell Su Yao and the others about the space's capacity for mutants because, on the one hand, she was deeply moved by their disregard for their own safety in returning to find Jinzi, Inzi, and the others. On the other hand, she felt a strong sense of security, as the family's house was likely lost. They would inevitably spend extended periods of time together, inevitably revealing flaws. Rather than risking any unwarranted speculation and hurting any feelings, it was better to speak openly and honestly to win their favor. Finally, if anything happened on their way back to retrieve the gold and silver, she would never rest in peace. As for the fact that the space allowed people to enter, and that there was land for farming, that was her last resort. No matter how trustworthy Su Yao and the others were, they wouldn't reveal it. Cool. Su Yao suddenly became excited. Next time you get into a fight, and someone bullies you because you're outnumbered, you can summon a swarm of mutant beasts and plants from the space to attack them. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Woo, I want space powers too. Banksia. Su Xiao shook her hand with sincerity. I love group fights. You must collect more mutant animals and plants in the future. Banksia felt like she was judging others by her own standards. I'm sorry. Kai Yuan interrupted with a smile. Banksia, everyone has their little secrets. You don't need to apologize. Forget about them being just friends. Even blood relatives and close lovers find it difficult to be completely honest with each other. This isn't a lack of trust, but rather a sense of self-preservation. If Banksia were foolish enough to tell them all her secrets without reservation, he would be worried about her and Nanqing. Su Yao said casually, Yes, Banksia, I have secrets I can't tell you too. Did you see my apology? Banksia was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She could only express her gratitude with a meager thank you. Nanqing retracted her psychic power and shouted to Zhao Xian, who was driving the boat. Brother Xian, the hotel 300 meters ahead is empty. Let's stop by to rest and change into dry clothes. Okay. A minute later, they arrived at the hotel. After clearing out the zombies, the three families each chose a room that looked relatively clean to shower and change clothes. Nanqing closed the door and took Banksia's cold hand. Wife, go to the space and take a hot bath. Come together. Brother Yao and Brother Xian also need to shower, so they won't be here for a while. After showering and changing clothes, the three families gathered to discuss their next steps. Banksia took a sip of ginger soup. Our home was probably buried by the mudslide. We either find a place to live in the city, or go to the southwest or northwest bases. Su Yao rejected the idea of living at the bases. The bases have strict rules, and we're used to a free and easy life. I'm afraid it'd be difficult for us to adapt. The southwest and northwest bases implemented military management for all personnel. Except for children under 3 and those over 75, everyone else had to take turns on duty and on field missions. They had no shortage of supplies, nor did they have any ambitions for promotion or power, so there was no need to risk their lives at the bases. Chapter 130. Su Xiao propped up his chin. There are so many zombies in the city, and it's hard to find a quiet, undisturbed, empty house. Alas, Zhao Xian sighed. I thought we could live here until we grow old. Banksia and the others couldn't help but sigh. Although they had only moved to Miao Miao Mountain less than 2 years ago, they had already completely made it their home. How could they not be sad when their home was gone? Before the apocalypse, didn't we agree to retire and travel around the country as a group to admire the beauty of our motherland? Su Yao suddenly clapped his hands, breaking the sad atmosphere. Although it's the apocalypse now, we're still strong enough to protect ourselves in danger, and we don't need to worry about survival. Since we're worried about storing supplies, how about fulfilling our pre-apocalyptic wishes? Huh? Banksia and the others were stunned. This wasn't a route they considered, but after calming down and thinking it over, it seemed not bad. They looked at each other, their hearts itching. How about we travel across the country? Su Yao excitedly asked Deju for a map. He expertly flipped open the map and pointed to a coastal city. Ninghai City is less than 500 kilometers from City A. A speedboat can reach there in a day. How about making it our first stop? Deju and Lihua, who had probably heard Su Yao talk about wanting to eat seafood in Ninghai City, immediately meowed in agreement. Banksia shook her head. It's inconvenient to travel when it rains. We better wait until it stops. Besides, the animals on land have mutated, and the aquatic creatures are probably the same. We better wait until we're stronger. Aquatic creatures are numerous and less affected by the extreme weather of the apocalypse. They mutate much faster than land animals, making them more difficult for them to deal with now. Lobsters taller than a man, crabs 2 meters wide. Su Yao swallowed furiously as he imagined it. I want to eat them. Banksia was suddenly at a loss for words. Besides that, there are whales bigger than Miao Miao Mountain, octopuses with hundreds of tentacles, sea cucumbers covered in eyes. You? Su Yao rubbed the goosebumps that had involuntarily appeared on his arm and stopped him. Stop talking. Banksia looked innocent. She wasn't trying to scare Su Yao. She had seen it with her own eyes. It was the 5th year of the apocalypse. For unknown reasons, marine creatures gathered along the coastline, creating massive storms and waves that reduced dozens of coastal cities to ruins overnight. They quickly came ashore, killing anyone and destroying any buildings they found, as if they were determined to fight humanity to the death. Base leader Yan Ning was ordered to lead his men to negotiate peace, and Banksia happened to be one of them. The blue whale that orchestrated this attack had already reached level 9, towering taller and more majestic than Miao Miao Mountain. It even possessed considerable intelligence, capable of speaking human language. It bluntly rejected humanity's request for peace. The ocean is sufficient for our survival. Our attack isn't intended to occupy land, but rather to force humanity to pay the price for its past harm to the ocean. With the advancement of technology, humanity gradually lost its reverence for nature, viewing itself as the master of the planet. They cut down forests, burned them for hunting, drained lakes for fishing, littered, and released nuclear wastewater, wantonly destroying both the marine and terrestrial environments, with no regard for the lives of other creatures. After the apocalypse, the status of humanity and other creatures was instantly reversed. Other creatures, ahead of humans, evolved powerful destructive abilities, gaining the strength and confidence to exact revenge. Quiet and gentle creatures lived in seclusion, while aggressive creatures raged in revenge against humans. Every marine creature had suffered persecution from humans, and their resentment was deep. Even creatures normally considered natural enemies suppressed their instincts and joined forces to retaliate against humans. The war between humans and marine life hadn't ended before her death, and the marine creatures had triumphed in every battle. Had she lived a few more months, she might have witnessed humanity's extinction. Although the war was still years away, the marine creatures' hatred for humans wasn't something that would only happen in the future. Going to the seashore now would be like sending themselves to death. There was another problem. We ignored the extreme weather. She hadn't forgotten that the next round of extreme heat and cold would once again push the limits of ordinary people's tolerance. Although they were psychics with enhanced tolerance to heat and cold, they traveled to relax and fulfill their pre-apocalyptic wishes, not to suffer. Su Yao realized he had taken things for granted and lowered his head in frustration. Nanjing glanced at the darkening sky and changed the subject, saying, "Let's eat first. We think about it later when we have some free time. Let's eat together tonight. I like hot pot." Banksia, remembering Fan Yunyan's discomfort, added double flavor hot pot, and also a pot of lean meat porridge for Sister Yunyun. Su Yao and the others had no objections. After a freezing rain today, something spicy would be just the right thing to ward off the cold. Banksia released the gold and silver creatures into the space, ready to help with the washing of vegetables, but was sent off to rest by Nanjing. She couldn't wait to have some free time, so she asked the gold and silver creatures to help move the moldy cabinets and bed from her room to another room, sweep the floor, and set up the cold weather tent. Banksia carefully laid a moisture-proof mat at the bottom of the tent, then placed a 1.8-meter latex mattress on top, then a thick blanket. Thus, a simple double bed was ready. The temperature had been dropping lower and lower recently, approaching 0 degrees Celsius, so she placed a goose-down pillow and quilt, covered in a 4-piece milk-down set, on the bed. "Honey, it's time for dinner. I'd be right there." The hot pot bubbled, its overbearing aroma filling the air, causing Jinzi and Inzi to gasp and drool wildly. Nanjing pulled Jinzi over to the dog bowl filled with mutant beast meat. "Puppies can't eat hot pot, be good." Jinzi stared at him with resentful eyes, and sighed humanely. Su Yao shook his head and sighed, "These little creatures are truly spirits." Deja gave him a disdainful look. "What do you mean by spirits? They've clearly evolved." Such an uneducated owner is so surprised. Su Yao, with a look of dissatisfaction, tried to pinch Deju's ears. Fang Yunyun and Su Shao each grabbed a hand, saying, "Why are you, a grown man, fussing with a kitten? Eat." Banksia, amused, pulled 2 boxes of canned pet food from her space and placed them next to Jinzi and Inzi's bowls. She also prepared a basket of bamboo shoots and grass for Tuanzi and Heizi, each before sitting down to eat next to Nanjing. Eating a piping hot pot in cold weather is one of the most supreme pleasures in the world. The spicy, fresh, and fragrant ingredients bloom on the tongue, and the accumulated coldness in the body is expelled with the fine beads of sweat on the forehead, leaving one feeling extremely refreshed. Banksia wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I want to eat hot pot tomorrow." "Okay." Nanjing placed the freshly cooked beef into her bowl. "What else would you like, honey?" "Small crispy pork." The fragrant and crispy small crispy pork is a perfect accompaniment to hot pot. I can't smell it wrong. This is it. Suddenly, excited voices echoed outside the window. Banksia and the others stopped eating and looked out the window simultaneously. Chapter 131. Hello, survivors inside. I'm Du Jia, captain of Team 16 of the official base operations team. I just completed a rescue mission. Besides the 5 team members, there are 15 survivors on board, 3 of whom are infants under a year old. Please help open the windows and let us into shelter from the rain. A sincere voice echoed from outside the window. Banksia frowned slightly. The name Du Jia seemed familiar. Nanjing reminded her, we had a conflict while helping Li Comyuan. The soldier who promised to report the truth was named Du Jia. Banksia remembered. She had a good impression of Du Jia, but she couldn't make the decision on opening the windows. She looked at everyone inquiringly. Open it. Open it, Su Yao and the others said indifferently. If they have malicious intent, just do it. To them, killing someone was a simple matter, requiring no effort. Nanjing walked to the window and opened it. A gust of cold wind blew into the room, seemingly dropping the temperature by several degrees. Okay, come on in. Du Jia said gratefully, thanks, brother. Then he looked behind him. Women and children, go in first. Anyone who dares to mess around will be dealt with my gun. Nanxing didn't bother to intervene. He walked back to the table and told everyone to continue eating. Fortunately, the meal was almost finished, and within 2 minutes, the remaining dishes had been devoured. The woman, holding the child in her arms, approached cautiously. Could you give me a sip of hot soup to warm the child's stomach? Ban Xiao and the others stopped clearing their dishes and looked over. Sorry, the woman recoiled in fear, her worry finally taking over. She gestured with her hands. 1 small spoonful will be enough. Her eyes held a hint of hope, but more of uncertainty. This was hot pot broth made with meat. Who would be so generous as to give it to a stranger? But for the sake of the child in her arms, she could only shamelessly ask again. Banksia and the others shifted their gaze to the child in her arms, whose face had turned blue from the cold. They exchanged glances and asked, do you have a bowl? Yes, yes, yes. The woman burst into tears of joy and quickly pulled a stainless steel lunch box from her backpack. A small spoonful will be enough, thank you. Banksia immediately filled her lunch box with clear broth and then said to the 2 women, who were hesitantly holding their children, do you want some? Yes. The 2 women, not realizing they had their own concerns, frantically pulled their lunch boxes from their bags and repeatedly thanked her, you're such a kind person. I wish you peace and longevity. Banksia remained silent. She was merely offering a helping hand because she was a fellow woman, but she wasn't exactly a kind person. Fan Yunyun, looking at the women huddled together for warmth in the distance, suggested, there's not enough soup left for noodles tomorrow morning. Why don't we give it all away? Of the 15 survivors, 8 were women and 4 were men, excluding the 3 children whose genders were unknown. The 4 men were fine. While not as strong as Nanjing and the others, they were at least not as skinny as human skeletons. However, the 8 women were all so thin that their skin and flesh clung tightly to their bones, as if the slightest breeze would break them. Okay. After getting everyone's approval, Fan Yunyun waved to the women, ladies over there, if you want hot soup, bring your bowls over. The tired and hungry women almost thought they were dreaming, glancing at each other in bewilderment. Did you hear that? Mom. A teenage girl took the lead in helping her mother to her feet. A kind sister asked us to go get some soup. The other women also reacted and frantically dug through their backpacks, searching for their lunch boxes. However, no matter how anxious they were, they didn't rush in. Instead, they lined up in an orderly manner. When it was their turn, they bowed and thanked the waiter before handing over their lunch boxes. Banksia, Fan Yunyun, and Su Xiao were helpless. You're welcome. The men secretly cursed the woman for being shameless, even taking someone else's leftover soup. They also felt a surge of jealousy. Why shouldn't they, the men, have any? When the soup was almost gone, one man finally couldn't sit still and asked, girls, why don't you give us men some soup? Are you looking down on us? Banksia and Su Xiao said in unison, it's good that you know. Fan Yunyun's stomachache had subsided after finishing her porridge. She was in high spirits. She folded her arms and sneered, my soup is my decision. Who cares? The man stepped forward with a playful smile and said, don't you women always emphasize gender equality? You're helping women, so you have to help us men too. Otherwise, how can we be equal? My soup is only for my sisters. Fan Yunyun didn't want to give in to him. You men can have some soup too. The man's eyes lit up. Women are so easy to fool. Fan Yunyun drew out her words, glancing maliciously at the man's crotch. Cut yourself off and become a woman, and I give you soup. The man still had a smug smile on his face. He was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. He couldn't help but curse in anger, bitch. What did you say? Su Yao quickly wiped his greasy hands, conjured a large fireball, and stared at the man expressionlessly. How could anyone bully his wife? Nanxing, Su Yao, and Zhao Xian also conjured their own powers. Even the few furry creatures dozing nearby couldn't help but bare their teeth and glared menacingly at the man. The man was startled by the scene, but he stubbornly refused to beg for mercy, even trying to incite Nanxing and the others to revolt. Don't be angry, brothers. I feel bad for you. You men are the heads of the family. How can you even do trivial things like cleaning up the dishes? He seemed addicted to preaching, rambling nonstop. Men should do the big things. Washing dishes, cooking, and taking care of children are women's jobs. Before he could finish his words, Banksia, who had just finished making the soup, whipped him against the wall with a whip. Shut up. Nanxing and the others' powers were a step behind, and all fell to the floor. Fang Yunyun gave Banksia a thumbs up. Excellent. She then looked at Nanxing and the others with disdain. Men are just unreliable. Nanxing and the others couldn't help but scratch their noses in embarrassment. Why were they always a step behind? The man stumbled to his feet, holding onto the wall. He looked at Banksia with resentment and shouted, "Murder! Help! Murder! Help!" Du Jia, who was dismantling wooden furniture in another room, heard the noise and trotted over. What's wrong? What's wrong? The man pointed at Banksia and complained. She beat me up for no reason. Arrest her and shoot her. Du Jia rolled his eyes silently. He knew without asking that it was the man's fault. It was his criminal record that had caused so much trouble and hindered them along the way. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have found a place to rest so late. The woman who first received the soup stepped forward to explain, that's not the case. He insisted on asking his sister to give him the soup. When she refused, he started to talk nonsense, and that's why she couldn't help but hit him. Several other women chimed in, explaining, yes, I can testify. The man's face flushed crimson. She bribed you with unwanted swill, so of course you sided with her. Brother Du, please. Chapter 132. Du Jia raised his hand to interrupt. I already fully understand what happened. There's no need to repeat yourself. How about this? Apologize to Miss Banksia and we be done with it. He was speaking not only to the man but also to Banksia, hoping that, in light of his apology, she would spare his life for now. After all, he'd given Banksia a subtle glance, suggesting he was a ruthless man. Despite his outwardly arrogant demeanor, the man was a cowardly bully. He didn't dare resist Du Jia, mumbling an apology. I'm sorry. Banksia and the others didn't express their forgiveness or indifference, but filled a basin with water to wash the dishes. Du Jia didn't leave, but stood aside to chat. Nanxing, Banksia, Su Yao. Long time no see. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Nanxing shook her head. It's nothing, no need to thank me. Even if she didn't open the window, Du Jia could find another empty room nearby. It wouldn't be a big deal. Du Jia smiled wryly. We brothers have been out all day and are exhausted. If you don't open the window and let us in, we have to find another house. We inevitably encounter zombies and maybe. When they set out, there were 8 in the team. Now there are only 6. Those 2 soldiers died from exhaustion during the rescue, captured by zombies. But death is a common occurrence in the apocalypse, so he quickly composed himself and asked with concern, I heard there was a landslide in Miao Miao Mountain. If you have nowhere else to go, would you like to join the base? Sorry, Nanxing declined without hesitation. We're used to a free and unfettered life. With Nanxing and the others joining, the pressure on the base guards would surely be much less. Unwilling to give up such a great opportunity, Du Jia continued to persuade them. Our base offers exceptional benefits to those with special abilities. Not only do we provide free 2-bedroom apartments, but we also provide food, water, clothing, and other resources at half price. If you're willing to go on missions to kill zombies and mutant animals, you even have the opportunity to officially join the army. Brother, Su Yao interrupted, hugging him. I know your base offers excellent benefits, but to be frank, we were already successful before the apocalypse. We've enjoyed everything we deserved. We have no desire for power or status, and instead, we care more about having time to spend with our families. Some might think they were unsuccessful, unwilling to even reach for the wealth and wealth right before their eyes, but who knows if they have the life to fight for it, or even the life to enjoy it. The base's doors are always open to you, Du Jia said, fearing further persuasion might resent him. Don't be polite when you need help. One should be grateful for what one has received, and one should be grateful for what one has received. As long as a few people had something to ask of the base, the rest would follow naturally. After he finished speaking, he realized he hadn't told them the base's new location, and hurriedly added, by the way, because the subway tunnel was flooded due to the rain, the base has been relocated to the commercial center. Okay, we definitely go to the base for help if anything happens. We're exhausted today, so let's go back and rest. Suya responded readily, but both sides knew that unless they were desperate, they wouldn't risk their lives for the base. Du Jia was anxious, but he could do nothing about them, so he turned around and continued searching for wood. It's so cold, if I don't light a bonfire to keep warm before bed, I might not be able to get up tomorrow morning. Banksia and the others stored the clean dishes in their space and led the furry companions home. Banksia asked, "How do we keep watch tonight?" Although there were soldiers present, those men didn't seem like the type to sit still. To avoid any accidents, someone had to be assigned to watch the night. Before Su Yao and the others could say anything, Inzi lifted her head and meowed, "Sister, look at me." She had heard Daiju and Lihua say that their home was buried under rocks and mud, and that her brothers and sisters were exhausted from running for their lives. If they didn't get enough rest at night, they'd definitely get sick. She was a little kitty, fearless of heaven above and man-eating monsters below, but only afraid of her sister getting sick. Jinzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi also rubbed up against Banksia. "Sister, I keep watch." Emotionally, Banksia picked up the miniature Inzi and took a deep breath. "Thank you, Inzi." She then hugged Jinzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi one by one, treating them equally. Su Yao embraced Daiju with envy and said coquettishly, "Daiju." Daiju gave him a haughty look. "Useless poop shoveler, when it matters, I, the cat, can always be relied upon." Su Yao knew this was a sign of agreement and hugged Daiju for a kiss. "I'm helping the poop shoveler keep watch, and the poop shoveler is actually repaying his kindness with hatred." Daiju angrily slapped Su Yao's head away and fled into the house. The composed Lihua looked at her sister's fleeing forms with a helpless shake of her head, then lightly jumped into Zhao Xian's arms. "Meow meow. Poop shoveler, get some rest. I be on watch tonight." Zhao Xian gently stroked Lihua's ear. "Thank you, Lihua." Maorong volunteered to do the work, and Banksia and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The intense escape and the rain had certainly left them feeling a bit tired. Banksia carefully checked the windows and took out another tent and set it up. "Gold, silver, Tuanzi, Haizi, you rest in the tent tonight. If anything happens, please call me." After the furry creatures obediently responded, they dragged Nanxing into the space to wash up and sleep. A silent night followed, and the next day, all three families woke up half an hour later. Banksia put the furry creatures into the space to eat and take care of their groceries, while she and Nanxing went out with the ingredients to prepare breakfast. Su Yao and Kai Yuan also emerged from the room, greeting each other and continuing to cook in silence. Because of the presence of outsiders, the group avoided the high-profile display of yesterday and simply prepared a simple dish of vegetable and shredded pork noodles. But for the survivors sipping dehydrated vegetable soup, this was even more alluring than the delicacies of the pre-apocalyptic era. The constant gurgling sounds were undeniable. Banksia and the others couldn't help but exchange glances. "Ah, home is still so much better. At least you can eat whatever you want." Yesterday's unreasonable man couldn't help but mutter, "Eating so well so early in the morning, are you rushing to reincarnate?" Du Jia sternly stopped him with a look. "If you don't want to die, just say so I can save your share of food. If you keep talking nonsense, not only will he be unable to save the man, even Li Kongyuan won't be able to do anything about it." The man lowered his head awkwardly, but he continued to complain inwardly. The other men exchanged glances and approached the man. After a few words were exchanged, one man said to Du Jia, "Sir, let's go to the next door to pee." Du Jia, knowing they were about to cause trouble, sarcastically retorted, "How come you're kindergartners, and you have to go to the bathroom together?" "That's right." The man patted Du Jia's shoulder amiably. "We forged a deep friendship while escaping. Aren't you afraid your loud voices might disturb others, so you're looking for an excuse to go and bond? Good words won't persuade the damned one." Du Jia, out of sight and out of mind, said, "Go ahead, but..." He offered a final word of advice. "Grounded in moral decency, you better not get into any bad plans. If anything goes wrong, I won't stand up for you." The men exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and walked away, arm in arm. Chapter 133. Because the heavy rain kept falling, it was inconvenient to go out and fight zombies or search for supplies. After dinner, Banksia and the others simply lit a bonfire and prepared to play games around it. Su Yao, pinching his chin, asked everyone, "Want to play werewolf?" Nanxing and the others had no objection. After all, it was just to kill time, so anything was fine. Banksia raised her hand. "I want to go back to my room and get some sleep." In reality, she wanted to go into the space to take inventory of her supplies and put away any items that shouldn't be taken out in public, such as fresh fish, shrimp, meat, and eggs, to avoid accidentally taking them out and arousing suspicion. Nanjing nervously held her hand. Are you feeling unwell, honey? No, the rain was so loud last night that I didn't sleep well. I want to catch up on some sleep. Banksia shook her head soothingly. Go ahead and play. Nanjing realized she was making excuses, and her heart slowly settled. Then call me if you need anything. Banksia closed the door and slipped into the space. For furry creatures and 2 mutant trees were working on the ranch. Xingzi greeted them happily upon seeing them. Boss, the mutant hen laid 15 eggs yesterday. We be getting another batch of chicks soon. The mutant eggs were extremely smelly, so they never ate them. Instead, they used them to hatch chicks. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch chicks, and in just 1 year, there were already hundreds of chickens in the dimension. Banksia condensed a ball of supernatural energy and threw it at Xingzi's base. Thank you, Xingzi, for your hard work. It wasn't hard at all. Thank you, boss. Xingzi's branches trembled with joy. After a few seconds, she asked, I heard our home is gone. Boss, where are we going from now? Banksia shook her head. Nowhere in this world is safe except in this dimension. Let's wait for the rain to stop in City A. We decide where to go after that. Personally, she preferred to build a house in an uninhabited area to weather the next wave of extreme cold and heat, and during the Hope Month, she would travel and fulfill her pre-apocalyptic wishes. The Hope Month appeared in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. Starting from the 3rd year, the climate returns to normal for 3 months each year, giving people a brief glimmer of hope for survival. Therefore, humans call these 3 months the Hope Month. Xingzi didn't really care where to live. No place was as comfortable as in the space anyway. She diligently wrote her report. Yesterday, the mutant sow gave birth to 12 piglets, and the mutant deer started fighting for some reason. Banksia walked around the ranch, feeding the fighting mutants separately, then went to check on the swallowing heaven tree. Tion. Banksia tugged at a branch of the swallowing heaven tree. You've been asleep for 3 months. Why haven't you woken up yet? She had thought this would be just like usual, with no response from the swallowing heaven tree, but then a vague consciousness emanated from the tree. Banksia concentrated and carefully discerned. Upgrade. Upgrade. Upgrade? Banksia looked at the heaven-swallowing tree in disbelief. Tion, you said we're going to upgrade again? But didn't we just upgrade? She and Tion were already at level 5, already creating a huge gap between them and the others. Was upgrading again a sign of her wanting to rule the world? The heaven-swallowing tree continued vaguely. See? What see? Banksia didn't understand the meaning, but she didn't rush to find out. Upgrading was always a good thing. It was then that she understood why she was so sleepy. Besides the weather, it was probably due to a lack of energy. This was a bit of a dilemma. Although she had recently replaced a lot of crystal cores, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the energy needed for the upgrade. The recent heavy rain wasn't a good time to go out and fight zombies. The only place I knew of with a large supply of crystal cores was the base. It seemed I had to make time for a visit, no matter how reluctant I was. After visiting the heaven-swallowing tree, Banksia found a separate area to store the items she recently been unable to remove from the space, and left with a few furry creatures. Nanjing and the others had stopped playing games, and were instead roasting food around the campfire. Fang Yunyun waved at her as soon as she saw her. Banksia, come and try some roasted sweet potatoes. Banksia waved her hands frantically, refusing. Thank you, Sister Yunyun, but I don't like them. She'd eaten too many mutated sweet potatoes in her previous life, and she didn't want to touch them again in this one. Su Xiao pulled 2 black potatoes from the fire. Would you like some roasted potatoes? No. Banksia pulled a handful of chestnuts from her space. I'm roasting some. Do you want some? Su Yao took a few from her. Thank you. Banksia simply gave him everything she had, and then pulled a few more handfuls out of her space to share with Kai Yuan and the others. Let's eat together. Jinzi curiously sniffed her hand. It had no flavor. She immediately turned away with disinterest, and scooped up Nanjing's sweet potato, drooling over it. Nanjing felt the sweet potato weigh 1,000 pounds. Jinzi, you eat it. He stuffed the sweet potato into Jinzi's mouth. Jinzi swallowed it in 3 or 4 gulps, not tasting it. He glanced at the fire, then back at Nanjing, wanting more. Seeing this, Yinzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi also scooted over to Nanjing, signaling they wanted some too. Nanjing resigned herself to her fate, asking Banksia for a basket of sweet potatoes to roast for the Maomin. Nanjing, delighted, waited for Du Jia to return to base for help. The remaining survivors, however, were envious. People don't have anything to eat, so why should a few animals eat so well? The women were fine. Even if they felt a surge of resentment, they knew it had nothing to do with them. To put it more extreme, even throwing away food, let alone giving it to pets, would be none of their business. The men cursed inwardly. Just wait, sooner or later, you get what you want. Banksia and the others had no idea what the others were thinking, and even if they did, they wouldn't care. Power allows one to do whatever one wants, most of the time. After roasting the sweet potatoes, they decided not to eat lunch together to avoid any rancor, and went back to their rooms to rest. Banksia put the furry creatures into her space, letting them play on their own. She then pulled Nanjing into the tent, and told him about the sky-swallowing tree. What do you mean by sea that we keep talking about? Nanjing speculated earnestly. Is the space going to evolve an ocean? Banksia found it unlikely. There's never been an ocean in the space. She had always believed that the space evolved based on her own needs. She wanted to have enough food and clothing, so she had white fish to grow and black fish to keep food fresh. She worried about water shortages during the extreme heat, so the water supply was restored. But she wasn't short of seafood right now, and she had no special attachment to the sea. Why would she evolve the sea? It couldn't possibly mean she'd be raising marine life, right? Nanjing stroked her hair and soothed her. If you can't figure it out, just forget about it. Let it be. Yeah, Banksia said coquettishly, hugging him. Yesterday we agreed to make crispy pork and hot pot for lunch today. She had just eaten a few chestnuts, peeling the rest and giving them to Jeansy and Eensy. She was still hungry. It smells strong. Let's go to the space and make it. Chapter 134. At noon, Banksia finally got to enjoy the crispy pork and hot pot she'd been craving, leaving Jeansy and Eensy envious. If animals could evolve into humans, they'd probably do everything in their power to become human as quickly as possible just to get a bite of this delicious food. The only downside to hot pot is that the smell lingers. If you don't wash your hair, shower, or clothes, the smell will linger for 3 days. The two of them took a nap for an hour and a half, then woke up, showered, and left the space together. Banksia pulled out her tablet, ready to find a movie to pass the time. Which movie is good? Nanjing leaned over to watch it together. What genre do you want? Something suitable for couples? Nanjing pondered for a moment, finally settling on an old film. This one, The Fault in Our Stars. It was a good movie, but less than half an hour into it, Banksia fell asleep leaning against Nanjing. Nanjing tucked her into bed with amusement, turned off the movie, and edited the zombie movie they filmed earlier by the small desk lamp, even though Banksia had already forgotten about it. The rain was pouring down, its drops pounding loudly against the walls and glass, making a rather loud noise. But Nanjing felt a sense of peace and tranquility. It didn't matter that the villa was gone, that he had no fixed place to live. His home wasn't some house, but wherever Banksia was. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and Nanjing instinctively glanced at Banksia. Seeing her breathing steady and her face peaceful in sleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the door to find Li Kongyuan, whom he hadn't seen in a while, and Du Jia, who had returned to the base that morning to seek help. Li Kongyuan joyfully extended his right hand. Nanjing. Sorry, my wife's asleep. Nanjing shook his hand quickly, lowering his voice. Let's talk over there. Li Kongyuan was slightly startled, then lowered his voice as well. I go get Su Yao and Kai Yuan. He had seen many couples betray each other, even fight, over personal interests over the past year. It was rarer to see couples like Nanjing and Banksia constantly together, their relationship unaffected. He couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Gold has a price, but love is priceless. To have someone so sincere in your life is truly worth dying for. A vague figure appeared in his mind, and Li Kongyuan blinked it away. Now was not the time to dwell on such things. Nanjing, Su Yao, and Kai Yuan exchanged glances. Li Kongyuan had come to them now, perhaps to persuade them to join the base again. As they expected, Li Kongyuan had indeed come with this purpose. Otherwise, he'd be so busy all day, how could he have the time to simply catch up with them? However, Li Kongyuan didn't start by offering direct persuasion. Instead, he gently inquired about their well-being before asking, Your home is destroyed. Where are you planning to go next? Su Yao replied bluntly, We plan to travel the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, and experience the beauty of our motherland. Li Kongyuan's mouth twitched. If it weren't for Su Yao's sincere expression and the assured expressions of Nanjing and Kai Yuan, he would have almost cursed, Are you crazy? He struggled to form his words. There are zombies everywhere now, and in some places, there are reportedly swarms of mutant animals running around everywhere. Isn't that unsafe? It's the end of the world, and he still hasn't found a safe place to hide? Has his brain been eaten by zombies? But where is there a place that's absolutely safe these days? Su Yao spread his hands. Since all men are evil, I might as well travel while I'm young. When I'm old, I can brag to my kids about their dad's adventures in his youth. The more he thought about it, the more he thought this was a super cool idea. Excitedly, he grabbed Nanqing and Kai Yuan and said, "Nanqing, brother Yuan, I have a camera. Remember to turn it on when we leave, so the kids don't have any evidence to prove I'm lying." Nanqing and Kai Yuan couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Wow, Su Yao actually had such thoughts in mind. I don't know what's going on in his head. The child hasn't even appeared yet, but he's already planned everything for the future. Li Kongyuan even suspected Su Yao was seriously ill, so he abandoned him and focused on persuading Nanqing and Kai Yuan. "Nanqing, Kai Yuan, you and your loved ones have gone through so much hardship to be together. There's no need to risk your life for a momentary thrill. Our base, among other things, guarantees personal safety. And I promise that after you join, as long as you don't do anything harmful to the people, promotions and salary increases will be easy." He didn't even bother to hint, instead offering a blatant inducement. "Before the apocalypse, I was only deputy director of the security bureau. But in just 1 year, I've become the head of a base with a population of 6 million. I'm currently in need of 2 loyal and capable deputies. I think after some training, you have a good chance of competing for the positions." He looked at Nanqing and Kai Yuan with confidence. Men are naturally ambitious. Who could refuse power that's readily available? However, both Nanqing and Kai Yuan were able to do so. They shook their heads in unison, declining, "Sorry, we just want to live peacefully with our loved ones right now. We're not interested in building anything." Li Kongyuan was completely unable to comprehend their reasoning. "Do you understand what you're refusing?" Nanqing said sincerely, "I know, but nothing is more important to me than being with my wife." Kai Yuan silently replied, "Me too." If they were the kind of people who value power and status over love, there was no way they would retire at the height of their popularity. Li Kongyuan's lips trembled with anger as he pointed at the 2 men and cursed, "You two are hopelessly love-brained." Su Yao crossed his arms and spoke up for his brother coldly. "Oh, are you mad at being rejected? Is this the way a leader of a base with millions under his command can be?" His face was filled with sarcasm. "Besides, what's wrong with us being love-brained? We're not up to nosy people. We haven't done anything harmful to the people or society, and we haven't eaten a single grain of your rice. Why do you have to meddle in my business? I will stab someone." A faint voice echoed behind him. Su Yao retorted without hesitation, "Yes, I will stab you to death." Nosy. He snapped back to his senses and turned around to see Banksia silently standing behind him, knife in hand. Su Yao chuckled dryly. "It's Banksia, are you awake?" "No." Banksia yawned, leaning against Nanqing's chest as she leaned against him. "I was woken." She frowned at Li Kongyuan, her eyes clearly blazing with the threat of a knife attack if he dared to babble again. Du Jia's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He stepped forward, grabbed the scowling Li Kongyuan, and apologized profusely. Sorry. Our base commander values talent, so I was a little harsh. He means you no harm." He gradually fell silent under Banksia's icy gaze, and guiltily pulled Li Kongyuan away. Chapter 135. After Du Jia and Li Kongyuan left, Kai Yuan looked at Banksia worriedly. "Banksia, why haven't you been getting enough sleep lately?" He had just glanced at his watch. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Such a long nap was truly unusual. And as far as he knew, Banksia had been sleeping so long every day since the rainy season. Could she be sick? Su Yao became anxious upon hearing this. "I heard the base has a doctor and examination equipment. If I had known, I would have been a little more polite to Li Kongyuan. Now it's difficult." Banksia felt a warm feeling in her heart, but she chose to hide the truth, otherwise she wouldn't be able to explain her relationship with Tian Tian. "I've been like this since I was a child. I get sleepy when it rains, and I be fine once the rain stops." Su Yao and Kai Yuan nodded nonchalantly. "I see. Then you should go back and catch up on your sleep." He was secretly planning to find time to talk to Nanqing alone. "Wife," Nanqing pulled Banksia back into the house. "I'm going out to fight zombies tomorrow. If she keeps sleeping like this, even a healthy person will have problems." "We're too slow," Banksia yawned again. "Let's trade supplies. No matter how skilled they are, they can only defeat a few hundred or a few thousand zombies a day. She needs at least hundreds of thousands of crystal cores to level up. How long will it take to save them?" Nanqing felt a sudden surge of regret. If they hadn't offended Li Kongyuan just now, they could have traded with the base, but now. Banksia hugged him and gave him a soothing kiss. Li Kongyuan has been in a high position for too long, and he's lost his original intention. Unless we agree to his offer, he won't agree to trade crystal cores, no matter how much supplies we offer. Those in power despise powerful individuals who don't use them. Although Li Kongyuan can't do anything about them now, he certainly won't sit idly by and watch them grow even stronger. Banksia smiled slyly. If the same crystal core can exchange for more supplies here than at the base, I'm sure the survivors will be more willing to trade with us. She was already worried about what to do with the items she collected in the city. Isn't this a coincidence? My wife is so smart. The two of them discussed it carefully and decided to advertise around the city tomorrow. Once the word spread, there would be people in need of supplies coming to trade. If one person succeeded, the others who were waiting would be emboldened to come. The survivors would then receive more supplies to survive, and Banksia would receive the crystal cores for storage. It was a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. Du Jia and the survivors had left before dark, so the three families gathered for a large meal that evening. After dinner, Banksia, using her room as a disguise, entered the space to take a walk to digest her food, while Nanqing was dragged away by Su Yao and Kai Yuan on some pretext. Nanqing looked at the two of them in confusion. Why are you two staring at me? Su Yao squeezed Nanqing's hand. Tell me the truth. What's wrong with Banksia? Could she be pregnant? He and Kai Yuan discussed this quietly. Nanqing seemed to understand Banksia's sleepiness and didn't seem overly anxious. This meant she wasn't sick. The only explanation was pregnancy. Nanqing couldn't help but pinch his brows. If he'd known this was the problem, he wouldn't have wasted his time. Didn't I explain before that I wasn't pregnant? Kai Yuan rolled his eyes at Nanqing. Then tell me, is there anyone who's perfectly healthy and sleeps that much all day? Sleeping too long slows the heart rate, leading to reduced blood flow to the heart, insufficient blood supply to organs, and muscle relaxation. Over time, this can lead to mental dullness, laziness, and fatigue. Nanqing opened his mouth and explained feebly, I can't tell you the reason. Anyway, my wife isn't sick, and she's not pregnant. He gritted his teeth. Am I so unreliable in your eyes? He wasn't crazy. Why would he want to have a baby now? No, he was so angry he couldn't. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Su Yao, too guilty to look at him, looked up at the ceiling and whispered, well, I recently read a book that said some women become sleepy once they get pregnant. Isn't that exactly the same as Banksia's situation? Nanqing leered at him resentfully. You're reading a book about pregnancy now. Aren't you planning on having a baby now? What nonsense! Su Yao was furious. I might be unreliable in small matters, but in big ones. His voice gradually faded, until it was silent. There was no way. If he kept going, his brother wouldn't just give him a glare, he'd give him a real knife. Nanqing snorted at Su Yao in frustration and headed home. He walked a few steps away when, as if remembering something, he turned back to Kai Yuan, who had been completely invisible in the argument. Brother Yuan, I've thought about it, and I'm not going to make my baby a godfather. With that, he scurried back into the house. Su Yao followed suit. Same thing for my baby. Hey! Kai Yuan was so angry he laughed. Su Yao had clearly started this whole thing, so what did he have to do with it? I don't care. I'm going to be the godfather. If you don't agree, I go to your house and steal your child. I'm scared of you. Nanqing suddenly opened the door. If you want to be my godfather, go ahead. Su Yao also quietly opened the door a crack. I'm scared of you too. Kai Yuan shook his head helplessly. Nanqing, why don't you learn from me? Instead, you're trying to imitate Su Yao's tricks. He said this, but inwardly he was very proud. His friendship with his brother was not in vain. He didn't have to work hard, and he got 2 good children for free. If anyone knew about this, they would be envious. At the insistence of Jinzi and Inzi, they would still be on duty tonight. Clack! Inzi opened his eyes, and pricked up his ears, listening intently to the noise coming from outside the window. The man who had clashed with Banksia and the others looked at the man in black at the bow with a fawning expression. Brother Ma, those girls not only have superpowers, but they also have cats and dogs. Be quiet when you attack, or they get discovered. Bah! The man in black's lackeys looked at him with disdain. Our brother Ma's superpowers are already level 3. No one in the base can rival him. What are these lucky girls? Do they deserve to be told to be quiet? If those girls know what's good for them, and serve me well, I might show mercy and let them go. He folded his arms, a proud expression on his face. If they don't blame us for ruthlessly taking their crystal cores in exchange for supplies. Brother Ma, the glass has been removed. A soaking wet teenager emerged from the water. Ma raised his chin toward the man and his men and said calmly, you go in first. The man, angry but unable to speak, plunged into the icy water and swam toward the window. About 5 minutes later, Ma, the last one standing, entered the room. Are you sure they're psychics? Psychics have keen senses, and should have heard their movements clearly. Yet, they haven't reacted in such a long time. Could they be deliberately setting a trap for this man? The man, seeing Ma's suspicious look, immediately defended himself. I saw a woman produce fresh meat and food out of thin air. Before he could finish his words, he was struck by a sudden lightning bolt and fell to the ground. Chapter 136. Brother Ma was startled and instinctively looked towards the source of the lightning, nearly dying of fright. It couldn't be helped. Anyone suddenly seeing a giant cat head in the dark would have their heartbeats racing. He was lucky to have survived the shock. Seeing the intruder had spotted him, Inzi abandoned his concealment and flicked his tail, sending several bolts of lightning hurtling towards him. His brothers and sisters had taught him that water conducts electricity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until several people, soaking wet, entered the house before launching his attack. Brother Ma instinctively formed a wall of earth to block the lightning, but his younger brothers were utterly devastated. Each one of them collapsed to the ground, their bodies blackened and their lives unknown. Brother Ma breathed a sigh of relief. He could always find another one if his younger brothers were gone, but as long as he was safe, it was all good. He rolled and slid to the wall, intending to escape through the window he had come in through, but unexpectedly, he collided with a solid object. He touched it, and it was icy cold. There was actually another creature with supernatural powers in the room. Ma's heart skipped a beat. He pressed his back against the wall, his eyes darting around, trying to locate the opponent emitting the ice-based power. But the opponent seemed invisible, leaving no trace. It all happened in a flash. As Ma searched for someone, a bolt of lightning struck him headless. Ma subconsciously wrapped himself in stone, and the lightning struck the stone with a muffled sound. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The physics knowledge he learned at the base had proven useful. Stone really didn't conduct electricity at room temperature. I guess I can't slack off in my academic classes anymore. However, Inzi, a cat who had also been to school, knew how to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. While using lightning to lower the enemy's vigilance, it secretly unleashed a wind blade, unexpectedly wiping out the enemy's life while they were trying to dodge the attack. No one would have thought that Ma Gu, known as City A's top martial artist and someone who looked down upon ordinary people, would have the final thought of studying hard before his death. Inzi lowered his tail in boredom. He had thought he was a formidable fighter, but he couldn't even survive 3 rounds. On second thought, it was better. A quieter movement wouldn't wake his older siblings. What it didn't know was that Banksia woke up as soon as Ma Gu and the others approached the hotel, and her movement also woke Nanxing. In the darkness, the two listened intently as Jinzi and Inzi coordinated to kill the enemy, and only then did they return to sleep with peace of mind. The next morning, Banksia pretended to be clueless as she walked out of the room, then feigned surprise as she gazed at the charred bodies scattered across the floor. Was there actually an intruder last night? Inzi nodded reservedly. Banksia felt amusement in her heart, hugging the cat, whose eyes were unconsciously filled with anticipation, and rubbing her forehead against it. Inzi, you protected your brother and sister. That's awesome. Inzi instantly transformed from aloof prince into a clingy princess, tucking her chin into her sister's hand for a tickle. Meow, meow, meow. I'm still on night watch tonight. Jinzi, standing by, looked at Inzi with resentment. Clearly, she had contributed, and deserved her sister's praise. But who can beat a vine kitten? No wonder books say cats and dogs are natural enemies. Kittens are truly detestable. Jinzi's resentful gaze nearly penetrated Banksia's back. After comforting Inzi, she hugged Jinzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi one by one. Thank you for your hard work on night watch. Thank you for protecting your brother and sister. Jinzi finally cheered up, circling Inzi with a showy expression. Annoyed, Inzi raised her paw to scratch the dog, and Jinzi scurried into the house. Inzi looked at the door with disdain. What a coward. Nanxing had already decapitated the corpse and thrown it out the window, not forgetting to dig out Ma Ji's crystal core. He rinsed the core and stuffed it into Banksia's hand. Here, my wife. I just checked the body. The male survivors from yesterday are all inside. I'm afraid they brought people here specifically to take revenge on us. It's just that the men they brought weren't strong enough. They died before they even saw them. Banksia nodded without surprise. Okay, make breakfast, and then go out and advertise. The men looked at her with intense malice, but she wasn't stupid. She noticed it early on. She hadn't taken immediate action yesterday because she knew they would come again, and she didn't want to openly confront the authorities. After breakfast, The two said goodbye to Su Yao and the others, then headed out with the printed flyers, a loudspeaker, and some gold and silver. Tuanzi and Heizi stayed at home, collecting crystal cores. Collecting gold. 1 level crystal core is worth 10 kilograms of rice. 1 gram of gold is worth 3 kilograms of rice. Hey! One survivor poked his companion. Did you hear the loudspeaker? He was filled with confusion. Was he mentally ill? Otherwise, how could he hear someone so fearlessly blasting a loudspeaker in the city? I think I heard it too. The companion was equally puzzled. The two looked at each other, and the one who spoke first tentatively said, if what that loudspeaker says is true, then we don't have to worry. His companion chimed in, let's go check it out. Such conversations continued among the survivors braving the cold rain in the nearby streets, searching for supplies. Banksia pinched Inzi's paw pad somewhat helplessly. Why aren't they coming over? Nanjing casually killed a zombie that had come following the noise. Perhaps they're afraid we're using a trade as bait to trap and steal the supplies? Banksia waited patiently for a few minutes, but still no one came. She simply raised her megaphone and shouted, anyone in need, come to this building to trade. We're absolutely honest. She pointed to a shopping mall with transparent glass windows. Now she could see if there were any ambushes. Nanjing cooperated and directed the boat to the mall. The two of them tidied up the place, spreading a thick plastic sheet on the floor. Then they laid out food, meat, clothing, and other common household items, and placed a pre-made sign nearby. The sign was simple, listing the exchange rates for crystal cores and gold for various supplies, exactly 3 times the official rate, no more no less. The two waited for over 10 minutes, but still no one showed up. Just when Banksia thought she overthinking it, a group of 5 women hesitantly walked in. Banksia breathed a sigh of relief. Someone's arrival was welcome, but her expression remained unchanged, as if she hadn't been the one anxious. A woman hesitantly pulled a first-level crystal core from her pocket and handed it to Banksia. I want to exchange it for rice. Nanjing readily handed her a 10-pound bag of rice. There's a scale over there. If you're worried, you can go check it out. He pointed to 3 electronic scales lined up nearby. The woman, already overwhelmed by the surprise, followed Nanjing's instructions, with a confused look on her face. The weight was exactly 10 pounds, no more, no less. Excited, she pulled a handful of crystal cores from her pocket, ready to exchange for more, when she saw her companion swarming toward the shopkeeper. Boss, I want 10 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of flour, and 1 kilogram of exotic beast meat. Boss, I want this quilt. Boss, I want this menstrual cup. Banksia was busy organizing the situation. We have everything. Line up and come one by one. Chapter 137. When the 5 women emerged, laden with goods, the peeping crowd outside couldn't help but get excited. A brave young man reacted first, jumping into the water and swimming towards the mall. Soon, the others followed suit, and the sound of splashes filled the air. The young man, anxious, hurriedly increased his swimming speed. With so many people around, what if all the supplies ran out? Wouldn't he regret it to death? The 5 women shouted toward the surface. The boss said she has plenty, don't worry. This was the message Banksia had asked them to convey with a cookie. She feared someone would fight for trading privileges and cause unnecessary bloodshed. The shouts brought a slight sense of relief, but they still dared not slow down. The goods were only real once they were in their hands. The young man, indeed, ran out in front. Boss, I need a box of fever-reducing medicine and a thick quilt. Banksia collected the money, Nanjing took the goods, and Jinzi and Inzi maintained order. Even so, the two were still a bit overwhelmed, so they ended up simply collecting the money with silver, Banksia and Nanjing taking the goods, and maintaining order with gold. The transaction lasted a long time, not concluding until 6:30 p.m. Boss. A survivor looked at Banksia hopefully. Will you come tomorrow? Yes, the trading hours are the same as stated on the flyer, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Then you must come tomorrow. I have relatives who live far away and didn't have time to get here today. Travel was difficult during the rainy season, and Banksia nodded understandingly. Don't worry, we definitely come tomorrow. There's no need to rush to notify your relatives. We trade elsewhere later. How can you leave? Boss, I go back and promote you right now. We have a lot of people here, nothing else can compare. Everyone urged. Banksia said helplessly, it's not safe after dark. You guys should go home. I'm leaving now. After that, she and Nanjing hurried back to the hotel with the cat and dog. If they didn't leave now, she was afraid the group wouldn't let them leave. As soon as they returned to the hotel, Su Yao and his men came up to them. Why are you back so late? Is everything okay? Heizi and Tuanzi also looked at them with concern. Banksia shook the water off her raincoat. It's okay. There were so many people trading that I was delayed for over an hour, which is why I came back late. That's okay. Fang Yunyun and Zhao Xian brought out the clean food from the house. Hurry up and eat. Banksia and Nanqing were indeed hungry. They had been busy at lunch and had only managed to grab a couple of bites, not enough to eat a full meal. Thank you, Sister Yunyun and Brother Xian. The ingredients will be brought to you later. No hurry, Fang Yunyun waved her hand nonchalantly. We talk after dinner. The two wolfed down their meal before finally feeling the fatigue of the day's accumulation ease. Fang Yunyun poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Banksia with a distressed look. Aren't you trading crystal cores with survivors? Why are you so exhausted? She had assumed the number of people trading wouldn't be large, but it seemed the opposite was true. Banksia rested her chin on her hand, reflecting for a few seconds. We probably received 2,000 to 3,000 people today. Many of them were familiar faces, who had been back several times, while a few had rushed in from other places after hearing the news. Kai Yuan couldn't help but wonder, so many people? Where did you get all the supplies? Banksia feigned a shy smile. We're making money by robbing others. Kai Yuan and the others nodded in understanding. They encountered plenty of robberies while killing zombies down the mountain, and they always reaped a good harvest. Zhao Xian looked at Banksia a little sheepishly. Banksia, I've been growing a lot of vegetables lately, and I like to trade them for some crystal cores. Is that okay with you? Banksia said readily, of course. A lot of people asked me to trade them for vitamins and hemorrhoid cream today. Vegetables will definitely be popular. Brother Xian, why don't you join us at the stall tomorrow? We'd be packed. But, she suddenly remembered, feeling a pang of guilt, we're trading 3 times as much as the official base. If you join us at the stall, unless you match the price, you probably won't get many buyers. When she decided on the trade ratio, she was focused solely on selling the supplies for crystal cores as quickly as possible, not giving it much thought. Zhao Xian said nonchalantly, it's okay. It didn't take much effort on my part anyway. Su Yao pinched his chin, pondering. His brothers had all started careers, so what could he possibly trade at home? Fire can keep you warm, but you can't take it with you. Water. The last thing we need right now is water. Electricity. We can't even get enough to eat. How many people would be willing to spend crystal cores on electricity? Is that it? Smash it. A hurried, angry female voice echoed outside the window, followed by a hammer slamming down on the glass that had just been removed and replaced today from upstairs. The instant the glass shattered, several different supernatural powers emanated from Banksia and the others. The person who smashed the glass fell into the water with a plop and disappeared. How dare you? The female voice shouted, Du Jia, quickly get some people to tie up these murderers. Du Jia anxiously tried to comfort her, madam. The truth of the matter hasn't been revealed yet. They killed someone right in front of me, the woman's voice cursed. You still dare to shield them? I bet you. What old witch is this, making such a fuss? Su Yao interrupted impatiently. He almost figured out what he could sell at home, but someone so inexplicably interrupted his train of thought. Did they really think he was a soft persimmon, someone they could bully? Old witch. The woman trembled with rage, then collapsed backward. Du Jia, I'm going to tell your commander you're derelict in your duty. Du Jia anxiously supported her, glancing at the icy-faced men in the room. For a moment, he felt like an ant on a hot pan. Neither side was easy to deal with. So why did he keep getting into this kind of trouble? Du Jia hesitated for a moment, deciding that Banksia and the others were easier to talk to. Banksia, Nanqing, Su Yao. He greeted them one by one and said, have you seen Hao Jian, Wuchang, Gao Jun, and Zhu Yong last night and today? Nanqing said calmly, we haven't heard of those names. Du Jia then realized he hadn't explained clearly. The man you clashed with yesterday was named Hao Jian. Wuchang, Gao Jun, and Zhu Yong are the names of the other 3 survivors. No. Nanqing remained calm. He had only seen the bodies of a few people. How could this count as seeing them? I don't believe it. The woman struggled to her feet and pointed at Banksia, her eyes gleaming with a venomous glare. My son clearly. Madam. Du Jia quickly intervened. How could such damaging words be said in public? Hao Jian and his companions harbored resentment after their conflict with Banksia and the others. After being taken to the base yesterday, they somehow struck up a conversation with Ma Jun, the division commander's son. They then sneaked out of the base together that night, and haven't returned since. They suspected something had happened to them, so they came looking for them. But they had no evidence proving they come here, and Nanqing and the others seemed unresponsive, making things difficult. Besides, Du Jia smiled bitterly. Even if it was proven that Ma Jun had died at the hands of Nanqing and the others, what good would it do? This is the end of the world, where the strong reign supreme. Chapter 138. Du Jia was caught in a dilemma. This division commander's wife's family was powerful before she married, and after she married, her husband, with the support of her family, quickly rose to a high position. As a result, her temper had grown increasingly fierce, and she was quite arrogant. She would not give up today. As expected, as soon as the division commander's wife regained some composure, she ordered her orderly, "Go, arrest these people, torture them, and find out where my son is." Banksia scoffed, "Torture? Wake up! The Qing dynasty is doomed." As everyone stared in astonishment, she pulled out a rocket launcher. "If you dare take another step forward." The corners of her mouth curled slightly, the threat in her eyes undisguised. "Banksia, don't be impulsive." Du Jia was nearly terrified. "We're leaving now. If anything happened to the commander's wife here, a skin corpse would be the least of his trouble, but the impact on the base would be disastrous." He dragged the still unwilling commander's wife along as they fled at full speed, only letting out a sigh of relief after the boat had sailed a few kilometers. God knows how a weapon like a bazooka could be in the hands of an ordinary person. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have called it a fantasy. Banksia watched them flee and languidly stored the bazooka into her space. She had thought the commander's wife was so arrogant, but she was still as cowardly as ever. "That commander's wife just now will never let this go," she said, looking at Su Yao and the others. "Starting tomorrow, we better act together to avoid being picked off one by one and retaliated." "Okay," Su Yao said unconcernedly. "We're bored, so why not join you in setting up a stall? That way, you two won't be so busy you won't have any food to eat." Banksia had no intention of asking them for help. She offered advice. Life inside the base is relatively stable. Small appliances like rice cookers, woks, and hot pots that are easy to carry and frequently used during the move, books to pass the time, essential household items, and children's toys will definitely be popular. If you have any extra, you can set up a stall to earn some crystal cores. Su Xiao suddenly realized, "I find Deju later." Deju is a cat with a hoarding habit. He's been secretly collecting gadgets that others disdain. I let him take them all out and sort through them. He's sure to find a lot of good stuff. Zhao Xian was puzzled. "I do have quite a few toys, but are there any buyers?" He had collected inventory from several toy stores, intending to give them to the baby once Banksia and her husband had a baby. He had never imagined he could exchange them for crystal cores. Banksia explained, "Many pregnant women appeared during the extreme cold. Calculating the time frame, most gave birth within the last 2 to 3 months. According to traditional custom, friends and family visiting children and new mothers are required to bring 1 or 2 gifts. Couples who safely gave birth in the apocalypse must have either strong family backgrounds or considerable financial resources. Such families are undoubtedly willing to spend a crystal core on their hard-earned children. Friends and family members of the same social status are no less likely to be inferior. Thus, the toy market has enormous potential." Fan Yunyun, eyes sparkling, grasped Banksia's hand. "Let me touch your fortune." Banksia was speechless. "Don't be so superstitious. I don't have a Midas touch." "Don't be so modest. Yours is the Midas touch." Su Xiao stepped forward and reverently grasped Banksia's hand. "Let me touch your fortune, too." Su Yao grabbed Nanqing's hand and said, "Indirectly benefit from the wealth." Nanqing, I really wanted to slap him to death. The next morning, the 3 families stored all their belongings in their space and headed for the mall, where they had traded yesterday. Half an hour later, Su Yao and his companions looked at the tightly packed fleet of speedboats and looked at Banksia and the others in disbelief. "Are these all your customers?" Banksia and Nanqing were also shocked. They had arrived an hour earlier, so how could these people be here before them? "It's too congested. The boats definitely can't get through," Banksia said helplessly. "I ride Inzi over to open the gate." Nanqing carefully instructed, "Don't worry. Wait until I get here before we start." Inzi jumped from Banksia's arms onto the boat, transformed back into his transformed form, and flew towards the mall with Banksia on his back. A flying cat. Flying is so great, but it's unethical. Stop yelling, this is the boss. The boss is coming. The boss is coming." Banksia automatically ignored the excited shouts and patted Inzi's head. "Go pick up your brother, be safe." The mall was also packed with people, but everyone had tacitly cleared the space where they had set up their stall yesterday. Banksia quickly spread the plastic sheeting. Just like yesterday, please line up and buy as needed. Don't worry, I've got more than enough supplies, and everyone can buy. The person at the front of the line smiled innocently, and touched the back of his head. Boss, don't worry, we all know your rules, and have already formed the line. Banksia neatly arranged the supplies on the plastic sheeting and asked, why are you here so early? We didn't just get here this morning. We were waiting here last night. Yes, boss. Do you remember me? I was here yesterday. Boss, I told my aunts and uncles yesterday not to set up a stall anywhere else. Banksia, no wonder there were so many people outside. It's all thanks to you. Not long after, Inzi brought Nanqing, Su Yao, and the others over, even a few furry ones. Wow, boss! You actually have a national treasure. This cow is a little strange. Why doesn't it have a tail? Banksia interrupted with a light cough. My friends here also brought some things. Please step aside, and make some room for us to set up our stall. She had already cleared a spot, but it wasn't enough. Everyone, step back. The boss has brought his friends to set up a stall. The person in front called out, and the people behind them immediately stepped back excitedly. The boss's friends must have quite a bit of supplies. They were truly lucky. Seeing there was enough space, Banksia hurriedly said, no need to step back, thank you. The transaction will begin shortly. To avoid wasting time, please plan your purchases in advance. She handed a thick stack of A4 paper to the person in the front, please pass it around. The person in the front casually picked up a piece of paper, folded it, and put it in his pocket. He passed the rest to the person behind him, then eagerly said, boss, I need 50 kilograms of rice, 2 XL down jackets, and a pair of size 36 fleece boots. He listed more than 10 items in a row, clearly well prepared. Banksia, Nanqing, and Jinzi worked in perfect harmony to sort out the items he wanted to buy, while Inzi counted the crystal cores with a serious expression. Next door, Su Yao and Kai Yuan's stalls were also making good sales. Today's stall closed even later, not sending the last customer away until 8 o'clock. Kai Yuan took a gulp of warm water and said hoarsely, I finally understand why you were so exhausted yesterday. They barely had time to drink water until now, and their lunch and dinner were like Shu Beiji eating ginseng, swallowed without even tasting them. The rest of the time, they were mechanically searching, moving, and delivering goods. If they hadn't possessed supernatural powers, they would have collapsed long ago. But it's worth it. Su Yao wiped a sweat from his forehead. We earned more crystal cores today than I could have in a month of fighting zombies. Gulp. An unfamiliar swallowing sound echoed. Chapter 139. Nanqing and the others exchanged a look of surprise and disbelief. The person swallowing just now wasn't them, nor was it the other person. So who then? Was it a haunted place? Ban Xia, alone, couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Why did she keep running into idiots lately? Since they were so brazen in setting up a stall and trading, they must have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. How could anyone dare covet their possessions? Without hesitation, she pulled out a bucket of paint and doused it at the source of the swallowing sound. Suddenly, a short man appeared out of thin air before everyone. The short man, not expecting to be discovered after just a single encounter, panicked and tried to flee, only to be caught by Zhao Xian's vines. Invisibility? Su Yao curiously kicked the short man's waist, where the paint hadn't touched him. This is the first time I've ever seen this ability. Not only him, but everyone else, except Ban Xia, was seeing it for the first time. Banksia held the knife to the smaller man's neck and demanded, who sent you here? The invisibility ability has no offensive power, and is usually used for reconnaissance, rarely displayed in public. This person might have just become greedy for the crystal cores in their hands, and accidentally revealed their true identity. The smaller man moved back in fear, trying to avoid the sharp blade. As he dodged, Banksia thrust her blade forward, denying him a chance to evade. Don't try to play tricks. If you anger me, my hand will shake, and your head will be ripped off. The smaller man trembled with fear and pleaded humbly, Beautiful, beautiful woman, my wife is sick and can't work, and our child is only 3 months old. If I die, they will surely die. You must hold the knife. He seemed to be thinking about something sad, and tears began to flow unconsciously. Banksia was almost speechless. Call him cowardly, but he dared to do such evil things. Call him brave, but he had scared himself to tears. She tapped the smaller man's arm with her knife. Answer my questions honestly, and I might consider letting you go. 1,000 emotions flashed across the smaller man's face, and he finally raised his neck. You might as well kill me. Su Yao snorted coldly. Hey, you just said you couldn't die because you had a sick wife and young child at home, but now you're begging us to kill you? You're lying to us. I didn't lie to you. The smaller man was anxious. I don't want to die either, but my wife and child are in the hands of my employer, and I can't afford to offend them. He burst into tears. If I had known, I wouldn't have spent so much money on the superpower potion to awaken my superpowers. Nothing good has ever happened to me. Instead, I've been sent to dangerous places by the base to gather information all day long, being threatened by powerful people to find out about my enemies. Why is my life so miserable? Banksia and the others suddenly felt like crows were flying over their heads. Why did this person cry so easily? Su Xiao stammered in comfort. You have your wife and children by your side. You're already luckier than 90% of the people in this world. The little man's sadness suddenly turned to joy, and he laughed a big snotty laugh. You're right. My wife is gentle and kind, and my daughter is smart and adorable. Who in this world could be as lucky as me? He sighed deeply. I just don't know if my daughter will dislike my shortness when she grows taller in a few years. It's all because of this damn superpower potion. I was a handsome 6 feet 8 inches guy before I evolved my powers. Banksia and the others remained silent. You're less than 1.5 meters tall. It's hard to believe you used to be 1.8 meters tall. The smaller man, seeing the crowd's disbelief, raised his neck to protest. Banksia interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. I ask you questions, and you answer them. If yes, nod. If no, shake your head. If you dare to remain silent, I send you off. She continued to ask, Is your employer a woman? The smaller man's face paled, seemingly puzzled by her apparent guess. However, he suppressed his guilt and stiffened his neck, pretending to refuse to obey. Banksia raised her eyebrows slightly. You don't think your wife and children will survive if you don't betray them, do you? The little man looked at her innocently. What else could you do? Are you stupid? Su Yao suppressed his anxiety for this clueless person. If you die, your wife and daughter will be worthless as a threat. I'm sure you know what happens to worthless people, even without me telling you. The little man's face paled, but he still refused, or rather, refused to believe it. My wife is gentle and kind, and my daughter is smart and lovely. How could anyone have the heart to harm them? He fell silent. Although he was slow-witted, he wasn't incapable of distinguishing between good and evil, especially since everyone else had broken down the truth into pieces. I tell you the truth about my employer. Will you help me save my wife and daughter? The wife said that those who patiently reasoned with him were good people. Since they were good people, he could ask them for help, right? Banksia and the others, Did you understand? They were enemies. Why was he asking them for help? Banksia frowned. While the employer, who had arrested them, was to blame, the little man's family had indeed suffered an undeserved disaster. Since someone was trying to harm them, she naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. She had to find a way to nip the threat in the bud, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to help the little man's family. If I happen to see you, I help you. Banksia threw the knife back into the space. Carefully explain everything the employer has instructed you to do. According to the little man, or rather, Lu Zhuiqing, his special abilities made him well suited for scouting, making him somewhat well known within the base. Last night, the family had been sleeping soundly when they were suddenly knocked unconscious by a group of masked men and taken to an unfamiliar room. After being splashed with water and awakened, a masked woman told him that if he wanted his wife and daughter alive, he had to find a way to slip a drug into Banksia and the others' food. But no one could have imagined that, seeing so many crystal cores for the first time, he couldn't resist his greed and unfortunately exposed himself, resulting in his capture. Banksia looked at him with a half-smile. You should be thankful you didn't have time to drug her, otherwise you'd be a corpse by now. Possessing wood-related abilities, ordinary medicines have no effect on her. You keep saying you can't afford to offend your employer. Do you know who she is? While there's a 99% chance the commander's wife is the agent behind this, there's still a 1% chance it's a surprise. It's important to get to the bottom of this before wrongly accusing someone innocent. Lu Zhuiqing hesitated for a moment, then gestured. Although she was wearing a mask, I've seen those hands. On the entire base, only the commander's wife's hands wore a ruby ring. In this world, most people can barely afford to eat, so they don't have the energy to dress up. Besides, that ring is unique. Once seen, they never forget it. Chapter 140. Banksia and the others weren't surprised by Lu Zhuiqing's revelation of the true culprit behind the scenes. After all, they only recently offended her. But, I'm so hungry. Let's have a midnight snack first. Banksia pulled a bucket of instant noodles from her spaceship and handed it to Nanxing. Eat well so you have the energy to work. Su Yao's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the shrimp in the instant noodles bucket. Banksia, You actually have seafood ramen. Can I trade you for a bucket of braised beef instant noodles? Sure, I have plenty. If you want, I trade you up to 10 boxes. 1, no, 5 boxes. Okay, I trade you after we finish eating. Gurgle. Lu Zhuoqing clutched his stomach, smiled awkwardly, and turned away, facing the wall. Banksia hesitated for 2 seconds, then picked out a bucket of instant noodles with chicken and mushrooms, her least favorite dish, and tossed it to him. Since you're sensible, I give you this. Come and get some hot water. Lu Zhuoqing swallowed hard, and carefully hid the noodles under his clothes. Can I go back and eat? My wife hasn't had a full meal in ages. Banksia and the others couldn't help but wonder. Even the poorest families, who could afford supernatural potions, had some financial resources. How could they suddenly be so poor they couldn't even afford to eat? Lu Zhuoqing then unreservedly told them his story. Since his story was too fragmented, Banksia summarized it for him. Lu Zhuoqing's wife was attacked by ungrateful relatives during childbirth, nearly resulting in both her and her husband's death. Their property was seized, and he was driven out of the house, all alone. If his wife had not been so foresight and divided the supplies into several portions early on, and used 3 of the portions to exchange for a special potion for him, thus qualifying him to join the official guard, the family of 3 would have either starved to death or been killed by their relatives. Lu Zhuoqing wiped away his tears again. Are you planning to seek revenge? The commander's wife isn't staying at the base. I show you the way. Will you help me save my wife and daughter? Who says fools don't have any ulterior motives? Lu Zhuoqing's ulterior motives are so numerous they practically implode. Su Yao rolled his eyes at him. Have you forgotten you're a prisoner, with no room for negotiation? Lu Zhuoqing sat down on the ground, dejected. The commander's wife's men all have special abilities. I really can't defeat them. Are you sure this is the place? Banksia looked at Lu Zhuoqing with some suspicion. The residential building not far away was half new, half old. It didn't look like the place the commander's wife, with her delicate face, would live. Lu Zhuoqing nodded sincerely. I woke up for a few seconds while being abducted, and I've memorized the location perfectly. I won't make a mistake. Alright then, go up there and get some information. Don't let yourself get caught this time. Others aren't as soft-hearted as us, and won't let you off the hook. After Lu Zhuoqing slipped into the building, Fang Yunyun asked, somewhat worriedly, is this Lu Zhuoqing a decoy specially arranged by the division commander's wife to lure us in? It wasn't that she was overthinking it, but Lu Zhuoqing, if you call him smart, he inevitably come off as silly when they talked. And if you call him stupid, he'd be petty, which seemed a bit out of place. His IQ isn't really high. Nanqing observed Lu Zhuoqing's every move carefully. But his family has put a lot of effort into his upbringing, so he can fool people he doesn't know well. Fang Yunyun suddenly understood. Now that you put it that way, I understand. About half an hour later, Lu Zhuoqing returned to the boat. He gestured anxiously. There are several thermal imaging alarms installed at the entrance to the building, and there's a patrol. I don't dare go up there. I'd be discovered. Banksia was slightly surprised. The security was so tight. Could there be some other secret inside? She was immediately intrigued. I'd give it a try. Su Yao asked, what's your plan? Ride Silver down from the roof, or climb through a window. This building has at least 100 units. It's impossible for every window to have alarms or psychic guards. She always find an opportunity. Nanqing hurriedly grasped Banksia's hand, fearing she'd run away. I go too. I keep watch for you. Okay, then, Brother Yao, you two stay here. I use my flashlight to signal anything. When you see the signal, ignore everything and just run. Okay. The rainy nights were extremely dark, the sky devoid of light. Even if Silver flew openly, it wouldn't be easy to spot. However, Banksia still wanted it to fly as high as possible to avoid any accidents. The two reached the rooftop smoothly. Banksia put the Silver into her space, and, pulling Nanqing along, violently broke the lock on the emergency exit. Perhaps no one expected anyone to descend from the rooftop, so the staircase was devoid of alarms or security personnel, saving Banksia and the others considerable effort. Wife, there's no one on this floor. Okay. They descended all the way to the 5th floor before Nanqing signaled Banksia to stop. The corridor is guarded, and... He frowned, his expression grim. The 3 floors below appeared to be laboratories. I saw numerous instruments and equipment, as well as dozens of 2-meter-tall transparent petri dishes filled with zombies, humans, and mutant animals. Banksia's heart trembled violently, and she suppressed her thoughts of the infamous laboratory in her past life, which had deceived people under the guise of for the future of all mankind. In her past life, There had always been rumors that the laboratory had high-level official support. Could it be that they had stumbled upon it today? She held Nanqing's hand. The laboratory is very dangerous. Be sure to stay safe. Well, I try to control the night watchman with my psychic powers. Nanqing closed her eyes and slowly used her psychic powers to penetrate the night watchman's mind. You haven't slept for 10 days. You're extremely tired. You need to rest. Ah. One of the night watchmen yawned loudly. I'm so sleepy. I need to get some sleep. A companion held him back. Hey, you're on night duty. How can you sleep? I file a complaint. I am so sleepy. I need some sleep too. The two of them slowly laid down on the ground, breathing deeply in sleep. Banksia and Nanqing waited another minute, making sure the two were truly asleep, before descending. Banksia grabbed the two men's necks and twisted them, then tossed the bodies into the space. She asked Nanqing, Is anyone in the lab? Nanqing shook her head. They might be resting. I haven't seen them yet. But there's a thermal imaging alarm inside, so we're afraid we'd be discovered as soon as we enter. Banksia thought for a moment. The black vine isn't a real plant, so the alarm can't tell. I have the vine crawl inside and store the alarm in the space. She immediately did what she said. Opening her arms, vines as thin as hair slowly crawled through the crack in the door and into the room. Okay, let's go. The two used their supernatural powers to break the door lock and entered the brightly lit room. Chapter 141. The lab was bright as day, its walls covered with 3 layers of thick blackout cloth. No wonder nothing unusual could be seen from outside. Ding ding ding. The complex equipment continuously beeped with alarms. Banksia looked up at the neatly arranged petri dishes. The dishes were 2 meters tall, filled with a transparent liquid. Inside were the corpses of zombies, humans, and mutant animals, their faces distorted, painful, or mute. None of these bodies looked normal. Some humans had mutant claws sprouting from their bodies, some zombies were left with only half their bodies, and some mutant animals had zombie arms grafted onto them. Nanqing had seen corpses many times, but this was the first time he had seen such a bizarre sight. He felt a chill in his heart, and goosebumps broke out on his arms. Honey, these are all dead? He had carefully examined them with his psychic powers, but there was no sign of life anywhere, whether human, mutant, or even zombie. Banksia said, a surge of anger rising within her. Let's go check out the situation on the 2 floors below first. The layout was identical to her previous life's laboratory. She absolutely refused to believe anyone saying it was okay. On the next floor, several more mutant plants and corpses were found in the petri dishes, which contained these mutant plants. Banksia glanced at them with disdain, and continued on to the next floor. This floor, though devoid of petri dishes, contained several iron cages connected to a high-voltage electrical grid. She looked at them one by one. A mutant Alaskan dog so thin that only bones remained, an unknown mutant plant with only roots left, a zombie without limbs, a human with twisted limbs. Brother, brother, save me. A weak voice rang out. Nanqing carefully identified the human who had asked for help. When he recognized who it was, he couldn't help but startle. Wei San. Why are you here? Wei San's body lay like mud at the bottom of the cage. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes at the words. Chiao Wu. Betrayal. Ban Xiao looked around and turned off the high-voltage switch. Nanqing, you and Inzi take these people away. I take care of the rest. Besides Wei San, there were several other humans in the cage. Since they were there, they should help. Whether they survived depended on their resilience. Nanqing carefully checked. Wife, what are you going to do? Is there any danger? Ban Xiao smiled soothingly, but her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yes, but it definitely won't be me. She hadn't been angry in a long time, and she needed the blood of her enemies to calm her anger. She went to the hallway and released Inzi and Shansha from the space, then gave them detailed instructions. Inzi, help my brother get the people out. Shansha, treat the injured. If there's any danger, prioritize your own safety, your brother's, and your teammates' safety. If you can, please help, but don't force it. She planned to blow the entire building to ash. Such a commotion would undoubtedly attract a large number of survivors to investigate, and with so many people, conflict would easily ensue. Inzi made 3 trips to retrieve the survivors from the cage. Banksia watched the assault boats disappear through her telescope and returned to the house. She stored the mutated Alaskan dog, still breathing, and the mutated plant roots in her space, then headed downstairs with her submachine gun in hand. Intruder! The night watchman, never expecting anyone to come down from upstairs, shouted instinctively. Banksia raised her gun and fired, Bang, bang, bang. The night watchman quickly fell to the ground. Damn it! Where did that gun come from? The lab manager downstairs was frantic. Did we get so much action lately that the base leadership discovered us? Impossible. The commander's wife frowned and denied. My husband and daughter pretended to save Li Kongyuan 3 times. Now that idiot respects my husband as his own father and is obsessed with my daughter as a goddess, he wouldn't suspect anyone but us. Then, before she could finish her sentence, she fell to the ground with a bullet in her eyebrow. The commander's wife was startled. She looked up, her eyes bloodshot. It was you. It was me. Banksia looked around. This commander's wife really knew how to enjoy life. Not only was all the furniture in the house made of mahogany, but it was a complete set, and even the floor was covered with thick wool carpet. Did you kill my son? The commander's wife was shocked. Then a thought struck her, and her eyes reddened, almost bleeding. Oh, I didn't kill him. Seeing the commander's wife's expression relax, Banksia added with amusement, he was killed by my little cat. He died a horrible death, covered in cat scratches, not a single piece of skin intact. In reality, that wasn't the case. Although Inzi was a cat, he didn't have a habit of torturing his prey. Instead, he preferred to deliver a swift, fatal blow. That horse or something was beheaded by a single blow from a wind blade. The commander's wife suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. You get your comeuppance. I'm doing a good deed. How could there be any retribution? Banksia released the mutant Alaskan dog, which had been tortured to its last breath, from the space. But you, here, your comeuppance has come. Are you surprised? She opened her right hand, and hair-thin vines pierced the mutant Alaskan dog's body. Green energy continuously flowed through it, and the dog's wounds gradually healed. It barked gratefully at Banksia, then glared at the master's wife with a fierce look. As soon as Banksia retracted the vines, the Alaskan dog pounced on the master's wife. The master's wife trembled with fear. Don't bite me. The Alaskan dog showed no mercy, but it didn't bite the master's wife's neck in one swipe. Instead, it grazed her flesh with its teeth, observing her expression. Seeing her expression deepen, a flicker of relief flashed in its eyes. Then it continued to bite, observing, adjusting the force of its bite according to the master's wife's expression, seeking maximum revenge. Banksia was amazed. What a clever little dog. After more than 10 minutes, the Alaskan dog seemed to have finally had enough fun, and was about to finish off the commander's wife with a single bite, when it fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Oh no! An ambush. Banksia collapsed to the ground. The ambusher seemed extremely cautious, and didn't immediately enter the house to investigate. Instead, he waited several minutes before entering. Father! The commander's wife had no remaining flesh left. Her bare bones exposed looked extremely creepy, but her voice was even more shrill. Kill her! Kill her! My Junior! The old man, surrounded by more than a dozen psychics, glanced at her indifferently. Not yet. This woman has a huge amount of crystal cores and supplies. I need to make her spit them out first. He had been targeting this woman for more than a day or two, but unfortunately, she was always accompanied by a psychic, preventing his men from getting close. Today, he finally had his chance. Chapter 142. The commander's wife frantically grabbed the white-haired old man's trousers. Father, father! She killed Junior. Dedicated to the great cause, the white-haired old man remained unmoved. You should be proud of Junior. What? The commander's wife had never expected her father to be so cold-blooded. Isn't Junior your most beloved grandson? How could you be so cold-blooded? Auntie. A man with feminine features stepped out from behind the white-haired old man. Ma Jun's surname is Ma, and I, Zhu Yi, am Grandpa's biological grandson. The commander's wife was struck by lightning, her words incoherent. But Junior also has the blood of our Zhu family. The feminine man replied lightly, but his surname is Ma. The commander's wife sat there bewildered, then suddenly realized. No wonder. When I was little, my physical fitness and academic performance were better than my brother's. The uncles in the compound said I had a chance to succeed you. You and mother told me I didn't need to work hard because I was a girl. You kept urging me to eat, drink, and have fun. I thought you truly loved me, so even when my brother beat me out of jealousy, I didn't dare tell you for fear of hurting you. When I reached marriageable age, I ended up with the most promising young man in the compound next door. Mother said his family was high-ranking, and if I got bullied after marrying him, father wouldn't be able to stand up for me. So she urged me to break up and marry father's favorite student. I thought you truly loved me, breaking up with the one I loved and marrying an honest man who would hit people when he got angry. My mother had put in all her effort and connections to marry my brother to a woman of higher status, yet she kept crying in front of me, saying she was constantly being bullied by my sister-in-law. I was afraid you and your mother would be bullied by your sister-in-law, so I always brought lavish gifts home, treated your sister-in-law with respect, and even treated my nephew like his own son. I never expected that. The commander's wife glared at the white-haired old man with resentment. You don't truly love me. You see me as a stumbling block to your son's path, and you can't wait to get rid of me. How could someone who truly loves someone be willing to use her life as bait? She was nearly mauled to death by that beast just now. How outrageous. The white-haired old man seemed to have hit the nail on the head, and he flew into a rage. If your mother and I didn't love you, how could we have allowed you to live in luxury since childhood, and how could we have helped your husband rise to such a high position? Father, have you forgotten you've been retired for 20 or 30 years? If you were truly that powerful, you would have put my useless brother in the driver's seat long ago. How could Ma Lin have gotten his turn? The commander's wife felt no greater sorrow than a broken heart. She cared nothing more now, her only obsession remaining. If you truly love me, cut this woman into pieces. Banksia, feigning unconsciousness, She had originally thought she'd hear more about the mastermind behind this, but instead, she listened to a family drama about favoring sons over daughters. What a waste of time. The white-haired old man thought his son-in-law was now powerful, and his granddaughter had hooked up with the head of the base. Now wasn't the time to lash out. He softened his voice and said, Awan, I'm sad that Juner's gone, but how can I, a grown man, shed tears in front of you? Seeing the commander's wife's expression soften, he continued, I take the supplies and crystal core from this woman, and then I hand her over to you. How do you think? The commander's wife was immediately moved and looked at the white-haired old man. Thank you, Dad. I was wrong about you. She then lowered her eyelids to hide the hatred in her eyes. Well, she'd deal with this heartless family when she got back. Wait, Zhu Yi glanced at the commander's wife with ill intent. Grandpa, aren't you looking for a wife to give me children? This woman. He pointed at Banksia, whose face was half exposed. She's beautiful and has dual abilities. How about letting her give me a child? You? You? The commander's wife was so enraged that she closed her eyes and passed out, compared to a great-grandson who might inherit superpowers. A daughter who was clearly crippled was of little importance. The white-haired old man cast a disdainful glance at his blood-soaked daughter, then patted his grandson's hand lovingly. You're still clever. Zhu Yi smirked, and was about to approach Banksia when several superpowers suddenly appeared and attacked him. The guards, trained to form stone shields to block the superpowers in front of them, forgot that danger sometimes lies behind them. Banksia's hand flashed green, and the black vine plunged straight into Zhu Yi, sucking him dry. Then, with a disgusted kick, she pushed him into the corner, sparing his life so that Nanqing could vent her anger and avoid Nanqing's angry scolding. Banksia, you're okay, Fan Yunyan said in surprise. Yeah. Banksia, feeling a little guilty, danced the vines with a ferocious swipe. Ah! My eldest grandson! The white-haired old man roared in agony, tears streaming from his eyes. I will perish with you. He pulled the remote control for the explosives from his bosom and, with a sinister grin, was about to press it. Lu Zhuiqing, who had been hiding and waiting for his opportunity, quietly snatched it away and tossed it to Deju, who stored it in his space. Banksia felt the chill emanating from Nanqing grow heavier, and whipped the white-haired old man unconscious. I told you to plant a bomb in your own house. Damn it! Oh no, this isn't his house, it's his daughter's. The commander's wife is truly a bittersweet wretch. These guards appeared to have high-level abilities, but their movements were stiff, and their powers were far from powerful. They quickly became a pile of corpses. Banksia looked at Nanqing, Su Yao, Fan Yunyan, Su Xiao, Kai Yuan, Zhao Xian, and Lu Zhuiqing. Why are you all here? Nanqing couldn't help but pinch her face. Didn't you say someone else was in danger? How come you didn't even notice the bomb? Banksia stubbornly defended herself. I know, I just thought I'd use it to blow up the building later, so I left it alone. One person's plan is short, two people's plan is long. Fan Yunyan's face was filled with worry. Next time something dangerous like this happens, bring us along. Banksia obediently replied okay, but fearing further scolding, she quickly changed the subject. I haven't been to the lower floors yet. Nanqing, you and Brother Yao and Brother Yuan go down and check for any survivors. I be interrogating the bad guys here. Nanqing pinched her face again. I settle the score with you when we get back. With that, she and Su Yao and the others headed downstairs. Banksia sighed inwardly, then suddenly remembered the unconscious dog and hurried to revive Alaska. Alaska blinked several times in confusion before realizing his revenge wasn't complete. It licked Banksia's hand obediently, then walked over to the unconscious commander's wife with impeccable precision, opening its bloody mouth. This villain not only killed its mother and siblings, but nearly killed it too. If I don't take revenge, I'm nothing. The commander's wife awoke with a cry of pain. Go away, beast. Ah, Dad, save me. But her eccentric father was nearly dead himself. How could he possibly save her? Chapter 143. After venting his anger by biting the commander's wife into pieces, Alaska squatted obediently in front of Banksia, looking at her with gentle eyes. Banksia patted its head. Do you want to follow me? Alaska was indeed very smart, and nodded cautiously. This human saved it, so it must like it, right? Banksia hesitated for 2 seconds. I have a puppy at home who is as close to me as a family member. It's very jealous, so I have to ask its permission. Seeing Alaska lower his head in frustration, she reluctantly added, Did you see the people I just talked to? They're my friends. If you're willing. Alaska shook his head firmly. He would trust no one except this human, who would help him heal his wounds and avenge his death. Then you can eat and rest here first. Banksia pulled out a bag of dog food and a clean plastic basin. After I've interrogated the bad guy, I take you back home to ask about the dog's wishes. Although the Alaskan was well-behaved and intelligent, the gold she had raised was more important. Banksia settled the dog and found a camera from the space dimension, placing it in a hidden corner and turning it on. This would be evidence if any important information was uncovered later. She pulled out a chair from the space dimension and sat down. Using vines, she pulled Zhu and his grandson to her, then doused them with ice water. Perhaps because she had absorbed too much vitality from Zhu remained unresponsive. Instead, the older, white-haired man regained consciousness. He didn't immediately check on himself, but instead glanced around for someone else. Banksia softly reminded him, Don't look around. Your grandson is right here. She pointed her chin at Zhu, whose graying hair and emaciated body lay on the ground. Ah! The white-haired old man cried out sharply, his hand trembling as he touched Zhu's face. He couldn't believe that this man, who looked even older than himself, was actually his grandson, who was only in his 20s. But he had to believe it, because the birthmarks on their bodies were identical. Banksia waited idly for him to confirm. Your grandson is not dead. He might even be able to regain his youth, but it depends on your performance. Afraid the old man wouldn't believe her, she used her vines to inject some energy into Zhu, which made his complexion look slightly better. The white-haired old man glared at Banksia fiercely, but knowing that both his grandson's life and his own were in the hands of the man before him, he offered no room for resistance. With a look of humiliation on his face, he said, I confess anything you want to know, but I want you to swear to spare my grandson's life afterward. Banksia looked at the white-haired old man in surprise, trying to bargain. You're not young anymore. How can you be so naive? Aren't you afraid that I promised to spare your grandson's life on the surface, only to secretly kill him later? I advise you to confess quickly, lest you suffer in vain. You're right. I don't believe your empty promises. The white-haired old man seemed confident. So I want you to swear to the god of wealth. If you break your oath, you live in poverty and have nowhere to turn to. What a vicious oath. Banksia's eyebrows twitched fiercely. Do you believe I kill you and your grandson right now? I'm not a rabbit. I'm a foreigner. The white-haired old man asked anxiously. Don't you want to know why I, a foreigner, have infiltrated high-level government positions, and what my purpose is? Banksia's lips curled up in a bloodthirsty smile. I promise to swear, but if you dare lie to me, I will infiltrate the base and slaughter your entire family. Do you know the Exian family? They all died at my hands. She raised her hand and swore. The white-haired old man couldn't help but shudder at the mention of the word Exian family. How could he not know about the Exian family? When he first learned about them, he was so frightened he urgently added 20 bodyguards to his home, fearing a deranged killer might attack his family. He had suspected the killer was an international mercenary, a retired soldier, an assassin, or some mysterious unknown creature, but he had never imagined it would be a young girl. The white-haired old man didn't dare to play tricks, fearing he would anger Banksia and lead to the murder of her family. He confessed honestly, Have you heard of the country exchange program? My parents abandoned me at the doorstep of an orphanage when I was born. The white-haired old man was one of the foreigners whose identities had been laundered. His cunning and patronizing nature allowed him to remain undetected for years, and he even secretly promoted many of his kind. Banksia felt a surge of rage upon hearing this. Although she had seen news reports before, she was young then, and her energy was so swamped by studying that she had forgotten them, and hadn't taken them seriously. She hadn't expected foreign infiltration to be so widespread. She ordered, "Write down a list of the foreigners you know of." The white-haired old man refused. "My great empire." Banksia scoffed mercilessly. "Your great empire was long ago drowned, and now only you, the stinking worms in the gutter, are left surviving." The white-haired old man was so angry that he spat blood. You. What do you mean by I?" Banksia rolled her eyes rudely. "You're not going to tell me, are you? I go to your house and kidnap you right now. Have you heard of lynching, skinning, and human pigs? Castration. No. You can't." The white-haired old man was filled with grief and indignation, wishing he could skin her alive and eat her flesh. Doesn't the rabbit country pride itself on being civilized and courteous? How could they be so cruel? "Oh, this is my personal behavior. What does this have to do with the rabbit country?" Banksia tossed the white-haired old man a pen and paper. "I give you 3 minutes. If you don't write, or if you dare to fool me, I will inflict every punishment I know on your family dozens or hundreds of times." She lashed the white-haired old man's hand with a whip, then used her supernatural powers to heal it. She sighed maliciously. That's the good thing about with powers. One moment, you can torture someone to the point of barely breathing, and the next moment you can heal them. Over and over again, until you're tired of it. Chapter 144. The white-haired old man looked as if he was about to faint from anger. Banksia spoke coldly. "You have 1 minute left." 58, 48, 38. The white-haired old man collapsed and screamed. "Didn't we agree on 3 minutes? And after 58, it's 57. Can you count?" "Oh, I made the rules. I have the final say." 18. "Write it." "I write it right away." Banksia rubbed Alaska, who had finished his dog food and was squatting beside her obediently. She hadn't had enough fun yet, having given in so quickly. Alaska looked thoughtfully at the angry old man and Zhu-Yi, whose fate remained unknown. Then, he turned to Banksia with admiration. "How impressive. My little Alaska will even sacrifice his dignity to rely on such a powerful master today." The white-haired old man spent a full 3 minutes writing down the list. There were over 70 names in total. The more Banksia read, the heavier her expression grew. Many of them she and her teammates had killed in her past life, but many more she hadn't. The only thing to be thankful for is that in their previous life, the authorities must have already discovered these filthy bugs, which is why they ordered the assassination missions. The reason they didn't make it public was probably to avoid alerting the instigators, and prompting those crazy foreigners to take risks, and do more harm to the rabbits. Banksia stored the list and camera in her space, and shouted to Nanqing, and the others hiding outside, "These 2 pieces of trash are useless. Go ahead." Nanqing and the others had returned long before the white-haired old man confessed his foreign identity. She was worried he might change his mind after seeing so many people, so she gestured for them to wait outside. The white-haired old man glanced at Nanqing and the others, who had suddenly appeared in horror, then turned to Banksia with gritted teeth. "You just swore to the god of wealth that you would spare my grandson's life." Banksia looked back at the white-haired old man with an innocent look. She had sworn an oath to the god of wealth, but she had no intention of doing it herself. So how could that be considered breaking her promise? Besides, the god of wealth was also a rabbit countryman. How could he blame her for killing foreigners? He should have been clapping and cheering. "Banksia, I don't think we can let them off so easily." Suya kicked the white-haired old man into a corner. "How about I give them a barbecue set? Isn't that bad?" Kai Yuan frowned. "You've done all the good things, so what are we supposed to do?" "I think burying them alive is perfect." Nanqing smiled gently. "They say killing someone destroys their heart, so why not let them? Let the grandparents and grandchildren kill each other." Inzi proudly spit out several transparent wind blades. "Meow meow meow. My master cat's wind abilities are a perfect match for slow execution." Fang Union rolled up his sleeves. No, no, no. When it comes to killing those scum in the gutter, my lightning abilities are the best." Su Xiao raised his hand weakly. "I won't compete with you. Can you let me drown half to death first before you do anything?" Zhao Xian shook his head. "Have you forgotten what Banksia said? We can try all of the above combos. If one isn't enough, I just take the brunt of the pain and heal you a few more times." Nanqing and the others were stunned, then surrounded Zhao Xian with delighted looks on their faces. "Brother Xian, I treat you to roast chicken tomorrow." "Xian, I take care of the housework for the next 3 months." "Brother Xian, don't you like spicy crayfish? I send you a few pounds tomorrow at noon." "Meow meow meow. What a nice human. Master Cat is looking out for you." "Brother Xian, I charge your phone for 3 months for free." "Brother Xian, if you're tired later, Just tell me, and I give you a shoulder and back massage. Zhao Xian waved his hands, his face flushed. You're welcome. Killing foreigners is our duty. He walked over to the white-haired old man whose ribs had been broken by Su Yao's kick and offered a false smile. We rabbits are the most hospitable. Your grandson is passed out. Let me treat him. A flash of green light flashed in Zhao Xian's hand, and Zhu Yi's body became even more shriveled. He exclaimed exaggeratedly, Oh, it seems your grandson is seriously ill. I heard about some folk remedies for coma a while ago, and I think they'd be perfect for you. Yuan, break this grandson's legs with a rock. Su Yao, roast his stomach with fire. Nanjing, pierce his head with golden needles. Inzi, use the wind blades. Bleed this guy. Yun, use lightning to shock his heart. Xiao, plug his ears, nose, and mouth with water. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. Pain therapy, cupping, the long-lost art of acupuncture, bloodletting, electroshock therapy, hydrotherapy. I'm like a living Huatuo. Banksy applauded enthusiastically. When had her teammate quietly evolved? It was truly amazing. Alaska stared at him with wide eyes for a long moment, nuzzled Banksia, and trotted over to Zhao Xian, sitting upright. Awoo. My master's amazing friend. Can you teach me medicine? Mr. Zhao Xian mistakenly thought Alaska wanted to join in, so he patted its head and gently asked, Little Alaska, what can you do? Alaska tilted its head, opened its mouth, and spat out a golden needle. Wow! Zhao Xian exclaimed in surprise. You're a master of acupuncture, too. Come on. He pulled Alaska over to the frantically struggling Zhu Yi. This bastard can't even be honest with his treatment. Little Alaska, give him some acupuncture on the soles of his feet. Banksia watched as Nanjing and the others, along with a cat and a dog, tortured the two foreigners over a dozen times. After Zhao Xian exhausted his superpowers, he tossed them a few purified with crystal cores to replenish them. But she felt like someone was missing. Where's Lu Zhuiqing? Nanjing found a moment to answer. We found his wife and children downstairs, along with the other hostages. We've taken them to a safe place. Okay, Banksia nodded. It's getting late. Let's get down to business first. We can have some fun later when we have time. Nanjing and the others obediently stopped, leaving the two foreigners aside, and asked Banksia, Are you going to blow up this building? Yes, Banksia said gravely. I'm going to collect a few petri dishes and lab reports as evidence, and blow up the entire building. But explosives are hard to come by. Kai Yuan frowned slightly. I read in a book that sugar and flour can be used to make improvised bombs. I don't have much sugar, but I do have plenty of flour. Fan Yunyun asked in surprise, Flour can be used to make bombs? How much do you need? I have it. Banksia smiled and said, Brother Yuan, Sister Yunyun, no need for flour. I have bombs, more than enough to blow up this building. You go ahead. Inzi and I will come find you after we're done. Be careful then. Okay. Banksia patted Alaska. You shrink first and follow. She pulled Nanjing over. You go with me first. I come find you when I'm done. Alaska leaned over to Nanjing, sniffed, and then shrank obediently. Banksia was stunned at the puppy, only a little over 20 centimeters long. You're still a pup. Before shrinking, Alaska was a meter tall. Banksia had thought it was an adult. Alaska nodded obediently. Ah, Master, I'm 3 months old. Banksia carefully selected several petri dishes containing different types of test subjects and stored them in the space. She then smashed the remaining dishes and placed bombs and large amounts of cooking oil on every floor to prevent even a single bone from escaping. After Nanjing and the others sailed several kilometers away, Banksia instructed Inzi to take her to the rooftop of a residential building a few hundred meters away. Then, she pulled out her grenade launcher, loaded it with incendiary bombs, and fired at the laboratory. Boom! The bombs in the laboratory exploded instantly due to the intense heat, reducing the entire building to ash. Banksia whistled cheerfully, and rode away gracefully on Inzi's back. Chapter 145. The loud explosion attracted many people living nearby to investigate. Banksia directed Inzi to circumvent them, avoiding any chance encounters. The only drawback was that it delayed them considerably, and Nanjing and the others nearly turned the boat around and headed back to look for her. As soon as she and Inzi boarded the boat, Nanjing came up to them and asked, What took you so long? Are you in danger? Su Yao and the others, along with the furry creatures, looked at her worriedly. Banksia took Nanjing's hand and explained, Many people came to investigate. I was afraid of being exposed by outsiders, so Inzi and I took a detour. She had assumed that there were few people living alone in the city, but she had nearly run into them several times. Where are we going now? Are we going to find a place to rest? Nanjing explained, we've asked Lu Zhuqing's family, and a few survivors to find an empty office building to rest. We're going to reunite with them now. Okay, Banksia nodded, waving at Jinzi, who looked aggrieved. Jinzi, why are you looking at me like that? Jinzi gave her a resentful look, then turned and faced her with his butt. Banksia knew Jinzi was jealous. She quickly walked over to him, pinching his paw and explaining, Alaska is the puppy I rescued from the lab, but I haven't agreed to keep him yet. Jinzi's eyes lit up. Woof woof woof. You didn't lie to me? Banksia touched Jinzi. I don't lie to puppies. But Alaska really wants to stay with me, so I promised him I'd come back and ask for your opinion. If you're willing to accept him, he live with us. If not, that's fine. You're the most important. Alaska was tiny and pitiful, but Jinzi was her true family. Jinzi didn't make a decision immediately, instead tilting her head in thought. Alaska cautiously approached Jinzi, licking her fur in a friendly gesture. Jinzi pawed it open and examined it carefully. A creature this small could easily get into trouble if left alone in the wild. Jinzi was generous and considered it a new little brother. It nodded cautiously at Banksia, but emphasized, woof woof. My sister's favorite puppy can only be me. Alaska was the first to react, nuzzling Jinzi with delight, then squatting down in front of Banksia with an expectant look. Banksia lifted Alaska and glanced at her belly. You're a little girl. From now on, you be called Tauzi, okay? The little Alaska's nose and the fur between her eyebrows were light yellow, with gray fur starting above her forehead, forming a pointed shape. At first glance, it resembled a peach heart, absolutely beautiful. Alaska circled her happily, awoo. Thank you, master, for naming me. Banksia introduced Tauzi, Inzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi to each other, then pulled Nanjing over and introduced them. He's the older brother, I'm the older sister. Welcome Tauzi to the family. Tauzi looked at Banksia and Nanjing in confusion. Could humans and dogs call each other brother and sister? She turned to her fellow dog, Jinzi, and asked, awoo? Big brother, do you call master sister, too? Jinzi looked back puzzled, woof woof. What's a master? Sister is sister. I've called her that since I was a kid. Tauzi's eyes were filled with confusion. She had been in a lab since she was born, and her mother had taught her not to trust humans because she was sent there by her human master herself. But Mom also said that if I really couldn't survive, I could seek refuge with a kind-hearted human and get some food and drink, then leave when I grown up. But they were puppies with morals, and they had to repay a favor. They would fight to protect their humans when they were around, and when they left, they would offer prey as a token of gratitude. But the owner wouldn't let me call her master, but sister. About half an hour later, the group arrived at the office building. Upon seeing them, Lu Zhuqing was so excited that he wanted to kneel and kowtow. Banksia and the others were startled and quickly stopped him, saying, It's just a simple thing. No need to be so polite. Lu Zhuqing couldn't help but wipe away his tears. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my wife and daughter. After capturing the hostages, the commander's wife didn't take good care of them as promised, but instead left them in a cold, damp room to fend for themselves. When Nanjing and the others approached, the hostages were mostly breathing in rather than out. Lu Zhuqing's wife and child were in the best condition, having been thrown in only 2 days. However, even so, they both developed high fevers due to the low temperature. If they had arrived a few hours later, something might have happened. As they were talking, Shan Sha came clattering out of the house. Banksia, you're finally back. Banksia touched its branch. Thank you for your hard work, Shan Sha. Shan Sha boasted proudly. It wasn't hard. Banksia, I saved all the survivors. Suddenly, it spotted the 2 foreigners Su Yao was dragging with a rope. Hey, are there any others here who need help? Leave it to me. I promise to cure them. As it reached for the rope, Su Yao dodged. Thank you, Shan Sha, but these 2 are really bad guys. Oh! Shan Sha quickly retracted her branch, saying in disdain, Why did you bring the bad guys back? These 2 were among the perpetrators of the lab attack. I brought them back so the other survivors can exact revenge. They had originally planned to reduce the foreigners and the building to ash, but thinking of the survivors, who had been tortured beyond recognition, they decided to bring them back so they could personally exact revenge. This would relieve their resentment and allow them to start a new life. Revenge? Lu Zhuqing's reaction was so quick it didn't seem like he had a problem with his intelligence. Let me do it! His superpower lacked offensive power, but his mutated body was quite strong. He slammed his right foot down hard on Zhu Yi's leg bone. Crack! The leg bone snapped in two. However, Lu Zhuqing's fury remained undimmed. He shouted into the room, "Friends, the enemy has been found. Come and seek revenge." The previously numb faces of the survivors slowly raised their heads at this. The enemy has been found? They stumbled, supporting each other as they stood up and left the room, their eyes riveted on the white-haired old man bound by ropes. It's him! This demon! The survivors' eyes gradually lit up, and they swarmed around the two demons, waving their hands and feet at them. Some, lacking strength, simply bit and tore at them like wild beasts. Banksia and the others watched with deep sorrow. They pulled out a fruit knife from their space and handed it to them. "Use this." The survivors thanked them with their eyes and, in tacit agreement, used the fruit knife to shave the flesh off the two men rather than stabbing them to death. Only after they had cut the last scrap of flesh off the two men did they burst into tears of relief. Fan Yunyan couldn't help but sigh. "I kind of regret it." Su Ya replied in unison, "Me too. If we'd known, we should have given these two demons more trouble." Chapter 146. After venting their sorrow, the survivors returned the knives to Banksia and the others, then knelt and kowtowed in unison to express their gratitude. Banksia and the others tried to stop one, but failed, finally saying helplessly, "We've received your gratitude. Hurry up, get up. The ground is cold." Wei San stepped forward, patting his chest and promising, "From now on, my life, Wei San, will be yours." Lu Zhuqing followed suit, "Me too." "And me." As the two spoke, the others also rushed to express their loyalty. Now that their great vengeance had been avenged, it was time for them to plan for their futures. The benefactors had rosy complexions and strong builds, revealing their considerable strength. They were the perfect match. "Why would we want your lives? If you stay alive, we have saved you." Banksia refused. They had no intention of recruiting followers to build their own power. Wei San was puzzled as to why anyone would refuse such a free gift of power. He patiently tried to persuade them. The world is in chaos right now, and those with the ability are seeking every possible means to seize territory and rule the land. You all possess special abilities, and you're not short of supplies. With the support of your brothers and sisters, becoming a regional hegemon is just around the corner. Banksia and the others responded, Why would they abandon their peaceful lives to engage in violence with a bunch of starving and underfed people like old women? Also, have you forgotten that the official base has at least 200,000 or 300,000 soldiers? They'd be crazy to bring a dozen or so people to claim the land and rule the land. Su Yao frantically waved his hands in refusal. I politely decline. You? Seeing Wei San was still trying to persuade her, Banksia quickly changed the subject. The two instigators are not ordinary people. Their relatives hold considerable influence within the base. I suspect someone inside knows about this. Wei San was shocked. What? Are these two actually high-ranking members of the base? He had been betrayed into the lab by his subordinates and had never been to the base, so he had no idea of their identities. The young man with only one leg remaining seemed to recall something, his lips trembling as he spoke. The white-haired old man is the father-in-law of Deputy Base Commander Ma Shicheng. His other son-in-law is the base commander's assistant, and his grandson and granddaughter are the leader and deputy leader of the Sakura mercenaries, respectively. Another woman chimed in, You're right. Besides, many people are privately rumored to have a crush on the deputy leader of the Sakura mercenaries. Wei San's eyes were bloodshot with rage. So, the base's top brass are in cahoots with these scoundrels? Not that bad. Banksia shook her head. But there are definitely a lot of corrupt officials among us. I suggest, go to another city as soon as possible to avoid the spotlight, and wait a few years until this has passed before returning. Otherwise, unless you're determined to disfigure your faces or never enter the base again, never appearing in public. Once they discover you, there's no chance of survival. Wei San and the others fell silent. They thought they had finally escaped, but they hadn't expected this world to be a quagmire, making true escape impossible. But getting to another city is no easy task. For one thing, we don't even have the most basic boat. City A was now flooded, making it impossible to move without a boat. Banksia and the others exchanged glances. We have extra supplies, and we can even provide you with food for 2 weeks. Anyway, these items were collected from the warehouse below the laboratory, so there's no need to worry. Wei San and the others were overjoyed, but they were at a loss as to what to do. A boat is essential, so we won't refuse. Just give us 3 days' worth of food. Once we leave City A, we'd be able to find it. Banksia shook her head. What if there are people working in the lab in the nearby cities? I suggest you go further, To the southwest or northwest bases, Nanjing advised. The explosion we just made a lot of noise. I'm afraid the people inside are searching for the perpetrators. We should leave now without delay. Wei San and the others were so moved that their eyes reddened. They clasped their fists in gratitude. Thank you so much. If you need us in the future, we'd be happy to help you, even at the cost of our lives. My name is Wei San. My name is Lu Shuiqing. My name is... The group took turns giving their names. Watching Wei San and the others leave, Su Xiao couldn't help but yawn. Are we going to rest here tonight? That's all right. Banksia yawned as well. Let's get some sleep first. We talk about it when we wake up. The three families each found an office and set up tents to rest. The next day, they didn't rush to the base to look for the remaining foreigners. Instead, they continued setting up their stalls at the mall, acting as if nothing had happened. Boss, you're finally here. I thought you weren't coming. As soon as Banksia and the others appeared, they were immediately greeted warmly. Banksia was puzzled. Didn't we agree yesterday that we'd be open for business today? Why are you asking? Hey, boss, didn't you hear the explosion last night? Yes, we were so scared we couldn't sleep all night. We even have dark circles under our eyes. Boss, you don't know? Something big has happened. Someone with inside information slapped his thigh and shouted, the wife of the official deputy base commander, his father-in-law, and his nephew were all taken last night. Banksia feigned confusion. The explosion last night was located opposite the base. Why would the deputy base commander's wife be there? I know. Another well-informed person offered to clarify. It said the deputy base commander's wife suffers from neurasthenia and can't stand noise, so she lives alone outside the base. Her father and nephew were visiting her last night. Oh, I see. Banksia nodded. The transaction will begin soon. Please line up. At this, everyone lost interest in small talk. They excitedly watched Banksia and the others unload items, nervously checking their lists, fearing they missed anything. Today's transaction was as brisk as ever. Banksia and the others saw off the last customer and dragged their exhausted bodies out of the mall. What a sweet trouble. Fang Yunyan's expression was torn, joy tinged with a hint of pain. Banksia hugged Nanjing's arm, resting most of her weight on him. We work for 2 more days, then we rest. Although they had earned a considerable amount of crystal cores, they were also exhausted. Even the energetic furry showed signs of fatigue. Hands up! A group of armed soldiers suddenly appeared from nowhere and surrounded them. Banksia and the others had anticipated this, so they remained calm. Su Yao sneered. Oh, the authorities are starting to rob people? Du Jia approached from behind the soldiers, looking at them sternly. I'm sure you've already heard about the attack on the division commander's wife. She's only clashed with you guys in the past 6 months. I suspect you're involved. Please follow me. Banksia pulled out a submachine gun from her spaceship. What if I say no? Chapter 147. Du Jia's heart trembled, and he inwardly cursed his superiors again. Why did they always give him such difficult tasks? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried to soothe him. The base wouldn't wrongly accuse any good person. If this matter truly has nothing to do with you. Nanxing interrupted. Do you have evidence to arrest a thief and seize the stolen goods? It's all up to you, your words. Du Jia was silent for a long time. They certainly didn't have any evidence, but the deputy base had a lot of influence, and Li Kongyuan had harbored a grudge against Banksia and the others since he was rejected last time. Banksia and the others had no power or influence, so naturally no one cared about their opinions and sought justice for them. He sighed and whispered, the higher-ups have issued a death order. We must bring you back today, no matter what. I know you have firearms and your abilities are high level, but no matter how powerful you are, you only have a few people and a few mutant animals, while the base has over 200,000 soldiers and 300 psychics. If a fight breaks out, you definitely suffer. Everyone understood his implication, and Banksia suddenly laughed. Okay, let's go, but... She put the gun back into the space and said meaningfully, don't regret it when the time comes. People should occasionally learn about traditional culture, otherwise they won't know the old saying, it's easier to invite a deity than to send it away. Du Jia's heart skipped a beat, the hairs on his back instantly standing on end. He nearly fell to his knees, begging for mercy. He managed a forced smile. There are still millions of ordinary people in the base. Please don't act rashly. Banksia looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Du Jia's sense of urgency instantly reached its peak. He was about to try to persuade them again, but seeing Banksia and the others happily enjoying their food, he knew they wouldn't pay any attention to him. He decided to just give in. After all, if the sky fell, the leader would hold it up. What did a mere soldier like him have to do? About an hour and a half later, the group arrived at the base. Before the assault boat even came to rest, Ma Xiaoya, who had been waiting there, impatiently said to Du Jia, "Thank you for your hard work. I take care of the suspect. You can go back and rest." Du Jia couldn't help but frown. That's against the rules. Ma Xiaoya impatiently pulled out a piece of paper and interrupted, "From today on, I'm your direct supervisor. This is an order." Du Jia glanced hesitantly at Banksia and the others, whispering, "Captain Ma, the matter hasn't been fully investigated yet." "You? What? Do I need you to tell me how to do things?" Ma Xiaoya glared at Du Jia fiercely. Du Jia muttered to himself, "It's hard to persuade a damned person with kind words." He waved his hand to his men and promptly returned to his room to rest. Ma Xiaoya snorted coldly, taking a few steps forward and scrutinizing Banksia and the others critically. "You're the ones boasting about your powerful superpowers, but you're unwilling to join the base and contribute to humanity?" Su Yao rolled his eyes. "What? Coercion and inducement didn't work, so now you're resorting to accusations?" "Humph." Ma Xiaoya snorted coldly, raised her index finger, and pointed at the big orange cat in the arms of Banksia, Zhao Xian, and Su Xiao. "Hand over everything in the space, or I kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, 10 armed men behind her stepped forward, their guns pointed at Banksia and the others. Banksia, Zhao Xian, and the big orange cat exchanged a glance. "Are you sure? Hand it over." The 2 men and the cat all curled their lips. "All right then." Ma Xiaoya folded her arms in disdain. She thought she was so powerful, but she given in after being frightened. The next second, rocks, rubble, garbage, zombie corpses, Inzi's used cat litter, and more rained down from the sky. Her men were crushed into mere photos without a sound. If she hadn't possessed the ability of speed, instinctively running more than 10 meters away the moment danger struck, she would probably have become one of those in the photo. You, Banksia and the others, along with several of the furry companions, simultaneously covered their noses and retched. Zhao Xian looked at Banksia with a puzzled expression. "Forget the zombie corpses, but why did you even put Inzi's used cat litter in the space?" Banksia looked up at the sky. The furry companions at home, Jinzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi, always dug holes in the pasture or the vegetable patch to go to the bathroom. Inzi, however, was a misophobic cat and had to use cat litter. It was no longer the same size as before, and every time it defecated, it would produce a large clump. She and Nanjing were too lazy to find a place to throw it, so they simply left the used cat litter piled in the far corner of the space. After hearing the foreigner's request, she subconsciously thought of Inzi's poop. And so, although time and space are frozen, Fawn Union patted Banksia's shoulder. "Don't you find it unpleasant to have Inzi's poop with the supplies?" Banksia's eyelashes trembled violently several times before she spoke with difficulty. "Inzi and the others' place is separate from the storage area. The supplies were stored in the black fish, and the furry creatures consciously stayed away from the container house when they needed to take care of themselves." She and Nanjing had never been bothered by the odor, nor had they ever considered it. Banksia followed Fong Yunyan's train of thought for a moment. The space seemed to be inside her body, so Inzi's poop. No, the space couldn't possibly exist inside her body. It must be some other dimension. "Ah! I'm going to kill you!" Despite her speed, Ma Xiaoya, unfortunately covered in cat litter, abandoned her usual elegance and, with a frantic look on her face, drew her pistol from her waist and charged in front of the group, firing. Nanxing and Kai Yuan quickly formed a mental barrier, an earthen wall to block the bullets. With only one bullet left in Ma Xiaoya's magazine, a figure suddenly rushed out and snatched the gun from her hand. Then a kind-looking man in his 50s or 60s stepped out. He glared at Ma Xiaoya with disapproval, then smiled and apologized to Banksia and the others. "My daughter is sentimental. She heard that the disappearance of my father-in-law, wife, and son might be related to you. Besides, these 10 young men are her brothers, who have been through thick and thin together." He stared pointedly at the blood flowing from the garbage heap. "As her father, I apologize. I also hope you won't leak what just happened. How about we shake hands and make peace?" "Okay." Banksia gave him a similarly hypocritical smile, then added, under his scornful gaze, 8 bullets. After saying that, he rushed out like the wind. When Commander Ma came to his senses, he saw Ma Xiaoya lying on the ground, wailing and writhing. The terrifying thing was that each of her limbs had 2 bloody holes from bullets. Banksia gave Commander Ma a gentle, peaceful smile. "We're even now. We can shake hands and make peace." Commander Ma's eyes darkened instantly, their gaze piercing Banksia like a sharp sword. Good. You're truly kind. Banksia smiled shyly, her expression normal. She casually smoothed her hair across her chest. Thank you for the compliment. I'm not only a kind person, but I also have an even better memory. I always pay back what others have done to me. She thought for a few seconds and added, sometimes, when I'm in a bad mood, I might pay it back several times over. Unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood today. So, Commander Ma and Ma Xiaoya, who are on the list, have you washed your necks? Chapter 148. Before Commander Ma could say anything, Li Kongyuan approached with Zhou Wen. Who gave you the nerve to threaten Commander Ma? He looked at Ma Xiaoya, who was leaning against Commander Ma's arms, with a look of heartache, wishing he could take her place. Zhou Wen's expression subtly curled, then quickly changed. She looked at Banksia with deep sorrow. You used to be? Oh, how could you suddenly become so cruel? Bah! Hypocrisy. Fang Yunyan cursed unceremoniously. Do you think we don't know what you were plotting? You were all hiding nearby, and you waited until this woman had only one bullet left in her gun before you came out to stop her. She chuckled with schadenfreude. Didn't you expect that? We won't let you off. Commander Ma and the others turned pale from the scolding, unable to utter a single word. I say, Banksia said, slowly loading her magazine. Didn't they ask us to cooperate with the investigation? What's the point of leaving us out here? Li Kongyuan looked at Banksia in confusion, completely confused as to why she would bring this up. What exactly do you want? What do I want? Banksia pushed the magazine back into her gun. Shouldn't you be asking yourself? You were the ones who insisted on having us here. Repent now? Too late. You want to get into the base, right? Commander Ma sneered. Come on, take them to the interrogation room. Commander Ma's assistant, Wu Li, stepped out from behind him. Please. Banksia smiled. Do we still need to hand over the contents of our space? The people at the base were truly kind. They even kindly provided them with a place to dispose of their garbage. Considering how kind they are, it's not a problem to take out the dirt where Jinzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi buried their poop. Commander Ma gritted his teeth and said word by word, No. We don't need it. Banksia's face was filled with disappointment. Oh, my Tuanzi's Qingtuan is a good thing. You really don't know what's good for you. Giant panda Qingtuan is rich in protein and crude fiber, and has a wide range of uses, such as fertilizer, medicine, food, and scientific research. Li Kongyuan raised his eyebrows several times. Are you still going into the base? Go in, go in. Banksia and the others put away their assault boats, covered their noses, and skirted the garbage heap, following Wu Li into the base. To be more precise, one of the bases, because a single building couldn't possibly hold millions of people. As soon as they entered, the people who had been hiding outside the door, watching the excitement, scattered like birds and beasts, scurrying back into their houses. Banksia and the others, What a coward. Wu Li led them up more than 10 flights of stairs, then opened a room with a steel door. Go in. Banksia and the others walked in, and took a casual look. The entire room was bare. Perhaps to prevent escape or suicide, not only were the windows sealed tightly, but even the walls were covered with thick, impact-resistant foam. Suya walked around the walls. This room is really nice. It feels very safe. It's been a tiring day. Let's get some rest. Banksia pulled out the tent. Tonight, Sister Yunyun, Sister Xiaoxiao, and I will sleep there. The room was small, barely enough for 2 tents. You're making me sleepy too, Suya yawned. Big Orange, give me a tent. Are these people crazy? They're already in the interrogation room, and they still have the time to sleep. Wu Li, who was watching from the next room, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Women need tents for privacy, but what do men have to hide? Nanxing, Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian. What if the person watching is a pervert? The man's innocence is still innocent. Fang Yunyan poked Banksia's arm and wrote on her palm. Is the plan going well? Su Xiao also looked at her worriedly. Banksia nodded at them. Fang Yunyan and Su Xiao's worries instantly relaxed, and they pulled the covers over them and fell asleep. Banksia also pulled the covers over her and closed her eyes, but she didn't sleep. Instead, she was thinking about the sea that had inexplicably appeared in her space. Early this morning, the slumbering swallowing heaven tree suddenly awoke, and then the space underwent a drastic change. The area of the black and white yin-yang fish instantly expanded 3 times. Before the man and the tree could rejoice, they discovered that half of the land in the white fish space had transformed into ocean. Banksia pondered all day, still unable to figure out what else this sea could be used for besides cultivating seafood and marine plants. Banksia. The heaven-swallowing tree's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Commander Ma has it taken care of. So quickly. Banksia was slightly surprised. It had only been less than an hour. Where are the things in his office? They've all been stored in the space. Tion, thank you. Her and the heaven-swallowing tree's levels had returned to level 6, the same level they had in their previous life, allowing them to be separated by 6 kilometers. So, when they woke up and had breakfast that morning, she and Su Yao and the others agreed they would publicly attract the attention of Commander Ma and the others, while Tion would shrink and hide on her body. Then she would find a way to deliver it to the higher-ups at the base. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted at the gate by Ma Xiaoya. She took advantage of their tactical advantage and placed the heaven-swallowing tree on her. The heaven-swallowing tree then took advantage of Ma Xiaoya's interaction with Master Ma to land on Master Ma. As soon as Master Ma returned to his office, the heaven-swallowing tree, which had been prepared for him, knocked him unconscious, tied him up, and thrown into a space. Even the contents of his room were looted. You're welcome. Tianshu suddenly coughed. Ahem, well, are you still thinking about the sea? Well, I really can't figure it out. Tianshu's voice was a little guilty. I know why. The day I came down the mountain, I suddenly woke up for a moment, and happened to hear you and Su Yao talking about the sea and seafood. Tianshu's voice was filled with an unconscious greed. Then when I leveled up, all I could think about was the mutated shrimp I ate at the seaside in my previous life, so... Banksia couldn't help but twitch her lips. It turned out it was all Tiantian's fault. The sea isn't bad either. When we level up, we can go there and catch some mutated fish, shrimp, and plants to eat. Although the creatures in the sea have mutated into extremely hideous and terrifying forms due to the effects of ocean pollution, with careful selection, you can still pick out 1 or 2 creatures that are attractive and edible. The sky-swallowing tree suddenly became excited. It's a deal then. I have Nanqing help me. With that, it excitedly left Commander Ma's office, continuing its search for the next target on its list. Bang! The door to the interrogation room was suddenly and roughly thrown open, and a group of fully equipped soldiers surrounded the tent of Banksia and the others. Search! At a command, someone stepped forward and attempted to open Banksia and the others' tent. Jinzi, Taozi, and Inzi, who had been dozing beside Banksia's blanket, suddenly opened their eyes and leaped out of the tent, their claws and teeth lashing out, bruising the other man's face. I say, you're not up late at night to bother us. Are you crazy? Su Yao opened the tent door and roared with curses. Nanqing and the others also left the tent with displeasure on their faces. Fang Union scoffed with disdain, opening a woman's tent in the middle of the night. Is that the kind of thing your base does? Wu Li snorted coldly, looking inquiringly at Banksia and the others. Commander Ma and his daughter are missing. Banksia and the others were stunned. What does this have to do with us? That being said, except for Banksia and Nanqing, Su Yao and the others couldn't help but feel uneasy. They desperately needed to make sure they didn't get caught. Except for you, Wu Li said, his face turning blue with anger. No strangers have been to the base today. Su Yao rolled his eyes in disdain. Didn't you have someone monitoring us 24/7? Did we even step out of the room? This was exactly what Wu Li was wondering. Could this matter truly have nothing to do with them? Banksia leaned against Nanqing and yawned. Could it be that the base is haunted? Nonsense. Report. The deputy captain of Team 13 is reporting the captain's disappearance. Chapter 149. Wu Li no longer doubted Banksia and the others. I'm sorry, I got carried away. You guys continue to rest. He waved to his men. Let's go! Banksia and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Leaving now? Nanqing patted Banksia's head. Honey, go back to the tent and rest. Yes. Banksia wiped her paws for Inzi. Everyone, go back and rest. We talk tomorrow if anything happens. Aside from the midnight incident, Banksia and the others slept very well that night. The reason was simple. When resting outside, no matter how tired they were, their hearts were always on edge, and they dared not truly fall asleep. But at the base, unless the entire building was bombed, the heavily guarded interrogation room was the safest place. After a quick wash, they began to discuss breakfast. Su Yao muttered, steamed dumplings, braised pork dumplings, vegetable dumplings, soy milk, fried dough sticks, fried dumplings. Fang Union slapped him. You cook? I do it. But they ultimately opted for noodles, as the other options were time-consuming and labor-intensive, and their stomachs couldn't wait. Since they'd been so busy the previous few days, and hadn't had a proper breakfast, this noodle meal was incredibly sumptuous. The mutant chicken broth served with the handmade noodles, and the accompaniments were mutant pork meatballs, shrimp, a fried egg, ham, and fresh vegetables. This pot of noodles would have been a hearty meal even before the apocalypse, let alone in the apocalypse, where supplies are scarce. As they feasted, the soldiers watching outside were drooling with envy. Perhaps because more and more people were missing from the base, Li Kongyuan and the others were so busy that no one paid them any attention for 3 days. Banksia and the others treated themselves to a long vacation, varying every meal. Deluxe noodles for breakfast, stir-fries, steamed dishes, and cold dishes for lunch, and hot pot, barbecue, and skewers for dinner. One soldier, already a foodie, finally couldn't take it anymore and went to the captain. "Captain, I really can't stand it anymore. Transfer me to another post." The captain glared at him angrily. "No way. Get out." After hearing about their plight, the people in other posts are now avoiding them. If he could have been transferred, he would have done it long ago. How could his men get their turn? Alas, the soldiers' brows drooped. How did they have so much food? 3 whole days, and not a single dish is the same. The captain, however, understood. They have the ability. They're all psychics. They can get some food. Isn't that simple? The soldier couldn't help but be surprised. All of them? Those animals all have special powers. As the two were talking, Wooly walked over. "How are those people in the interrogation room? Have they behaved themselves?" The captain and the soldier exchanged glances. "If we told you that these people were eating and drinking all day, their faces were chubby, would you believe it?" The captain spoke with difficulty. "I can't say for sure. Why don't you go and see for yourself?" Wooly glanced at them in confusion. "Okay, let's go." It was lunchtime. Nanxing and the others had been eating Chinese food for 3 days, and decided to switch up with Western food. So when Wooly arrived, he saw Nanxing and the others eating steak and drinking red wine, their movements as graceful as if they were at a party in a high-end restaurant, not even the slightest bit like prisoners. Wooly was so angry that he nearly gritted his teeth. "Is this how you treat suspects?" The captain couldn't help but feel aggrieved. They brought all the food, drinks, even the tables, chairs, candles, and flowers themselves. He hadn't eaten meat in days, so how could he have such an ability? Wooly took a deep breath. "Open the door." The captain opened the door cautiously, and was immediately greeted by a strong aroma. Gurgle. The captain covered his stomach awkwardly. It wasn't him? Who was it? Gurgle. He looked towards the source of the sound. Wooly's face was red and black, like a chameleon. "Oh, case solved. Go." Wooly took a deep breath. He had no sense at all. No wonder he was still a team leader at his age. Yes. The team leader curled his lips secretly. He had no ability, but he had a lot of temper. Banksia and the others had watched a good show for free. Just as they were feeling disappointed that it ended so quickly, they saw Su Yao fork a steak into his mouth, praising it with an intoxicated look. Crispy, tender, crispy, and juicy. Banksia and the others simply stopped to watch him perform. Su Yao lived up to their expectations, swishing the red wine under his nose. The color is deep, the aroma is delightful. Like a professional sommelier, he commented on the wine's color, aroma, and taste. Then, with a feigned embarrassment, he looked at Wooly, who was standing outside the door. "Ah, what a rare guest. Assistant Wu, when did you arrive?" Wooly said with a forced smile. "I've been here a long time." Oh, Su Yao gulped down the wine in his glass. Better to arrive early than to arrive at the right time. Wooly's eyes lit up. While accepting bribes was generally forbidden, it was just a meal. Shouldn't that be a big deal? He looked at Su Yao with a hint of anticipation. Su Yao turned to Daiju and said, "Hurry, put everything into your space, and get ready to leave." Wooly was immediately enraged. "You're kidding me." Su Yao looked puzzled. "How am I kidding you? Aren't you here to let us go, Assistant Wu?" Wooly was so angry he practically jumped up and down. "Who said I was here to let you go?" "What?" Su Yao was even more furious than him. "You said you asked us to investigate, but you've locked us up for 3 days for nothing. Are you so incompetent that you haven't found any evidence to prove our innocence in days?" Banksia and the others stood up and looked at him coldly. "If you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for taking action." Banksia even pulled out a rocket launcher from her space, her face practically etched with threats. Wooly was startled, then realized she was at the base, and didn't dare to attack. She challenged him, "If you dare, just fire at me." "Oh!" And then Wooly was blown into a bloody mess. Banksia, however, was utterly disgusted. "You talk so much, But how come you can't even take a beating? Su Yao silently rubbed his bristling arms and muttered, "I never be so rude again." He wasn't afraid of verbal battles, but he was terrified of encountering someone like Banksia, who would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Even 9 lives wouldn't be enough. Enemy attack. The captain rushed over, rifle drawn. Seeing the bazooka in Banksia's hand, he stopped and asked cautiously, "What happened just now?" Nanxing evaded the point. "Assistant Wu asked my wife to fire at him, and she fulfilled his wish." The captain's mouth twitched. "Do you think I believe this?" Nanxing pointed to the surveillance camera in the corner. "Isn't there a surveillance camera? Take the memory card to your computer and check if what I said is true." Chapter 150. Half an hour later, in the base commander's office. "If you dare, just fire at me." "Oh." "If you dare, just fire at me." "Oh." This surveillance video was played 3 times. Li Kongyuan pounded his fist on the table. Did a zombie eat Wu Li's brain, huh? Told him to retrieve the person, but he insisted on talking nonsense. Now, look, his mouth has cost him his life. The captain coughed lightly. "Base commander, those people are demanding an explanation today." Li Kongyuan angrily picked up a glass from the table and smashed it against the wall. "Explanation? What explanation do they want? Cooperating with the investigation is every citizen's duty." The captain deadpanned, repeating what Banksia and the others had said. "They said if you don't get an explanation today, they fight back." He thought for a moment and added, "I bet they have more than 1 bazooka." As for how many, he didn't dare to think about it. After all, the base wasn't so extravagant as to use bazookas to teach people a lesson. Li Kongyuan circled the room several times and turned on the intercom. "Shouwen, have you found any leads on the missing people?" "No," Zhou Wen's voice came over the intercom. "It seems these people just vanished out of thin air." "What about the bombing?" "The situation is more complicated here. We found some bone fragments in the water, but due to a lack of equipment, we can't identify the deceased." "Okay, I understand." Li Kongyuan turned off the intercom, took a deep breath, and said to the captain, "Go, let those people leave. You must see them leave the base with your own eyes." "Okay." The captain returned to the interrogation room door, rubbed his face furiously, and then respectfully opened it. "The investigation results are in. The explosion and disappearances have nothing to do with you. From now on you are free." Su Yao stretched. "Oh, I've slept so well these past few days. I'm really reluctant to leave." The captain smirked. "Haha, you're kidding. TSK." It wasn't until Banksia and the others left the base gate that the captain breathed a sigh of relief. If they were kept there any longer, all his men would have fled. "Hey, wait." The captain almost ran, but he didn't dare. "Anything else you want?" "Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Here, compensation." Su Yao handed over a box of instant noodles. They had been feasting all day, partly to satisfy their own appetites and partly to provoke Li Kongyuan and the others, but who knew they hadn't even seen them. The captain was stunned. "Huh? Could this box of instant noodles be poisoned?" Banksia and the others didn't bother to care and sailed away in the speedboat. Xiao Xian, who was in charge of the boat, asked, "Banksia, where is Tian waiting for us?" Banksia had already discussed it with Tian, Tianqian supermarket on Qingda Road. "Banksia." Su Yao squeezed in and sat next to Nanxing. "How did Tian kidnap someone under the base's strict surveillance?" Kai Yuan, Fang Yunyun, and Su Xiao also looked over curiously. Banksia had already thought of an excuse. Tian has upgraded to an extra-dimensional space that can hold unconscious creatures. This was also a precautionary measure. If a critical moment came in the future, she could rescue them without exposing herself. Su Yao's eyes widened. "Wow, Tian is amazing, isn't he?" Su Xiao held her face in her hands, thoughtful. Mutated animals and plants evolved more quickly than humans, so it's not surprising they possess some abilities superior to ours. Su Yao embraced Deju and said, "Deju, you should work harder." Deju slapped him. How could it be so miserable, having an owner who only wants to eat their cat? Fang Yunyun glanced helplessly at the love-hate relationship between the man and the cat. She took Banksia's hand and asked, "What are you going to do with a list of foreign nationals?" They had noticed over the past few days that there were only 2 reliable people in the entire base, so handing it over to the base was absolutely impossible. Banksia had been pondering this question for the past few days. She had a vague idea in her mind, but subconsciously refused to dwell on it. No rush. Let's wait until we're done interrogating Commander Ma and the others. An hour later, the group arrived at Tianqian supermarket. Tian, who arrived a few minutes before Banksia and the others, pretended to come out to greet them. Banksia, you're finally here. Yes, Banksia asked cooperatively, are all the people you asked to help capture here? Tianshu led them to a dark warehouse. Everyone's inside. Banksia pulled out a flashlight and turned it on. 6 tightly bound men lay twisted and tangled on the ground. Su Yao walked over to Commander Ma and kicked him. Bah, a traitor. According to the white-haired old man, Commander Ma was not a foreigner, but a traitor who had been recruited. For Banksia and the others, this was even more unpleasant than if he were a foreigner. Banksia formed a whip, wake them up. With that, she lashed out at a shifty-looking man. Leave one for me. Fang Yunyun, fearing she wouldn't be able to snatch the head, quickly condensed a lightning ball and threw it at the woman at the edge. I want one too. Meow meow meow. Master Cat wants one too. For a moment, supernatural powers flew wildly, and before the people on the ground could react, they were almost facing death. Oops, I accidentally hit a little too hard. Su Yao said regretfully, but his face was full of gloating. Banksia, Brother Xian, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Zhao Xian waved his hand. It's a small matter. Banksia, 3 each? Yes. The two of them quickly brought the dying people back to a half-dead state. Ahem, Ma Xiaoyao woke up first. Where is this? Tianqi's supermarket. Ma Xiaoyao would never forget that voice. It's you. Why are you here? She realized she was being kidnapped. How dare you kidnap me? Aren't you afraid of my dad and Li Kongyuan? Are you afraid? Banksia remained calm. Your dad is right behind you. Are you surprised? Ma Xiaoyao turned around in disbelief. Behind her, besides Commander Ma, there were several other familiar faces. She immediately realized she had been exposed and lowered her head in silence, not daring to speak again. Banksia leisurely watched her expression change, then woke the others. I'm sure you all know why you're here. Tell us the truth. Perhaps, if we're in a good mood, we give you a quick death. The shifty-eyed man was the first to speak. Do you mean what you say? Banksia lashed out with a whip. Prisoners have no right to bargain. Su Yao condensed a fireball, his face full of eagerness. Banksia, don't do it yourself. Give me a chance. Su Shao raised his hand. I request a fight. Fearing Fan Yunyun and the others would join in the fun, Banksia hurriedly said, don't worry, come one by one. I make sure everyone gets a share. I absolutely won't tell, Ma Xiaoyao said, trying to provoke Banksia. Kill me if you dare? Oh, Banksia said to Su Yao without hesitation. Brother Yao, you can do it now. Su Yao's eyes lit up with delight. I do it, don't worry. He snapped his fingers, and dozens of fireballs the size of little fingers rained down on Ma Xiaoyao, burning her flesh with bloody burns. Ah! Ma Xiaoyao rolled on the ground, wailing in agony. What kind of man is it to torture a woman? Kill me if you have the will. Chapter 151. Su Yao wasn't an impulsive person. Furthermore, from the moment of her betrayal, Ma Xiaoyao was no longer a simple woman or man, but a betrayer. Since they were betrayers, who should talk to them about morality? Sister Xiao Xiao, Banksia spoke again, under the horrified gazes of the other 5 people on the ground. It's your turn. Thank you, Banksia. Su Shao had already figured out what she was going to do. Upon hearing this, she simultaneously condensed several water arrows from both hands and shot them at Commander Ma. Puff! Commander Ma lay on the ground, breathing heavily, his breath less than his breath, blood all over the floor. Su Shao couldn't help but frown. Alas, the attack power of water-based abilities is still too weak. Banksia advised, the human body contains a lot of water. Su Shao walked aside thoughtfully. Banksia pointed at the man pretending to be dead next to Master Ma and said, Brother Yuan, it's time. The man, pretending to be dead, opened his eyes in horror. I confess. I confess. Nanqing, Brother Xian, take him to the next room for interrogation. Brother Yuan, let me change to the last part. I confess too. Sister Yunyun, Sister Xiao Xiao, I leave it to you. Zhao Xian tacitly used his abilities to heal the wounds of Master Ma, his daughter, and the lewd man. Banksia, let me try this time. I want to learn how to wield a whip from you. I confess. I confess. The lewd man oozed a pool of yellow liquid from beneath him, and his body unconsciously slid towards the wall. Zhao Xianren couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Oh, leave it to me. Yes. Banksia nodded, then looked at Master Ma and his daughter. Gold, silver. Taozi, Tuanzi, and Haizi, noticing she hadn't called on them, anxiously rubbed her hands, signaling they wanted to help too. Banksia immediately changed her tune. Then you all should do it together, but be careful not to kill anyone. Instructor Ma spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. You're forcing a confession by torture. Oh! Several furries opened their mouths in the men's terrified gazes, but soon the two returned to their near-death state. Banksia healed them. Continue. After several repetitions, Instructor Ma and Ma Xiaoya finally relented. I confess, but you have to answer me a question first. Do you have my grandfather, mother, brother, and cousin? No. Banksia showed no guilt. She had no interest in collecting corpses. You lied to me. They disappeared after they were looking for you. Ma Xiaoya glared at her resentfully. Banksia was a little impatient. Jinzi, Inzi. Instructor Ma and his daughter looked humiliated. I confess. Jinzi and Inzi paused in disappointment. They hadn't had enough fun yet. An hour later, Banksia and the others gathered together, their confessions verified. The 6 confessions were largely consistent, but Ma Xiaoya and her daughter, and the man who pretended to be dead, Zhu Yi's father, Zhu Ren, had deliberately lied about crucial clues. Su Yao angrily scolded, what a sly fellow. If we hadn't carefully verified them, we might have wrongly accused innocent people. Banksia placed the tablet into the computer and said, the statements of the other 3 may not be accurate either. We need to find a way to have them checked by professionals. But these guys are useless. Let's deal with them quickly. Su Yao volunteered, I do it. With that, he excitedly dragged Commander Ma and the others to the outermost room, ready to deal with them one by one. Zhu Ren retreated frantically in fear. You're torturing the prisoners. Su Yao rolled his eyes and mercilessly conjured several fireballs to pierce his head. Then he opened the window and tossed the body into the water. Swish. A dark figure quickly dragged Zhu Ren's body into the deep water and disappeared. Su Yao was startled. What the hell? He simply killed another man, this time tying a sturdy parachute cord to the body before throwing it into the water. Less than 2 seconds after the body entered the water, the monster reappeared, dragging it deeper. Su Yao seized the opportunity and pulled upwards. Suddenly, a pitch-black monster with a sharp mouth emerged from the water. Just as Su Yao was about to observe more closely, the sharp-mouthed monster suddenly let go of the body and dove deeper. Immediately, the calm surface of the water seemed to boil, and bubbles gurgled and bubbled. Su Yao, run! Su Yao instinctively ran out the door, only to see Banksia and the others sprinting frantically towards the rooftop. What's going on? Banksia didn't have time to explain. Follow me. Only after reaching the rooftop did she walk to the edge and wave at Su Yao. Look for yourself. Su Yao glanced down, startled. Why is the water black? Look closely. Su Yao, puzzled, peered intently, nearly falling off the stairs. It wasn't the water that had turned black, but rather a dense swarm of black, pointy-mouthed monsters covering its surface. What the heck is this? I don't know, but seeing how long its mouth is, I guess it's a pointy-mouthed fish. Pointy-mouthed fish are mutated fish that live in deep water and are carnivorous, especially humans, whose flesh is tender and high in fat. As they spoke, pointy-mouthed fish leaped into the window. Fan Yunyun was shocked. Can fish leave water? Banksia said softly, look at its belly. It's grown legs. Nanqing and the others gasped. No wonder Banksia dragged them to the rooftop. If they hadn't run, they'd probably have been surrounded by fish. Silver will grow bigger and take us away. Get out of the way. Before she finished her words, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking closely, 2 enormous mutant eagles swooped down on them like lightning. Chi. Nanqing and the others instinctively unleashed their superpowers to attack, but before they could even reach the mutant eagles, they mysteriously vanished, swallowing superpowers. Banksia's eyes lit up. Get out of the way. I do it. With these 2 mutant eagles as help, they wouldn't have to worry about being attacked from the sky or being used as a kite. She opened her arms, and fine, silky vines shot out towards the leading mutant eagle's claws. The leading mutant eagle looked disdainful and unconcerned, its feathers gleaming with a flicker as it waited for the vines to be devoured by the supernatural power. However, it had no idea that it had miscalculated and was caught dead. The leading mutant eagle, startled, instinctively took to the air. But how could Banksia let her prized prey escape? She grabbed the vines and pulled them down hard, causing the leading mutant eagle to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. At this moment, the other, slightly smaller mutant eagle also reacted. It abandoned its attack on Nanqing and the others and, risking injury, raised its sharp claws to claw at the vines. However, a level 6 mutant vine was too much for a mere level 3 mutant eagle to break through, resulting in its own injuries. Don't kill them! Banksia looked at the gray-black feathers strewn across the ground with heartache. She had hoped the eagle couple would give her a few more cubs. Wife! Nanjing formed a mental barrier to block the mother eagle's psychic wind blades. Do you want to keep them as pets? Yes. Although the silver eagle could fly, it lacked wings. Once its psychic power was exhausted, it would be forced to abandon aerial combat. But the mutant eagles were different. They were born with wings, and were the masters of the sky. Banksia leaped onto the mutant eagle's back. The eagle stretched its neck, cried, and then soared straight into the sky. Banksia. Wife. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Nanjing and the others were stunned. The mother eagle seized the opportunity to break free and chase the male eagle. Chapter 152. Inzi chase it. Nanjing gritted her teeth and climbed onto Inzi's back. Banksia must not get hurt. Be careful. Su Yao and the others were filled with worry, but there was nothing they could do to help. I should have taken the helicopter with me. Though they said so, everyone knew in their hearts that even if they had a helicopter, they wouldn't dare fly it. If the mutant bird targeted them, the only possibility was that the plane would be destroyed and everyone on board would die. As they were talking, a black object suddenly swooped onto the rooftop. Oh my god! How did a pipefish get up there? After being carried aloft by the mutant eagle, Banksia remained unfazed. She calmly used supernatural vines to bind her legs and upper body tightly to the eagle, her free hands pounding on its back. Submit to me. The mutant eagle howled in pain, but its eyes were filled with defiance. It was the master of the sky, and it would rather die in the air. Banksia frowned, thinking she hadn't hit it hard enough. Chirp! Another mutant eagle caught up, furiously extending its claws to grab Banksia. The battered eagle tacitly slowed down in unison. Just as its claws were about to land on Banksia's back, she snorted coldly, unleashing her supernatural power to retract the attacking mutant eagle into space. A gang fight, huh? She brought her minions along with her. Let's see who can outgang the other. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing its mate suddenly vanish, the eagle beneath Banksia became furious, flipping 360 degrees in the air several times, trying to throw the human off its back so it could find its own mate. But how could it possibly shake off the human? Furious and filled with grief, the mutant eagle swooped down from midair, ready to crash into the building and perish together. Banksia was startled. Animals' intelligence increases after mutation, and like humans, they possess the same instincts of seeking advantage and avoiding harm. She had thought she could subdue the eagle, but she hadn't expected it to be so stubborn and unyielding, even at the cost of death. A sudden surge of admiration washed over her, and her desire to tame it faded. After all, an eagle should soar freely in the sky, not be caged. Don't try to commit suicide. I let you go. As soon as she finished speaking, the vines quickly retracted into her palm, and another eagle appeared in the air. The enclosed eagle seemed to have barely reacted, free-falling for 2 seconds before flapping its wings to avoid a crash. Excited by their recovery, the two eagles flew off in a loving, close-knit duo. Banksia seized the opportunity to leap from the eagle's back, landing on the back of Inzi, who had just caught up. Nanjing hugged Banksia tightly, still trembling with fear. After calming down for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "You're really getting bolder. You chase the eagle and you jump." She spoke harshly, but her hands held her tightly. Banksia also felt that she had gone too far this time, and she quickly kissed him on the cheek, saying, "There's a parachute in the space. I be fine." She wasn't blindly confident. When she jumped onto the eagle's back, she had already thought about what to do in case of an accident. At the very least, there was space to back her up. Life was so beautiful, how could she really take such a risk? Nanjing, however, was furious and threatened. "We haven't settled the score from the lab yet, and today makes it 2 times now. We settle it tonight." When the two of them and the cat returned to Tianqi's supermarket, Su Yao and the others were fighting the scorpion fish with the furries. "Are you okay?" Su Yao asked, taking a moment. "No, why are there so many fish?" Nanjing glanced up from the air. The waters within 100 meters were completely filled with sharp-nosed fish. Had they disturbed their nest? "I don't know," Su Yao wiped his face. "This thing is disgusting. It actually poops while fighting." Nanjing, no wonder it smells so fishy. He thought it was from killing too many fish. But he didn't hesitate, channeling his supernatural powers and attacking the fish. Banksia hopped off Inzi's body with a docile look on her face. "Use this." She handed the flamethrower to Nanjing. No matter how mutated a fish may be, it's still a fish at heart. It's afraid of dryness and fire. Nanjing took it coldly, saying nothing. Don't think playing nice will soften his heart. Banksia sighed inwardly and pulled out a few more flamethrowers, handing them to Fan Yunyun, Su Xiao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian. As for Su Yao, He possessed a fire-based supernatural power and had no use for this. With everyone's concerted efforts, they finally killed all the sharp-billed fish after several hours. By then, there was no place left on the rooftop. Everyone looked at each other, barely able to move their lips. The fishy smell is too strong. It might attract mutant birds. Inzi and I will find a place to rest. You two go find a room downstairs and wait. Banksia stuffed a handful of crystal cores into Inzi's mouth, and Inzi swallowed them eagerly. If he didn't find a place to rest and bathe, he would die of the stink. I'm going too. Nanjing stepped forward and grabbed Banksia's hand, afraid she would run off alone again. As they flew away, Su Yao asked the question that had been lingering for hours. Did Nanjing and Banksia have a fight? Isn't it obvious? Fang Yunyan observed carefully. You can tell by the guilty and fawning look on Banksia's face. Su Xiao was confused. Why are they arguing? Should we try to mediate? She had known them both for years, but this was the first time she'd seen them quarreling. She was incredibly worried. Zhao Xian touched the worried faces of Jinzi and Tuanzi. No need. Nanjing will calm down by tomorrow at most. Kai Yuan also thought it was nothing. Nanjing wouldn't be able to get really angry. Banksia can just coax her a little. From what he knew about Nanjing, a little bit of Banksia's coquettishness would have her throwing herself into disarray. If that didn't work, a fight would always do the trick. Banksia and Nanjing found a deserted upscale residential complex to rest their heads for the night. They casually dispatched a few unfortunate zombies that had come running over after hearing the noise. After some discussion, they decided that Nanjing and Inzi would go back to fetch the others. Nanjing was still a little worried as she left. Wait for me here, don't run around. Banksia practically swore, don't worry, I won't run around. Nanjing followed Inzi without looking back twice. Banksia felt guilty. Alas, she really shouldn't be too arrogant. Due to the continuous heavy rain, all the rooms were filled with a musty smell. Banksia opened the windows of the 3 neighboring houses to ventilate. Even if some rain drifted in, it was better than bacterial poisoning. After fetching Su Yao and the others, Banksia, using the shelter of the room, led Nanjing and the furry creatures into the space. Just as she had told them to bathe in the pond, Nanjing dragged her into the bathroom. And so, as expected, the two of them slept until noon the next day. Banksia kissed the corner of Nanjing's mouth. Are you still angry? Nanjing straightened her collar, hiding the red marks on her neck. I'm not angry anymore, but if there's a next time. Banksia immediately said, I swear, there won't be a next time. It will cause kidney deficiency. Nanjing smiled. Good girl, go out and cook. As they left the space, they heard the cries of eagles from the sky above. Could it be that the mutant eagles were chasing after them for revenge? Chapter 153. Banksia pulled Nanjing to the window and gazed at the sky, only to see 2 familiar mutant eagles circling and soaring in the sky. Are they the same 2 from yesterday? Are they really out for revenge? Banksia suddenly felt betrayed. Not really. I feel more like they're looking for someone. If it were revenge, their cries wouldn't be so mournful. Banksia observed for a moment and didn't think it was revenge. Could it be that they think I'm powerful and are coming to me for refuge? She pushed the window open and shouted into the air, Hey! The 2 eagles looked over at her simultaneously. Their sharp gazes made Inzi, who had come closer out of curiosity, instinctively hunch his back and let out a threatening growl. Nanjing was startled too, and hurriedly pulled Banksia behind him. Don't be afraid, honey. As she spoke, the 2 eagles flew toward the window. They seemed to sense Nanjing's vigilance and didn't rush over. Instead, they flew low near the window, crowing. Banksia was completely stunned. I was just joking. Nanjing hesitated. It seems like they need you. The 2 eagles' eyes held a pleading look, but Banksia had just fought them yesterday. It didn't seem right for them to beg her for help. Do you need my help? Banksia asked loudly. If you do, call once. If you don't, call twice. Shoo! The 2 eagles chirped simultaneously. Banksia pointed to the rooftop. Let's talk there. Although she had no idea what the mutant eagles needed human help for, her desire to subjugate them began to stir again. I'm going too. Nanjing hurriedly tightened his grip on Banksia's hand, fearing she might do something dangerous behind his back again. As soon as they opened the door, Su Yao sauntered over with a sinister look on his face. Hey, you just woke up. Fang Yunyan, fearing Banksia might be shy, slapped him. The mutant eagles have been calling outside all morning. You should hurry to the rooftop. Okay. Banksia calmly led Nanjing away, her ears flushing beneath her hair. The moment the 2 mutant eagles saw Banksia, they were so excited they were about to pounce. They'd been waiting all morning, and now they finally saw someone. Banksia couldn't help but wonder, "What do you want from me?" Afraid she misunderstood the mutant eagles, she released all the furry creatures in her space to act as translators. The two mutant eagles instinctively raised their wings and soared into the sky. Jeanzi, Tauzi, Tuanzi, and Haizi, their fur standing on end, crouched low and bared their fangs. A fierce battle was about to break out. Banksia hurriedly comforted the furry creatures, saying, "Don't move. The mutant eagles aren't trying to cause trouble for me." She explained the mutant eagles' request for help, and the furry creatures reluctantly retracted their attacking stance, though their eyes still held a wary look. After a flurry of chirping and meowing, Banksia finally understood the mutant eagles' intentions. According to the two mutant eagles, they were born and raised in a zoo. Before the apocalypse, rare animals such as giant pandas, tigers, lions, and leopards were secretly transported to a base. The remaining animals were then divided up among a group of powerful individuals. The mutant eagle couple had a violent and aggressive temperament, so no one dared to keep them. Eventually, they were abandoned in the zoo to fend for themselves. But eagles are natural hunters. Not only did they not starve to death, but they actually lived an increasingly comfortable life, growing considerably fatter. 2 weeks ago, the mother eagle laid 5 eggs, her first. The couple doted on them, taking turns diligently hunting every day to prepare rations for their cubs. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, the couple was discovered by humans, and during a fierce battle, the 5 eggs were stolen. The 2 eagles went berserk and slaughtered the intruders, but unfortunately, they still couldn't find any trace of the eggs. Their attack on Banksia and the others yesterday was also outrage over not finding the eggs. "So you want me to help you find the eggs?" Banksia was a little confused. City A is so big, how could she possibly find them? The 2 eagles shook their heads frantically. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The eggs were found. Banksia was even more confused. "Since you found them, why are you looking for me instead of returning home to incubate them?" The 2 eagles exchanged glances, saying nothing. Banksia didn't ask. After all, she wasn't the one anxious. After a long moment, the male eagle shyly approached her, knelt down, and beckoned her onto his back. "Chirp, chirp. I want to take you somewhere." Banksia eyed it suspiciously. Was it planning to lift her up into the air and then drop her? The female eagle, seeing she wouldn't budge, grew anxious and slapped the male eagle away, motioning for Banksia to sit on its back. Banksia was silent for 2 seconds. "Give me a few minutes. I go back and tell my companions." "Also," she gestured, taking Nanqing's hand, "my partner must stay with me." The 2 eagles nodded in agreement, unsurprisingly. Of course, partners should stay together. Banksia tucked the furries into her space, went back to tell Su Yao and the others, then pulled Nanqing aboard the female eagle, letting them take her to some unknown destination. The 2 mutant eagles were enormous, their wingspan about 35 meters wide, larger than a common pre-apocalyptic airliner. "If you're not in a hurry, fly slower." Banksia spoke with difficulty, her face distorted by the wind, buried in Nanqing's arms. The 2 eagles exchanged a puzzled glance. They were already flying very slowly, out of consideration for the fragile human body. But because they needed a favor, they had to slow down again. About half an hour later, the 2 eagles landed on a mountain. Banksia pulled Nanqing off the eagles' backs and asked, "Is this your home?" Before her lay a massive cave. The interior was pitch black, and the faint breathing of prey could be heard from within. The male eagle walked to the cave entrance and called out, "Chiu." In less than 2 seconds, a herd of emaciated animals emerged: wolves, foxes, monkeys, chimpanzees, hippos, koalas, camels, elephants, peacocks, swans, red-crowned cranes, flamingos, and macaws, about 30 or 40 of them, blocking the cave entrance completely. Banksia's vision darkened as she instantly understood what the 2 eagles were asking for: someone to take over these animals. She grabbed Nanqing and left, saying, "We can't afford to support them. Goodbye." Nanqing, still gazing at the peacock with its bald tail, quickly averted her gaze and followed obediently. The 2 eagles were suddenly anxious. Last night, while they were searching for eggs at the egg thief's house, they had stumbled upon these abused colleagues. Determined to protect the thief, they released them from their cages. Unexpectedly, after their revenge, the colleagues turned on the couple. Outnumbered and weak, they couldn't defeat or dislodge them, so they ultimately had no choice but to take them home. Although the colleagues didn't shamelessly eat the food they were storing for their young, there was still a long way to go. What if someone got greedy? They didn't dare gamble. After all, they had 5 unhatched eggs at home. The couple scratched their heads, pondering a solution. Then, after exploring Banksia's space, The mother eagle had a flash of inspiration. The humans they were attacking had food. So, after consulting with their colleagues, the mutant eagle couple shamelessly approached Banksia for help. Chapter 154. The male eagle extended its wings to stop the two, nearly speaking in human language. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You wanted birds, didn't you? We have over a dozen here. Why are you leaving? The two macaws, who could actually speak human language, exchanged glances and flew over to Banksia, offering their courtesies. Beauty, beauty. Congratulations on your prosperity. Beauty, beauty. Congratulations on your prosperity. The clever monkeys also hurried out, some imitating Sun Wukong, others clasping their hands in a bow. Banksia and Nanjing, Are you from the circus? Banksia frowned. Too many. I can't keep them. 30 or 40. She wasn't planning on opening a zoo. The lame wolf called out to the two macaws, woo. The macaws quickly and docilely translated, humans, our boss has something to say. When Banksia saw the group of animals, she was immediately drawn to the snow wolf. Simply because it was so beautiful. The snow wolf's ears pricked alertly. Its beautiful face held a pair of sapphire eyes, aloof and distant. Its fluffy, snow-white fur seemed to glow softly. Even though it was covered in dirt, and had a lame leg, it didn't diminish its beauty. Instead, it looked more like a princess in distress. If Banksia hadn't known the group was a single entity, she would have rushed forward and taken the snow wolf away. Go ahead. The macaw dutifully translated, human, I heard you have a space full of food? A hint of confusion lingered in the snow wolf's clear eyes. If the mutant eagle couple hadn't assured her they had seen it with their own eyes, it would have never believed such a miraculous thing existed. Banksia suddenly felt a bit daunted. When she stored the mother eagle away, she hadn't considered it had talking companions. What if these animals revealed her secret? The snow wolf's eyes gleamed brightly. He walked over to Banksia and lay down, exposing his soft belly. Banksia, ? No, how could such a proud princess lower her proud head so easily? The snow wolf blinked at Banksia and said in a soft, delicate voice, woo. Banksia couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. This group? She pointed at the group of animals peeking cautiously. Are they all your minions? The snow wolf tilted its head and thought for a moment. Aw, wow. I don't know. They all call me boss, so I must be boss, right? Banksia, Good grief. She slapped her forehead in annoyance. Whether or not to accept you isn't a simple matter. Get up and give me some time to think about it. The snow wolf scrambled to its feet, blinking its beautiful eyes as it followed Banksia closely. Fearing she softened her stance, Banksia simply dragged Nanjing along and fled into the space. The snow wolf is almost a spirit. Yes, it's certainly very smart. Nanjing was puzzled. Don't you like it very much? Why don't you agree? It has too many minions. Banksia sighed. And you can tell at first glance that it's not very strong. These mutants are mostly omnivores or herbivores. While they may look large, they're not necessarily good fighters. Besides, mutants eat a lot and have high IQs. If they don't obey, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? Nanjing pondered for a moment. Leave it to Inzi to discipline him. Inzi was a skilled fighter, ruthless, and with Banksia's support, the other animals in the household were afraid of him and never dared to act recklessly in his presence. Inzi, dozing not far away, heard his name and slowly came over, tail wagging. Banksia hugged his big head and said, Inzi, can you do me a favor? The snow wolf was startled when the human it had chosen suddenly vanished, sniffing the air cautiously. The female eagle, who had been captured and taken into the space, hurried over and chirped to explain, a human has entered the space. The snow wolf narrowed its eyes slightly, tilting its head in thought. It seemed that humans were even more powerful than it had imagined. It raised its head and howled, can we live like we did before the apocalypse, where we just sat there and were served and fed by humans? Success or failure depends on this one move today. Do you know what you should do next? Foxes, monkeys, chimpanzees, and other animals roared in unison. Act like a spoiled child, act cute, play dumb, show weakness. They didn't understand why humans found their silly behavior endearing, but to live a life of being served, they'd pretend. Banksia had no idea that the fairy-like snow wolf had so many tricks up its sleeve. She exchanged ideas with Inzi, and then they left the dimension together. Snow wolf, I can take you and your little brother in, but I have a condition. Banksia couldn't continue. Snow wolf's fur stood on end, his eyes fixed on Inzi. Was he afraid? She was about to explain that Inzi wouldn't act rashly when Snow Wolf gracefully approached Inzi and whispered coquettishly, a woo. Inzi took 2 steps back in disgust. As expected of a creature similar to a dog, it was just as annoying to cats, Banksia and Nanqing. For a moment, they didn't know whether to say cats and wolves aren't the same breed, or to complain about Inzi's aggressiveness and wonder if he ever find a wife. The snow wolf glanced at Inzi with disappointment. They have much time to spend together, but right now, business was more important. It howled at the macaw. The translator immediately took the initiative. Human, what are your conditions? Banksia rubbed Inzi's large ears soothingly. I will provide you with ample food and a safe place to live. You and your minions must obey my orders from now on. Even if it means you must die, you must not retreat a single step. Can you do that? While she had plenty of food, she wasn't a resentful person. Eating her food meant doing her bidding. The snow wolf nodded in agreement, unsurprisingly. Wasn't this exactly like the zoo before the apocalypse? They acted funny to amuse the humans, and they provided them with food. Banksia wasn't expecting the snow wolf to agree so easily. She quickly waved to Inzi. Inzi will be your new boss from now on. You must obey him, or I won't show any mercy. Inzi's cold eyes swept over each animal, then he nodded gently as a greeting. The snow wolf's icy blue eyes instantly filled with admiration, while the fox, monkey, and other animals were intimidated by Inzi's domineering gaze, too frightened to breathe. Inzi, take them to the pond to bathe first, and then we eat. Banksia then gathered the animals into her space, and looked at the mutant eagle. All right, take us back. The 2 eagles glanced at each other, as if they had made a decision. They shyly glanced at Banksia. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Boss, are you still short of birds? Chapter 155. When Banksia and the other 2 rode the mutant eagle back to their temporary residence, Su Yao and his companions were gathered together playing games. You're back. What does the mutant eagle want with you? Fang Yunyun took a moment to turn around and ask Banksia. It's a little complicated. I tell you after dinner. After dinner, Banksia took Su Yao and his companions to the rooftop. Then, with a wave of her hand, dozens of mutant animals appeared before them, stunned. Su Yao exclaimed, Did you go rob the zoo? Banksia spread her hands. These animals really are from the zoo. She explained the origins of these animals, and Su Yao couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if lions, tigers, and black bears were also there. Kai Yuan and Fang Yunyun couldn't help but worry. With so many animals, do you have enough food? Banksia had already prepared an excuse. They can find their own food. Although these mutant animals were thin, they were not completely powerless. They should have no trouble feeding themselves. Zhao Xian said without hesitation, Do you have any grass seeds? I help you get started. Banksia didn't hesitate. Yes, Brother Xian, I give them to you later. She stuffed the mutant animal back into the space. Let's all go back. It's cold. According to pre-apocalyptic seasons, this was winter. By the way, Kai Yuan suddenly said, What do you think of the foreigner's confession? Banksia and the others couldn't help but remain silent. This confession involved many people, and a wide range of people, including some in high positions. If they didn't hand it over to someone who would never betray them, they would be in danger. Su Xiao spoke first. It absolutely must not be handed over to anyone at the base. Putting aside their personal grudges with Li Kongyuan's muddled behavior didn't seem like a reliable person. The others understood this, but while they had a certain social standing before the apocalypse, they lacked connections with the relevant authorities. Even if they wanted to submit a confession, they wouldn't have known who to turn to. Su Yao rubbed the back of his head. Aren't we planning to travel? At worst, we can go to an official base at each location to listen to the survivors' voices. It might be a little slower, but at least it's safer. To judge a person's reliability, one doesn't listen to what they say, but rather observe their actions. If a leader can ensure a good life for the survivors in these difficult circumstances, there's at least a 99% chance they're reliable, and the remaining 1% risk is something they can afford. Since the discussion on how to handle the foreigner's confession, Banksia had remained silent. Nanqing couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Wife, what are you thinking about? Banksia looked at him blankly. What are you thinking about? Nanqing pulled her to sit down. Banksia realized she had already returned to her room and hesitated for a moment. Nothing. She knew someone who would never betray her and was capable of thoroughly investigating everything but... Banksia gazed into Nanqing's deep eyes. Nanqing, will you stay with me forever? Nanqing's eyes filled with a gentle smile. Yes, even if it means death. Then let's go to S base. Banksia took a deep breath. Give the evidence to Yin Ning, the person in charge. Yin Ning was born into a revolutionary family. Before the apocalypse, he served in the Air Force and was awarded 3 first-class merits. His loyalty was unquestionable. More importantly, Banksia had been Yan Ning's key assistant in her previous life, and she knew her style of work intimately. She knew she wholeheartedly loved her people and her country. As long as they handed over the evidence, Yan Ning would clean up the infestation, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Banksia made her decision and immediately took Nanjing to Su Yao and the others to share her thoughts. Su Yao and the others were curious. How do you know Yan Ning is trustworthy? Banksia pulled out a tablet and handed it over. Watch this documentary. The documentary stars the Yin family. The Yin family has been a family of scholars for generations. From Yan Ning's grandfather, who abandoned literature to join the military, to Yan Ning's daughter, no one has been spared. It can be said that they are a family of loyal and heroic figures. If even such people cannot be trusted, who else can be trusted? City S and City A are approximately 2,000 kilometers apart. Even before the apocalypse, driving there would take a full day. Given today's road conditions, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. If they encountered an unfortunate accident along the way, they might not reach their destination for 3 to 5 months, or even die along the way. Banksia hesitated, saying, I want to go alone with Nanjing. She had her own space. No matter how dangerous the situation, at least her life would be safe. There was no need for Su Yao and the others to risk it. Su Yao and the others didn't respond immediately. Instead, they remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, give us some time to think things through. Previously, the idea of traveling was more of a self-consolation for the loss of home. If one could truly settle down, who would want to travel? An hour later, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian knocked on Banksia's door. Xian and I have decided to go with you. Su Yao's family of 3 from next door also came over. We're going too. The 3 families had supported each other for so long during the apocalypse, becoming family in a different sense. Who could bear to see their family members risk their lives alone? Su Xiao smiled and said, there are so many mutant animals in Banksia's space. Even if we can't defeat them, escaping will be no problem. Everyone laughed at her words. There are camels and elephants on land, eagles and swans in the sky, and hippos in the water. It's impossible to be so unlucky as to be attacked by 3 monsters at once. Since they had decided to go to S City together, the 3 families rested well for a night and began to make preparations. First, they needed transportation and maps. All 3 families had assault boats, which they carefully maintained according to the manuals, and filled with gas. Banksia also provided 10 jet skis. These are easy to flip over if you're not skilled, so they're mainly for emergency use. Maps were even easier to find. Each of the 3 families had several. Next, waterproof clothing wasn't a problem. All 3 families had waterproof jackets, pants, and boots. To prevent any accidents, each person prepared an emergency waterproof backpack containing 3 days' worth of dry rations, drinking water, emergency medical supplies, crystal cores, a compass, and a whistle. Finally, there was food for the journey. They had things to do, so they certainly couldn't stop to cook immediately at mealtime, nor could they rely solely on instant noodles or other fast foods. Therefore, preparing food in advance was essential. After some discussion, the chefs from Nanjing were assigned to cook, while Banksia, Fang Yunyun, and Su Xiao were responsible for steaming rice and buns. An interesting incident occurred during this time. The monkeys and chimpanzees, released by Banksia to forage, were inadvertently attracted by the aroma of steamed buns. After begging Banksia for a few buns, they felt unsatisfied and asked her for flour to make their own. Incredibly, after learning from the video once, they were able to do it perfectly, eventually taking over the steaming of rice and buns. Banksia, Fang Yunyun, and Su Xiao, I never thought that one day even monkeys and chimpanzees would be better cooks than us. We're so embarrassed, but no matter what, the outcome was good. With their help, we quickly prepared everything and set off for City S. Chapter 156. To prevent any unexpected separation, the 3 families remained together on a 10-person speedboat. On the first day, they spent most of their time wandering around City A. With no wind, no accidents occurred, making it a good start. It's getting dark, Banksia said, searching for a spot to rest with her binoculars. There's a small hill at 5 o'clock. Got it. Zhao Xian immediately adjusted his course upon hearing this, and arrived at his destination in about 15 minutes. The hill wasn't very high, with less than 50 meters exposed above water. Nanjing was the first to disembark, and stepped on the boat several times. No problem, there's rock underneath. The implication was that a mudslide wouldn't be likely. Su Yao and the others filed off, and Banksia stayed behind to store the speedboat in her spaceship. Let's go to the top of the mountain. If they stayed at the foot of the mountain to rest, they might wake up to find themselves floating in the water. The terrain on the top of the mountain was relatively gentle. Banksia pulled out a large tent and set it up, barely letting out a sigh of relief. Fong Yunyan happily paced around the tent several times. Oh, finally I can move. My legs are numb from sitting. Banksia and the others sighed with lingering fear. Who wouldn't say otherwise? Are you hungry? How about hot pot tonight? Banksia asked. Yes. I want spicy hot pot. Second. Seeing that no one objected, Banksia brought out the hot pot table she had prepared in advance. The table was a large round one, with a red hot pot base in the center. Beside the pot were plates of pre-prepared dishes, vegetables, meat, meatballs, even fruit and drinks. They had prepared 30 such tables in advance, 10 for each space. Banksia's place was for the spicy beef oil hot pot, Su Yao's was for the shuangyang hot pot, and Zhao Xian's was for the healthy mushroom and tomato hot pot. Nanqing lit the fire, and soon the pots were boiling. After floating on the water all day, they were freezing, so no one wasted a word. They just picked up their food and started to simmer it. Once their hungry stomachs had subsided and their bodies began to sweat, they finally had time to chat. Zhao Xian took a sip of milk to cool the spiciness. Banksia, how far have we walked today? It was fine in the city. With the buildings to guide us, we knew where we were even without a map. But once we left the city, the whole world seemed to be just water, and there was nowhere to go. Banksia, the team's most skilled map reader, confidently stated, 260 kilometers. We're now at the border of City A and City H. There's Feiyun Hot Springs nearby. We've been there before. Nanqing and the others suddenly realized that the year Su Xiao and Banksia graduated from high school, they spent several days there celebrating their admission to their chosen schools. Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh. I still remember the Feiyun Hot Spring Hotel was covered in red maple trees. It was so beautiful. Banksia and Nanqing couldn't help but smile and exchange glances at the word red maple. Back then, they'd just been together, often deliberately avoiding Su Yao and the others to kiss and cuddle under the maple trees. Thinking about it now, they still feel a sweet sensation. After dinner, they gathered together for half an hour to play games, soak their feet in hot water, and then spread out their sleeping bags to rest. The two Mikas on night watch stared at the tent door with their round eyes, not daring to relax for a moment. The next morning, the group woke up on time. Banksia patted the two Mikas' heads and said, You've worked hard. Go back to the space and get some rest. The two birds were incredibly sweet. Master. Beautiful. Master. Wish you prosperity. Banksia couldn't help but smile. You were on night watch last night. Remember to find more gold and get some fruit later. These animals were naturally treated differently from the gold and silver she had raised since they were young. She only provided them with basic food. If they wanted more and better food, they had to work. For night watch duties like last night, each time they did, they could get an extra portion of food. The two birds were overjoyed and surrounded Banksia with their attention. Wish you prosperity. Beautiful as a flower. Banksia's ears ached from the noise, so she quickly stuffed them back into the space. After breakfast, the group set out again. The sky was overcast today, and the wind was much stronger. Because of the increased resistance, today's journey was much shorter than yesterday's. The only good thing was that they had entered H City, and didn't have to worry about finding a place to rest. Hello. Banksia was pointing the way with a map when she heard voices coming from the building to her right. They looked over and saw someone suddenly excited. Beautiful lady, handsome guy, where are you from? Fong Yunyan couldn't help but complain. We're all bundled up like this. How did he know we were beautiful and handsome? To protect themselves from the rain and stay warm, they were all dressed up. Quick-drying underwear, wool sweaters and pants, thick, fleece-lined waterproof jackets, and finally, a long dark raincoat. Forget beauty, it's hard to tell the difference between men and women. Maybe it was just a casual shout. Seeing they didn't respond, the other party seemed anxious. Hey, brothers, you're rushing in such heavy rain. Is something wrong? Su Yao hurriedly replied, Our house back home was flooded, and we're heading to the southwest base to join you. The other party breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, and safe journey. He shook his head and closed the window, clearly puzzled as to why they hadn't waited for the rain to stop before leaving. Banksia suddenly stood up and said to the distant water, Brother Xian, let's find a place to rest for a day before we go. What's wrong, Banksia? Zhao Xian was startled. Banksia's expression was heavy. We're in the flat city area now. The current should be gentle, but look. She pointed at the rapidly flowing water beside the boat. I'm afraid it's raining heavily upstream. The terrain they were about to pass was lower than H City. If something was wrong upstream, it would definitely be affected. It would be better to find a place to rest and see what happened next. Okay. Zhao Xian slowed down, while Banksia and the others looked around, searching for a house that looked safe. Bang! The bottom of the speedboat suddenly struck something sharp, and Zhao Xian quickly released the throttle, prepared to switch. Boat. Before he could even finish his boat, several people with purple lips jumped out of the water. At the same time, windows in the houses on both sides opened, revealing several men armed with bows and arrows. Raise your hands and stand up. A scarred man shouted sternly. Su Yao rubbed his wrist. I've been sitting all day, and I'm just tired. The scarred man, noticing the disdainful expressions of Banksia and the others, snorted coldly, then released his hand, releasing a steel arrow that shot towards Zhao Xian's head. Chapter 157. Zhao Xian calmly conjured vines and launched his arrows into the water. Psychic! The scarred man's heart skipped a beat. He hit a wall. He gritted his teeth and shouted to the people around him, shoot! He also took an arrow and knocked his bow. If the psychic escaped, they would face endless retaliation. It would be better to kill them right here. He couldn't be so unlucky as to encounter all these psychics, could he? But sometimes, things just happen by coincidence. Nanxing activated her psychic power, directing an arrow to fly back at the men. The scarred man, startled, turned and tried to flee, but the next second, the steel arrow pierced his head. Ban Xia casually killed the man hiding in the water. Let's not leave. Let's rest here tonight. She pointed to the house where the scarred man had attacked. Since there was an ambush here, it meant the building was probably of decent quality. Besides, she needed to repair the boat, so she didn't want to go any further. Nanxing and the others agreed and sailed over. Nanxing and Su Yao tossed the body out the window, while Fan Yunyun, Banksia, and the others mopped the floor with bathwater. These men seemed unrefined. The house was filthy and smelly. Without a cleanup, it would be uninhabitable tonight. A soft, hushed voice rang from outside the window. Do you want more? Banksia and Su Xiao simultaneously half peeked out, only to discover a skinny young woman sitting outside in a plastic basin, over a meter in diameter. Su Xiao asked, what do you want? The girl stole a glance at her and Banksia, then lowered her head in a look of inferiority. She pointed a finger at the body floating in the water. Su Xiao didn't understand what she meant, and was about to ask again, when Banksia interrupted, no. After that, she closed the window, and pulled Su Xiao back into the house. Puzzled, Su Xiao asked, what does she mean? Banksia was silent for 2 seconds. Human flesh is still flesh. Su Xiao fell silent too. This wasn't the first time she's seen cannibalism, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. How long will this damn apocalypse last? The two of them weren't very excited. Su Yao and the others quickly noticed something was wrong with them. After questioning them, they too fell silent. Su Yao glanced at the window. The 9 bodies they thrown down were gone. After a quick lunch, they retreated to their tents to rest. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed, followed by a deafening roar of thunder, shaking the entire house. Banksia dazedly raised her head from Nanxing's embrace. Thunder? It had been raining for dozens of days, but there hadn't been many thunderstorms. Nanxing tucked her back into bed. I go check on the situation. You go back to sleep. Nanxing opened the tent door, and saw the room was pitch black. He hurried back to the tent, grabbed a flashlight, and looked at his watch. It was only 3 in the afternoon. He walked to the window and looked out. The whole world was pitch black. Nanxing. Su Yao called from the doorway. Are you awake? Come out now. I have something to discuss. Awake. Nanxing hurriedly opened the door. I be right there. Banksia yawned and emerged from the tent. I be there too. Hand in hand, they walked into the living room, where they saw Su Yao and the other 4 people. Kai Yuan spoke first. I have a bad feeling. Nanxing nodded. Me too. This house is too low. We better find one on higher ground. The top floor of their current house was only 4 or 5 meters above the water. If the current increased, it would likely be submerged. Su Xiao was a little worried. It's raining so hard outside. In the moment they spoke, the rain had turned from a light drizzle to a downpour. The sound of water pounding on the roof was so loud that it almost drowned out the sound of people talking. Su Yao clenched his fists. Better to get wet than get stuck in the water. Let's get going as soon as possible. After discussing it, the 3 families returned to their rooms to put their belongings into their spaces, dressed, and prepared to leave. Banksia threw the speedboat into the water. Brother Xian, drive slowly. Don't worry. Zhao Xian jumped onto the speedboat first, following the rope. Banksia and the others followed. Zhao Xian turned on the overhead mining lamp for illumination, while Banksia pointed the way from the map. Go straight, turn right after 500 meters. They were heading for the city's tallest building. Chumwi Building. After the speedboat had sailed just 200 or 300 meters, a deluge of rainwater began to accumulate inside. Nanqing and Su Yao poured water out with basins. Rain. Before they could finish their words, a sudden gust of wind blew over, sending waves high and crashing heavily onto the speedboat. Zhao Xian was unable to react, and the boat capsized, unsurprisingly, throwing Banksia and the others into the water. The moment the boat capsized, Banksia and Nanqing instinctively threw themselves at each other, falling into the water, but luckily not being separated. Pa! Banksia spat out a mouthful of dirty water, reaching out to grab Su Xiao, who was thrashing around in panic. Sister Xiao Xiao, hold on to me. She was drenched, her black hair clinging to her pale face, making her look vulnerable. Su Xiao, however, felt incredibly relieved and quickly regained her composure. Thank you. Where are my brothers? Nanqing yelled at the top of her lungs. Sister Yun, Su Yao, Brother Yuan, Brother Xian. Cough. Su Yao, standing in front of her on the left, coughed up water. We? Kai Yuan's voice, somewhat distressed, echoed from the side and back. Here. Before he could finish his words, another wave of wind and waves crashed over them mercilessly. Ban Xia instinctively pulled Nanqing into the space. Su Xiao, who had been holding onto her left hand, somehow let go and was swept away by the waves. Wife. Nanqing was still dazed when she hit the floor of the space. Once she came to her senses, she immediately shouted, "Let me out." He was anxious and angry. There was no telling how much debris was in the water. If he were accidentally injured and lost consciousness, the consequences would be disastrous. Banksia deliberately ignored Nanqing's call, readjusting the position of her overhead mining lamp. After searching around, she finally found Su Xiao, trapped between two buildings. She swam towards her, Sister Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao didn't respond, and Banksia's heart skipped a beat. She swam faster to her side, only to discover a bloody hole in her forehead, and her eyes were closed, clearly unconscious. Banksia reached under Su Xiao's nose, and felt for a moment. She was still breathing, and with a sigh of relief, she led her into the space with her. Wife, Nanqing rushed over anxiously. Are you okay? Banksia shook her head. I'm fine. Sister Xiao Xiao is injured and unconscious. She laid Su Xiao flat on her back, carefully cleaned her mouth and nose, then untied her wet clothes and performed CPR. Nanqing turned her back. I get some medicine. Cough. Su Xiao coughed weakly. Just as she was about to regain consciousness, Banksia struck her with a knife, sending her back into a coma. Chapter 158. Banksia pulled Su Xiao's clothes in place, used her supernatural powers to heal the wound on her forehead, and then led her and Nanqing out of the dimension. The wind seemed to be getting stronger, and as they left the dimension, they were nearly blown away by the waves again. Banksia hurriedly woke Su Xiao. Sister Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao opened her eyes dazedly. Banksia. Wasn't she blown away by the waves? Are you feeling any discomfort? Banksia didn't have time to explain. Seeing the wind and waves growing stronger, she had to find a place to rest quickly. Su Xiao held her forehead. No, where are my brother and the others? I don't know. Banksia retrieved a small speedboat from the dimension. Get on board, we follow the current and search. Su Yao and the others were all wearing life jackets and had supernatural powers, so their lives shouldn't be in danger. Su Xiao pursed her lips. Thank you. Nanqing will drive the boat, Sister Xiao Xiao will call for help, and I light the way and give directions. Banksia thought for a moment, and pulled out a loudspeaker. Use this. The rain was so loud, the other party might not even hear with just her voice. Su Xiao didn't hesitate, taking the loudspeaker and pressing the record button. Brother, sister-in-law, Brother Yuan, Brother Xian, Deju, Lihua. Preliminarily suspecting that Su Yao and the others had been swept downstream by the wind and waves, Nanqing carefully steered the speedboat with the wind, while Banksia, holding a flashlight, carefully scanned the water. Meow meow meow. Banksia looked toward the source of the sound. An orange cat crouched helplessly on a building, with only the roof visible. Behind it lay a dark figure, its life or death unknown. Deju. Nanqing turned and approached the building. Deju also picked up the poop scooper and excitedly swam towards the speedboat. With the combined efforts of both sides, they finally reunited 3 minutes later. The unconscious person was Fang Yunyan. She hit the back of her head with something, leaving a large bump, and her hands and feet were twisted unnaturally. Banksia handed the flashlight to Su Xiao. Sister Xiao Xiao, you and Nanjing continue searching for the person. I treat Sister Yunyan's wounds. She had a bad feeling. Could a typhoon be approaching? She released the mutant eagle couple from the space. Bidley, lightning, help me find the person. The two eagles let out a long cry and soared into the sky. While the three of them were anxiously searching for the person, Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian were also in a difficult situation. Su Yao and Kai Yuan had a broken leg, and one had a broken collarbone. Only Zhao Xian could still move normally. Ah Xian, Kai Yuan said, gnashing his teeth. Go find Nanjing and the others. Su Yao and I will be waiting here. The three of them were now crouching on the roof of a crumbling building, daring not to move. Zhao Xian wiped the rain from his face. No, what will you do if I leave? Su Yao struggled to move his legs away from the swollen zombies. Brother Yuan, and I can still hold on. Chirp, chirp, chirp. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Mutant eagle? The three of them rejoiced. Thunder, lightning. Afraid the noise of the rain would be too loud for the mutant eagle to hear, Zhao Xian simply pulled out two stainless steel basins from his spacecraft and clashed them against each other. Thunder and lightning quickly spotted the three, folded their wings, and landed beside Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was startled. Don't. Gulp, gulp. Before he could finish his words, the ceiling beneath them instantly cracked into pieces, and they fell into the water. Thunder and lightning exchanged a guilty glance, grabbed the three's clothes, and hurried back. Banksia hadn't yet realized that Su Yao and the other two had been found. She reattached Fan Yunyan's broken limbs and then woke her. Sister Yunyun. Su Yao. Fan Yunyan's eyes shot open, realizing she'd been rescued. Where's Su Yao? We're looking for him, Banksia explained. What happened to you? How did you get so badly injured? Fan Yunyan's face was filled with anxiety. I got hit by a building. She was thrown against a building by a wave, and it happened to be weak, so it collapsed instantly, burying her underwater. Luckily, Deju was nearby and rescued her. Your arms and legs were just reattached. You can't move now. Banksia held Fan Yunyan's body. We take care of the search. Fan Yunyan was anxious, but she knew she couldn't help much at the moment. She suppressed her worry and silently prayed for the safety of Su Yao and the other two. Meow. Deju nudged Nanjing and raised his right paw to the right. Nanjing immediately headed to the right. Who's here? Deju excitedly pawed at the water in the cabin. Banksia guessed. Lihua? It was indeed Lihua, now a kitten, carefully clinging to a half-rotten piece of driftwood. Meow. Lihua plopped into the water with a splash and swam towards the speedboat. Banksia hurriedly called out, Lihua, grow bigger? With those short legs, how long would it take to paddle over? Su Zhao's eyes warmed as he saw that Deju and Lihua had been found, but there was still no news of his brother. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just then, the cry of a mutant eagle echoed overhead. After being separated for over an hour, the group finally reunited, but no one dared to exchange pleasantries, because the wind had picked up again. Banksia pinched her forehead. We don't know where we're drifting to now, so we can only try our luck in a random direction. Su Yao and the others said in unison, Nanjing's lucky. Nanjing relied on her intuition, found a direction, and drove forward with all her might. The buildings became denser and denser as they went. They had unexpectedly stumbled into the city. Banksia stood up and turned her flashlight to its highest setting. There's a tall building ahead. Nanjing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally safe. The building had 5 floors that protruded above the water. They climbed in through a window and carefully selected the 3rd floor as their temporary resting place. Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, and Kai Yuan were injured, so Banksia, Su Xiao, and Zhao Xian each took care of a patient. Su Xiao, be gentle. Su Yao gasped. Was his sister trying to murder him? Su Xiao glared at him angrily. No anesthetic, just bear with it. He spoke fiercely, but subconsciously softened his movements. Nanjing, realizing he couldn't help much, simply moved the moldy desk to the next room and cleaned the place. Those few hours felt more exhausting than a full day's journey yesterday. They ate in silence, heated water for washing in silence, and then retreated to their tent to rest in silence. Chapter 159. The torrential rain fell all night, and by 9 o'clock the next morning, the water had risen to the height of an entire floor. After some discussion, the group decided to move up 1 floor. The howling of the wind, the thumping of the rain, and the clatter of waves crashing against the building intertwined like several symphonies playing simultaneously in her ears, making her feel restless. Banksia didn't want to talk, and quietly leaned in Nanqing's arms, playing with his hand. Nanqing's fingers were long and well-proportioned, with distinct joints. His nails were short, round, and clean, and the pale blue veins beneath his fair skin were faintly visible, like a meticulously maintained work of art. Banksia suddenly felt an urge to destroy, and she grabbed his hand and bit it. The next second, she was pressed down by a body with a familiar scent, and a warm kiss fell between her lips, with a passion that seemed almost uncontrollable. Banksia wrapped her arms around Nanqing's neck and responded passionately. As they lingered, she gradually took control, placing kisses on his ears, neck, and collarbone, leaving ambiguous traces. Banksia, Nanqing panted, eyes half closed, her voice low and sensual, "I love you." "Nanqing, I love you too." The rain outside the window fell, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Nanqing felt like a lonely boat trapped in the water, bobbing with the waves. By afternoon, the sky seemed to have been punctured with a gaping hole. The rain poured down, blurring her vision so much that she couldn't even make out buildings 100 meters away. Banksia leaned against Nanqing's chest, telescope in hand, observing the distant tornado, or waterspout. Several murky jets of water swept through with devastating force, completely destroying every building in their path. The entire city was like a child facing a bully, powerless to resist, forced to passively endure. Nanqing nuzzled his chin against Banksia's head and said, "It's not coming our way, honey. Let's go back inside." Banksia tucked the telescope back into the space, turned around, and put her arm around his waist. "Yes, hold me." Due to the inclement weather, the group decided to rest for a few days, and continue their journey when the weather improved. Banksia was distracted by the noise, and decided to go into the space to play with Inzi. Inzi now had dozens of subordinates, and was incredibly busy, but upon seeing Banksia, he abandoned his subordinates and ran over, his tail wagging. The snow wolf followed closely behind, but Inzi impatiently slapped it away, then shrank into Banksia's arms, rolling over and revealing his belly for a pat. Banksia, amused by what she saw, gave Inzi a full massage. Inzi slumped comfortably in her arms, purring. Not long after, Jinzi also came running over. He said nothing, squatting before Banksia with a look of grievance, glancing at her pitifully. Tauzi, completely stunned, tiptoed to Jinzi's lap, glancing at Banksia and then at Jinzi. Banksia waved helplessly at Jinzi, "Come here." Jinzi immediately swung his long tail joyfully, trotting a few steps, and putting his head on Banksia's lap. He was very tactful, and didn't even touch Inzi. Inzi gave him a cold look. "So what if he's a bit spoiled? My sister loves me the most." Banksia gave Jinzi a massage, treating him equally, and then patted him on the head. "Alright, go play." Jinzi gave her a sticky lick, and ran off into the pasture to catch some sheep. Tauzi, quite self-conscious, slid over to Banksia and lay on her back, her soft belly exposed. "Awoo! It's my turn, Banksia, eh?" Taking a deep breath, he began massaging Tauzi, who looked eager. A flicker of doubt flashed in the snow wolf's icy blue eyes, then, as if understanding something, he lined up with a look of sudden enlightenment. By the time Banksia came to her senses, a long line had already formed in front of her. Even the mutant eagle couple were there. Banksia said again, "Eh?" Washing her hands wearily, she said, "I'm not a masser. Go have fun." Without looking back, she picked up Inzi and ran off. Her hands would be broken if she massaged all those animals. Nanqing was teaching the mutant monkeys and chimpanzees to cook in their makeshift container house. Seeing her blushing from running, she quickly wrung out a hot towel and handed it to them. "Are you having fun?" Banksia wiped her face roughly. "Yes, but I'm not the one having fun." She recounted the hilarious incident. Nanqing, fearing she'd burst out laughing, quickly changed the subject. "Banana, apple, watermelon, strawberry, and grape have learned their cooking quite well. Do you want to try some of their dishes?" Banana, apple, watermelon, and grape are the names of the 4 monkeys, and strawberry is the name of the chimpanzee, named after their favorite fruits. After making steamed buns and rice for a few days, it's like a new world has opened up for them. They developed a great interest in cooking. Seeing this, Banksia simply found a tablet loaded with cooking videos and gave them to them to watch. It turned out they were quite talented, learning from the videos with remarkable skill, transforming into accomplished chefs, and taking over the task of cooking for gold and silver. Nanqing was fascinated by the sight, and with nothing better to do, he decided to teach them how to cook, vowing to train them into master chefs so they could consume the endless supply of mutant animal meat. Banksia peered into the large pot emitting a rich aroma. "What's cooking?" Nanqing coughed softly. "Ox tail. To be precise, Heizi's tail." If he hadn't seen Heisey when he entered the space today, he would have almost forgotten he had a mutant oxtail left to eat. Before Banksia could say anything, Ainsley excitedly meowed at the pot. Banksia, just eat this. Nanjing pulled 2 large porcelain plates from the cupboard, stirred the pot with a spoon, then scooped out 2 plates full of meat and placed them on the table. Ainsley eagerly jumped onto a stool, staring intently at the steaming plates, his tail wagging with delight. Banksia picked up a piece of broth-covered oxtail, blew on it carefully, and placed it in Nanjing's mouth. Then, she followed suit and fed herself a piece. Because of the oxtail's frequent movement, the meat wasn't quite tender, but after slow cooking, the tendons released abundant collagen, coating each piece of meat in broth. With a gentle sip, the meat fell off, leaving a soft, chewy texture. Banksia ate 3 pieces in a row before finally asking Nanjing, "Is it done?" "No." Nanjing shook her head. "If you like it, I make the rest when I have time." Seeing Ainsley eating without even looking up, Banksia quietly leaned over to Nanjing and kissed him. "Thank you, husband." Nanjing's lips curled with pleasure. "Whatever else you want, husband will make it for you." After eating, the two held hands and walked for an hour before leaving the space together. Outside, it was completely dark. The torrential downpour had turned into a gentle drizzle, but the howling wind was incessant. The two of them went next door to visit the injured Su Yao and the others, then returned hand in hand to their room, where they huddled in the tent to watch a movie. Chapter 160. The tornado raged for 2 full days. Just when Banksia and the others thought the bad weather was about to end, the heavy rain suddenly turned into heavy hail. Banksia took down the thermometer hanging on the wall, -15 degrees Celsius. Yesterday's temperature was -7 degrees Celsius, a sharp drop of 8 degrees overnight. The accumulated water outside the house had already formed a thin layer of ice. Nanjing and the others looked at each other in confusion. Is the extreme cold coming again? I don't know. Banksia wasn't sure either, but the temperature seemed to be trending that way. Everyone should prepare thick clothes first. Su Yao and the others said in unison, "Don't worry. The clothes are all in the space." Although everyone had lost some items during the mudslide, they had backup space for important supplies, so no one took the impending extreme cold too seriously. In just 2 days, the temperature dropped from -15 degrees Celsius to -35 degrees Celsius. The rain and hail stopped, and the sky, which had been gloomy for months, was once again filled with bright colors. Banksia released the mutant elephant from the space and let it run a lap across the ice, testing whether the ice was thick enough to support the weight of the off-road vehicle. The mutant elephant obediently followed Banksia's instructions and ran several laps. Banksia rewarded it with a large watermelon and returned it to the space. She turned to Nanjing and the others and explained the situation. The ice is thick enough. Let's set off as soon as possible. In the extreme cold of their previous life, temperatures could drop as low as -70 or -80 degrees Celsius, and their off-road vehicle could only withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius. If they delayed any further, they might be stranded on a road in the middle of nowhere, which would be troublesome. It's better to do it now than today, Tai Yuan suggested. Let's set off after lunch. Since they had a long journey ahead of them, they discussed and decided to have a barbecue, which would be a time-consuming and laborious process. Banksia thought for a moment and released the mutant monkey and chimpanzee from the space to help. Su Yao and the others were so curious that they simply put down their skewers and squatted beside the grill, watching the mutant monkey and chimpanzee chef show off their skills. Nanjing said helplessly, "Come and help when you've seen enough." They were now eating like gluttons. If they had to wait for the mutant monkey and chimpanzee to cook, they wouldn't know when they would even get to eat. Hee. Su Yao grabbed a handful of skewers and put them on the grill. Banksia is amazing. She's already taught the monkey and the gorilla how to cook in just a few days. Banksia took the toasted bun from Nanjing and took a bite. It has nothing to do with me. It's all thanks to Ainsley and Nanjing. It's not like Su Yao hasn't tried her cooking before, so how could he have the nerve to lie to her? Ha ha ha, Su Yao laughed. Don't be so modest. Ainsley and Nanjing are so talented because you taught them well. Banksia and Nanjing on the surface seemed to listen to Nanjing, but in reality, it was Nanjing who listened to Banksia. If he hadn't known Banksia's absolute sincerity towards Nanjing, he would have advised Nanjing not to be so love-struck 800 years ago. Banksia didn't understand the implication and simply didn't bother to reply, passing the skewers to Nanjing and feeding him. Nanjing understood, but listening to his wife wasn't shameful, so he ignored Su Yao. Su Yao didn't care and handed the grilled beef skewers to Fang Yunyun. Come, wife, feed me. It's just a show of affection. He's not without a wife, Fan Yunin felt her hands itching, a urge to punch someone. To conserve gas and avoid fatigue, the three families discussed and decided to drive only one car. Due to the deep water, most of the city's buildings were buried beneath the ice, making it difficult to find the correct direction. Banksia sat in the passenger seat, holding Inzi, carefully examining the map. Ding ding. Not long after leaving the city, a black Bentley suddenly appeared from nowhere, following the SUV. Suyao pinched Daeju's paw and frowned. Why is this guy following us? Banksia looked at the other car in the rearview mirror, but it was covered in anti-peeping film, so she couldn't see anything. I don't know. Let's see what's going on first. At this point, anyone with a car and gas was more or less skilled, so there was no need to proactively antagonize them. Staring at the ice for too long was bad for the eyes. After an hour, Nanjing stopped the car and prepared to trade places with Su Yao and Fan Yunyun. The Bentley following behind also stopped. A man and woman, about 30 years old, holding a large, snow-white goose, came forward to greet them. Hello. The goose was immaculately cared for, its feathers as white and fluffy as cotton candy, a pink bow tied around its slender neck. Its two eyes, as big as yellow beans, stared eagerly at Inzi and Banksia's arms, almost as if ready to fight. Inzi glanced at it disdainfully, and licked his paw nonchalantly. The woman followed the goose's gaze to Inzi and Banksia's arms, and couldn't help but praise her. What a magnificent cat! Maine Coons are large, sturdy cats, and Silver, accustomed to being the boss, exudes a certain authority, well deserving of the compliment. However, the goose, upon hearing the woman's words, immediately grew disgruntled and fluttered its wings, attempting to grab Silver. The woman quickly covered the goose's mouth, saying, "Good boy, don't fight, or your mother will be angry." The goose clucked unhappily, and buried its head in the woman's arms. The man smiled awkwardly at Nanjing and the others. My Hongzong has always been lively, but don't worry, he listens to my wife, and won't fight if she tells him not to. After explaining, he asked, my name is Xie Xiangsong, and my wife is Wu Yajun. Are you guys planning to go to the southwest base? Yes, Nanjing felt there was nothing to hide. You too? The man was delighted. Yeah, right. He rubbed the back of his bald head. Since we're so compatible, how about we travel together? Nanjing and the others exchanged glances, about to refuse, when Xie Xiangsong tactfully explained, my wife and I are capable of self-preservation. Don't worry about us if we get into danger. I just want to join you in building some popularity, so people won't think we're alone and vulnerable, wasting time. This was a win-win situation, and this time, Nanjing and the others agreed without much hesitation. Once they were on the road again, Suya was driving and Fan Yunin was giving directions. By 5 in the afternoon, they hadn't encountered a single person or incident on the road. Zhao Xian asked, there's a village nearby. Should we try our luck there, or just find a place to park for the night? By trying his luck, he meant seeing if there were any houses still unburied by the ice. Stop, Banksia put the contour map into her computer and pounded her numb thigh. This village is low-lying. There's no need to go there. Kai Yuan pulled over to the side of the road, and the Bentley behind them also stopped. Chapter 161. Banksia put the car into her space, and found a sheltered hillside to set up her tent. Inzi, Daeju, and Lihua were of little help, patrolling nearby. The Bentleys also set up their tent 100 meters away from Banksia and her companions. The goose, left in the car, gave them a furtive glance before nimbly vaulting out the window. Then, with a proud wing, it chased after Inzi. Inzi had just finished patrolling, and was returning home when he saw the goose charging towards him. His eyes narrowed, a sharp glint flashing in them. He leaped forward, scratching the goose's neck with one claw, leaving a bloody mark. The goose was a bit stunned. It had carried countless cats and dogs in its entire life, but this was the first time it had been scratched by a cat. It was instantly enraged. Quack, quack. The goose flew high into the sky in anger, then dived headfirst, ready to attack from above. Red palm. Xie Xiangsong hadn't expected his belligerent cat to get into trouble again without being watched. Big Goose, startled by his father's roar, fell headfirst to the ground. Inzi, Daeju, and Lihua rushed forward, working together to grab Big Goose's neck and legs. Xie Xiangsong's heart nearly leaped from his chest. He rushed to Big Goose's side in a few steps. Seeing that the 3 cats hadn't bitten it to death, he breathed a sigh of relief and pleaded softly, good cats, please spare Red Palm, okay? I teach it a lesson when I get home so it never dares to challenge you again. Inzi, Daeju, and Lihua all looked at him with disdain. It's right in my mouth, how can you just let it go? Xie Xiangsong, with a look of pain on his face, pulled out a bag of cat food from thin air. I trade it for you, okay? Cat food is also food, and many people want it but can't. Inzi, Daeju, and Lihua remained unmoved. They'd long since grown tired of cat food and were craving meat. Inzi's emerald eyes flickered with a thoughtful expression. He spat out the goose's neck twice, then stomped on it to stop it from moving. He opened his mouth wide and barked at Banksia. Meow meow meow. Xie Xiangsong reached out to cover its mouth. He hadn't done anything, so why was it complaining? His hand reached out halfway when he saw the silver cat baring its teeth. He stopped and smirked. One bag of cat food isn't enough. I have other options. He cursed inwardly. He was going to beat up Hanzong when he got back for letting him lose so much food, but his hand swiftly pulled out 3 boxes of freeze-dried cat food. Mr. Cat, is that enough? Daeju and Lihua's eyes lit up, but they didn't dare say a word. They waited for Inzi's reaction. Inzi didn't even glance at the frozen cat. She lowered her head, biting the goose's neck and dragging it over to Banksia, who was approaching. Meow meow meow. Sister, eat meat. Thank you, Inzi. Banksia hugged the proud Inzi and petted Daeju and Lihua, who looked expectant. Thank you, Daeju and Lihua too. I treat you to canned food later. Daeju and Lihua excitedly nudged Banksia's calves. As worthy of being their benefactor, she was truly generous. Xie Xiangsong smirked and pinched the goose's unconvinced mouth. I'm sorry, my Hanzong has been so naughty. You? He took a deep breath. What compensation do you think you need to let Hanzong go? The other party was outnumbered, and they were just a bunch of shills against them. Better to be polite and settle this matter with a little bloodshed. No need, Banksia casually rubbed Inzi's ears. But this won't happen again. After all, I can't keep letting the kitten get away with its prey and upset it, right? Geese are naturally aggressive, and their mutations naturally make them even more so. Considering their good attitude, I let them go this once. After all, we have to travel together later. Huh? Xie Xiangsong hadn't expected Banksia to be so easygoing, and a surge of guilt suddenly washed over him. Thank you, but I don't have a cat at home. You can take the freeze-dried stuff. No need. Banksia didn't bother to talk anymore, and returned to the tent with the kitten in her arms. Nanqing and the others had already set up the tent, and were preparing to cook. Banksia pulled 3 large geese from her spaceship. I want some goose stewed in an iron pot. Nanqing took them. My wife's going to play over there. I call you when it's ready. It's getting dark. Banksia put the silver on the ground. I help you. The Bentleys seemed to feel sorry for them, and soon came over with geese and a bag of vegetables to apologize. When they saw the geese on the chopping board, they couldn't help but fall silent. After a long moment, Xie Xiangsong managed to find a way back. My wife has induced some vegetables, so I give you a side dish. Banksia raised her knife and swiftly cut the goose's neck. Then we won't be shy. Thank you. The goose in Wu Yajun's arms looked at Banksia in awe, then buried its head in its belly and shivered. It seemed the kitten had shown mercy, and its owner was the real ruthless one. Xie Xiangsong and Wu Yajun exchanged a glance, handed the bag to Nanqing, and ran away without looking back. From afar, they could still hear their whispered scoldings. See if you're still arrogant? The goose on the chopping board will be your fate. Banksia hummed softly, as she continued to chop the goose into neat pieces with her knife. After eating the goose stewed in the iron pot, Inzi, Daeju, and Lihua deliberately circled around the goose's tent several times, their scent of meat lingering on them. They waited until the smell faded before returning to their own tent. The goose's eyes were red with anger, but thinking of the silver cat's ruthless backers, it crouched cowardly in the tent, not daring to venture out and provoke. Xie Xiangsong and Wu Yajun, you've finally met your nemesis. Are you back? Banksia picked up Inzi, and asked Nanqing to rub his paw pads. Don't go out tonight. Keep watch for me. Late at night, a stealthy figure quietly approached the tent. Inzi's whiskers twitched slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He glided lightly to the tent door, waiting for his chance. The figure outside the tent seemed to notice something was amiss, froze, then turned and scurried off. Inzi was stunned for a moment, then let out a sharp meow and ran after him. I go. Nanqing held down Ben Xia, who was about to get up. Honey, go back to sleep. Okay, Ben Xia laid down obediently. Be careful. After Nanqing and Su Yao, who had heard the noise from next door, went out together, Ben Xia felt a little sleepless and simply climbed out of her sleeping bag to get a glass of water. Unexpectedly, she heard faint noises outside again. Just as she was about to go out to check, she heard Daeju and Lihua from next door meow and run after the mysterious figure. Banksia. Fong Yunyan called from outside the tent. Are you awake? Awake. Banksia put on her down jacket and opened the tent door. Sister Yunyan, did you see that thing just now? Fong Yunyan spread out her hand, a puzzled expression on her face. In her palm lay a fruit half the size of her palm, covered in green, bristly hairs. No, but I found one. Banksia took the fruit and examined it carefully with her flashlight. I recognize it. Chapter 162. The object in Fong Yunyan's hand was unusual, so ordinary people wouldn't know what it was called. However, anyone who had lived in the apocalypse for a few years would definitely recognize it. Because it has a very practical function, it can moisturize the intestines and promote bowel movements. Banksia explained, its scientific name is the spray melon, named after the fruit that sprays out seeds when ripe. We've been targeted by a mutated spray melon. Fong Yunyan couldn't help but wonder, is there such a miraculous plant in the world? As soon as she finished speaking, a cloud of fruit rained down on the two of them. Banksia instinctively pulled out a large stainless steel basin to shield her head from the bruises. Fong Yunyan was slow to react, and was hid directly. Once she realized what was happening, she immediately hid behind Banksia. This thing hurts. Sister Yunyan, be careful. She handed the basin to Fong Yunyan. I catch it. 99% of people in the apocalypse suffer from constipation. If she could cultivate a few mutated spray melons in her space, becoming a wealthy person would be just around the corner. Fong Yunyan was puzzled. Why are you catching it? I explain later. Banksia said, then hopped on her scooter and chased after the mutant squirting melon, which had just hurled a wave of fruit. The squirting melon seemed intent on leading her somewhere, occasionally throwing a few fruit at her along the way. After climbing over the small hill, Banksia finally understood what the squirting melon was up to. The back of the hill was surprisingly densely covered with squirting melons. The 2 people and 3 cats were battling a squirting melon king, about a meter in diameter. The squirting melon king's fruit was dozens of times larger than that of an ordinary squirting melon, resembling a green football, and its shell was covered with hard thorns. If hit, it would definitely cause serious injury, so the 2 people and 3 cats were desperately trying to dodge. Nanshin condensed several golden knives, and slashed them straight at the roots of the spraying melon king. However, the spraying melon king's skin was extremely tough, and they barely managed to break through a layer of skin. In contrast, Su Yao's fire ability had a far greater impact on the spraying melon king. Combined with Inzi's wind ability, the spraying melon king's leaves burst into flames. The spraying melon king calmly exploded its fruit, and the juice quickly extinguished the flames. At the same time, countless massive black roots emerged from the ground, attacking the 2 people and 3 cats like serpents. Banksia, anxious, was about to rush over to help, but upon entering the spraying melon king's territory, the seemingly harmless spraying melon king rapidly grew, its vines bearing their fangs and claws as it attacked her. A group fight? Banksia waved her hand, releasing all the mutant trees and animals from the space. Get to work. Don't kill them, I'm useful. So many crystal cores. Oh no, so many squid. The swallowing heaven tree screamed excitedly. Banksia, we're going to be rich. Tion Tion. Banksia reached out, grabbed a squid vine that was attempting a sneak attack, and uprooted it. Catch them alive. Okay. The swallowing heaven tree rushed out first, its branches like nimble claws, pulling the squid vines out of the soil and throwing them into the space. Jinzi, Taozi, and Haizi followed closely behind. The mutant animals, like the hippopotamus, koala, and peacock, who were being called out for the first time, were initially a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Jinzi, Taozi, and Haizi expertly digging up the soil with their claws, they quickly imitated them, pulling the squid vines out of the soil and handing them to the swallowing heaven tree and Banksia. They were pulling the squids with such frenzy that the squid king in the distance was nearly pissed off. Well, I was fighting the enemy at the front, but the enemy's helpers raided my home. Who could stand this? It rose up with fury, lashing out at Banksia with its massive vines. Banksia rolled to avoid the attack, the black vines on her palm growing rapidly. Then, like needles, they penetrated the spraying melon king's vines, absorbing its nutrients. The spraying melon king shuddered as countless spraying melons charged straight at her. Mutants, dong, 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 stepped forward and used their bodies to block the spraying melons. At the same time, mutants like Jinzi, Taozi, and Haizi reacted, their multicolored powers charging towards the spraying melon king. Seeing the situation was dire, the spraying melon king decisively abandoned its hard-won vines and burrowed its roots into the soil in an attempt to escape. Xiao Bai, the white peacock, having regrown its tail feathers, cleverly hardened the ground within 50 meters into stone, sending the spraying melon king reeling. Knowing its doom, it hurriedly pulled its roots out of the soil. The sky-swallowing tree wrapped its branches around the spraying melon king's roots and taunted, "Run! Why aren't you running? Boss!" The spraying melon king pleaded softly, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Can you spare my life?" The sky-swallowing tree poked the spraying melon king with its branches. "What can you do?" Banksia had long said she wanted to raise some mutant plants for work. If this pesky plant had some unique abilities, perhaps she let it go. The spraying melon king racked his brains for a moment. "I can bear fruit. I can, too." Apricot, standing beside her, proudly put her hands on her hips. "That doesn't count." The spraying melon king pondered for a moment, then cautiously said, "I still have many descendants." Shan Sha, who happened to be walking by with a large bundle of spraying melon vines, reminded her, "You have no descendants. They are all our captives now." Thanks to their efforts, the squirting melons on this hillside had been completely plucked. The squirting melon king was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. "If you like squirting melons, I can still give birth to as many as you want." Banksia, the swallowing heaven tree, Xingzi Shan Sha, as well as Nanxing, Su Yao, and Inzi, who had just walked over, Banksia felt the squirting melon king was a bit foolish and quickly said to the swallowing heaven tree, "Tian Tian, when you have time, teach this idiot a lesson." The swallowing heaven tree tossed the squirting melon king to Xingzi with disdain. "Xingzi, you teach him." Xingzi looked around, seeing no one here she could afford to offend, and humbly said, "Okay, big sister." Su Yao was good. Curiously, Banksia asked, "Do you want to raise this thing?" "Yes." Banksia explained the effects of the squirting melon and asked, "How many do you want to raise?" Su Yao rubbed the back of his head. "Are they easy to raise?" Banksia had never raised one before. "I don't know, but mutant plants are different from ordinary plants. They don't die so easily." Su Yao immediately said, "Then give me a few to try. I pick out a few strong ones for you when I get back." Banksia stored the mutants in her space, and then, upholding the virtue of thriftiness, she also collected the vines abandoned by the squirting melon king, and the squirting melon fruit scattered on the ground. Hee. Su Yao casually picked up a spraying melon king fruit and, with a sly grin on his face, told Banksia and Nanxing, "I'm going to use this on Brother Yuan and the others. Keep it a secret. Banksia, when you get beaten, don't ask me and Nanxing for help." A regular mutated spraying melon can keep a person free of constipation for a week, but the spraying melon king's fruit is at least dozens, or even hundreds of times more effective. She guaranteed that if Su Yao's prank succeeded, he would be beaten so badly he couldn't get out of bed tomorrow. Chapter 163. Su Yao ultimately didn't dare to joke, so the next day, the group got back on the road smoothly. Before setting off, Banksia glanced at the thermometer hanging outside the tent, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Perhaps because the weather was getting worse, as they passed through the city, some survivors, after asking about their destination, spontaneously followed them. The group grew larger, forming a long line of over 10 vehicles. At noon, Zhao Xian pulled over to eat and rest. "It's so cold," Su Xiao rubbed his hands. "I want something warm." Banksia cleared the tent and casually said, "Let's have some stew. I have several large pots of pork and potatoes, and chicken stewed with mushrooms." Deju cleverly entered the tent and brought out the table and chairs. Banksia and Zhao Xian then set the table. They hadn't been eating for 5 minutes when gasps and swallowing sounds were heard outside the tent. The group remained calm, for this wasn't the first time. They had plenty of food and the ability to protect themselves, so when it came time to eat, they didn't choose to nibble on cold steamed buns or flatbreads like the other survivors just to fit in. Instead, they ate whatever they wanted, just as they always did. At first, some people tried to rob them or play the victim to get food from them, but Banksia and the others didn't even have to do anything. With just the silver, Deju and Lihua could have dealt them a good beating. Thus, the survivors who followed them knew they were not to be trifled with, and no one dared to covet their food. Then someone thought, if they couldn't eat the food, they could at least try to enjoy the aroma, right? The first person to try the food quickly followed, and then a second, and then a third. Before long, whenever mealtime arrived, nearly all the survivors would spontaneously gather around the tent where Banksia and the others were eating, basking in the aroma and imagining themselves enjoying the feast. Banksia and the others chased them away several times, but the group, having been driven away one meal, would spontaneously gather again the next. They weren't about to kill for such a small matter, so they finally had no choice but to let them go. After lunch, they took a map and planned their afternoon route. Banksia pointed to a light blue pattern on the map and said, Let's take a shortcut here. It'd save at least 2 hours. She pointed to a freshwater lake. In the cold weather, the surface was covered with a thick layer of ice, making it easy for vehicles to pass. Crack! A subtle cracking sound rang out. Nanqing honked the horn 3 times, signaling the car behind him to stop, and simultaneously slammed on the brakes. There's something wrong with the ice. Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud cracking sound echoed, and the ice shattered into numerous small pieces like a spider web. Several cars were unable to avoid it, and fell into the icy water. Banksia and the others weren't very lucky either. Although they didn't fall directly into the icy water, both front wheels of their cars were suspended in the air. Once they lost their balance, it was only a matter of time before they fell into the water. Nanqing took a deep breath and said, "Lihua, get out of the car and freeze the water in front of you." Lihua obediently jumped out and froze the water within a 2-meter radius of the car body into ice. Banksia, for safety's sake, placed gold into space to reinforce it. Su Yao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Why did the ice suddenly crack? There's something in the lake. Banksia unbuckled her seatbelt. Get out of the car quickly. As the group exited the car, a massive ripple suddenly erupted on the water. Splash. A massive, smooth, oval-shaped body emerged from the water. 2 bulging compound eyes nestled atop its head. Beneath its body, dozens of sucker-studded tentacles twisted and wriggled like a giant python. Mutated octopus? You? Everyone retched in unison. Perhaps their cries of disgust were too obvious. The mutant octopus jerked its head sideways, its compound eyes flashing a bloody, cold light. Banksia silently stored the car in her space and dodged behind Nanqing, not out of fear, but rather disgusted by the hideous tentacles. As she dodged, the mutant octopus erupted in anger, waving its tentacles and charging towards them. Inzi suddenly grew larger and flew into the air to meet the attack. Banksia sighed in disdain and released the mutant eagle couple and the 5 mutant swans from the space. I go first. With that, she leaped onto the mutant male eagle's back and shouted, "Charge!" The mutant octopus narrowed its eyes slightly, its tentacles raised high, and countless small, palm-sized octopuses erupted from its suckers, shooting into the air like bullets. The small octopuses were coated in a slightly greenish mucus, which was highly toxic and corroded anyone who came into contact with it. Banksia patted the mutant eagle, "Fly higher." At the same time, she pulled out a rocket launcher from the space and fired a shot at the mutant octopus's eye. As if anticipating this, the mutant octopus sank suddenly into the water. The shell missed and exploded in the water, creating a huge wave. The movement of the water also moved the suspended ice blocks, causing panic among the survivors lying on the ice. Some couldn't help but shout for help. The mutant octopus was quite intelligent, knowing the people in the air were formidable, so it simply targeted the weak. Its nimble tentacles dragged the screaming survivors into the water and began feeding, quickly turning the surface red. The remaining people dared not utter a single sound, looking up pleadingly at Nanqing and the others perched on the bird's back. Nanqing and the others exchanged glances and directed the mutant white swans toward the people calling for help. With the meat about to be lost, the hungry mutant octopus grew restless. This time, it learned its lesson and stayed out of the water. Instead, it exposed its tentacles and launched a frenzy of small octopuses at anyone who dared approach. Fang Yunin formed lightning balls with her hands and attacked the tentacles. However, as soon as the lightning balls touched the slime on the tentacles, they fizzled out with a puff, causing no damage at all. Su Yao and the others' abilities were also negated. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other, and the situation remained stalemated. Nanqing, Banksia approached Nanqing. You command, I attack. Yes, Nanqing unleashed his psychic powers, and the situation on the water surface suddenly appeared clearly in his mind. 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Banksia attacked where he pointed. Violent explosions echoed, and the water quickly turned blue. The mutant octopus screamed, suddenly shrinking and escaping from the waters beneath the ice. Su Yao and his companions seized the opportunity to rescue the survivors to shore. Wife, Nanqing looked at Banksia. Chase? Banksia jumped off the mutant eagle's back. No need. Mutated animals possess an extremely strong desire for revenge. As long as they have a breath left, they will seek revenge on their enemies no matter where they are. Rather than relentlessly pursuing them, it's better to wait for them to come to you. As they were talking, Su Yao and his companions and the survivors started arguing for some unknown reason. Banksia returned the mutant eagle couple to their spaceship, took Nanqing's hand, and went over to check on the situation. Chapter 164. Banksia squeezed to the edge of the crowd and asked the indignant Su Shao, What's going on? Su Xiao said with disgust. I ran into two psychos. Banksia and Nanqing exchanged glances. Who could be so powerful as to provoke the gentle and kind Su Xiao? After Su Xiao's explanation, they quickly understood what had happened. To summarize, a woman whose husband fell into the water fell for the gentle, fair-skinned, and handsome Zhao Xian, and shamelessly pestered him, promising to bear his child. Banksia had 6 things to say about this. Wife. Nanqing pushed Banksia aside. You and Su Xiao, stay away, or I'm afraid Brother Yuan's anger will get to you. After that, she pushed through the crowd and approached Kai Yuan, ready to help. Banksia pulled Su Xiao back over 20 meters before stopping. Is this woman tired of living? Who says not? Su Xiao patted her chest with a lingering fear. Don't be fooled by Brother Yuan's constant smile. He's more fierce than anyone when it comes to protecting his food. They say people of the same ilk tend to get along easily. Nanqing and Su Yao are both lovesick, and Kai Yuan is no less so. His and Zhao Xian's story is simple. Love at first sight, and then they quickly fell in love. To this day, the two have been together for 14 years, true soulmates. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian have never concealed their relationship in front of outsiders. They couldn't believe that the woman didn't see through it, and even though she did, she insisted on stirring things up. She was either stupid or vicious, and she deserved whatever fate she faced. Not long after, a woman's screams and pleas for mercy were heard from the crowd, and then Nanqing and the others pushed through the crowd and approached. Wife. Nanqing walked over to Banksia and took her hand. It's settled. Banksia glanced at Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian. Seeing they looked normal, she said, it'd be dark in 2 hours. There's a town 30 kilometers ahead. We go there to rest tonight. Seeing they all agreed, he took the speedboat out of the space and tossed it into the water. Are you leaving? What will we do if you leave? The people who had gathered to watch the excitement suddenly became anxious and surrounded Banksia and the others. Kai Yuan impatiently conjured earth spikes. Get out. The crowd immediately retreated several steps. One brave, still somewhat unwilling, said, Brother, our car just fell into the water. Could you please give us a ride? No, get out. They had kindly rescued these people, but they were ungrateful. Zhao Xian hadn't even offered a word of defense when he was being harassed, so how could he have the nerve to ask for their continued help? Perhaps because they had been so easygoing before, someone pressed them unreasonably. If you hadn't led me the wrong way, I wouldn't have lost my car. How about this? I don't want compensation. Just give me a ride back to base. As soon as this was said, most people immediately agreed. One even said rudely, my family has lost 2 laborers, and you're responsible for our food and drink along the way. Su Yao couldn't help but curse, Bah. It was you who shamelessly insisted on following us, so what does this have to do with us? They had been reluctant to lead this group from the beginning, but the road wasn't theirs, so they couldn't just arbitrarily prevent others from passing, could they? However, this group of people seemed unable to read their expressions. Or perhaps they did, but they were still willing to exploit their own interests against their conscience. Banksia pulled out her submachine gun and handed it to Kai Yuan and Su Yao. Brother Yuan, Brother Yao, don't waste time talking to them, just kill them. Good intentions go unrewarded. I won't do good deeds again. Kai Yuan raised his gun without hesitation and shot each of the 2 people who had just been shouting the loudest. The others, not expecting him to actually attack, were stunned for a moment. Once they reacted, they scattered at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Without the annoying presence, Banksia and the others felt the sky turn blue and the water turn green. They even arrived in town 20 minutes earlier than expected. Hee. As soon as the car entered the town, a swarm of zombies covered in icicles surrounded them. Perhaps because they hadn't seen a living person in a long time, Banksia and the others could feel the green gazes of the others even from the car. This thing is incredibly tenacious. Fan Yunyun cracked her fingers. It didn't die from the extreme heat, it didn't drown from the torrential rain, and it looks like the extreme cold won't have any effect either. I wish we humans were that strong. Just as he finished speaking, a clueless zombie slipped and kicked the zombie in front of it to the ground. The zombie in front instinctively grabbed the foot of a nearby zombie, who couldn't dodge and was also dragged to the ground. The fallen zombie also grabbed the foot of another nearby zombie, and soon the zombies fell to the ground like dominoes, one after another. The scene was extremely comical. I take that back, Fan Yunyun said, speechless. The extreme cold does have an effect. It seems like these zombies' brains are frozen. Is there a possibility, Su Yao teased, that their brains are inherently bad? While the 2 men exchanged verbal battles, their hands were still moving. As the saying goes, strike while the sick are at it. With a few bursts of supernatural powers, the zombie horde was quickly wiped out. Banksia, annoyed by the cold weather, simply released Xingzi, a professional crystal core digger, from the space. Xingzi, it's your turn to work. Xingzi diligently dug out all the zombie crystal cores, then asked Su Xiao for water to rinse them thoroughly before placing them in a plastic bag and handing them to Banksia. The entire town was deserted. After burning the zombie corpses, the group found a mostly intact building to rest. Maorongrong was still on guard at night. Banksia specifically grabbed Yinzi and told him to keep an eye on the ice, in case a mutant octopus was looking for revenge. Who knew that by 8 o'clock in the morning, not even a zombie had appeared, let alone a mutant octopus? Fan Yunyun picked up a steamed bun and asked, could the mutant octopus be dead? Impossible, Banksia shook her head firmly. Mutated animals are particularly vindictive. If they're sure they're going to die, they definitely find a way to take someone else with them before they die. There's no way they escape. Zhao Xian suddenly remembered something. Don't octopuses live in the ocean? We're on land, so how did it get here? Nanqing speculated, perhaps someone kept octopuses as pets before the apocalypse? Su Zhao's imagination flared. Maybe it was brought here by a tornado. But no matter how they thought, the mutant octopus seemed to have vanished, never to reappear. The weather was getting colder, and Banksia and the others spent almost no time on the journey, except for eating and resting. Finally, 5 days later, they arrived in City S. Chapter 165. City S, at its high altitude, was spared from heavy rain and flooding. A reinforced concrete wall, approximately 10 meters high, had been built around its perimeter. A thick layer of ice formed on the wall, seemingly artificially constructed. An armed soldier stood every meter along the wall, carefully assessing each incoming survivor, assessing them for signs of danger. 2 gates, 3 meters long and 3 meters wide, were cut into the wall, one for exit and one for entrance. A long row of tents stood beside the entrances, and soldiers stood at attention, constantly patrolling. Nanqing and his companions had never seen such a high wall before, and they stared intently until a patrolling soldier knocked on the car window, only to be brought back to their senses. Hello, the patrolling soldier handed Banksia a sheet of A4 paper. Please drive over there to register. He pointed to a line stretching over 1,000 meters to the right. The rest of the precautions are all on the paper. Come back to us if you have any questions. Okay, Banksia took the paper and glanced at it casually. Thank you. Nanqing pulled up to the back of the line. Banksia glanced through it before handing it to Su Yao, who was standing behind him. The paper was filled with detailed information, including whether supplies needed to be handed in upon entering the city, where to queue for registration and inspection, how long quarantine would be required, how to find a job after entering the city, how to accept assignments, and so on. Anyone who could read could basically figure out the process. Looks good. Su Yao handed the paper back to Banksia. I go down and check the situation to see if it's as described on the paper. Kai Yuan unbuckled his seatbelt. I go too. Be safe. Banksia wasn't in high spirits. Someone's calling us for trouble. This city had borne so much of her pain. Whenever she got close, she felt a dull ache in her heart. She tilted her head to look at Nanqing, only to meet his worried eyes. Startled slightly, she leaned in and kissed him. Considering the others in the car, Nanqing remained silent. She pursed her lips, reached out to pinch Banksia's face, and then held her hand tightly. Nestling in Banksia's arms, Yinzi looked from her sister to her brother, then reached out her paw to rest on their clasped hands. The emerald green eyes clearly read, even kittens want to hold hands. The sad atmosphere was instantly broken. Nanqing couldn't help but curl her lips, scratching Yinzi's chin and praising, so sweet. About 20 minutes later, Su Yao and Kai Yuan returned. There are so many people. We probably have to wait in line for hours. Do you want to go down and take a walk? Fan Yunyun asked, don't worry. First, tell me what you've learned. Kai Yuan said, it's basically the same as what's written on the paper. No supplies are required to enter the city, and the government provides free housing and food for ordinary people for 3 days. After 3 days, you need points to cover your food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Points can be exchanged for crystal cores and supplies. This policy is very humane. It not only provides a buffer period for newcomers to find work, but also plays a significant role in the stability of the base. Su Yao added, before officially entering the city, you must remain in quarantine for 24 hours to prevent anyone from being infected with the zombie virus and concealing it. This does not apply to people with special abilities. Fan Yunyun nodded. What else? Su Yao hesitated, the government is recruiting a large number of people with special abilities and mutant animals. I hear the compensation is very generous. Not only do they provide free housing, but they also offer a 50% discount on food, clothing, and everything else. If he hadn't known that the recruited psychics were destined for dangerous locations, he would have been tempted. After all, the meager amount of food in the space wouldn't be enough to sustain his family of 3 for the rest of their lives. Seeing Fan Yunyun and Su Zhao's thoughtful expressions, he quickly changed the subject. I estimate this line will take hours. Do you want to get out of the car and walk for a breath of fresh air? Nanqing was the first to unbuckle his seatbelt. Yes, Banksia and I are going to go for a walk. Fan Yunyun, Su Xiao, and Zhao Xian were also getting a little impatient. Then you go first. We take over in half an hour. Banksia released Jinzi and Tao from the space. Led Jinzi and Taozi watch the car. Inzi, Deju, and Lihua, not wanting to be watched, volunteered to watch the car with Jinzi and Taozi. Wife. Nanqing took Banksia's hand. Come with me. Banksia was puzzled. Huh? Nanqing said nothing, pulling her toward the back of the hillside. The dirt on the hillside was frozen hard, with a thin layer of ice on the surface. Fortunately, their shoes had non-slip soles, so they didn't fall. When there was no one around, Nanqing hugged Banksia. Hold me, don't be sad, I always be with you. Banksia was stunned for a moment, then threw herself into his arms. As expected, they waited in line for over 5 hours before it was their turn. The staff shouted over a loudspeaker, men go to the left tent, women go to the right tent, and children 3 and under stay with their mothers. Be sure to remove your hat, mask, and glasses before entering, revealing your facial features. Banksia and the others removed their cold weather masks, their fair, rosy cheeks exposed to the air, and the staff couldn't help but take a second look. Bases have been established in almost every major city across the country. Those who can survive locally will definitely not travel thousands of miles to a strange city to survive. This is the first time they have seen such healthy survivors. The person in charge of registration, without even looking up, pressed the nearby speaker, and a pre-recorded female voice boomed out. Hello, please state your name, ID number, whether you have any special abilities, type of ability, and level. Banksia glanced casually and delivered the pre-arranged statement. Banksia, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, dual element special abilities, wood and space, both level 3. The staff member suddenly looked up and gasped. Dual element special abilities? Banksia tapped the table lightly, signaling her to come back to her senses. Do you need a live demonstration? No, no, no. The staff member smiled broadly. Please verify your information, Banksia. After verifying, another staff member led her to a nearby camera for a photo. Afterward, they took a card with a headshot printed on it, similar to an ID card, from a nearby card machine and handed it to her. Then he patiently explained, Hello, this is your ID card. Please carry it with you so patrol officers can verify your identity at any time. With this card, you can receive 3 days of free housing and food from the logistics department. After your free housing expires, you need to pay points to continue living there. The way to earn points is simple. 1. You can exchange them for supplies or crystal cores. 2. You can complete official missions. And 3. You can trade with others. This is a map of City S. The logistics department, the trading hall, the mission hall, the rental center, and other areas are clearly marked. Please keep them. Banksia took the map and nodded. Thank you. She put on her cold weather mask and the hood of her down jacket, waited for Fan Yunyun and Su Xiao to complete their ID card processing, and then left the tent together. As the 3 men left, 2 staff members, who had been pretending to be calm, suddenly jumped up in excitement. Oh my god! 3 wild high-level psychics? Report them now. There are only about 500 psychics in the entire city of S. They've encountered 3 of them in one go. If this were before the apocalypse, they have to buy a lottery ticket. Chapter 166. After Banksia and the other 2 reunited with Nanqing and the others, they handed their newly issued ID cards to the staff member guarding the gate. The staff member swiped them on the machine and opened the gate. Come in. Hey. The people next door, who had been stopped, were immediately dissatisfied. Why can they enter while we have to quarantine for 24 hours? That's right. Someone agreed. They registered after me, so why were they allowed in first? The staff member waited until Banksia and the others entered before explaining. They are psychics and have antibodies to the zombie virus, so they don't need to be quarantined. What? The group was shocked. 7 people, all of them? The staff member's heart was already filled with fear, but he nodded calmly. Yes, all of them. After entering the city, Nanqing and the others almost couldn't walk. The place was almost exactly the same as before the apocalypse. Wide roads, neatly arranged houses, straight streetlights, people chatting and laughing, and innocent-looking children. Compared to the chaos and disorder outside, this place seemed like heaven. Banksia's eyes flickered with a fleeting flicker of nostalgia, and she waved her hand in front of the group. It's getting dark. Let's go find a place to stay. You can look around tomorrow if you like. Fong Union reached out and took Banksia's arm, sighing. I thought all the bases were as chaotic as City A. I didn't expect this to be so nice. Banksia felt reluctant to shatter her illusions, so she changed the subject. City S was one of the first cities to establish a base. It's no surprise it's better than City A. Let's go look at houses first. What a little worry. Fong Union laughed and pinched Banksia's face. Let's go, let's go. Nanqing, heartbroken, hurriedly pulled Banksia to his side. It's not far, let's walk over. Fong Union rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I be gentle. I won't hurt your little one. The rental center was less than a kilometer from the city gate, and with just a few people walking, it only took a few minutes. The 7 of them were tall and straight, their clothes clean, warm, and neat. It was obvious that they were well off. The young man in charge of reception greeted them with a bright smile. Hello, I'm Xiao Ming, a staff member. How can I help you? Nanqing looked around. The entire hall was deserted, practically empty. We're planning to stay at the base for a while. Do you have any suites or villas for rent? Xiao Ming immediately became even more enthusiastic. This was a major client. Yes. A 1-bedroom suite costs 100 points per month. A 2-bedroom suite costs 180 points per month. Villas are more expensive. A 2-story villa costs 800 points per month, and a 3-story villa costs 1,200 points per month. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. But there's no furniture in the room. You need to buy it after you move in. At the base's exchange rate, 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of rice or 2 points. That means the monthly rent for a 1-bedroom suite would be 50 level 1 crystal cores, or 50 kilograms of rice. This price would be a bit unaffordable for the average person, and as for the villa, it's unthinkable. Ben Xiao and the others didn't need these things. They exchanged glances and said, take us to the villa area. Okay, Xiao Ming said, his eyes nearly blinded with joy. Please wait a moment, I get a car. No need, Banksia said, seeing that it was almost dark and there was no time to waste, saying, we have a car. Just show us the way. Xiao Ming's eyes widened. Oh my god, no wonder he's so rich. He's a superpower. The villa complex was quite far from the city gate, and it took over 30 minutes to drive there. Xiao Ming explained, the villa complex is full of big shots or their families. If it's too close to the city gate, no one would be able to take responsibility if something happened. The entire complex had only 60 houses, and even fewer, only 23-story villas. Banksia and the others chose a 3-story villa in the far corner and booked it on the spot. This villa was nothing like their previous one, with only 5 rooms on each floor. The good thing was the large yard, perfect for the furry friends to occasionally relax in. After making the decision, they went to the trading center to redeem their points before driving back to their temporary home. Su Yao wrote down the floors on a piece of paper, and each family sent someone to draw lots. In the end, Su Yao's family landed on the 2nd floor, Kai Yuan's family landed on the 3rd, and Banksia and Zhao Xian landed on the 1st. Should we clean the room first or eat first? Let's eat. Banksia rubbed her slightly deflated stomach. Eat first, then clean. That saves time digesting the food. Okay. The food they prepared before setting off had all been eaten along the way, so without further hesitation, they opted for the most time-saving hot pot. Deju obediently set out the table and chairs, while Banksia and Zhao Xian unloaded the food: beef, shrimp balls, meatballs, tripe, potatoes, cabbage, lettuce, vermicelli noodles, fruit drinks. Dozens of items, filling the table to the brim. Banksia thought for a moment and set up another table nearby, filling it with all the furry friends' favorites: cat and dog food, canned food, freeze-dried food, and chew sticks. She let Jinzi, Yinin, Deju, and Linhua snack on them, so they wouldn't drool watching them. The hot pot base quickly boiled, and Fong Union poured the beef and mutton into the pot. This base is so delicious. Su Yao, make some more sometime. Su Yao helped with the meatballs. The base is so strong, it's definitely fragrant for 5, if not 10 miles. Honey, just bear with it for now. Brother Yao, go ahead and do it. Banksia helped pour the juice. We're strong enough to protect ourselves. There's no need to be so low-key. But Su Xiao was puzzled. The protagonists in the books all like to play the pig and eat the tiger. Why don't we learn from them? Do you want some? Banksia said without hesitation. If you pretend to be a pig for too long, you become a real pig. At this, Nanqing and the others couldn't help laughing. Then, let's do as you say. Let's eat and drink. Cheers. Cheers. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock at the door. Banksia and the others exchanged suspicious glances. They had just arrived at the base and didn't recognize anyone. Who was knocking? I go open the door. Nanqing stood up, put on his coat, and went to the door with a flashlight. Chapter 167. Nanqing pushed open the door, and a tall shadow suddenly lunged at him. He dodged to the side, causing the shadow to stumble and nearly fall. Hey brother, don't hide. I'm Han Biao, not a bad guy. Nanqing hurriedly helped Han Biao up, excitedly asking, Brother Biao, why are you also at the S-City base? Han Biao laughed and patted Nanqing's shoulder. Seeing his face, which had barely changed since they parted, a complex wave of emotions washed over him. It's all thanks to you. How are you and Banksia? Is she feeling better? He was one of the first to apply to join the base, and was initially assigned to the neighboring M-City base. Later, he had some unpleasant experiences with the people at the base, and thanks to Nanqing's friendship, he was able to join the S-City base. When Nanqing heard the word Benelia, her eyes softened. Well, how are you with your uncle, aunt, sister-in-law, and nephew? A hint of sadness flashed across Han Biao's eyes. He didn't answer the question, but changed the subject, saying, Nanqing, let me introduce you to someone. Nanqing had already noticed another figure at the door, and assumed it was Han Biao's friend, but his serious tone suggested someone of unusual status. Hello. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Yanning took 2 steps forward, extending her right hand to greet Nanqing. My name is Yanning, and I'm Han Biao's boss. Yanning? Nanqing's pupils shrank slightly, and she reached out to shake her hand. Hello, Base Commander Yan, I'm Nanqing. Yanning wasn't surprised that Nanqing knew her identity. She said with emotion, I finally get to see you in person. She had a great fondness for the Nanqing couple, who braved the danger to report back the zombie news and their long-term charity work. She had once proactively requested that the couple be assigned to her base, but to her surprise, they hadn't signed up. She was simply disappointed to have missed out on such a talented individual. Unexpectedly, the other party actually came to her door. As soon as she heard her subordinate's report, she immediately came with her old friend Han Biao. Seeing Nanqing's confusion, she explained, the base has adopted many children from orphanages. They always say that they relied on the supplies you and your wife donated to help them get through the difficult times in the early days of the apocalypse. We are deeply grateful, and hope to be able to personally thank you one day. Nanqing was stunned. He and Banksia had donated the supplies primarily to conceal their true destination under the guise of charity. Who would have thought that the people they unintentionally helped would keep the incident to heart? Even the base's leadership knew about it. He was so flustered that he didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just brushed it off and invited the two inside. It's cold outside. Captain Yin, Brother Biao, come in and sit down. Brother Xing? Han Biao asked excitedly, are Brother Yuan and Brother Xian here too? Yes, Nanqing closed the door. They're all here. Are you free tonight? If so, let's catch up. Han Biao subconsciously glanced at Yanning. Seeing him nod with a smile, he quickly said, okay, I have a lot to tell you. Nanqing led the two inside. Look who's here. Banksia and the others looked back from their gazes at the pot. Han Biao. Kai Yuan excitedly approached. Why are you here? Brother Yuan, Han Biao and Kai Yuan hugged. Long time no see. Nanqing waited for the two to finish their greetings, then introduced Yanning to Banksia and the others, inviting them to dinner. Han Biao was a little embarrassed, but Yanning readily agreed. Nanqing and the others had plump skin and bright eyes. Even the pet's dining table beside them was piled with food. It was obvious that they had enough food, and there was no need to push it around. This is delicious. Yanning took a deep breath. Did you make the soup base yourself? Yes, Banksia handed her a fresh bowl and chopsticks. Captain Yen, you're welcome. Yanning smiled brightly. Don't worry, I just don't know how to spell the word polite. You're welcome too. Just call me Sister Ning in private. Okay, Sister Ning. Banksia sat down with mixed feelings. Nanqing squeezed her hand soothingly, and helped her pick up some food. Nanqing and the others had many questions to ask Han Biao, but because Yanning, a stranger, was around, they couldn't bring themselves to ask. Instead, They kept urging the two to eat, and the meal ended in half an hour. Yan Ning noticed their discomfort, and quickly excused herself after the meal. As soon as she left, Nanqing and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Biao, Nanqing pulled Han Biao down onto the newly brought out sofa. How have you been these past year? Han Biao's fingers tightened around the water glass, a flicker of pain in his eyes. He smiled wryly, not as good as the best, but better than the worst. He took a deep breath, and slowly recounted his experiences over the past year. Thanks to ample supplies, and the abilities of his wife and him, they found quite good jobs within 2 days of arriving at the base. He joined the guards, while his wife continued her teaching job. With a stable income, the family, while not entirely wealthy, at least had enough to eat and sleep. But Rabbit Country is a society of favors, and when they set out, they were accompanied by their extended family. Their relatives weren't as skilled as theirs, so they were forced to do hard labor like building houses, moving bricks, hoeing the fields, and farming. After just 2 days, they couldn't continue. So someone came to their house, asking for food and credits. The elderly in the family were shy, and since they were all close relatives, they had no choice but to lend. Once one person successfully borrowed, the others rushed to him like leeches smelling blood, seeking help. Since they were all relatives, it was hard to favor one over the other, so he continued to lend. The family of 7, 4 of whom were elderly and 1 child, had little labor, and only the couple worked, and their savings were quickly drained. Seeing they couldn't squeeze any money out of them, the usually benevolent relatives suddenly changed their demeanor, turning acrimonious, accusing them of looking down on their poor relatives now that they were rich. The family learned their lesson and resolved to stop associating with these relatives. Unfortunately, at this time, their 2-year-old son, Kong Kong, fell seriously ill, requiring a large amount of points for treatment. He was forced to go to the relatives to collect the debt. Naturally, no one wanted to spit out what they had already eaten, and a fierce conflict ensued. He used force to seize the uneaten food, paid for his son's medical expenses, and barely saved his life. Unwilling to resign, the relatives went to his and his wife's workplace, falsely accusing them of robbery and robbing them. Not only did they lose face, but they were also expelled from the base. The family wandered for 3 months, during which time his parents and his wife's parents-in-law died of thirst in an effort to save water for him, his wife, and their grandson. Nanqing opened his mouth, unsure how to offer comfort. After a long pause, he managed to speak. I'm sorry Han Biao interrupted. Brother Xing, you don't have to apologize. If it weren't for you, my wife, and Kong Kong would have died long ago. Seeing Nanqing's confusion, he explained, when our family of 3 was desperate, we were rescued by the base's mission team. All the members of the team came from orphanages. Chapter 168. Nanqing was surprised by this. After a moment's silence, she cautiously asked, How are your sister-in-law and Kong Kong? Han Biao smiled and said, They're doing fine. Your sister-in-law is a kindergarten teacher now, and Kong Kong is with her. I bring them here tomorrow to thank you in person. He then asked, Aren't you in City A? Why are you suddenly in City S? Did something happen? Nanqing briefly explained the mudslide. Since we've lost our home, we might as well travel. The less people know about foreigners' affairs, the better. Besides, people's hearts change. What if Han Biao changes too? They couldn't take that chance. Han Biao's face was filled with envy. He was still struggling to survive, while Nanqing and the others had the leisure to travel around. The difference between people was greater than the money he and Ban Xia paid for her hair combing. By the way, he hesitated for a moment. I heard you all have special abilities? Well, how did you know? Han Biao coughed awkwardly. Well, right after you registered at the door, your information was sent upstairs. The base is short on staff, and Sister Ning didn't just want to see you today. Nanqing and the others exchanged glances. We don't plan to stay here long. We leave as soon as the extreme cold ends. Han Biao nodded in understanding. Just so you know, my wife and kids are waiting for me. I'm going home now. I see you tomorrow after get off work. After seeing Han Biao off, the others looked at each other, and then went back to their rooms to start cleaning. Banksia released Tian Fian, Shan Sha, Xingzi, and Ping Wang from the space, help with the work. The spraying melon king was a bit unconvinced. I'm a mutant plant, how can I clean? Banksia hadn't said anything when the swallowing heaven tree lashed out with a branch. Are you itching for trouble again? The spraying melon king, having just been beaten, suddenly lost his temper, and said flatteringly, I'm the best at cleaning. Boss, just rest up and let me do the work. The swallowing heaven tree tossed the broom, mop, and other cleaning tools to the Spraying Melon King. Then I leave it to you. The Spraying Melon King was stunned. It had lived in the wild, and had no idea how to work. Xingzi snorted coldly. Learn from me. I only teach you once. If you don't learn well, I cut off all your new vines. With help, Banksia simply pulled Nanjing along to take over the chores. After the room was spotlessly clean, Banksia took out the commonly used furniture and arranged them. The two of them washed and scrubbed, then went to bed. The next day, after dinner, the three families went for a stroll inside the base. Banksia asked, "Where do you want to go?" Fang Yunyun suggested, "Let's go to the market and the mission hall first to see if there's anything good." The market, located in the city center square, is divided into two main sections, the official market and the private market. Banksia and her companions first went to the official market. The interior was almost identical to a pre-apocalyptic shopping mall, offering everything from rice, flour, grains, oil, clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. Its only two drawbacks were the limited variety and purchase limits. In addition, to prevent theft or robbery, all the shelves were covered with barbed wire. Shoppers couldn't choose what they needed. Armed soldiers stationed at the shelves would help them retrieve what they needed. Fang Yunyun was about to stock up on food. "I want to check out the food prices. What about you guys? Let's go together." The shelves didn't have the rice and flour common before the apocalypse. Instead, they had mutated cornmeal, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. Each cost 2 points per kilogram, and each person was limited to 100 kilograms per month with their ID cards. Sister Yunyun, Banksia handed her and Nanjing's ID cards. "Nanjing, and I don't need any food. Please use our quota." Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian also handed over theirs, and ours. Fang Yunyun knew that both families had wood-type abilities, and truly had no shortage of food, so she didn't hesitate. "Thank you." The people shopping nearby couldn't help but look at them as if they were idiots. Food could be used as money before the apocalypse, so why would anyone voluntarily give their money away? But when they saw their tall stature, it dawned on them, they must be capable people. Otherwise, how could they have managed to stay so fat? He thought to himself, and then muttered it out loud. Banksia found it a bit strange. Whether in her past life or this one, this was the first time she heard someone call her fat. Su Xiao, standing next to her, couldn't help but pinch her face, her eyes filled with confusion. "Are we fat?" "Silly," Su Yao tapped her forehead with a bent finger. "According to standard weights, we're certainly not fat, but..." He looked around at the survivors, all as thin as bamboo poles. Compared to them, we're definitely fat. Su Xiao fell silent. Her family had no shortage of food. In fact, because the three of them ate big appetites, almost every meal was even more varied than before the apocalypse. But for ordinary people, hunger was the norm. 700 kilograms of food was not a small amount, and the soldiers took a long time to weigh the amount Fang Yunyun needed. Deja hadn't come, so she temporarily gave the food to Banksia to keep, muttering quietly, "Not enough points." Besides the rent, they each had only 1,000 points on their cards. With 700 gone, her family's card was down to only 2,300. "Nanjing, and I don't have anything to buy." Banksia glanced at the items on the shelves, which weren't as abundant or high quality as those in her space. "What else do you want to buy? If you don't have enough points, we can lend you some." Fang Yunyun shook her head. "No, let's go to the private market next door." The private market had a much richer selection. Besides basic survival supplies like food and clothing, there were also hand-forged weapons, practical gadgets, stoves, charcoal, and a whole host of other items. Like the official base, there were soldiers patrolling with live ammunition. A girl selling designer bags noticed Banksia and the others' fancy clothes and shouted, "Helm's Platinum Bag, classic and versatile black, 70% new, only 50 first-level crystal cores. Handsome guy, buy a bag for the beautiful girl next to you." The girl selling cosmetics across from her also mustered up the courage to speak up. Selling lipstick, brand new carrot lipstick, with a year and a half left on it, only 20 first-level crystal cores. Their cries seemed to trigger a switch, and the people around them also shouted loudly. Mutated chicken, 20 first-level crystal cores per pound. Small umbrellas on sale. Fever-reducing medicine for 5 first-level crystal cores. Banksia and the others couldn't help but exchange glances. Then, after a quick stroll, they fled out the door. Chapter 169. Su Xiao patted his chest. "Did you see what was popular?" They came to the private market not to buy anything, but to survey the market. After all, back in City A, the three families had collected a lot of items into their space. They had to find a time to sell them, lest they sit there and depreciate or go to waste. Banksia summarized, the most in-demand items are food, warm clothing, medicine, fuel, and weapons. With food and clothing scarce, basic survival supplies remain the most sought after. Fan Yunyun added, also, salt, sugar, and wine. After surveying the market, the group immediately headed to the mission hall. Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, Su Xiao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian were interested in learning about the specific missions, but Banksia and Nanqing had no interest and were simply there to join in the fun. The mission hall had 6 floors, from top to bottom, housing S-level to D-level missions and the mercenary team registration area. They first went to the mercenary registration office. According to regulations, mercenary teams of 2 or more could register, but could only accept small missions. Teams of 30 or more could register as mercenary groups, which could accept large missions. After a casual glance, they ascended to the second floor. D-level missions were relatively simple, mostly physical labor, such as farming, animal husbandry, and infrastructure construction, earning between 5 and 20 points per mission. C-level missions were mostly gathering information, such as investigating the presence of mutant animals in a certain area, the number of zombies, and so on. B-level missions became more difficult, involving clearing zombies from a particular street, hunting down a mutant animal that had injured someone and escaped, and rescuing survivors. A-level missions generally required leaving the base to rescue a lost team, hunt down a group of common mutant animals, gather supplies, and collect mutant plants. S-level missions are mostly group missions, such as eliminating a specific advanced mutant animal or plant, escorting researchers to a specific location for research, and so on. C-level to S-level missions cost as little as 20 points, and as much as 2,000. Su Yao pinched his chin. S-level missions pay really well. TSK. A scoff rang out from the side. Don't you think you're any better than me? You start with an S-level mission, and you're not afraid of not returning. At this remark, everyone around him couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing and criticizing Banksia and the others. Fan Yunyun rolled her eyes and warned coldly, if you keep talking dirty, don't blame me for hitting you. The man looked at her in disbelief, as if he heard something funny. Hit you? Do you even know who I am? Fan Yunyun frowned impatiently. I don't care who you are. I hit anyone who comes. That's spicy. The leading man squinted at her with an ambiguous look and said in a slick tone, I like it. Before Fan Yunyun could say anything, Banksia, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly pulled out a bottle of water-soluble chili essence from her spaceship and sprayed it into the man's eyes more than 10 times. He screamed, covering his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Achoo! Su Xiao, who couldn't handle spicy food, sneezed several times at the strong pungent smell in the air. So spicy. What is this? Banksia blinked innocently. Water-soluble chili extract. I bought it before the apocalypse. I keep it in my bag as a pepper spray. If that creepy guy hadn't just mentioned so spicy, she wouldn't have remembered she even had this stuff. Really good. Fan Yunyun took the bottle from her and examined it carefully. I make a few more bottles when I get home. Well, Banksia returned the bottle to her space. If nothing else, let's go check out the street. She took Nanqing's arm and was about to leave when 2 earth spikes suddenly appeared out of thin air and flew straight at her eyes. Nanqing subconsciously formed a mental barrier to block her, preventing the attack from reaching her. Banksia looked up. The sleazy man who had launched the attack had a gloating smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with astonishment, making him look extremely ridiculous. You guys are also psychics? Fengzhen's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered the news revealed by the staff this morning. 7 high-level psychics had arrived at the base. This group, exactly 7 people, and they were all new faces he had never seen before. Banksia said nothing, glancing irritably at the wall sign that read, no use of superpowers for fighting or harming others. Then, after a moment's pause, she pulled out a pistol from her spaceship. Was that all right now? The patrol captain, new to the scene, but understanding Banksia's gaze, silently approached her. Ma'am, even using a gun to kill someone is not allowed. Banksia glanced at him, then pulled out a pile of weapons. A bazooka, a submachine gun, a stun gun, a scimitar, a bone-chopping axe, a dagger, and a paracord. Which one is allowed? The patrol captain instinctively clenched his grip around the gun, swallowing hard before finding his voice. Ma'am, I'm sorry, none of these are allowed. He glared at Fengzhen. According to base regulations, if a party initiates a disturbance, the minimum penalty is a point deduction, and the maximum penalty is a month's detention. Fengzhen's behavior this time is extremely egregious, and meets the criteria for detention. As the victim, you have the right to impose punishment. Do you want Fengjin to compensate you with points, or do you want him to do hard labor in prison? Fengjin looked at Banksia expectantly, hoping she would choose points. However, Banksia said without hesitation, hard labor. Those sent to prison are generally assigned the dirtiest, smelliest, and most injury-prone jobs, like shoveling excrement from mutant animals and applying fertilizer to mutant plants. If you were unlucky enough to encounter an aggressive mutant animal or plant, you might end up in jail, never to return. The patrol captain wasn't surprised at all. As a space-based user with so many weapons at his disposal, how could he possibly be short of points? He gestured to his men, take them away. Fengjin was a little unwilling and wanted to persuade Banksia, but seeing her bend over and stuff weapons one by one into the space, he suddenly stopped talking. At worst, he could just work hard to build relationships with the mutant animals and plants. A month would pass quickly. This base is okay. Fang Yunyan watched Fengjin being taken away without even a sliver of resistance. At least it's not like other places where psychics hold all the power and ordinary people are bullied. Banksia shook her head. At all times, the rules are made by the strong. The reason Fengjin didn't dare resist today was simply because psychics haven't evolved to the point of being invulnerable. If one day, psychics no longer fear firearms, what kind of scene do you imagine that would unfold? Her current psychic power is at level 6, and ordinary steel swords can no longer cut her skin. Once her level rises, reaching level 7 or 8, ordinary firearms might not be able to cause her fatal damage either. She herself has no ambition to overthrow the authorities, but what about others? Chapter 170. Yan Ning had walked over at some point, and looked at Ban Xia in surprise. What a perceptive child. Regarding military power, the base is currently divided into two factions, one advocating universal superpower development, and the other advocating the reconstruction of a thermal weapons processing plant. She supports universal superpower development because, since acquiring superpowers, she feels her physical fitness is even better than it was at 20, and her resistance to extreme weather has increased significantly. She boldly speculates that this disaster, in a sense, is intended to select powerful creatures to evolve alongside the blue water planet. The other faction believes that while superpowered individuals may appear powerful, their output is limited, their upgrades are difficult, and their future ceiling is limited. Therefore, they should focus on developing technology. Ban Xia didn't understand why Yan Ning said this. In her previous life, no one evolved superpowers until the 3rd year, and humans were preoccupied with defending their homeland against monsters. This argument simply didn't exist. Seeing her bewilderment, Yan Ning didn't explain. Instead, she asked, do you want to take on missions? I suggest you start with B-level missions. She didn't doubt their abilities. After all, having made it safely from all the way to City A meant they had some skills, not to mention that they all had special abilities. She was concerned that they might be unfamiliar with the mission process and rashly accept a mission, leading to failure. Banksia shook her head. We don't take missions, we're just checking it out. Although Yan Ning was eager to recruit them, she knew there was no rush. She smiled generously. Where else do you want to go? I'm free, so I'll walk with you. Banksia and the others exchanged glances, and were about to refuse when a loud screaming and clamoring erupted from outside. Sorry, Yan Ning frowned. Something's wrong. I find you when I'm free. With that, he hurried out of the hall with his men. Banksia grabbed Nanqing's arm and said, let's go check it out. I thought I heard someone talking about mutant birds. As they walked out the door, they saw the sky almost entirely filled with birds of all sizes, flapping their wings and attacking with their sharp beaks and claws. A mutant sparrow spotted Banksia and the others, tilted its head, and chirped a few times. Suddenly, more than a dozen of its kind followed its gaze. Seeing this, Banksia pulled out a submachine gun from his spaceship and handed it to everyone. Be careful. If you're running low on bullets, call me. He then quickly aimed at the mutant sparrow's head and pulled the trigger, hitting one after another, never missing. From a distance, Yan Ning heard the unfamiliar sound of gunfire and glanced sideways. Seeing it was Banksia and the others, he felt relieved. She said to her assistant, hurry, go to the radio station and call for help. Also, spread the word that anyone who comes here can take their prey home, and the base won't charge a cent. This flock of birds must have sensed the threat of the extreme cold and wanted to stockpile food. Yan Ning thought, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the base had organized the survivors to gather food when they saw the temperature was off a bit. Otherwise, after being attacked by the mutant birds, they would have starved through the remaining extreme cold. Banksia and the others, like sharpshooters, quickly dispatched the sparrows that attempted to attack them. They were debating whether to ask the staff if they could take their prey home. Then they heard the announcement. The base is under attack by birds. Guards, please act immediately. You can take your prey home. Su Yao's family of 3 immediately and excitedly dragged the mutant sparrow they had killed to Banxia's side. Banxia, save it to your space first. Okay. Banxia immediately put it into her space. You guys keep track of the number. She narrowed her eyes slightly, looking up at a grayish-white bird in the sky, noticeably smaller than the other mutant birds. The silver-throated long-tailed tit. This bird gave her a distinct sense of disorientation. After a moment's thought, she put her submachine gun back into her space, then pulled out her rocket launcher and fired a single shot at the silver-throated long-tailed tit. The silver-throated long-tailed tit happened to turn its head, met Banxia's gaze sharply, and suddenly spread its wings and flew high, dodging the barrage. It raised its head and cried loudly, and several small tornadoes suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping towards Banxia. Banxia summoned Benlei, chase after him. Benlei had been happily incubating his eggs into space when he was suddenly ejected. He was about to lose his temper, but upon seeing Banxia's serious expression, he silenced himself and, carrying her on his back, chased after them. The long-tailed tit glanced in surprise at the mutant eagle that had appeared out of nowhere. Where had this bird come from? More importantly, as a bird, it had chosen to help humans. He roared at the top of his lungs, "Traitor!" The mutant eagle rolled his eyes speechlessly. It had been raised by humans in its infancy, and now, with a family of 2 and 5 eggs, not only was it eating human food but also living in a shelter provided by humans. How could it be considered a traitor? I'm not a traitor. The mutant eagle retorted, I eat human food and live in human shelter. What's wrong with listening to humans? The long-tailed tit choked, but you're a bird. How can a bird mix with humans? The mutant eagle confidently said, humans helped me raise my wife and cubs. If I don't stick with them, why should I stick with you? Look at how skinny you are. I'm afraid you haven't had a full meal in ages. How pitiful. Are you a fool? The silver-throated long-tailed tit felt mocked. How could humans be so kind? She's being nice to you. She must have ulterior motives. I know, the mutant eagle said unfazed. I help humans, and they provide me with food, shelter, and shelter. This is a fair trade. No one owes anyone anything. Since joining forces with humans, its quality of life has improved dramatically. Not only does it have better food and drink, but it also has better food and drink. A comfortable home, a comfortable place, and more importantly, safe. It no longer had to worry about its eggs being stolen. What a comfort to a bird that had just become a father. I don't believe it, the long-tailed tit said stubbornly. You must be lying to me. TSK? The mutant eagle scoffed. What could possibly deceive me? You don't think the human on my back wants to take you as a mutant beast, do you? She has over a dozen different species of birds, some prettier and more powerful than you, and she doesn't even consider you. The long-tailed tit was so enraged that it turned and stretched its neck to grab the mutant eagle. Although Banxia didn't understand what the two birds were saying, she saw that after a pause of chirping, they were about to start a fight. She was speechless, and put the rocket launcher back into space. She hadn't even made a move yet. The mutant eagle hadn't expected a long-tailed tit, no bigger than its own claws, to attempt to bite it. It immediately glanced at it with disdain, even offering its wings to its delicate beak as a token of its disdain. A cold glint flashed in the long-tailed tit's eyes, and it opened its sharp beak to peck. Get out of the way! Banxia had a feeling something was amiss with this long-tailed tit, and she hurriedly called out to stop it. Chapter 171. Although the mutant eagle didn't understand why Banxia was so afraid of a tiny flock of long-tailed tits, it subconsciously followed her instructions and prepared to fly high to avoid the tit's attack. However, it was too late. The long-tailed tits moved so quickly that the mutant eagle's vision barely caught them. Its tiny beak opened, and the mutant eagle's all-powerful devouring ability was rendered ineffective, half of its wing dissolving into nothingness. Shoo! The mutant eagle screamed, its body losing balance due to the injury to its wing, and plummeted to the ground, carrying Banxia with it. Nanqing and Yan Ning, who had been closely monitoring the aerial battle, felt their hearts skip a beat. Nanqing instinctively reached out to catch Banxia. Descending rapidly through the air, Banxia calmly tucked the mutant eagle into space and simultaneously summoned the heaven-swallowing tree, throwing it to the ground. Tion Tion! The heaven-swallowing tree, in perfect harmony, transformed back into its original form. Suddenly, a 60-meter-tall tree appeared out of thin air. Its half-black, half-white, round canopy of branches resembled a giant umbrella, blocking out most of the sky's light. It quickly gathered its branches together, forming a massive basket to catch Banksia. In times of need, you still have to rely on me. Tion is the most reliable, Banksia said with a smile, touching the branch beneath her. Thank you. Let me down, so I can talk to Nanjing. The heaven-swallowing tree lowered her to the ground. Whoever kills this bird gets to kill it. Yes, pick the higher level one. When they were still 2 or 3 meters above the ground, Banksia leaped directly onto the ground and threw herself into Nanjing's arms. I'm fine. Nanjing took a deep breath. Yes, I'm glad I'm fine. The silver-throated long-tailed tit had assumed both the man and the eagle were doomed, but a sudden turn of events left only the mutant eagle seriously injured. Not only was the human alive and well, but he had also summoned a strange and powerful tree from nowhere, which had already killed many of his kind in a matter of moments. The silver-throated long-tailed tit landed on a larger one, shook its feathers, stretched its neck, and cried out loudly. The birds, locked in a desperate struggle with the human, paused before simultaneously taking flight, most attacking the sky-swallowing tree, while a smaller group attacked Banksia. Banksia raised an eyebrow slightly. She wouldn't lose in a group fight. Get to work. The furious eagle and the mutant plants, suddenly released from their space, were startled and instinctively used their supernatural powers to attack the birds flying towards them. The angry female mutant eagle was even more courageous. With a flap of her wings, countless transparent wind blades hurled themselves directly at the heads of her fellow eagles. The survivors, who had thought they would die here, stared in amazement at the dozens of mutant animals and plants that appeared out of nowhere. The people near Banksia all retreated several meters, their eyes blazing as if they were a savior. Yin Ning approached with a complex expression of surprise and wonder. You? She wanted to ask Banksia what her special ability was, and where she had tamed so many mutant animals, but knowing this was her trump card, she suppressed the urge to ask, taking a deep breath. Thank you. Yes. Banksia grasped the branch that the heaven-swallowing tree extended. I go help. To capture the thief, she first captured the leader. Using the branch's power, she leaped onto the heaven-swallowing tree in a few leaps. Tion, catch the silver-throated long-tailed tit. The branches of the sky-swallowing tree were like nimble hands, gathering the birds killed by the other mutants into its space. It won't come down from the air. If only we had wind powers. Banksia felt a little regretful. Perhaps because of the nature of her powers, neither she nor the sky-swallowing tree could awaken a second power. The silver-throated long-tailed tit has a mutated devouring power. Lightning can't reach it. I try with a sniper rifle. You keep me safe. Banksia pulled out a sniper rifle from its space and fired a shot at the silver-throated long-tailed tit's head. The silver-throated long-tailed tit, keenly aware of the crackling sound in the air, flapped its wings to avoid it. The next moment, another bullet flew towards it. It suppressed its anger and activated its powers to devour the bullet. The next second, another bullet flew towards it. The silver-throated long-tailed tit, instantly enraged, flew at high speed towards the annoying human. Seeing her goal achieved, Banksia quickly retracted her sniper rifle. Vines grew wildly from her hands, snatching up the oncoming silver-throated long-tailed tit. The silver-throated long-tailed tit calmly opened its mouth and unleashed its mutated devouring ability, attempting to devour the vines that bound her. However, its ability level was not as high as Banksia's, and the moment its devouring ability came into contact with the vines, it was absorbed by the vines as nutrients. Banksia retracted the vines and carefully examined the mutated bird, now only the size of a palm. It looked adorable, but its actions were unremarkable. The silver-throated long-tailed tit glared at Banksia with angry eyes. If looks could kill, it would have killed her several times already. The swallowing sky tree poked the silver-throated long-tailed tit's head. You may not be small, but you have a big temper. The silver-throated long-tailed tit glared, opened its delicate beak, and bit down on the branch of the sky-swallowing tree. However, instead of injuring the bird, it nearly broke its own beak. The sky-swallowing tree trembled with joy. You're a little naive to try to bite me. Are you the leader of this flock? Banksia pinched the silver-throated long-tailed tit's tail. Why are you attacking a human base? The silver-throated long-tailed tit glared at Banksia coldly, then a cheerful smile crossed her eyes. Banksia frowned slightly. Tion, I have a bad feeling. The mutant animals form a food chain. Unless there's a huge benefit, they wouldn't unite. An organized and premeditated attack like today's is extremely unusual. A branch of the sky-swallowing tree snapped a mutant bird's neck. I always feel like we're somewhere in this scene. Its voice trailed off. I've seen it before. The man and the tree pondered. They both had memories. It must have been something from a past life. What was it? In her past life, after waking up, she had experienced 3 mutant beast attacks on the base. Once, during the autumn harvest, mutant animals came to steal food. Once, it was a revenge attack by marine creatures. And once, beast tide. The man and the tree shouted simultaneously. Mutant beasts and mutant birds had once joined forces to launch a beast tide. That time, mutant birds also led the charge. So similar to today's Tion. Banksia quickly pulled out the crystal core of the silver-throated long-tailed tit and threw it into the space. I'm going to find Yan Ning. Quickly organize your men to kill all the mutant birds in the sky. If even 1 or 2 of these vanguards were to escape, news of them would undoubtedly spread back, alerting the Beast King and raising his guard. Chapter 172. Banksia approached Yan Ning. Captain Yin, I suspect a beast tide. Yan Ning had never heard of a beast tide before, and understood the concept from the literal meaning alone. Where did you get this information? Banksia then realized that this wasn't her previous life. Yan Ning had never experienced a beast tide, and wouldn't necessarily believe her story. She thought for a moment and said, don't you think it's unusual for these birds, who form a vital part of the food chain, to gather together and attack humans? Yan Ning shook her head. If this were before the apocalypse, it would indeed be illogical. But after mutation, animals possess the same intelligence as humans. As highly intelligent creatures, it's normal for them to live in harmony with their own kind. If that's where your information came from, it doesn't convince me. Banksia surprisingly found it impossible to refute. A beast tide was no small matter, and she certainly couldn't believe it so easily. I suggest you send someone out to investigate. If everything goes well, everyone's happy. If anything goes wrong, we can prepare in advance. Yan Ning. He looked at her admiringly. Are you free? Banksia declined, gesturing to the mutant animals running around. They only listen to me. Yan Ning sighed regretfully. If anything happens, would you be willing to help? I see you have a large herd of mutants. I'm sure they need to eat a lot every day. I can make the decision. The mutants you kill will be yours. Banksia hesitated for 2 seconds. Nanqing, and I can do it. Brother Yao, and the others aren't sure yet. Let's go back and discuss it. Okay. Yan Ning waved to his men, Xiao Du. Before he could finish his words, an urgent alarm suddenly rang out in the city. Yan Ning took a deep breath. Let's go to the city gate. Banksia interrupted, you go ahead. I'll be right back with the mutant animals. She quickly ran back to the heaven-swallowing tree. Tion, I suspect the beast tide has arrived early. At this moment, the remaining mutant birds in the sky seemed to sense something and flapped their wings, attempting to flee. Seeing this, the mutant eagle leader immediately led his minions to surround them, preventing them from escaping. The heaven-swallowing tree quickly stuffed the mutant bird corpses into its space. You're right. I feel the ground shaking. This beast tide is likely massive. Banksia grasped its branch. Tion, we can fight together again. Honestly, after all these years of rebirth, she hadn't experienced a single battle that truly stressed her. If it weren't for this beast tide, she would have almost forgotten the bloody battles of her previous life. Wife, Nanqing tossed the mutant bird carcass in her hand to the swallowing sky tree. What did you just say to Base Commander Yin? Banksia waved to Su Yao and the others, and once everyone had gathered, she explained the beast tide. I want to take this opportunity to kill more mutant animals. If I can't eat all the meat myself, I can exchange it for points. She heard that scientists at the base's research institute are researching how to use the fur and bones of mutant beasts to create armor and weapons, and she's very interested. I go back. Su Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Go get Daiju, the one who's guarding the house, to help. Banksia thought for a moment. Tion and I are fast, so we go back and get him. How about you take Xingzi and the others to the city gate first? The 4 furry creatures, Yinzi, Jin, Tuanzi, and Taozi, were also guarding the house. Su Yao immediately agreed. Okay, be careful. Without further delay, Banksia took out her motorcycle and rushed home as fast as she could. Then, she stuffed all the furries into her space and rode towards the city gate. When she was still 1,000 meters from the gate, she heard the roars of mutant animals. It was indeed a beast tide. The first wave of attack came from smaller animals, like mutant rabbits, mice, and squirrels. Their former cuteness had completely vanished, their faces becoming extremely ferocious, their sharp teeth and claws flashing with a cold gleam. On the human side, soldiers holding blast shields formed the first line of defense. Behind them came soldiers with submachine guns, and behind them came the psychics and mutant animals. Banksia released several furries from her space. Be careful. If you encounter an opponent you can't defeat, don't try to be brave. Always call your sister for help. Gold and Silver, the furries, rubbed against her obediently and ran to join Nanjing and the others in the battle. Banksia Hitianshu didn't waste any time before joining the fray. The mutant rabbits, rats, and squirrels, at their highest, were only at level 3. Due to their harsh living conditions and lack of food, their evolution wasn't fully complete. Under the overwhelming firepower of the humans, they were quickly defeated. Just as the humans couldn't help but rejoice, believing victory was imminent, mutant wolves and foxes joined the fray. The mutant wolves, foxes, and wild boars were all at level 3, and with their sheer numbers, the casualties quickly mounted, leaving the ground strewn with broken limbs, internal organs, and blood. Human blood seemed to have a strong attraction for the mutant animals. Soon, a 7 to 8 meter long mutant tiger and a 10 meter tall mutant bear also joined the fray. Ouch! The mutant black bear roared to the sky, waving its massive paw towards the human standing in its way. If that slap landed, at least a dozen soldiers would have died. Banksia withdrew her supernatural power, pulled out a grenade launcher from her space, and fired a round at the mutant black bear's right paw. Bang! The mutant black bear's paw instantly shattered in two. Just as it was about to smash into the people on the ground, a branch of the heaven-swallowing tree, in perfect coordination, wrapped around it and retracted it into space. The mutant black bear stared blankly at its mangled right paw for a second before it belatedly sensed the pain. Ouch! Ouch! This hurts like hell. It glared menacingly at the grenade launcher in Banksia's hand. With its intact left paw, it casually picked up a passing mutant rabbit and threw it at Banksia. Banksia's mouth twitched. Tion Tion! The heaven-swallowing tree understood immediately and, like a ball, yanked the mutant rabbit back with one branch, hitting the black bear squarely in the face. The mutant black bear, bewildered, plucked the rabbit from his face. How had it returned? The next second, a cannonball struck him directly between his eyebrows. The black bear closed its eyes unwillingly. Human hearts are blacker than its fur. Bear paw. The swallowing heaven tree happily rushed forward and collected the mutant black bear into its space. Steamed, braised, or stewed. Banksia aimed at the mutant tiger charging through the crowd and said, "Let me make this clear. You could only eat one." Black bears were rare before the apocalypse, and even fewer now. She never knew when she'd see another one, and she wanted to try some bear paws too. I know. The swallowing heaven tree didn't care at all. I want Nanjing to do it. Tell him yourself. Banksia finished as a shell pierced the mutant tiger's abdomen. She couldn't help but feel pity. Such fine fur, ruined like that. Tion Tion. Banksia simply tossed the grenade launcher back into space. Let's go meet the mutant tiger. Chapter 173. The mutant tiger, 7 or 8 meters long, flew into a frenzy after being struck by a cannonball. It opened its bloody maw and spewed a massive dragon of fire at the humans. Su Xiao and 2 mutant hippos, outnumbering the 3 to 1, barely managed to extinguish the fireball. Furious, Yanning mobilized all his supernatural powers to attack the mutant tiger, but this didn't do much damage to the tough-skinned creature, only further enraging it. The mutant tiger raised its head and roared. The intimidation from the king of beasts caused the other mutant animals to subconsciously stop. The timid mutant rabbit was even frightened to the point of paralyzing itself, entering a state of suspended animation. Its eyes glared like swords, its energy surging wildly, threatening to destroy itself. Retreat! Yanning roared. If a level 4 mutant tiger exploded, most of the people present would likely be killed. At the critical moment, a dark green whip struck the mutant tiger's head, twisting its jaw. The mutant tiger froze for a moment, its raging energy surprisingly slowing slightly. Yanning had just breathed a sigh of relief when the mutant tiger kicked up its hind legs and lunged straight at Banksia, who had rushed to its aid. The vine whip in Banksia's hand seemed to possess a sense of its own. The moment it made contact with the mutant tiger, it stabbed deeply into its body, absorbing its strength. Seeing the mutant tiger lunge, she dodged and leaped over its head. A golden dagger materialized from thin air in her hand, piercing its giant mutant pupil and stabbing it several times before withdrawing. Ouch! The mutant tiger roared wildly, shaking its head and sending the nearby mutant animals trembling with fear. Jeanzi and Inzi had been courageous since childhood, and having never suffered any harm since the apocalypse, unlike the other mutants, who were so frightened that they wouldn't even move. After a moment's hesitation, they bared their teeth and lunged at the mutant tiger. The two sides coordinated with perfect coordination, simultaneously attacking the mutant tiger's wounded area, attempting to aggravate the wound. The panelia on the mutant tiger's head leaped to the ground the instant the creature shook its head, but the vines in her palm remained motionless, entrenched in the flesh. In fact, from absorbing so much blood and energy, the dark green vines even glowed faintly red, giving it a strange, eerie appearance. The onlookers were almost stunned. This was their first time witnessing such a powerful mutant beast with such bizarre abilities. One wood-type user stared at his hands in disbelief. So, wood-type abilities could not only grow vegetables and heal injuries, but also fight? Don't just stand there, Nanjing warned coldly. Kill the mutant while it's afraid to move. As he spoke, he raised his submachine gun and fired at the trembling mutant on the ground. The others gradually came to their senses. The meat they hunted was theirs. It was a rare opportunity for a big boss to give them a chance to plunder. If they didn't try harder, they'd probably regret it so much they wake up in the middle of the night and slap themselves. Banksia vaguely sensed the mutant tiger's vitality was about to run out, so she commanded her vines to crack its skull open and extract the cracked crystal core, tossing it to the swallowing heaven tree. It's spicy. Do you want some? The swallowing heaven tree nimbly caught it with its branches. I keep it as a snack. Okay. Banksia rolled up the mutant tiger's carcass with her vines and tossed it into space. I just saw 2 water-type mutant wolves. Didn't you mention that water-type crystal cores are sweet? I go get them for you. I also saw a wood-type mutant pig, the swallowing heaven tree instructed as it collected the prey the furry creatures and Nanjing had hunted. That one's delicious too. Get more. Okay. Banksia waved at Inzi, then turned over and sat on him. Come on, let's go get some meat with me. Inzi glanced at Jinzi with a smug look, nimbly maneuvering through the herd. Banksia waved her vines, harvesting the mutants. Yin Ning wiped the sweat from her forehead in fear, her eyes following the young woman riding the mutant cat, her resolve growing stronger. She's a skilled fighter, and she has strong teammates and a core of mutants. With training, she could definitely become the base's guardian. She'd do anything to persuade Banksia to stay. Banksia had no idea what Yin Ning was thinking. She felt she hadn't had enough of this battle yet. While she didn't slow down her movements harvesting the mutants, she couldn't help but become distracted. This beast tide was clearly premeditated and organized. She wondered what level the beast king behind them was now, and whether they could stand up to her. Boom, boom, boom. A loud tremor brought her back from her thoughts. Looking up, she saw 2 mutant elephants, over 50 meters tall, galloping towards the city gate. The men at the gate, without needing Yin Ning's orders, impatiently turned and bolted towards the city. It was clear they couldn't handle this thing. If they didn't run now, they might not be able to escape. Banksia gently pinched Inzi's ear, signaling it to stop. Then, she pulled out a grenade launcher from her spaceship and fired a shot at each of the mutant elephants' heads. However, far from being injured, the mutant elephants didn't even seem to be slowing down their pace. In fact, the fighting spirit in their eyes was even stronger, a look of triumphant confidence. Finally, someone capable of fighting has arrived. Banksia was so excited she leaped off Inzi's back. Go find your brother, and I get you some meat. The swallowing heaven tree, in perfect harmony, ran over, extending its branches, and tucked her into its tree. Level 5 mutated elephant. Have you ever eaten elephant meat? Is it delicious? Banksia wasn't surprised by its reaction. No, it wasn't allowed before the apocalypse. It's illegal. She had taken in a mutant elephant before, but it was her younger brother, and she wasn't so ruthless as to eat its own flesh. The swallowing heaven tree's mouth was watering. I wonder where the mutant elephant meat is so delicious. I want to try every part of it. Banksia, okay. She actually felt a bit tempted. As the man in the tree talked, the 2 mutant elephants' heads came within 20 meters of him. The 2 mutant elephants, a male and a female, suddenly stretched their trunks out, then unleashed a massive stream of water towards Banksia and the swallowing heaven tree. The sky-swallowing tree returned to its original form, its black and white branches and leaves gleaming like jade. It didn't intend to engage head-on, cunningly collecting the water into its spatial sea. The female elephant, seeing the male elephant's initial attack fail, glared menacingly at the sky-swallowing tree blocking its path. With a push of her right foot, the hard earth instantly transformed into rock, attempting to pin the sky-swallowing tree in place. Both the male and female elephants simultaneously smiled with delight. Their trunks entwined for a few seconds, then simultaneously lowered their heads and launched their hooves into the trunk of the sky-swallowing tree. Chapter 174. A flash of green light flashed from the sky-swallowing tree, and countless black and white roots burst through the stone barrier, emerging from the ground. They entangled the limbs of the 2 mutant elephants, pinning them to their spot. How annoying! The sky-swallowing tree muttered, and hooked spikes suddenly sprouted from its trunk, branches, and leaves. The branches moved without a breeze, as if possessed by life, and attacked the mutant elephants with bared fangs and claws. The two mutant elephants struggled frantically, but the more they struggled, the tighter they were entangled. The next second, the thorny branches arrived as expected. The mutant elephant's skin, impervious to even artillery shells, was easily pierced by the spikes, and pierced into their flesh. Moo! The female mutant elephant, enduring the intense pain, rolled her tongue and bit into the branches and leaves of the sky-swallowing tree. Huh? The swallowing heaven tree pulled out its branch in disdain, then whipped it over. Your saliva is disgusting. Banksia, sitting quietly on the swallowing heaven tree's branch, said, Tion, didn't we agree on one elephant each? The swallowing heaven tree moved too quickly, leaving her no time to attack. Ahem. The swallowing heaven tree felt a little guilty. Why are we being so polite? It doesn't matter who hits. Can you absorb the bull elephant's core? Yes. Banksia reached out to remove her hat and untie her hair. Her loose hair quickly grew like a snake, its tails piercing the flesh of the mutant bull elephant. The man in the tree fell silent, quietly absorbing energy. The level 5 mutant elephant was incredibly energetic. In just a few seconds, the swallowing heaven tree's entire body, as well as Banksia's hair, turned an eerie blood red. The people on the city wall, observing the situation with binoculars, were startled. What kind of supernatural power was this? Base commander. The deputy base commander looked at Yin Ning hesitantly. Logically, the other party had just helped them, but the scene was too bizarre. Was this still human? Lu Hai. Yin Ning interrupted sternly. This is our comrade who fought side by side. Yes. Lu Hai lowered his head in shame. Nanxing and Yin Zi, not far away, simultaneously averted their gaze. Yin Zi licked her paws leisurely. When would a kitten ever be as powerful as her big sister? The white wolf stole a glance at Yin Zi, then took tiny steps to squat beside her. Mr. Cat, how adorable. Yin Zi shrank in disdain and leaped into Nanxing's arms. Ugly rejection. Tion. Ban Xia yawned and tossed the dead-as-dead bull elephant into space. I'm fine. Let's go home. Hee. The sky-swallowing tree, having absorbed its energy earlier, danced its branches happily. Today. Eat bear paws late. No. Banksia retorted firmly. Nanxing must be tired. Let's do it tomorrow. You're biased. Tunshin Shuchi snorted. Obviously you and I are one. Banksia, as usual, engaged in a level playing field. You're my best friend. Nanxing is the one I love most. You're both equally important to me. You lied to me. You obviously love Nanxing the most. Declining Yin Ning's invitation to dinner, Banksia stored the furries into her space and took Nanxing's arm home. Normally, a beast tide would last at least 3 days, or at most half a month. However, after the first day, no more mutant beasts attacked the base. Many people secretly speculated that Banksia had intimidated them. Banksia, disregarding the turmoil outside, rested with Nanxing for a day. Using the excuse of finding a place to dispose of the mutant corpses, she drove out of the city. Then, finding a deserted area, she entered her space and directed the mutant monkeys and gorillas to their work. The mutant monkeys and gorillas truly loved cooking. Far from being impatient, they were even willing to work 24/7 to deal with the mutant beasts. Banksia wasn't the kind of farmer or capitalist who exploited his subordinates. He only worked 8 hours a day to drive a few away, so his work efficiency wasn't very high. After a full 2 weeks, he only just finished dealing with the mutant bears, tigers, and 2 elephants. Nanxing looked at the pile of mutant beasts and birds with a headache. There are too many. We won't be able to finish them in a year. Banksia tilted her head and kissed him. Keep a few with nice fur to make blankets. From the rest, dig out the cores and sell them back to the base. The mutant animals used in the siege lived in the wild, and hunting was inevitable. Most of them bore scars, and their fur was of very poor quality, so there was little use in keeping them. Xingzi, Banksia called out to a passing Xingzi, get to work. Okay, boss. Xingzi gave a fawning smile. I go get the spraying melon king. Finally, he had a little brother to exploit. Speaking of the spraying melon king, Banksia remembered the spraying melon he collected earlier. He decided to go back and ask Yin Ning if she'd take it. If she did, he'd just pack it up and sell it to the base. Nanxing breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that the thorny issue was finally resolved. Honey, I'm going to cook. You go play over there. Bear paw? Yeah, I found the recipe. Banksia, curious, hurried after him. To be precise, Nanxing had found a video. It was said that the blogger's ancestors were imperial chefs, and this recipe had been passed down from their ancestors. Pluck the hair, wash it, and make several horizontal cuts on the back. When Banksia heard the word several cuts, she shoved the tablet into Nanqing's arms. Just how many cuts did it mean? Why couldn't he just say it clearly? She put her arm around Nanqing's neck and kissed him. I'm going to go play with Inzi. You've worked so hard, husband. Good girl, Nanqing pinched her cheek. Okay, I call you. Inzi and the others were probably playing with the mutant animals in the ranch again. Banksia pulled out an electric bike and leisurely rode over. Who knew that not only were the gold and silver birds gone, but even the white wolf that usually loved to hang out there was gone? Banksia thought for a moment and then headed to the forest to find the mutant eagle couple. Chirp, chirp. Before they even reached their destination, they heard the joyful cry of Ben Lei, the male mutant eagle, and the noisy cries of the mutant animals. Banksia leaned over curiously. What are you all doing here? Ben Lei quickly stretched out his large, newly grown wings, pushing the mutant animals apart. He grabbed Banksia's arm and dragged her to its nest, where 5 newly hatched chicks lay. Banksia looked at the pink mass of flesh in front of her and exclaimed in surprise. Hatched? She had thought it would take some time. Ben Lei gestured in a servile manner for her to pet the cub, and Banksia quickly stepped back. No, 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 wait until it grows up. It was so tiny, she was afraid of damaging it. Inzi approached curiously, extending her paw to gently touch it. Her eyes flickered, as if she had made up her mind. Banksia didn't notice. After playing with the excited Jinzi and Taozi for 2 hours, she got up and went back to Nanqing. The mutant bear paw wasn't cooked yet, but the house was already filled with an enticing aroma. The furry creatures stepped past Banksia and crowded at the kitchen door, drooling at the dripping pot. Nanqing brought the prepared dishes to the table. Back so soon? Yeah. Banksia glanced into the kitchen. Aren't you having bear paws for lunch? Nanqing felt a little helpless. It'd take a few more hours to cook. We have it tonight. Banksia nodded in understanding. Oh! Inzi glanced at Nanqing, then at Banksia. She pulled a tablet from the sofa and asked Banksia to unlock it. After Banksia unlocked it, Inzi tapped it with her paw, a thoughtful expression on her face. She looked over curiously, and saw a video of a cat playing with a human kitten. Chapter 175. Banksia thought Inzi had accidentally clicked on the video, so she kindly asked, What do you want to see? I help you find it. Inzi patted the human cub on the tablet with her furry paw and looked at her expectantly. Banksia, For the first time, she wondered if she had misunderstood the kitten, until Inzi patted the human cub in the video again, confirming her understanding. Banksia, with a forced smile, pinched the back of Inzi's neck. Be good, if you like cubs, go give birth to one yourself. Give birth to what? Nanqing, who walked in with food, only heard the last 2 words. Banksia tossed Inzi onto the sofa and turned off the video. Inzi was just watching a video of kittens. I told her to give birth herself. Nanqing glanced at Inzi with a cryptic expression, coughed lightly, and whispered in Banksia's ear, Isn't Inzi neutered? Can she still give birth in this situation? Banksia felt a pang of guilt for her own nonsense for a second, then said crisply, No. Nanqing was silent for a long moment, until Banksia pulled him to the table. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken Jinzi and Inzi to the vet. Banksia helped him pick up a piece of food with her chopsticks. I was just kidding. Inzi is so aloof, how could she possibly like kittens? She probably just clicked on the video by accident. Nanqing nodded, her frown softening slightly. Inzi sat on the sofa, watching her sister's nonsense in silence. After a moment's hesitation, she decided not to get angry. She turned to Nanqing thoughtfully. Sister, you can't hit me, brother. Nanqing accidentally caught Inzi's eye and blinked in confusion. Seeing it still glared at her with murderous intent, she was completely stunned. He hadn't messed with Inzi today. Could it have overheard what he just said? Nanqing looked away guiltily in disgust with Banksia. I've stewed several pots of bear paws. Let's have them together tonight. After witnessing the silent communication between the man and the cat, Banksia also nodded guiltily. Okay. Inzi wasn't a kitten that could be bought off with a single meal, unless that meal was incredibly delicious. That evening, after feasting on the delicious, chewy mutant bear paws, it graciously decided to reconcile with its cooking brother. Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Inzi's chilling gaze sent a chill down his spine. The two had been out of town for 2 weeks. The temperature outside had dropped to over 70 degrees below zero, and the mountains and plains were covered in snow. They put on their extreme cold jumpsuits and rode their snowmobiles back to the city. Aside from the patrolmen, the streets were nearly deserted, so the warning blared from the loudspeaker, Don't open the windows when burning charcoal, or it'd be hard tomorrow morning. Su Yao and his companions were nowhere to be found, leaving Deju and Li Hua alone to look after the house. Because of the cold weather, the two cats' fur had grown longer and thicker, looking like two round balls of fluff from a distance. Banksia almost didn't recognize them. When the cats saw Banksia, they excitedly ran over to rub against her legs. Banksia patted her head and released Gold, Silver, Tuanzi, and Tauzi from the space. You guys go play. Nanqing and I will go back to the house to clean up. Having been away for 2 weeks, the room must be covered in dust. Without a clean, we wouldn't be able to live there tonight. The two of them lit the stove and Nakong first. Once the temperature rose, they removed their cold weather jumpsuits and changed into more comfortable down jackets. Wife, Nanqing handed the broom to Banksia. You sweep the floor and I dust. Okay, Banksia carefully swept every corner. Why haven't Sister Yunyun and the others come back yet? Speaking of the devil, Su Yao's excited voice rang out from afar. Nanqing, Banksia, you're finally back. Nanqing asked, puzzled. Huh? Something for us? Hee. Su Yao rushed into the room excitedly. I found 2 fun things at the market a few days ago, and I've been waiting for you to come back and play with them. Fang Yunyun, who was following behind, couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's not like everyone loves to play as much as you do. She turned to Banksia and asked, have you dealt with all the mutant beasts? Banksia put the broom back in the corner. We've dealt with some, and we're selling the rest to the base. What's the price? Fang Yunyun replied reassuredly, this time we harvested a lot of mutant beast meat, and the price is a bit lower than before. Pure meat is 25 points per pound, and the fur is extra. Banksia nodded. I sell it tomorrow. After lunch, Su Yao mysteriously pulled out his good stuff. 2 complete sets of ski equipment and a wooden sled. Nanqing couldn't help but hold his forehead in his hand. What did you trade for it? Su Yao touched the back of his head. 5 pounds of mutant beast meat. Banksia silently pulled out 5 sets of brand new ski equipment. Brother Yao, if you had told me you liked skiing earlier, you wouldn't have had to spend money on it. Su Yao glanced at the mediocre ski equipment in his hands, then at the professional ski equipment Banksia had pulled out. He was completely stunned. Where did you get the equipment? Of course, Banksia couldn't tell the truth. I found it in City A. Su Yao tried to save face. You don't have a sled, do you? Banksia pulled out 2 more exquisitely crafted sleds and stared at him in silence. If you could hear the sound of a heartbreaking heart, then Banksia and the others would definitely hear a loud crack. Kai Yuan coughed lightly and smoothed things over. Where are we going? Nanqing thought for a moment. The hillside outside the city gate. Soon, they got on their snowmobiles and drove towards the city gate. On the way, they met Yanning, who was on patrol. Yanning stopped them. It's so cold, why are you still out? Banksia and the others exchanged glances, a little embarrassed to admit they were off duty and out having fun, and stammered in silence. Su Yao quickly came up with a plan. Let's go out and practice our special abilities. To train the furry creature's running ability and weight-bearing capacity. Yanning felt like laughing, but didn't call them out. Banksia, I have something I need to discuss with you. Are you returning to the city tonight? Banksia guessed what it was about and nodded. Yes. Yanning waved at them. Okay, I continue my patrol. I meet you at your house tonight. After Yanning walked away, they resumed their journey. After exiting the city gate, they drove a few hundred meters further, making sure the patrolling soldiers on the wall could not see them before they stopped. Fang Yunyun jumped a few times after getting out of the car. Banksia, I heard the base is short on people. I think Sister Ning is trying to persuade you to stay tonight. Banksia first stored the snowmobile in her space, then released the furry creatures. I guessed it, but Nanqing and I aren't interested. We plan to leave after the extreme cold weather. What do you think? Fang Yunyun shook her head. The base may look nice, but we're used to a free-spirited life. Kai Yuan put his arm around Nanqing's shoulders. Didn't we agree to stick together? Wherever you go, we go. Chapter 176. The group had chosen a particularly good spot. Behind them lay a small hill about 200 or 300 meters high, and the snow was at least 2 or 3 meters thick, so even if they accidentally fell, they wouldn't get hurt. Banksia stepped into the snow and said, It's too loose. We need to compact it. She pulled out a few wooden planks from her space, and the others took them and began to work. Before the apocalypse, playing in the snow outdoors and temperatures exceeding minus 70 degrees Celsius, even wearing professional cold weather gear, would have been a suicidal act for ordinary people. But for the evolved group, playing for a short time wasn't a problem. Pa! A snowball flew towards Banksia. Banksia quickly ducked, scooping up a handful of snow, rolling it into a ball, and throwing it at Fan Yunyun. Fan Yunyun, still chuckling smugly, was hit before she could react. She hummed twice, grabbed a handful of snow in each hand, and threw it back at Banksia. However, the unconsolidated snowballs scattered in the air, and Su Yao and Nanqing, who were working diligently, were caught in the crossfire. Snowball fight? Su Yao dropped the wooden board, grabbed 2 handfuls of snow, rolled them into balls, and while Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian were nearby, he threw them at them. Kai Yuan, not understanding what was going on, froze in his tracks. Zhao Xian, seeing Su Yao doubled over with laughter, quickly grabbed 2 handfuls of snow and retaliated, throwing one back at Su Yao and one at Fan Yunyun, the instigator. Fan Yunyun was surprised by Zhao Xian's ability to grasp the key points and immediately rolled 2 snowballs in return. A few furry creatures running around nearby, seeing their owner's playful behavior, excitedly joined in the fray. Unable to make snowballs, they simply pawed the ground with their limbs. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with a cascading blanket of snow, almost making it look like a heavy snowfall. Su Xiao, Banksia, and Nanqing were innocently caught in the crossfire. They exchanged glances and rolled up snowballs to attack the troublemaker. Su Xiao's snowball somehow went sideways and hit Su Yao on the head. Since they were all wearing thick clothes and hats, and their snowballs weren't particularly solid, Su Yao didn't feel any pain, but rather felt annoyed at being beaten by her own sister. She rolled up a snowball and threw it back. Unexpectedly, this time, it went sideways again, hitting Banksia. Nanqing, defending her, immediately rolled up a snowball and threw it back. Banksia, once again caught in the crossfire, looked at Yin-Zi, whose eyes were filled with guilt. She pounced, knocking Yin-Zi to the ground, grabbed his head, and rubbed his chin. Little rascal. No superpowers in snowball fights. Yin-Zi blinked innocently, the kitten not understanding what her sister was saying. Jin-Zi, a crowd pleaser, thought the snowball fight was a new game. With a quick turn of his eyes, he tackled Nanqing, who was trying to poop on Banksia, to the ground and began rubbing against her furiously. Daju and Li Hua followed suit, pounced on their owners. For a moment, the entire hillside was filled with screams. The snowball fight and snowball throwing festivities lasted for half an hour, finally ending with Banxia's cry, "Don't lie on the ground for too long, you get frostbite." Given their current tolerance for cold temperatures, frostbite wouldn't happen for now, but frostbite was a real possibility. Frostbite? Fan Yunyun was from the south and had only heard of the term, never seen it in person. Banxia brushed away the silver that had pounced on her. "Sister Yunyun, are your hands hot or itchy? If your hands feel itchy and hot after playing in the snow, there's a 90% chance you get frostbite. Frostbite isn't fatal, but it's prone to recurrence, and the itching during an attack is unbearable." Banksia had suffered from frostbite in a previous life. Fan Yunyun felt it for a moment. "It's a little hot, but not itchy." Banksia pulled out a box of frostbite cream and tossed it to her. "Just to be safe, Sister Yunyun, apply the cream first." She thought for a moment, then pulled out a few more boxes and tossed them to Su Yao and the others. Then she opened one for herself and Nanqing. After applying the frostbite cream, they continued to pack the snow. After about an hour, they had finally managed to create a skiable surface. Ahem, Su Yao raised his fist to his mouth as if to make a microphone. "The first alpine skiing competition is about to begin. All contestants, please listen to my command. 3, 2, 1. Nanqing took the lead and skied out, followed closely by Zhao Xian and Banksia. Seeing he was falling behind Nanqing, Su Yao simply stood still, using his fist as a microphone and acting as guest host. The first contestant is Nanqing, and the second is Zhao Xian. Su Xiao and Kai Yuan, the last two in line, saw themselves getting further and further away from the contestants ahead. Flustered, they sped up, unexpectedly bumping into each other. Su Xiao, being the thinner, was knocked flying. Su Yao, forgetting his hosting duties, pounded the ground and burst into laughter. Su Xiao kicked the ground twice in anger. Kai Yuan, suppressing a smile, tried to pull her up. "Are you okay?" "Brother Yuan, I'm fine." Su Xiao rolled over and got up. "I beat Su Yao to death when I get back." Kai Yuan couldn't help but laugh. After a delightful afternoon of fun, they rode their bikes back to the city. Tonight, they had hot pot again. The broth had just boiled when Yan Ning knocked on the door, carrying something. "Yo, I've caught up again." Su Yao took the food and asked politely, "Since you're here, what else are you bringing?" "I can't just keep eating your food." Yan Ning waved her hand. "If people tell, how will I save face?" Su Yao ushered them to the table and sat them down. What would you like to drink? The table was laden with food. Besides the usual meat, vegetable, and meatball dishes, there were also alcoholic beverages. I don't drink, Yanning said, slightly surprised. These people were wealthier than she imagined, and she was afraid her plans would be dashed. I have peanut milk. Nanxing poured her a glass of milk and sat down to eat in silence. They had been out playing for most of the afternoon, and although they had a great time, their bodies were chilled and in desperate need of some spicy food to warm them up. Yanning saw that they didn't want to talk for the time being, so she didn't hesitate to speak. After everyone had almost finished eating, she began to chat. What do you think of the S-City base? Banksia and the others exchanged glances. Excellent. The best managed base we've encountered along the way. They weren't being complimentary. Compared to the infiltrated S-City base and the shabby, poorly managed small base, the S-City base was a paradise. Yanning looked Banksia in the eye. I'm sure you've guessed what I'm going to say. So, I won't keep you in suspense. Are you willing to stay and help me protect the survivors of the S-City base? Banksia wasn't the most talkative or assertive of the seven, but she had an inexplicable feeling that the other six cared most about her feelings. Banksia declined. We're used to a free and easy life. Chapter 177. Yanning had anticipated this, and upon hearing this, she felt a sense of final disappointment. She still refused to give up, and tried to persuade him again. But Banksia's eyes were firm, leaving no room for negotiation. After a long pause, she solemnly asked another question. After more than half a month of observation, do you think I'm trustworthy? Seeing the unconcealed astonishment on everyone's face except Banksia, she explained with a smile. Although you, Su Yao, and the others were extremely careful in your inquiries, in the eyes of our trained professionals, you're full of flaws. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have been caught by the patrol long ago. After Banksia and Nanxing left the city, Su Yao and the others wandered around the city every day under the pretext of selling mutant beast meat, secretly trying to gather the true opinions of ordinary survivors about Yanning. They thought they had concealed their secret well, but Yanning had already known everything. They couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed upon hearing this. Yanning smiled generously. I don't know why you find me trustworthy, but I'm glad to have your initial approval. A hint of worry lingered in her eyes. They had braved the freezing temperatures to travel thousands of miles from City A to City S. Their mission was undoubtedly significant, and they were likely facing another tough battle. Banksia and the others exchanged glances. Let's eat first. We tell you everything afterward. If they didn't finish the remaining food quickly, they worried Yanning would get angry. After dinner, Banksia and the others turned on the projector and played the secret foreigner confessions they had recorded. Banksia and the others rewatched the video. Even though the foreigners had lost their ashes, they still felt a pang of resentment, not to mention seeing Yanning for the first time. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the rage that threatened to burst through her, but it was impossible. After pacing the living room over 10 times, she managed to calm down. Thank you for your hard work. I definitely handle this as soon as possible. Do you have any other evidence? For some reason, she had a fondness for Banksia, feeling deep down that she was trustworthy. But this matter was too serious, involving so many people, some of whom held high positions of power. Without solid evidence, it would be difficult for her to convince her superiors. Banksia made it clear up front. I have it, but without third-party oversight, I can only show you the evidence to confirm we're not lying. I can't let you leave without her. I hope you understand. Yanning was trustworthy, but if something went wrong and the evidence fell into someone else's hands, wouldn't all their hard work be in vain? Therefore, it would be best to have a trusted third party, a mutual check and balance, to ensure a successful resolution. Yanning nodded in understanding. I understand. I ask someone you trust to oversee this. Ban Xia nodded, pulled out the handwritten list and confession of the foreigners from her spaceship, and handed it to her. Yanning took it and read it carefully, muttering to herself, to think it's been infiltrated to this extent. Ban Xia coughed softly. We've cleared out the corrupt officials in City A, but we can't rule out some who might have slipped through the net. Thank you. Yanning handed the evidence back to Ban Xia. I'm leaving tomorrow, and will be back in about a month. We'd be waiting for you. After seeing Yanning off, Ban Xia and the others began their winter retreat. Occasionally, Han Biao would come over with his wife and children when he had a break, adding a touch of excitement to their simple life. Eat, sleep, eat, Su Yao burped, clutching his round belly. My abs are almost gone. Banksia instinctively glanced at his belly, then at Fan Yunyun and the others beside him, their mouths drooling with grease. She noticed that everyone had indeed gained weight. She thought for a moment and suggested, "Let's go out and play." Su Yao counted on his fingers. "What? Barbecue today, sledding yesterday, snowman building the day before yesterday, snowball fight the day before yesterday. We've done it all. It's boring." Banksia was silent for 2 seconds. "Then let's get to work. Collect the mutant animal meat." "Huh?" Su Yao was puzzled. "We peeled and cleaned it. What else do we do with it?" Banksia recalled the methods used by the survivors in her previous life, making sausages, bacon, pickled meat, jar meat, air-dried meat, smoked meat, meat floss. To preserve food for longer, the survivors had come up with every possible method. These were just the basics. Nanjing fed the grilled skewers of meat into Jinzi's mouth, which stared at him eagerly. "The temperature is too low. We can't make sausages, bacon, or dried meat. Smoked meat requires fresh cypress branches, which we don't have. We can try jar meat and meat floss." Xiao Xin pondered. "How about we build a Kong in the spare room and dry some dried meat, vegetables, or fruit as snacks?" Banksia raised her hand. "I have cement and bricks, but who among you knows how to build a Kong?" The others looked at each other. "Learn on the spot?" A Kong requires a certain level of insulation. In addition to bricks and cement, it also requires insulating soil, also known as yellow mud. But no one had this, so they had to make do with the mud from Banksia's space. After the Kong was finished, they kept the fire burning for 2 days. Once it dried, they began to work on the fruits, vegetables, and meat. Banksia volunteered to take over the meat-cutting task. With a flick of her right hand, she sliced the meat into neat rectangular blocks, then evenly sliced them into thin slices. Nanjing and Su Yao took over the next step, steaming and seasoning. Next door, Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao also shared the slicing duties, one for the fruit and the other for the vegetables. The others were busy at home, the aroma of the food alluring, drawing the attention of the nearby families. On the second floor of the villa next door. "What do you say?" A seemingly carefree young man stretched his neck and took a deep breath. "How about I visit the neighbors?" Since the first day he moved in, he'd been wanting to visit the neighbors the moment he smelled the hot pot. But the neighbor didn't seem to be very sociable. He either stayed home or left early, making it difficult for him to feign a chance encounter. The girl sitting on the sofa opposite the young man, Rong Yuyu, reading a book, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Brother, when will you stop being so greedy? Aren't you afraid you fall for it someday?" Rong Guang tapped Rong Yuyu on the forehead. "Nonsense! Am I such a tactless person?" The two were bickering when a beautiful woman suddenly opened the door, holding a plate of fresh pastries. "Xiao Guang Yuyu, I made a plate of mung bean cakes myself. Try them, and see if they're delicious. If so, I make you more." Rong Guang and Rong Yuyu frowned simultaneously. "Annie Song, why did you come in without saying hello?" A hint of displeasure flashed across He Song's eyes, but a nearly perfect smile remained on his face. "Andy Song, please remember to knock next time. Xiao Guang Yuyu, remember to eat." She placed the mung bean cakes on the table and gracefully walked out the door. "I go downstairs and wait for your father to come back." Rong Yuyu closed the door with a look of disgust on her face. "You're such a pretentious person." Rong Guang scoffed. "This isn't the first time you've met her." He looked at Rong Yuyu sternly. "You're not allowed to clash with her when I'm not home, understand?" "I understand." Rong Yuyu's eyebrows knitted together in impatience. "She can abandon her own son, let alone a stepdaughter like me. Don't worry, I definitely won't mess with her when you're not home." Rong Guang looked at the mung bean cake on the table, his eyes flashing. "What do you think about me taking this to visit the neighbors next door?" Rong Yuyu gave him a speechless look. "They eat and drink delicious food all day long. How could they be interested in your tasteless cakes? Those who can afford to live in villas have no shortage of food and drink, but they're the only ones living like their neighbors before the apocalypse." Rong Guang sighed deeply and collapsed on the sofa, clutching his stomach, pretending to be dead. Chapter 178. Banksia and the others had been cooking delicious food for 10 days straight, eating as they went, and had managed to fill themselves up a bit. Banksia stuffed the last sealed bag of spicy mutant pork jerky into her space, and turned to Fang Yunyun and the others. "I want to go to the market to sell the extra mutant meat." "Are you going?" "Yes," Fang Yunyun stretched. "If I don't go out for a walk, I get moldy." So, the others packed up, dressed, and headed out. Due to the low temperatures, the market was incredibly deserted. Even the patrols were much fewer. As they approached the official window for receiving items, the staff inside eagerly asked, "Hello, do you have anything to trade?" Their salary consisted of a base salary and commission. Since it was cold lately, fewer people were going out, so they could only take the base salary. They looked at Banksia and the others with the same eyes they would at the god of wealth. Banksia glanced at the purchase price on the wall. It was slightly higher than what Su Yao and his team had previously sold it for. Well, I have a few hundred mutant animals for sale. You better get a few more people to inspect them. A few hundred? The staff member's eyes widened, almost thinking they were making fun of her. Are you sure? Sure, as soon as possible. The staff member, hesitant, led Banksia and her group to the warehouse. Put your stuff here. I get someone to inspect it right away. Banksia glanced at her and immediately released the mutant animals she had prepared. Will you take the squirting melons? We have squirting melons too. The staff member had been marveling at the mountain of mutants, but upon hearing the term squirting melons, with just 2 words, his eyes lit up. Collect. Collect as many as you can. Banksia nodded, found a random empty spot, and placed the squid she had gathered. I call someone right away. The staff member scurried off, returning within 2 minutes with a dozen or so people. Inspection will take quite some time, the market manager said, smiling at Banksia. Would you like to sit down for a while? Yes. Banksia nodded, then looked at Nanjing and the others. Go upstairs and browse. I wait here. Nanjing immediately said, then I go with you. Banksia continued to shake her head. No need. Go ahead and browse. See if there's anything good. The manager hesitated for 2 seconds, then stepped forward and whispered, what would you like to buy? If the quantity is large, I give you a discount. Banksia thought for 2 seconds. I heard the base has mutant rice and wheat seeds for sale. I like to buy a few pounds. How many pounds? Yes, if there are any other mutant crop seeds for sale, I like some too. The staple foods grown in the space are all unmutated. It's time to introduce new varieties. The person in charge beamed. Besides the mutant rice and wheat seeds you mentioned, we also have seeds for 7 other crops: mutant potatoes, mutant sweet potatoes, mutant corn, mutant cabbage, mutant eggplant, and mutant peppers. Do you want any? Yes, I buy as many as you can within the purchase limit. Okay, I give you a 20% discount. It wasn't until almost dark that the staff finished counting the mutant beasts and squirting melons. Banksia didn't claim her points. She exchanged them all for crystal cores. It was time for Nanjing and her furry companions to upgrade. For the rest of the time, Banksia stayed indoors, concentrating on purifying the crystal core with the heaven-swallowing tree. After the purification was complete, she confined Nanjing and the furry creatures into a space, allowing them to focus on retreat and upgrade. Su Yao and the others also retreated and upgraded. The entire villa suddenly fell silent, leaving only Banksia, the only one still able to run and jump. Knock, knock, knock. Banksia put on her clothes and went to open the door. Who's there? He-song glanced at Banksia obscurely, but unfortunately, he was too thickly dressed to see anything. Hello, I'm your neighbor. Banksia said coldly, oh, what's up? He-song's smile faltered slightly. I made some mung bean cakes and brought some over for you to try. She handed the cake, wrapped in oil paper, to Banksia, who raised an eyebrow and didn't take it. In the apocalypse, food is more important than human life, especially mung bean cakes, which require oil and sugar to make. To so easily give life-saving food to a neighbor you just met for the first time was either a naive naivete or someone with ulterior motives, and those ulterior motives were undoubtedly significant. The food is too precious. Sorry, I can't accept it. He-song's eyes flickered with satisfaction, revealing he wasn't one to be frivolous. But he said, we see each other often in the future. This little bit is nothing. Banksia almost rolled her eyes and said bluntly, I have no plans to see you. If nothing else, I closed the door. This person hadn't come to their house on their first day, but had to wait so long to come. It was simply because, after careful consideration, he felt they had something to gain. She had no emotional interest in anyone other than Nanjing, let alone a relationship with a distant neighbor. She stepped back decisively, slammed the door shut, and returned home. He-song hadn't expected Banksia to be so arrogant. Without a word, he simply shut her out. He wanted to yell for her to come back, but he was afraid the noise would attract others to watch. So, he reluctantly carried his things back home. Rongguang and Rongyu, who had watched the entire incident, exchanged glances. What's this old witch up to? She's actually willing to offer mung bean cakes as a favor? Rongguang stroked Rongyu's hair. I don't know, but she's always been one for the taking. I guess she's got her eye on something next door. Chapter 179. Banksia thought her cold attitude had deterred the neighbors, but soon there was another knock. She impatiently opened the door and asked, What's up? Rong Yu took 2 steps back, pierced by her icy voice. Then, subconsciously, she put on a flattering smile. Sister, hello. I'm your neighbor. I'm so bored at home alone. Can I come play with you? Banksia ruthlessly refused. No. You and your mother, don't come over again, or I won't guarantee I do anything. Then she closed the door again. Rong Yu was startled. So cool. Rong Guang emerged from behind the fence and scoffed. You said your cuteness was irresistible, but you can't even get through the door. Heh. Rong Yu rolled her eyes. It's better than a coward like you who can't even knock. Rong Guang was unconvinced. It's not that I don't dare, but if I, a grown man, come knocking on your door for no reason, people might think I'm looking for trouble and start a fight. The two bickered all the way home. Rong Guang glanced into Yisong's room and said, watching that little celebrity again. Movie? Rong Yu casually complained. She's just like she was before the apocalypse. Aside from occasionally making a snack to fool our idiot dad, all she does is watch TV shows and movies. People who don't know would think the little star on TV is her son, that's why she's so obsessed with him. Rong Guang paused as he took off his scarf. What did you just say? Rong Yu looked puzzled. She's just... Not that one, Rong Guang interrupted eagerly. The second to last sentence. Rong Yu, people who don't know would think the little star on TV is her son. How come I only realized it now? Rong Guang clapped his hands. The old witch and the little star's facial features are at least 70% similar. Rong Yu stammered, no way. Isn't that little star an orphan? Rong Guang's expression was cold. The old witch lost her son herself. Banksia grew impatient with the constant interruptions. She went upstairs to check on Su Yao and the others, then returned directly to the space. Nanxing and a few furries were still absorbing the crystal core. She turned around and scanned the space, finding the heaven-swallowing tree submerged in the seawater. Tian, what are you doing in the water? The sky-swallowing tree turned over. A bath? You want to join me? Banksia suddenly felt lost for words. Seawater bath? As a tree, is it really possible to survive a seawater bath? I'm not an ordinary tree. The sky-swallowing tree climbed ashore. There's nothing in the water. It's so boring. Banksia, when the extreme cold is over, let's go to the beach and catch some mutant fish and shrimp to raise. Banksia expressed her disapproval. Have you forgotten the bizarre fish we saw in our last life? I absolutely don't want to raise ugly things in this dimension. But I really want to raise that talking whale from my last life. Sea God? Sea God was the honorific given by humans to the whale that led the war of revenge in the last life. Sky-swallowing tree. Yes, maybe after we died in our last life, the sea god became the planet's overlord. I want to compete with him to see who's more powerful. Banksia, then just fight him once. No need to raise him, right? Sky-swallowing tree, imitating a human, placed its hands on its hips. One fight isn't enough. I want to fight him every day. Banksia tried to convince it. The sea god is a self-aware, advanced being. We can't restrict his freedom. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and abducting women? Most importantly, she didn't want to raise a fish bigger than a mountain. The sky-swallowing tree eagerly tugged at Banksia's sleeve and coquettishly said, that's exactly what I want to raise. The seawater in this dimension is unpolluted. He'd definitely want to live here. What about his companions? Bring them in too. What will they eat? And catch some mutant fish and shrimp to raise. Banksia pulled her sleeve free. If you can convince the sea god, I agree. 70% of the blue water planet is ocean. Her dimension is so small, how could she possibly support the sea god's companions? Tiantian's wild ideas were simply impossible to achieve. The sky-swallowing tree didn't think twice, and excitedly jumped into the water to play. Then keep your word. I will definitely try my best to convince the sea god. If words don't work, there's always fists. If both methods don't work, one will always work. Banksia shook her head and returned to her room. 3 days later, Nanxing and the others successfully upgraded their powers. Nanxing, Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian decided to prepare a feast to celebrate their future security. Banksia, Fang Yunyun, and Su Xiao tried to help, but were chased out of the kitchen by the four. With nothing better to do, the three of them dressed up and took their furry companions, who couldn't sit still, to build a snowman in the yard. Banksia modeled herself after Inzi, and created a lifelike cat. Jinzi, Taozi, and Toanzi looked on eagerly, envious. Sister, I'd build your snowman right away. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Yunyun, who was not far from the door, put down the snowman she was making and prepared to open it, but Banksia hurriedly called out, Sister Yunyun, don't go. Fang Yunyun paused, puzzled. Someone's knocking at the door, and you're not going to open it. Banksia took out 2 coal briquettes and poked them into the snowball to act as eyes. No, it's the neighbors knocking at the door from the villa next door. I don't know what's wrong with that family, but both the old and the young are trying to get close to me. I suspect they have ulterior motives. The mother and daughter next door have been knocking on the door every day for the past 3 days, trying to get close. The old one always regarded her with a self-consciously critical gaze, and the young one always glanced at her with curiosity. If she hadn't wanted to avoid trouble before Yin Ning returned, she would have shot them long ago. Fang Yunyun frowned and continued to roll a snowball. Okay, no. Su Xiao stuck 2 twigs into the snowman's hands. I really hope the extreme cold ends soon. The S-City base was indeed nice, but she preferred a life without interacting with people. Banksia sighed softly. It's only been less than 2 months. I guess we have to wait. If the second extreme cold lasted for half a year, they would have to stay at the base for at least another 4 months. Fang Yunyun looked at the two with amusement. You two aren't afraid of zombies and mutant animals, so why are you so afraid of interacting with people? Alas, Su Xiao couldn't help but frown. Life is too short. I don't want to waste time with people I hate. Banksia rolled another large snowball, preparing to make a nanqing. If zombies and mutant animals make me unhappy, I kill them, but not people. She was afraid that if she indulged her murderous intent, she would gradually stop caring about human life. A similar example had occurred on the mission team in her previous life. After the snowman was built, the furry creatures, including Gold and Silver, circled around their snowman with satisfaction for several times. They even subconsciously avoided it while parkouring to avoid accidentally breaking it. Chapter 180. Lunch was quite sumptuous, but given the low temperature indoors, it consisted mainly of stews, supplemented by stir-fries. Su Yao asked Deju for a bottle of red wine. You're free this afternoon, how about a drink? Nanqing looked at Banksia, and when she nodded he said, okay. Just as he poured the wine, there was another knock on the door. Banksia stood up unhappily. I go open the door. Nanqing was confused. Wife, I stay with you. His wife exuded such a powerful aura that it seemed more like she was going to a fight than to open the door. Banksia pushed him back down. No, you eat. She changed her clothes and walked into the yard, then pulled out a pistol from her memory and flung open the door. Han Biao, standing at the door, was startled by the gun in her hand and hurriedly said, I'm Han Biao. Banksia, don't shoot. Brother Biao, are you off today? She asked Han Biao, her eyes fixed on the man behind him. If she remembered correctly, this guy was also from next door? Yeah, Han Biao rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I'm taking a break this afternoon. He was a little surprised to see Banksia staring coldly at Rongguang, but he didn't think much of it and introduced the two. By the way, this is my new friend Rongguang. He really enjoys joining in the fun and making friends. Since you're neighbors, I thought you could interact more often in the future, so I took the liberty of bringing him over. Banksia glanced at Rongguang meaningfully. What secrets could this family have that made them go to such lengths to gain entry? She stepped aside, making way. Come in. Rongguang smiled at her and followed Han Biao into the yard. Banksia closed the door. Brother Biao, have you eaten yet? Hee, no, Han Biao chuckled. I'm just here for a free meal. Wow, you guys built several snowmen in the yard, even with Gold and Silver. Banksia hummed casually. You're just in time. We were just about to eat. Wife, Brother Biao, Nanqing heard the conversation and hurriedly opened the door. Come in. Han Biao placed the food he was carrying on the ground, then removed his gloves and patted Nanqing's shoulder. A hint of envy flickered in his eyes. It's been a while since we last saw you, and you look so much better. Perhaps because of the recent power upgrade, Nanqing looked radiant and several years younger than his actual age. Rongguang, following behind him, discreetly but attentively examined Nanqing's features, his pupil shrinking. Afraid of being noticed, he forced his gaze to the living room's decor. Since they didn't plan to stay there permanently, Banksia and the others hadn't decorated the living room extensively, displaying only the most commonly used furniture. But for people in the apocalypse, this was an extremely luxurious decor, not to mention the table overflowing with steaming hot food and 6 massive stoves, keeping the room warm, like springtime. Rongguang sighed inwardly. No wonder his wicked stepmother, knowing full well that the villa's hostess wouldn't welcome her, shamelessly showed up with gifts. Perhaps she knew this family was better off than his own. Banksia, observing Rongguang's entire expression, raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed the neighbors were indeed plotting something they didn't know about. She turned and took Nanqing's arm. Brother Biao, You and your friend should sit down and eat. The food will get cold. Oh right, Han Biao clapped his hands. Let me introduce you to a new friend. After hearing Rongwang's identity, Fan Yunyun and Su Xiao exchanged a veiled glance, then looked at Banksia. You guessed right, this family definitely has bad intentions. Banksia shook her head slightly at the two, signaling them not to act rashly. Fearing the food would get cold quickly, and with the presence of a stranger, Banksia and the others remained silent, devouring their food in silence. Rongwang unceremoniously took 2 pieces of braised pork, which melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy. He was so excited that tears welled up. Although his family was powerful, for various reasons, he couldn't find such a complete range of cooking ingredients, let alone such excellent cooking skills. He was so greedy that he almost burst into greed. As he ate, he would periodically examine Nanjing's face with what he considered to be subtle glances. Banksia frowned unhappily and tilted her head to look at Nanjing's face. His features were so handsome, they seemed to be bathed in a soft glow. He looked beautiful no matter how you looked at him. Could this man be trying to steal her away? Wife, Nanjing placed the deboned fish into her bowl. What else do you want to eat? Besides his pretty face, he also had a gentle personality. Banksia thought back to the mother and daughter next door. One acted like a daughter-in-law being snatched away, the other like she was watching the original wife's excitement. This guy had clearly set his sights on her husband. She switched her chopsticks to her left hand, and, holding Nanjing's with her right, asserted her dominance. Help me with the sour bamboo shoot and duck soup. Nanjing couldn't help but curl her lips and whispered in her ear, anything else? Banksia deliberately ordered a few more dishes closer to Rongwang's. Beef brisket with potatoes, steamed lamb with rice flour, crispy spare ribs. After ordering, she watched Rongwang lower his head with a look of guilt on his face. Now she knew it was immoral to cut at someone who was in a relationship, right? Fan Yunyun, who had been secretly observing the movements at the table, couldn't help but feel a toothache. Why were these two always so affectionate? After dinner, they sat on the sofa and chatted. Nanjing helped Banksia peel an orange while asking Han Biao, Brother Biao, is Kong Kang's cold better? He's fine, he'll be here when the extreme cold ends. Han Biao couldn't help but smile at his son's name. His son, Han Kong, hadn't been in good health since a serious illness. He fell ill at the start of the extreme cold. If Nanjing hadn't sent him children's cold medicine, who knows when he'd recover. Nanjing nodded, carefully removing the white veins from the orange slices. No rush, we're not strangers, no need to be polite. He then popped the orange into Banksia's mouth, who was leaning against him, choosing a movie on her tablet, and whispered, Is it sweet? Sweet. He handed the tablet to Su Xiao. This movie's good. How about this? Su Xiao was indifferent. Sure, shall we go next door? Banksia glanced at Rongwang, feeling uneasy. Let's stay here. We save coal by burning 2 stoves. Su Xiao thought it made sense and joined her to watch the movie. Rongwang looked at the tablets in their hands and felt his chance had come. He started to flirt with Nanjing. My stepmother likes movies too, especially yours. She's a huge fan. Nanjing was slightly surprised, but didn't take it to heart. Thank you. Rongwang pretended not to notice his cold expression. I heard you were an orphan. You're amazing, having made it to the pinnacle of your life all on your own. Han Biao's expression changed, and he subtly patted Rongwang, signaling him to shut up. But Rongwang acted as if he hadn't noticed. Do you still remember your biological parents? Chapter 181. Rongwang knew his direct question was offensive, but Banksia seemed deeply hostile to him. If he missed this opportunity, he might not even be able to get through the door next time, let alone establish friendship first, and then slowly make indirect advances. Nanjing patted Banksia's head soothingly, raising an eyebrow. I don't remember. If Rongwang hadn't mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have remembered those 2 people in his lifetime. Han Biao felt awkward, too embarrassed to sit down any longer. He half-forcefully pulled Rongwang, who still wanted to continue, away. Su Yao closed the door and complained, What bad luck. Nanxing tucked Ban Xiao's hand into his pocket and smiled magnanimously. Don't be angry, I'm fine. He was actually glad he'd been dumped. Otherwise, how would he have met Ban Xia? Ban Xia carefully studied Nanxing's eyes, and saw that he truly didn't take it seriously. It's almost the end of the month. Why don't we move? The group excitedly dressed, and went to the rental center to ask Xiaoming for a new apartment. However, Xiaoming told them that the villa complex was full, and if they wanted to move now, they have to live in a dorm. The group exchanged glances. Forget it, I deduct next month's rent. Xiaoming rubbed her hands. Sister Ning paid for you. Ban Xiao was slightly surprised. When did it happen? Xiaoming mentioned a date, and Ban Xia checked it, and realized it was the day after Yan Ning had eaten hot pot at their house. It seemed Yan Ning was still the same Yan Ning, unwilling to take advantage of anyone. Having failed to achieve their goal, the group simply turned to the private market. Compared with the previous bustle, the private trading market at this time was much quieter, with only a few sellers wearing thick down jackets and wrapped in thick quilts. Su Yao spotted a duck. "Boss, how much is this one?" The boss's voice trembled as he flattered her. "Brother, you have good taste. This is a female duck that's still laying eggs. If my family didn't have any extra food, I wouldn't want to sell it." Quack, quack, quack. The duck, its legs bound, turned its neck to reach for the boss, but its neck wasn't long enough, and it sneezed several times in anger. Su Yao was amused. "Boss, just give me a fair price, and I'd buy it." The boss saw that the men were well dressed, his eyes flashed, and he made a loud offer, 50 points. Su Yao's smile suddenly faded, and he told Banksia and the others to leave. The boss was anxious. "Hey, don't leave. Brother, if you want to buy it, I give you a 20% discount." Su Yao didn't even turn his head. 25% off. 30% off. 40% off. If 40% isn't enough, I won't sell it. Su Yao finally returned, satisfied. "Buy points." A moment later, Su Yao, having swiped his card, returned with the duck in his arms. "Banksia, do you have a cage or some unwanted thick clothes? Lend me some." Banksia dug out the cage jeans he had used as a child, and a thick blanket that had been accidentally scorched the other day, and handed them to him. "Brother Yao, why did you buy the duck?" Su Yao placed the duck in the cage and carefully wrapped it in the blanket, leaving a hole for air circulation. "To lay eggs. We haven't had fresh eggs in over a year." Banksia was silent for 2 seconds. "It's so cold, are you sure it lay?" In her previous life, Nanqing had raised a hen to supplement her nutrition. That hen wouldn't lay eggs whether it was cold or hot. Presumably, the duck's habits were similar to a hen's. Su Yao looked hesitantly at the tightly wrapped cage in his arms. "So, are we having roast duck tonight?" Quack, quack, quack. The duck in the cage seemed to understand and screamed. Su Xiao felt a little reluctant. "Let's raise it for a while, and then we see." After bringing the duck home, Su Yao and Su Xiao began their duck-raising life. Banksia and Nanqing, with their upgraded furry companions, practiced their abilities in the space. With something to do, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the time agreed with Yan Ning. Yan Ning promised to bring a trusted third party to oversee the situation, but Banksia and the others didn't expect her to bring a senior official. The senior official, seeing Banksia and the others looking at him nervously, smiled gently. "Are you confident in my supervision?" Banksia took out the foreigner's confession and the test samples collected from the lab, demonstrating her trust with her actions. If even the senior official couldn't be trusted, then Guijia was probably rotten to the core. What was the point of saving him? Yan Ning didn't read the confession, but stared blankly at the transparent glass petri dish. The first petri dish contained a human-animal test subject. The test subject was a young boy, about 15 or 16 years old, completely naked and so thin that the outline of his bones was clearly visible. This wasn't surprising, but what was strange was that below the boy's waist, he had not legs, but a crocodile tail. The 2-meter-long crocodile tail was roughly sewn to the boy's waist, the white wound, and the blood-soaked sutures clearly visible. The second petri dish contained a human plant test subject. The test subject was a young girl, her left hand missing, replaced by a mutated tree branch. The third test subject was also a human-animal test subject, this time a sturdy man, his left arm replaced by a cat's paw. These, Yan Ning's voice cracked slightly, were all of them found in the lab. "Yes," Banksia nodded. "That's just a portion. We blew up the rest." "Were all the experimental data destroyed?" "Yes, it was reduced to ashes along with the lab." Yan Ning took a deep breath. "Thank you for your hard work. I promise this trip won't be in vain." The purpose of their trip to the S-City base had been achieved. Banksia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They stayed home for the rest of the winter, spending the winter in peace. Banksia decided to sell some vegetables and fruits at the base before leaving to exchange for crystal cores, so she decided to enter the space to see her recent harvest. Under Shanchu's management, the planting area was thriving. Rice, wheat, vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs, regardless of season, all bore fruit or flowers simultaneously. Occasionally, plump bees flitted among the greenery, gathering nectar. Banksia briefly walked around and took inventory of the previous bountiful harvest. This dimension has no seasons. Often, Just as the previous crop is harvested, the next wave of seeds is planted. Coupled with the fact that camellia and apricot practice their supernatural powers daily to stimulate growth, the rice and wheat crops have already accumulated to a massive number, not to mention the vegetables with even shorter growing seasons. Banksia was troubled. She definitely couldn't trade them all, or even a fool would suspect something was wrong with her. But leaving them lying around would be a waste. After hearing Banksia's struggles, the sky-swallowing tree was overjoyed. Raise fish. It had previously worried about not having enough food after raising the sea god. Banksia was speechless. Fish don't eat that. The sky-swallowing tree was skeptical. I've seen science videos, and most fish feed contains wheat bran and rice bran. Banksia chased the troublesome sky-swallowing tree away, and continued to worry. Chapter 182. After receiving the list of foreign nationals, Yanning chose not to act rashly. Instead, he personally selected a group of individuals who were absolutely unlikely to betray him, and secretly investigated. Unexpectedly, in addition to the individuals on the list, he also stumbled upon a hidden, potentially elusive fish. Ronggui, Yanning whispered from the list. He's 55 years old this year. Before the apocalypse, he was a renowned painter with a playful and interesting personality. He had 3 wives. Ronggui's first wife worked at the Land and Resources Bureau. They later divorced due to a breakup. His second wife was an editor at a publishing house, and they had a son and a daughter. His third wife was a daughter from a wealthy family whose fortunes had fallen on hard times. The subordinate said, Ronggui's second wife died in a traffic accident, but I discovered his biological son is secretly investigating the matter. I'm afraid there's more to the story. Yanning paused for a moment. There's no time to lose. Let's begin now. Separately detain and interrogate these individuals. Yes. Why is there so much noise outside? Su Yao paused eating and tilted his head to peer outside curiously. Banksia listened intently for a moment. That noise coming from the house next door. Bad luck. At the mention of the neighbors, everyone couldn't help but reveal disgusted expressions. Something was wrong with that family next door. The son was a liar and liked to expose other people's wounds, while the mother and daughter were always trying to find ways to get into strangers' homes. I wondered what sin they had committed to encounter such a bizarre family. Nonching, nonching. A shrill female voice suddenly echoed from the doorway, and Banksia couldn't help but frown. I go check it out. I can't stand it anymore. Let's kill them all. At worst, I'd be kicked out of the base. It sounds like they're calling me. Nanjing was stunned. I go with you. Seeing this, Su Yao and the others simply changed their clothes. They wanted to see what the next door was up to. Banksia took Nanjing's arm and opened the door. Standing at the next door was a group of armed soldiers. The woman who always brought a plate of mung bean cakes to try to get close to them was struggling violently, shouting Nanjing in the direction of their house. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Why are you calling me husband? Song's struggles froze for a second, then he looked at Nanjing with pained yet loving eyes. Nanjing, I'm your mother. Banksia instinctively retorted, my husband is an orphan. Don't try to seduce me. Nanjing was completely stunned. After he became famous, many people had rushed to claim him as their biological parents. But this was the first time since the apocalypse. My wife is right. Song almost couldn't keep his loving expression. Before you went missing, you loved eating your mother's mung bean cakes. Don't you remember? Su Ya couldn't help but be surprised. What? Nanjing never eats mung bean cakes? Nanjing nodded. Yes, I don't. He ate mung bean paste, mung bean sprouts, and mung bean vermicelli, but never mung bean cakes. Banksia had choked on mung bean cakes as a child. I know you blame me for losing you. Song's face twitched, and he tried to put on a kind look. But I didn't mean to. Nanjing interrupted. What was my name before I got lost? Song was stunned, his lips stammering several times, unable to utter a single word. Banxia hugged Nanjing's arm and walked into the yard. Liar. Nanjing, Nanjing. Seeing the men leave without a glance back, Song panicked. Save me. I know you have a connection to the base leader Yanning. Su Yao slammed the door shut and, hesitantly, looked at Nanjing. You. Nanjing remained calm. I don't know him. Let's eat. As for whether they truly knew each other, no one knew except Nanjing herself and Banksia, who had a vague suspicion, and neither of them would delve into it. Yanning acted swiftly. In just 2 weeks, she had cleared out the infestations within the base, killing those who needed to be killed and shutting down those who needed to be shut down. That day, she approached Banksia and the others again, urging them to stay at the base for a while longer. Yanning handed Banksia and the others several reports. Don't be so quick to refuse. Take a look at this first. The first few pages contained a rough census report, primarily sourced from official city bases. While incomplete, it was still valuable. Before the apocalypse, Rabbit Country had a population of approximately 1.4 billion. The report indicated that only about 400 million remained. In other words, in less than 2 years, Rabbit Country had lost 70% of its population. Yin-Ning, the data in this report was submitted before Jihan. You could already guess without me saying anything. The actual remaining population is definitely lower than what's reported. Also, she flipped to the third to last page. The situation abroad is even worse than in Rabbit Country. It's no exaggeration to say that only 1 in 10 people survive. During the meteor shower, satellites fell from the sky, and communications were completely lost. Add to that the appearance of zombies, creatures that defy common sense. Simply rescuing as many survivors as possible has consumed all our efforts, leaving us with no energy to focus on other countries. Some time ago, a group of approximately 200 people suddenly appeared on the Rabbit-Essex border. After inquiring, the Rabbit Nation Army learned that, due to insufficient preparation and a power struggle with the upper echelons, 90% of the population had been transformed into zombies. The sheer number of zombies, the scarcity of people, and the resulting food shortage led to internal fighting and devouring of the zombie hordes. Within a few months, several zombie kings had emerged. Banksia was unusually curious. Why hadn't she heard of zombie kings in her past life? Zombie kings? What level of superpowers are they? Yin-Ning took a deep breath. Not sure, but according to expert analysis, they're probably between 6 and 7. Banksia's interest instantly faded. Oh! The sparring zombies in her dimension, to avoid being constantly beaten, had worked hard to level up to level 6. It seemed the zombies outside were leveling up at a very slow pace. Yin-Ning's expression was serious. Border soldiers have detected the zombie king and his men approaching the border. To prevent the zombie hordes from entering our country, soldiers are being recruited en masse to serve on the border. I've also signed up, and will be heading to the front lines in 3 days. But, she smiled bitterly, after the last beast tied, the Beast King disappeared. I'm afraid it might take advantage of the situation, so I'm shamelessly asking you to stay in S City for a while longer. She pondered over it, and the only people she could trust, and who were capable of defending the base were Banksia and her companions. After all, they were not only formidable themselves, but also possessed a large and powerful core of mutant beasts. Banksia and the others exchanged a glance. This is no small matter. We need time to discuss this. How long was a period? What if it was a year or 2, or even longer? They couldn't possibly stay in S City that long. Yin-Ning knew this matter couldn't be rushed. Okay, I come back to you in a day. If they refused, she could find another solution. After Yin-Ning left, the others looked at each other. Banksia was the first to ask, what do you think? Chapter 183. Personally, Banksia would rather go to the border and meet the zombie king than stay in S City as a babysitter. If possible, she'd even like to take out the other zombie kings along the way. Fang Yunyan clenched her fists. We've only just arrived at the base, and we've already gained Yin-Ning's trust. I'm afraid this will be a nuisance to many who are looking for promotions. If Yin-Ning, our backer, leaves, we'd be vulnerable to treachery. I don't think we can do that. Kai Yuan also said, a head-on confrontation doesn't matter. I'm just worried about someone deliberately holding us back or tampering with us while we're fighting on the front lines. In today's world, sabotage is much easier than before the apocalypse, and if successful, the consequences are far more serious. Su Yao spread his hands. I'm used to a free-spirited life and don't have the patience to deal with people. Su Xiao and Zhao Xian raised their hands in support. We too. Banksia concluded, then we reject Yin-Ning. Nanjing grabbed Banksia's hand and squeezed it. Honey, do you have any ideas? Banksia slipped her fingers between his, clasping them tightly. I want to go to the front lines and face the zombie king. Leveling up for her and Tian requires an immense amount of energy. If they don't accumulate some high-level crystal cores, how long will it take to level up again? Fang Yunyan silently gave a thumbs up. What a great ambition. But, she tapped Banksia's forehead. Didn't Yin-Ning say the zombie king is at least level 6? What can you do to fight it? Kai Yuan bumped Nanjing's arm. Banksia is too bold. Quickly talk her out of it. It's just a level 6 zombie, Banksia said scornfully. Don't worry, Tian and I are also level 6. Even if several zombie kings attack us, we're not afraid. Su Yao and the others were shocked. What? They were only at level 3 in their abilities now. How had Banksia and Tion so rapidly advanced right under their noses? Banksia mumbled, just a while ago. Su Yao and the others tactfully avoided asking further questions. Instead, they enthusiastically lined up to shake her hand. Memorial, sir. No washing tonight. Banksia, What a bunch of idiots. The next day, Yin Ning arrived as scheduled. Banksia, not in the habit of keeping them in suspense, stated their decision directly. We want to go to the front lines. Yin Ning was stunned for a moment before asking in a dry voice, have you decided? After hearing the news about the Zombie King, she considered inviting the powerful Banksia and the others to join her on the front lines to stop the Zombie King from entering, but ultimately rejected the idea. It's simply that protecting survivors is the mission of soldiers, not ordinary survivors. More importantly, the Zombie King's level was at least 3 levels higher than that of a psychic. This was a grueling, almost hopeless mission, and she couldn't bear to see these young people waste their lives in vain. It's decided, Banksia said firmly. We have the power to protect ourselves. Seeing Yin Ning's hesitation, she released Yinzi, Haizi, Bailang, and Shan Cha from the space. They're all level 5, and they often fight together. They have perfect chemistry. Even if they were to encounter 2 level 6 mutant zombies at once, they'd be able to hold their own. What she didn't mention was that Yinzi and the others were now constantly dominating the sparring zombies in the space, scaring the idiot zombies, who only cared about meat, into kneeling and begging for mercy. Yin Ning was overjoyed, so excited she didn't know what to do. Okay. I agree. Don't worry, I apply for the highest level of subsidies for you. Forget the subsidy, Banksia shook her head. She didn't see the point. I'd like to sign a contract with you in advance. If my teammates and I kill the Zombie King alone, the Crystal Core will belong to us. If we kill it together with the military, we divide it according to work. Even when she died in her previous life, a level 6 Crystal Core was a precious commodity. Not to mention that most psychics today are below level 3, making it at least 10 times more rare. Yin Ning pondered for a moment. I agree. We leave in 2 days. Make a list of anything you need, and I try to have logistics prepare it for you. Banksia wasn't shy. I recently harvested a batch of vegetables and grain, and I like to exchange them all for crystal cores. Zhao Xian said quickly, me too. The base was short on food, and Yin Ning was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Because they would be on the road for a long time, after exchanging crystal cores at the market, they began preparing food for the journey. Banksia released the mutant monkey and the mutant chimpanzee from the dimension to do her work, then found Nanqing and said, I'm going out for a while, and will be back the day after tomorrow. Nanqing wiped her hands clean and pulled her into the living room, asking doubtfully, where are you going? Banksia explained vaguely, I'm meeting a friend to catch up. To be more precise, it was revenge on the tree that harmed Nanqing in a past life. Nanqing felt a little sad. You're meeting your friend without me? Banksia pursed her lips, but didn't budge. I try to be back as soon as possible. Nanqing was silent for 2 seconds. Be safe. Banksia released gold, silver, and a few furry creatures from the dimension. Sis has to go out for something. Please protect my brother for me. After leaving the city, Banksia traded her off-road vehicle for a snowmobile and sped off, heading straight for the mountains over 500 miles away. She didn't consult a map, for she had walked this route hundreds, even thousands of times in her past life, and she wouldn't have mistaken it even with her eyes closed. Banksia. Tuntianshu, hiding in Banksia's pocket, couldn't help but speak, drive slower. Yes. Seeing her lackluster spirits, Tuntianshu sighed, and tried to soothe her. Don't worry, Banksia. We definitely nip this danger in the bud, and prevent Nanqing from getting hurt. Yes? Banksia was a little amused. I'm not worried. I just want to save time, and get home soon. The entire mountain was buried in snow, making it extremely difficult to discern the direction. Fortunately, both the man and the tree had climbed this mountain more than once in their past lives, and they managed to reach the spot where Nanqing had been in trouble before dark. The sky-swallowing tree poked the snow with its branches. The snow is at least 3 meters deep. Tion. Banksia looked around doubtfully. Are we in the wrong place? The level 8 mutant tree that perished with them in their previous life was hundreds of meters tall. Even if it hadn't had time to upgrade in this life due to the recent apocalypse, it shouldn't be completely buried by 3 meters of snow, right? Right. The sky-swallowing tree suddenly realized. Where did the tree go? The man and the tree looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, the sky-swallowing tree suggested, let's dig through the snow and see. Banksia was speechless. How long will it take to dig through snow this deep? The sky-swallowing tree continued to offer bad advice. Don't we have bombs in space? Let's try blowing them up. Banksia grasped the sky-swallowing tree's branches and tugged slightly. Stop watching cartoons and melodramatic dramas. Learn more about science. Blast snow in the mountains. Don't you want to experience what an avalanche is like? Chapter 184. The man and the tree enjoyed the cool breeze for over 10 minutes before Banksia finally had an idea. Put the snow in the space. It'd be perfect for cooling down next time it's extremely hot. The heaven-swallowing tree. That little snow isn't enough. Take out your stainless steel bucket and stock up on ice. Go back to the space and find some bottled water. Banksia put the snow into the space. I'd be collecting it outside. She felt uneasy without watching over it herself. The man and the tree worked together until they had cleared all the snow from the hillside, but there was still no sign of the tree. Banksia paced around in circles, feeling an irritable mood. Looking at the frozen mud beneath her feet, she felt the urge to dig deep. The sky-swallowing tree looked at her cautiously. Could that tree have come from somewhere else? Banksia had actually considered this possibility, but she was reluctant to admit it. Perhaps it's out foraging. Let's wait and see. To prevent the mutant tree from noticing anything unusual, she returned all the snow she had collected to its original location, and then pulled the sky-swallowing tree back into the space. The mutant tree that perished with them was a century-old Kurori's tree. Its sap was highly toxic, and it had repeatedly descended the mountain to harass the survivors at the base. The base was so troubled by it that they sent 10 task forces to fight it, but none of them succeeded, resulting in complete annihilation and heavy losses. And because the Kurori's tree possessed poison-related abilities, no one was left alive. Not even a single intact body remained. Banksia had fought the Kurori's tree many times in her previous life, and was extremely familiar with their abilities. If she hadn't self-destructed during their final encounter, catching the enemy off guard, she probably wouldn't have been able to achieve her revenge. Here, the sky-swallowing tree handed Banksia the lunch box. Have dinner. Banksia waved her hand in refusal. I don't want to. I'm going to complain to Nanqing. I eat. After finishing their meal, they continued their silent watch, each one on the tree. However, until the middle of the night, aside from 2 pheasants foraging for food, not a single leaf appeared. The swallowing heaven tree stole a glance at Banksia, whose gaze was growing increasingly cold, and wondered anxiously, will I have to continue watching tomorrow? Banksia took a deep breath. I go out for a walk. As soon as she finished speaking, the snow outside suddenly collapsed without warning, a tremendous sound resounding through the sky. Banksia was stunned for a moment. An avalanche? It hadn't snowed all day, so how could it suddenly avalanche? The avalanche continued for about 5 minutes before it stopped. For some reason, she threw a large rock outside. Ouch! Who hit me? A powerful voice suddenly erupted from the snow, and the snow, which had just quieted, shook violently, showing signs of collapsing again. Banksia glanced at her hands, feeling somewhat guilty, and dodged out of the dimension. Do you need help? A voice beneath the snow was barely audible. Yes, thank you. Banksia gathered the snow above the voice into the dimension, and a mutant tree, lying on its back, only half its stump remaining, suddenly appeared before her. The mutant stump struggled to stand upright. Thank you, thank you. When it saw that it wasn't one of its own kind who had saved it, but a human, it couldn't help but scream, human? Boom! The shaky snow instantly collapsed, burying the mutant stump back under it. Banksia, who had retreated into the dimension at the critical moment, said, eh? The heaven-swallowing tree, which had been keeping an eye on the movements outside the dimension, couldn't help but shake its branches. How foolish. Humans, the mutant tree stump whispered, help me. Banksia's scalp tingled at the sound of the 180-pound man trying to mimic the voice of an 8-year-old girl. She silently reappeared in the snow and whispered a warning, shut up from now on, or I leave you to your own devices. The mutant tree stump couldn't help but feel wronged. It hadn't meant to. Anyone who had lived in the mountains for hundreds of years would be frightened and surprised to suddenly encounter a human, right? Banksia gathered all the nearby snow into her space, then pulled the mutant tree stump up and whispered, have you lived in these mountains since childhood? The mutant tree stump swayed from side to side, but remained silent. Banksia, I can talk now. Oh, I've been holding it in for so long. I can finally talk. The mutant tree stump exhaled sharply. Human, I've lived in this mountain for 300 years. Do you know the Kurari tree? Huh, human, are you here looking for the Kurari tree? The mutant tree stump became excited. I know it all too well. My trunk was broken by it. Banksia suppressed her excitement. Where is it now? The mutant tree stump was a little embarrassed. I just had a fight with it on the mountaintop. It's probably buried in the snow like me now. A flash of green light flashed from its body, and it regrew its trunk and leaves. Human, are you trying to dig up the Karari tree core? I can help. Banksia raised an eyebrow. You're one of the same kind. Why are you helping me? The mutant tree stump, no, the mutant pine tree, said indignantly. I don't intentionally devour the core of my own kind. The sentence was a bit confusing, but Banksia understood its meaning. No wonder the Kurari's tree leveled up so quickly in her previous life. It turned out it frequently devoured the cores of its own kind. The question now was, with the mountain so vast, where was she supposed to find the Kurari's tree? The mutant pine tree shook its branches. This isn't so difficult, watch me. Banksia had a bad feeling, and was about to intervene when the mutant pine tree yelled, Kurari's tree. Boom! The snow avalanche crashed again. Banksia dodged into the space again at the critical moment, and the mutant pine tree was once again buried under the snow. Banksia and the heaven-swallowing tree exchanged bewildered glances. How could such a foolish tree exist, repeating the same mistake twice in less than 10 minutes? Human, save me! The heaven-swallowing tree angrily grabbed Banksia's arm. Don't go. You're too stupid. You're hopeless. Just wait for death. Banksia decided to follow Tiantian's advice, and give the stupid pine tree some time to learn its lesson, or else there might be another avalanche. The mutant pine tree received no response, and assumed Banksia was also buried in the snow. Unable to contain its guilt, it said, Human, are you buried too? Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. It stretched its branches to scrape the snow off its body, muttering, There's no sound. Could the human have been crushed to death by the snow? Alas, the human body is fragile, unlike us trees. As long as the roots are still there, we can survive. Idiot! A gnashing voice interrupted the mutant pine tree's mumbling. I'm not stupid. The mutant pine tree retorted instinctively, then reacted. Arcane tree? You're not dead? A flash of green light flashed from the arcane tree, and several dark green mists rushed towards the mutant pine tree. Bah! Even if you die, I won't. The mutant pine tree dodged in panic, but the poison still corroded its leaves and branches. Knowing it was doomed, it screamed, Ah! Banksia and the heaven-swallowing tree, who were about to leave the space, cried out, What a cruel tree! Chapter 185. As expected, the mutant pine tree and the poison tree were once again buried in the snow. Banksia recalled the mighty poison tree of her past life, then glanced at the now snow-burdened poison tree, cursing and swearing. For a moment, she felt a pang of shame, even wondering if it was the same tree. She silently slipped out of the dimension, tossing the poison tree back into the dimension before it could react, and then dug the mutant pine tree out from under the snow. Stupid. Pine tree, are you okay? Human. The mutant pine tree joyfully poked Banksia's shoulder with its branch. You're not dead. Banksia resisted the urge to roll her eyes, and handed over a handful of wood-type crystal cores. Thank you. If it weren't for the mutant pine tree, she didn't know when she would ever find her enemy. You're welcome. The mutant pine tree hesitated for a moment before asking, I have something to ask you. Banksia couldn't help but be curious. Go ahead. The mutant pine tree's branches swayed uncontrollably. I heard you humans have a place called a botanical garden, where they regularly prune trees, fertilize, and catch insects. But I've been down the mountain for several times, and haven't found it. Instead, I've encountered biting monsters. Can you tell me where the botanical garden is? Banksia was suddenly at a loss for words. Who told you about the botanical garden? The mutant pine tree said casually, You humans told me about it. 2 years ago, some people dug up an orchid in the mountains, and said they were sending it to the botanical garden for careful care. As if remembering something, it added, Don't worry. If someone asks me how I found the botanical garden, I tell them you told me, and ask them to hire you there. But what kind of job is that? As a powerful mutant plant, it's fine if it doesn't aim to dominate, but what's the point of constantly dreaming of being kept by humans? Banksia smirked. The botanical garden is long gone. You should just stay safe on the mountain. What? The mutant pine tree was stunned. The botanical garden is gone? It cried, tugging at Banksia's arm. Human, do you take care of trees? I'm easy to take care of. Banksia ruthlessly refused. No! The mutant pine tree held her hand tightly. I'm really easy to take care of. Just water and fertilize once every 10 days or half a month. Life as a tree is tough. Banksia continued to refuse. I politely decline. The mutant pine tree settled for the next best thing. Do you know anyone who enjoys taking care of trees? Banksia, no. Such a stupid tree. Letting anyone take care of it would be a disaster for them all. She has no intention of harming anyone. The mutant pine tree collapsed to the ground, sighing mournfully, "Alas, alas!" Its voice was mournful, like a sob, and Banksia's hair nearly stood on end. "Stop sighing!" The mutant pine tree grumbled softly, "You don't even raise me, yet you still control me so much. How overbearing." Every day, Banksia released the heaven-swallowing tree from the space, teach it a lesson in tree virtue. With that, she ignored the heaven-swallowing tree's reaction and slipped back into the space. The scene before her was somewhat unexpected. Why had Xingzi and the poison tree started fighting? The poison tree, upon seeing Banksia suddenly appear, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Human. Adhering to the principle of striking, while the poison tree was weak, Xingzi unleashed a cloud of dark green poisonous mist, while the poison tree was stunned. The poison tree, seeing its leaves instantly corroded, angrily shouted, "Are you a tree? Fighting among yourselves in front of humans? Hurry!" Its branches grew rapidly, and it charged at Banksia with razor-sharp fangs. "Kill her!" Banksia's eyes darkened, and a whip appeared in her hand. With a flick of her hand, it severed the branches that attacked her like a sharp blade. Xingzi retreated over 10 meters upon seeing this. A qualified disciple deserved a chance to shine. The Kuri's tree hadn't expected that in just one encounter, not only would its own body suffer heavy losses, but its idiot cousin would abandon it and flee. Instantly, with unbridled rage, it unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist. Its branches rapidly grew again, silently advancing like a serpent towards Banksia, whose sight was obstructed. Banksia had fought the Kuri's tree several times in her past life, and knew its methods well. Hands dropped naturally, and fine, silky vines erupted from her palms. The tiny leaves fluttered, slowly and swiftly devouring the poisonous mist in the air. The dark green vines in her palms grew increasingly vigorous, so full that they almost felt like burping. As expected of a poison tree that had evolved to level 8 in just 3 years, its energy was several times purer than that of an ordinary mutant. Snap! A sudden sound of breaking air echoed in her ears. Banksia ducked her head to avoid the attack, spun around, and with a swift kick, sent the attacking branch flying. The vine in her palm seemed to have a sense of its own, piercing the poison tree's trunk. The poison tree, sensing something was wrong, instinctively retreated, trying to tear the vine apart. However, no matter what it did, the vine remained like a leech, clinging to it. "What is this?" The poison tree tugged frantically at the vine, which was tightening around it. No one responded. Apricot, not far away, glanced at Banksia. As expected of her beloved supporter, she treated the mutant tree like a grandson. The arrow poison tree felt its energy dwindling, and with a ruthless determination, it decided to self-destruct and perish together with its companions. Banksia knew its every move intimately, so how could she possibly give it such a chance? Quickly, she plucked the green crystal core from the center of the tree's roots and tossed it carelessly aside. Deprived of self-awareness, the arrow poison tree collapsed to the ground with a crashing thud. Banksia sighed, with an unsettling expression, lost in silence. Chirp, chirp! A mutant eagle cub had appeared out of nowhere, and pecked at the crystal core on the ground. Xingzi quickly lifted it aside. "Can you see the boss is in a bad mood?" But after she tossed the mutant eagle cub aside, she was horrified to discover that the crystal core had disappeared. Xingzi, the entire tree, was stunned. Where had this little thief come from? It was madly anxious, wanting to dig deep into the ground, but it was afraid the noise would anger Banksia, and for a moment, it didn't know what to do. Banksia came to her senses, her palm vine burrowing into the soil, and unearthed a black object. "Where's the crystal core?" "Black." She feigned indifference, not daring to move. Banksia tossed it to the astonished Xingzi beside her. "You interrogate it." "Boss." Xingzi held the black object and examined it for a long time, unable to discern its true nature. "What is this?" Banksia pondered for a moment. "Some kind of plant root. I don't know exactly what it is." This object was found in a foreigner's laboratory, and was simply tossed into space as evidence. Who knew it would survive? Black. She twisted her body and whispered softly, "Well, benefactor, I am a century-old ginseng. You can call me Ginseng Treasure." Banksia took the black object from Xingzi in disbelief. What kind of ginseng looks like this? Chapter 186. However, after washing the black thing clean, Banksia and Xingzi, looking at its radish-like body, could not help but believe that it was actually ginseng. "Benefactor," Shenbao carefully tugged at Banksia's trouser leg. "Thank you for saving me." Banksia honestly said, "You're welcome. I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to your good luck." If Shenbao hadn't suddenly appeared today, and snatched the crystal core, she would have forgotten it existed. Xiaobao produced the Karari tree crystal core out of thin air. "Benefactor, I'm giving it back to you." It explained, "I didn't mean to steal the crystal core, but to keep it for you to protect it from the mutant eagle." Banksia casually took it in her hand and absorbed the remaining energy. As expected of a level 5 crystal core, it actually made her feel a little stronger. "Xiaobao, do you want to live outside the space?" "No, no, no." Xiaobao burrowed into the earth in fear. "It's too scary outside. I won't go out." "Okay." The next day, Banksia stuffed the mutated pine tree, which had insisted on following her, into the space and rode her snowmobile back home. Because her worries had been completely resolved, she was in a very good mood and even hummed a nursery rhyme along the way. Unexpectedly, her good mood would end when she reached her doorstep. Banksia put the snowmobile into the space and pushed aside the group of people gathered around Su Yao. "What's going on?" "Wife." Nanqing swallowed the argument that was about to come out, stepped forward, grabbed her, and looked her up and down. "You're back? Are you cold? There's bone soup warming on the stove. I make you a bowl to warm you up." "Not cold." Banksia took his arm. "Thank you, husband." The two of them were so sweet, but it stung some people's eyes. Sun Huihui, with malicious intent, helped He-song a few steps forward, gloating, "Banksia, come meet your dear mother-in-law." Since the last time they saw Sun Huihui at the supermarket, she had completely vanished. Banksia had assumed she was dead, but she hadn't expected some people to have such long lives. Banksia was always ruthless towards those who deliberately offended her. She slapped Sun Huihui into the snow and said, "You're annoying." Sun Huihui covered her unconscious face with resentment, refusing to utter a word. It wasn't impossible for someone who had dared to resort to violence before order had even begun to crumble to death to kill her. She finally made it this far. She couldn't die in vain. He-song, who had fallen beside her due to her involvement, was furious. She never experienced such humiliation in her life. "Nanqing, is this the wife you married? She has no manners at all. I advise you to separate from her as soon as possible, lest she corrupt the children." Banksia kicked them away without mercy. "Shut up." How could he have the nerve to lecture her if she couldn't even remember Nanqing's name? Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao stared at Banksia with wide eyes, their faces filled with admiration. Although He-song wasn't a very nice person and had no feelings for Nanqing, she was still his mother. Wasn't it a bit too bold to just kick her out without a fight? Fang Yunyun coughed softly and quickly patched up Banksia. "Nanqing, Banksia just got back from outside and hasn't figured out the situation yet." "You?" Nanqing interrupted. "Don't worry, Sister Fang. I never be angry with Banksia. I support her in everything she does." Fang Yunyun, feeling inexplicably fed the dog food, said, "Just keep it in mind." Banksia smiled at Fang Yunyun, stepped forward, and stepped on Sun Huihui's hand as she tried to escape. "Don't leave." Sun Huihui's back was covered in cold sweat. What? Banksia leaned down slightly, her right hand, clad in a professional winter glove, suddenly grasped her neck with force. Crack. The life that had just been vibrant was instantly reduced to a corpse. Banksia glanced at her unstained hand with satisfaction, then looked at the terrified He-song. "Why don't you get out? Why do you want to stay here?" "No, you can't." He-song looked at her in horror. "I'm Nanqing's biological mother. He still owes me his life." Banksia interrupted with a sneer. "When you left Nanqing on the highway to die, he didn't owe you anything." She suddenly remembered something. Where is Nanqing's vicious biological father? This sin was committed by both of them, and the debt must be repaid together. Dead? He-song's eyes gleamed with gloating. That idiot was eaten by zombies a year ago. Banksia felt slightly disappointed. Dying so early was a blessing for him. She dismissed him impatiently. Get lost. He-song stumbled to his feet, wanting to play the sympathy card, but upon meeting Banksia's cold gaze, all thoughts vanished. He ran away without a backward glance, as if zombies were chasing him. Banksia sighed, and tossed Sun Huihui's corpse into the space to feed the zombie sparring partners. Then, as if nothing had happened, she took Nanqing's arm and called to Fang Yunyun and Su Yao, "Let's go back. It's cold outside." Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao exchanged a glance and simultaneously gave Banksia a thumbs up. "You're a good husband." Upon entering the house, Banksia's stomach growled at the overflowing bone broth. "Hungry?" Nanqing couldn't help but frown. "Didn't your friend give you any food?" Banksia, having dug out and eaten her friend's crystal core, quickly changed the subject. "I ate, and I'm hungry again. Can you make me some noodles, husband?" Nanqing patted her head helplessly. "Just wait by the stove." After that, she hurried into the kitchen to wash vegetables, chop meat, and cook noodles. Fang Yunyun, seeing Nanqing finally leave, poked Banxia's arm and whispered, "Are you stupid? You kicked his own mother in front of Nanqing?" If Banxia had just given Hisong a light kick to teach him a lesson, she wouldn't have said anything. The problem was that Banxia hadn't held back. If Hisong didn't seek help from a psychic to treat his internal injuries, he wouldn't have survived the night. Wouldn't Banxia then be considered the murderer of Nanqing's mother? Banxia was puzzled. Just kick her. Nanqing doesn't mind. Fang Yunyun choked. He's angry with Hisong now, so of course he mind, but what about the future? They're blood relatives after all. Just let him handle it himself. Why get involved? Banxia suddenly realized what Fang Yunyun was worried about, and a warm feeling surged through her heart. According to the Chinese principle of distant relatives should not alienate close relatives, Fang Yunyun's sincere guidance clearly showed that she treated her like a close relative. Sister Yunyun, Nanqing, and I grew up together and understand him better than anyone else. Ever since. He's treated himself as if he had no family, so he could never be angry with me because of Hisong. If one day he changes. She glanced toward the kitchen and said softly, as if coaxing a lover, then I lock him up and make him belong to me forever. Fang Yunyun shuddered internally, worrying for Nanqing and breaking into a cold sweat. Chapter 187. After finishing her noodles, Nanqing took Banxia back to her room and explained in detail the story of Hisong and son Huihui. The base had verified that Hisong's second husband, Rongui, was a hidden foreigner. Although she had never committed any acts of infidelity, she had enjoyed considerable convenience from him, and as a result, the base confiscated all her property and points. Hisong had been pampered and extravagant since childhood. When he became penniless, his first thought was of his son, Nanqing, whom he had once abandoned. Banxia leaned against Nanqing's chest, casually playing with his fingers. So how did she get involved with son Huihui? Nanqing, do you remember those boys at the orphanage who bullied you along with son Huihui? Banxia thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't remember. Nanqing's palms itched from her fingers, so she simply squeezed her hand to stop her from moving. One of those boys was a foreigner. Son Huihui started hanging around with them after leaving City A. Not long ago, son Huihui was implicated and imprisoned, and then she and Hisong met by chance while in prison. It was a coincidence, but in reality, Hisong had been making a big fuss to the guards, claiming his son had a high-level ability and was related to the base commander Yan Ning. As soon as son Huihui heard Nanqing's name, she fawned over him like a bedbug. The two had just been released from prison that morning, and they came after him like wolves smelling meat. Banxia thought about Fang Yunyun's words and poked Nanqing's arm. I kicked Hisong. If nothing unexpected happens, she won't be alive tomorrow. Are you angry? Nanqing looked at her with a half-smile. Do I dare to be angry? Banxia played dumb and said nothing. Nanqing spread his hands in front of her and said, tie me up. I won't resist. Seeing Banxia didn't budge, he teased her, wife, don't you like bondage and forced sex? Then whatever you like, I'm a decent actor, I can handle it. Banxia's face suddenly flushed with heat. She turned away and whispered, did you invite Han Biao and his family to dinner tonight? Yeah, forget about him, Nanqing mumbled, leaning down to kiss her. Look at me. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian drove to pick up Han Biao and his family. Nanqing and Su Yao cooked in the kitchen, with Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao helping. Banxia is still sleeping? Fang Yunyun peeled potatoes while chatting. What friend is she visiting? Not only are they not letting her eat enough, but why can't she even sleep properly? Nanqing, the instigator, said with no guilt, she won't tell me. Fang Yunyun sheepishly changed the subject. How old is Han Biao's son this year? Nanqing, having attended Han Biao's son Han Kang's full-month celebration, said, over 3. I make a couple of dishes he loved later. Su Yao couldn't help but sigh. I heard his child gets sick every now and then, and rarely leaves the house all year round. Luckily, we don't have children yet, otherwise we'd be heartbroken. Even before the apocalypse, when medical resources were plentiful, a child's illness was a major concern for parents, especially now, when even a packet of cold medicine can be exorbitantly expensive. Nanqing nodded in agreement. Banxia and I still have some children's medicine. We get some for Han Biao later. Han Biao lived not far away, and about half an hour later, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian arrived to pick him up. Zhao Xian poured a cup of hot water for the three of them. Drink some water to warm yourself up. Yuan and I will go to the kitchen to help with cooking. The low temperature makes food cool quickly, so, aside from soups and stews, all other dishes were prepared after someone arrived. Han Biao's wife, Wang Xueme, stood up uneasily and said, I go help too. Han Biao held her back and said, you stay with Kong Kong, I go. With Kai Yuan and the other two helping, the food was ready quickly. Nanjing saw that time was almost up, washed his hands, and returned to his room to call for help. Jinzi and Inzi were dozing on the wool rug in front of the bed. When they saw him come in, they lifted their eyelids slightly to take a look, then closed their eyes, and continued to doze. Nanjing rubbed her hands together for a while, and once they were warm, she gently nudged the soundly sleeping Banksia. Honey, it's time for dinner. Banksia rolled over and snuggled into the quilt, leaving only her furry head visible. I don't want to eat. Nanjing hesitated for a second. Sister-in-law and Kong Kong are here too. Don't you want to see them? Banksia threw back the quilt and stood up. I'd be up right away. She had been cared for by Wang Xuemei when she was in school before the apocalypse, and it was only right that they should meet and say goodbye before parting. Nanjing handed Banksia the clothes from the closet, then sent the gold and silver out the door. Sister, change and go out and play. After changing, Banksia took Nanjing's arm and walked into the living room. She barely recognized the woman sitting on the sofa as Wang Xuemei. Before the apocalypse, Wang Xuemei had been a high school English teacher. With delicate features and a well-off family background, she always dressed elegantly, a woman often mentioned by her students as a beautiful teacher. But what was going on with this sallow, sorrowful woman? Banksia took the initiative to greet them. Sister-in-law, Kong Kong, you're here. Han Kong glanced at her stealthily, then buried his head in Wang Xuemei's arms, saying nothing. Wang Xuemei said awkwardly, Banksia, long time no see. Kong Kong, come and say hello to your aunt. She patted Han Kang's back gently, and whispered soothingly, Mom told you before you came here to say hello to people you meet. Didn't you remember? Banksia stepped in to help. Sister-in-law, don't force the child. Treat this place like your own home. She looked at Hong Kong, whose head was facing her. The last time I saw him, he was just learning to walk. I didn't expect him to be so big now. As soon as she said this, she felt a sense of inappropriateness. Perhaps due to his frequent illnesses, Hong Kong, who was already 3 years old, was so thin that he was about the size of a 2-year-old child. Wang Xuemei didn't mind. Instead, she was delighted. My son Kong Kong is growing up fast. The kid next door is several months older than him, and he's still not as tall as him. Banksia was surprised, but she praised him seriously. You and Brother Biao are really good at raising children. A gentle, loving look suddenly crossed Wang Xuemei's face. Kong Kong has been well behaved since he was young. He never cries or makes a fuss when I put him in the office. Even the students in our class like him. Banksia was stunned for a second, then quickly agreed, yeah, I've heard that. Wang Xuemei continued to praise her son. The teachers in our office like him too. Sister Wang, Banksia, Fang Yunyan came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes. Dinner is ready. Banksia suddenly stood up. I help you serve the dishes. Hearing Wang Xuemei's praise for her child any further left her speechless. The meal took over an hour, and because the dishes cooled quickly, they had to be reheated twice. After dinner, Han Biao and his family didn't rush to leave, chatting until 10 o'clock in the evening. Before leaving, Banksia pointed to the trunk and said, there's something in there for Kong Kong. It wasn't much, just some common children's medicine, and 2 sets of warm clothes for 4 or 5-year-olds. She had deliberately ordered 2 sizes too large, so that Hong Kong could wear them for a year or 2 longer. Chapter 188. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, in front of the city gate, 10 army green trucks were neatly lined up, followed by an SUV at the rear. Yan Ning's voice came over the intercom. Let's go. Su Yao stepped on the accelerator and caught up with the truck in front. Just like the trip from City A to City S, to prevent snow blindness and fatigue, the 7 of them drove only 1 car this time. Perhaps because the weather was so cold, the mutant plants and animals were hibernating, and until noon, no danger was encountered. But no one dared to let their guard down, because danger often only emerges after relaxation. Banksia placed the tent in the open space to block the wind. What's for lunch? Fang Yunyan raised her hand first. Hot pot, but no drinks. Drinking too much water made her want to go to the bathroom, but given the extremely low temperatures outside and the long hours spent in the car, she often had to use adult diapers. She had a slight psychological barrier to diapers, so she had to reduce her water intake. Banksia nodded unsurprisingly. Aside from hot pot, all other dishes would freeze into lumps in less than 5 minutes. What about you guys? Zhao Xian offered a small suggestion. I'm requesting a shabu-shabu hot pot. The reason was the same as Fang Yunyan's. Banksia unpacked everything and set it on the table, preparing to take a few steps outside to stretch her body before the pot boiled. Nanjing took her hand. I'm going too. The two of them walked out together, holding hands and circling the tent. Yin-Ning, who was arranging patrols nearby, shook his head and smiled. Young couples have such a good relationship. The aroma of the hot pot was overwhelming, and with Yin-Ning's 20 large iron pots boiling simultaneously, the air within a few hundred meters was filled with a pungent smell. Achoo! Achoo! A chubby giant panda tumbled down the hillside, sneezing furiously between its two black furry paws. Nanxing raised his eyebrows in surprise. His psychic ability hadn't detected the panda's presence. It seemed it was a mutant. The panda sneezed over a dozen times before realizing it had been exposed. It covered its eyes, pretending it didn't exist. Ben Xia, in a fit of mischief, teased it. Hey, where's that panda just now? She circled around it deliberately. The panda froze with fear, its entire body stiffening, its breathing even more subdued. Nanxing tacitly agreed. I don't know, maybe it's gone. The panda cautiously moved one paw away, only to meet Ben Xia's smiling eyes. Startled, it fell backward, its legs pointing upwards, like a tortoise on its back. Banksia hurriedly helped it up. How dare you spy on us, you're so cowardly. The giant panda rubbed its shrunken belly, which, as expected, made a rumbling sound of hunger. Hungry? Banksia pulled out a basket of fresh bamboo shoots and placed it in front of the giant panda. Eat it, and then go back up the mountain. The survivors didn't care if the panda was precious or not. If they could catch it, they would skin it and eat its flesh. The giant panda looked at Banksia in disbelief, then suddenly grew to 3 meters tall, clutching the plastic frame with its front paws, and ran away without looking back. Yin-Ning, who had been watching the fun, walked over to Banksia and said in a complicated tone, Aren't you going to take this mutant panda? Although this mutant panda looked weak at the moment, lacking even enough food for the winter, it was still a mutant, and if properly nurtured, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Banksia had dozens of mutants under her command, so taking on one more wasn't too much of a burden. Banksia shook her head. It's a hassle. After spending time with her, the mutants in the dimension knew she wouldn't deliberately pick on them or withhold their food. Now, each one was bolder than the other, and as soon as they finished their assigned tasks, they began to act up. In the past 2 months, she had settled more than a dozen cases, such as an eagle stole peacock feathers to build a nest for its cubs, a monkey stole a chimpanzee's bananas, and an elephant accidentally stepped on a fox's front leg and broke it. She was nearly exhausted and refused to add any more mutants to the dimension, no matter what. Yin-Ning couldn't help but sigh. Some people could easily attract mutants without doing anything, while others put in so much effort, but still came up empty-handed. It was truly frustrating to compare yourself to others. After lunch, the group continued their journey north. The afternoon weather wasn't great. Just half an hour into our journey, a strong wind roared, bringing down heavy snowfall. Snow continued to pelt the windshield, and the wiper soon stopped working. The green truck ahead was experiencing the same problem. Seeing this, Yin-Ning had no choice but to stop the team and set up camp, waiting for the snow to stop before continuing. Since they were likely to spend the night here, Banksia simply brought out the RV. Fawn Union's eyes lit up. Is the air conditioning working? Banksia pushed open the door. Let me try. She fiddled with it for a while and said regretfully, It won't work. I still need to use the sun and electric blanket to stay warm at night. But it wasn't a big deal, because the space contained hundreds of fully charged small batteries, which would definitely keep them warm until the extreme cold ended. As expected, the snow continued to fall until nightfall. Fong Yunin peeked out through the window. The snow is getting heavier. I hope it stops soon. Banksia glanced casually, feeling hopeless, but she didn't say anything to dampen the mood. Wife. Nanxing pointed at a moving snowball outside the window. Is that the giant panda we saw this afternoon? Banksia looked in the direction of his finger, and saw a 3-meter-tall snowball moving towards them. The snowball seemed to notice her looking at it, and broke into a run. However, after running just a dozen meters, it slipped and fell to the ground, sliding dozens of meters in the process. Banksia, Who else could this clumsy animal be but the panda from lunch? The giant panda, fearing someone would see its embarrassing appearance, glanced around guiltily, then climbed back up and moved toward the RV. Banksia didn't know why it had come looking for her again, so she quickly put on some warm clothes and got out to greet it. Hungry again? She offered it a basket of fresh bamboo shoots, but when the giant panda refused to take them, she simply took another. That's all. She didn't need the shoots, but she couldn't let this panda think it was wealthy and rely on her. The giant panda patted its round belly, signaling it wasn't hungry, then anxiously opened its mouth. Bah! While calling, it observed Banksia's expression. Banksia honestly said, I don't understand. The giant panda stamped its feet and switched to another language. Woof woof woof. Banksia coughed softly. I still don't understand. Get in the car first. I find a translator. Chapter 189. Banksia released the parrot from the space and looked at the giant panda, whose eyes widened with shock. If you have anything to tell me, you can say it now. The giant panda danced with joy and cried, Ba ba ba. The parrot dutifully translated, a tiger and hundreds of mutant beasts are coming this way. Tiger? Banksia's first thought was the Beast King, who had been hiding in the shadows. I see. Thank you. She took out a basket of bamboo shoots and apples and handed them to the giant panda. Thank you. The giant panda's eyes lit up, and it eagerly grabbed a bright red apple and stuffed it into its mouth. It hadn't had any fruit since the fire destroyed the vegetation on the mountain. Banksia returned the parrot to the space. I'm going to find Yin Ning. The Beast King might have been secretly observing them these days, which is why he quietly followed them after they left the city. Fang Yunin quickly put on her coat. We be right there. Banksia found Yin Ning and bluntly relayed the giant panda's words. Yin Ning immediately thought of the Beast King. We've killed so many of its men before, so this time it must be hostile. Her face darkened. This battle won't be easy. I don't have any heavy weapons. She had only 2 space-based psychics under her command. Due to the limited space, basic necessities like food, warm clothing, and energy took up 90% of the space. The remaining space couldn't accommodate large weapons, so they had to abandon it. Banksia hesitated for 2 seconds, not unearthing the weapons from her space. These soldiers were about to face off against the zombie horde, even the zombie king. She could save them once, but not every time. She said, this time, Nanqing and I will lead the charge, and you assist from the side. Next time, it'd be the other way around. Yin Ning immediately agreed. The two discussed a few more words, said goodbye, and arranged their next mission. Banksia went back to store the RV in her space, just in case it broke down and couldn't be repaired quickly. The giant panda looked at her enviously, handed her the basket of bamboo shoots, and gestured for it to be put away as well. Banksia was a little surprised. It's yours now. We're going to fight soon, so you better find a place to hide. The giant panda expertly hugged her legs, humming coquettishly, Oh oh oh. Human, I'd be with you from now on. Banksia declined, I have a panda. She summoned Tuanzi. Tuanzi, say hello to your kind. Tuanzi, not noticing the bear on Banksia's leg, blankly took a bite of the bamboo shoot and hugged Nanqing's leg, coquettishly, Oh oh. Hug. The giant panda scurried up behind Banksia, hugged her legs from behind, and poked half its head out to look at Tuanzi. What a fat bear. Banksia was speechless. Tuanzi, look at my legs. Tuanzi instinctively looked at her legs, only to meet the giant panda's small eyes head-on, and hiccups erupted in fear. Banksia looked at the giant panda on her lap. You saw my bear, didn't you? So let's go. The giant panda's small eyes rolled around, and it clung to her legs tightly. Banksia, Wuching picked up the giant panda and tossed it aside. He then took Nanqing's hand, and went to the location they had agreed on with Yanning to ambush the Beast King. The Beast King arrived quickly, and the hundreds of animals, so well trained, made no sound at all. It made one wonder if the mutant animals, like humans, had already formed a rudimentary social structure. Banksia removed her gloves, the vines on her palms silently burrowing into the snow, waiting for an opportunity. Puff! The vines unexpectedly severed the head of a mutant deer, spraying red blood onto the ground before quickly freezing into ice. This movement quickly ignited the flames of war, and countless colorful supernatural powers charged towards the herd. The Beast King's eyes darkened, and he raised his head and roared loudly, his cry as deafening as a thunderstorm. However, the panicked herd immediately quieted down and shifted positions. The tough-skinned mutant bison and boars stood at the outermost edge, while the slightly weaker mutant wolves and foxes waited in the middle. In the innermost circle were the weakest mutant rabbits and deer. As a result, the supernatural powers unleashed by the army inflicted no damage on the mutant animals, wasting a considerable amount of energy. The Beast King's yellow, vertical pupils stared intently at Banksia, a bloody and cruel light flashing in his eyes. This human, it remembered, had killed several of its most trusted men. Banksia glanced back lightly. Go fight next door? The mutant tiger leaped free, breaking free from the encirclement. Banksia climbed out of the snow and followed. Man and tiger stopped 300 meters from the battlefield, then charged at each other simultaneously. Banksia knew her size, strength, and agility were no match for the mutant tiger, whose inherent physique was superior to humans. Therefore, she chose not to engage in a head-on confrontation, opting instead to use human ingenuity to defeat the enemy. She launched her right whip into the air, aiming for the mutant tiger's right eye. The mutant tiger narrowed its eyes, grasping the whip with its massive claws. It then flung it to the ground, attempting to crush her to death. This, however, played into Banksia's hands. She decisively abandoned the whip and, with her left hand, unexpectedly unleashed a hair-thin vine, striking the mutant tiger's forehead. Roar! A roar like a landslide erupted from the mutant tiger's mouth. It grasped the vine, piercing its forehead with its claws, and pulled it out, but the harder it pulled, the vine burrowed deeper into its head, nearly writhing in pain. Banksia's attack succeeded, but she didn't dare relax. Instead, she quickly retreated over 10 meters, lest the mutant tiger leap and pounce upon her. Seeing Banksia retreat, the mutant tiger's eyes flashed with a human-like disappointment. A flash of golden light lashed between its right claws, and the hair-thin vine snapped in two. Roar! The mutant tiger cried out in delight, unaware that the vine on its forehead hadn't withered, but had, like a worm, burrowed into the wound. Banksia's lips curled slightly, and she slowly formed a new vine whip with her hand. With a flick of her right hand, the whip aimed directly at the mutant tiger's right eye. The mutant tiger glared at Banksia mockingly, the hairs on its right paw rising like golden needles before detaching from its body and swiftly striking Banksia. If this attack succeeded, Banksia would surely become a hedgehog. With a flick of her wrist, the whip transformed into countless hair-thin vines, knocking the needles flying towards her to the ground. Man and tiger exchanged dozens of blows, yet neither could defeat the other. The mutant tiger, irritated that a mere human dared to challenge its authority as king of beasts, pounced, its fang-filled maw wide open, and bit Banksia fiercely. The tiger's anxiety only served to calm Banksia down. She quickly fell to the ground, rolling several times to the right, while simultaneously pulling a large, round stone from space and throwing it into the mutant tiger's mouth. Go chew on your stone. Chapter 190. Because the stone was thrown too quickly, the mutant tiger didn't have time to close its mouth, and the large stone choked its throat. The mutant tiger's eyes widened, and its right paw frantically dug out the stone. However, what Banksia threw wasn't an ordinary stone, but a cement block she picked up on the roadside. Its surface was already smooth, and moistened by her saliva, it became even smoother. The mutant tiger dug several times, but failed to get it out. Instead, the stone sank further in, and the tiger rolled its eyes involuntarily. Banksia was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. She had only casually thrown something to block the mutant tiger's mouth, but who knew it would have this effect? Could this be the first beast king in history to die of suffocation due to a stone stuck in its throat? The mutant tiger's eyes turned bloodshot and red. It glared at Banksia with hatred, and its energy suddenly erupted, ready to explode and perish together. Banksia frowned slightly, quickly leaping forward and landing on the mutant tiger's head. Pressing her palm against the tiger's forehead, a dark green vine, as thick as her wrist, suddenly sprouted from its flesh. A golden crystal core curled at its tip. The vine rubbed against Banksia's hand, thrusting the core into her grasp, then burrowed back into her palm. Banksia leaped to the ground, stashed the mutant tiger's corpse and the core into her space, and returned to the battlefield. Nanjing and Suyao were the main force, each surrounded by about 10 mutant animals. They seemed to have undergone some kind of special training, working in perfect harmony, leaving them with numerous wounds. The soldiers nearby were in even worse shape. Nearly everyone was injured. Banksia even spotted a mutant wolf chewing on a white human leg. She conjured a vine whip and joined the fray. With each swing, at least one mutant animal was either killed or injured. The mutant animals were quite intelligent, and with the beast king that could restrain them dead, they quickly began to flee. The mutant bison was the first to flee, spotting a weak spot in the soldiers' defenses and charging forward. Its flight set the other mutants on their heels, scattering in all directions. Banksia paused and released all the mutant animals in the space. Catch one, and you get 10 days worth of food and 5 crystal cores. With that, she chased after the mutant bison. If she was not mistaken, it was a wood-type bison, and she had dug up the crystal core for Xingzi, who was about to level up. The mutant bison was incredibly fast, and Banksia chased it for several hundred meters without even catching its tail. She could only gaze at its dark silhouette in the distance, sighing in despair. She was about to release the heaven-swallowing tree from the space to help, when the mutant bison suddenly slipped and stumbled to the ground. It seemed as if the heavens were on her side. Banksia rushed over, trapped the mutant bull with vines, pulled out a dagger, dug out the crystal core, and tossed it into the space along with the bull's carcass. "Don't hide," she said, standing up and looking toward a deserted area. "Come out." Nothing happened. "If you don't come out, I leave." Ing! A black and white giant panda suddenly appeared. It gave Banksia a look of grievance and turned its back on her. Banksia helplessly asked, "Will you come with me?" The giant panda swooped forward and hugged her legs. Ing! "Let's go." The battle ended with the enemy completely annihilated, leaving 2 of our own dead and hundreds injured. Banksia stored 2/3 of the mutant animal carcasses into the space, leaving the remaining 1/3 for Yin Ning to distribute. Yin Ning felt uneasy. "You're the main force in the battle, and those escaped mutants were captured by your pets. It's unfair to take so little." Banksia nodded at the blood-stained soldier with her chin. "I don't need this little meat, but you better get more. Otherwise, what will you have to fight the zombie hordes?" The animals and mutants she kept in her space had already achieved self-sustaining life, so she didn't care about these. She took 2/3 of them mainly for Su Yao and the others. Yin Ning was silent for a moment. "I accept the meat with a smug look on my face. I bring you the crystal core later." Banksia didn't refuse this time. "The smell of blood is strong here, which will easily attract other mutants. We better find another place to rest." Half an hour later, the group found a suitable place to rest and set up camp. Because Nanqing and the others were all injured and needed cleaning and treatment, Banksia took 3 tents instead of the RV. First, clean the wounds with alcohol, then use your supernatural powers to heal them. These mutant animals had lived in the wild for a long time, and who knows what kind of bacteria they might have carried. If they weren't properly disinfected, an infection would be troublesome. After Su Yao and the others nodded in agreement, Banksia hurriedly took Nanqing into the space under the cover of the tent to shower and change clothes, while she remained outside to watch for anyone approaching. Because the number of healing psychics was small and low-level, their healing capacity was limited, and most of the less serious injuries were still waiting in line for treatment. Therefore, Yin Ning decided to rest for a day and wait until everyone had recovered before setting off again. With nothing else to do, Banksia and the others simply released the mutant animal carcasses from the space and instructed the mutant monkeys and mutant gorillas to dispose of them in the snow. Yin Ning's men followed suit, burying all the blood and internal organs on the spot. They cut the meat into small pieces weighing 10 pounds each, and rolled up the fur and set it aside, ready for saltpetering once the meat was empty. Fang Yunyan squatted in the corner of the tent, holding a sweet potato, watching the mutant monkey chop the meat, her face full of admiration. What a feat! Banksia was so proud that she felt like she was the one chopping the meat herself. Each piece of meat it cuts is exactly 10 pounds. The mutant monkey's cooking skills were now almost as good as Nanqing's, a true master chef. Banksia. Su Xiao came over with a handful of hot roasted chestnuts. "Want some?" Banksia grabbed a few and said, "Barbecue for lunch?" "Yeah." Su Xiao squatted beside her, watching the mutant monkey chop the meat. "My brothers and the others are marinating the meat." As expected, it was barbecue for lunch. The overpowering aroma was every bit as good as hot pot, causing the soldiers next door, who could only drink soup, to drool wildly. 1,000 meters away. What a nice smell! The young survivor, with his keen sense of smell, suddenly raised his head and took a cautious breath. "What smells so nice?" His father patted him. "Watch the road carefully and don't fall." He had seen many survivors fall and never get up again, and he was afraid his son would do the same. The young man excitedly grabbed his father's hand and said, "Dad, I smell food." He pointed ahead. "It's coming from that direction. There must be someone over there. We're saved." "What?" The numb-faced survivors gathered around him, their eyes gleaming with hope. "Lindsay, do you really smell food?" Lindsay nodded affirmatively. "I swear, I'm not mistaken. There must be someone up ahead." Lindsay's father grabbed Lynn's hand and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's get there." Chapter 191. After lunch, Banksia took Inzi for a walk to help digest her food. As an energetic cat, Inzi preferred to run around on all fours, but whenever they went for a walk together, he would deliberately slow down to accommodate her. Banksia squatted down and rolled a snowball, preparing to build a snowman. Suddenly, Inzi's ears twitched, and she glanced warily behind her. Banksia tossed the snowball away. "Is there something?" Inzi nodded. "Meow meow meow." "Someone's coming." Banksia followed Inzi's gaze, and saw a group of staggering survivors approaching from 200 meters away. They seemed to have noticed her and waved. It wasn't long before the group was more than 20 meters away. Perhaps fearing she might be frightened, or perhaps out of some concern, they didn't approach. Banksia glanced around casually. There were about 15 people, all young and middle-aged men, not a single woman. They were all wrapped up tightly, revealing only a pair of slightly red eyes. In addition, all of them carried bulging bags, large and small, on their backs, and iron weapons wrapped in cloth slung around their waists. Most of the weapons were chipped, clearly having seen much battle and slaughter. The leader glanced enviously at the furry ENZ before croaking in a hoarse voice, "Hello, are you from S City?" Banksia soothed the agitated ENZ and shook her head, "No." "What?" The survivor's eyes grew increasingly despairing. They'd been walking for over half a month, and they still hadn't reached S City? Lin Z took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Excuse me, do you know how to get to S City?" He carefully pulled a level 3 zombie core from the bag at his waist. "Here's your reward." Banksia didn't answer, but instead asked, "Why are you going to a city at this time?" Going out for an extended period during this period of extreme cold is tantamount to seeking death. Lin Z smiled bitterly. "We're from Shay City in the neighboring province. The entire city has been overrun by mutant plants. With nowhere else to turn, we had no choice but to go to the S City base for survival." "Mutated plants?" Banksia couldn't help but wonder, where are the troops stationed in your city? After the apocalypse, Guijia hadn't abandoned the people. As far as she knew, over the past year or so, the authorities had established bases in every major city nationwide, and each base had troops stationed. The survivors' eyes grew redder at this, but no one dared to cry, as tears would freeze instantly and frostbite their skin. Lindsay said sadly, "They've all died." Banksia's heart was shaken. The official city base had at least tens of thousands of soldiers stationed there. There couldn't possibly be thousands of mutant plants in Shay City. Lindsay's voice was like tears streaming down her face. "Have you heard of Shay City's famous Fuyuan Temple? Inside, there's a 1,000-year-old banyan tree that evolved to level 6 2 months ago. We thought it protected us, so we wouldn't have to worry about zombies or mutant beasts sieging the city. Who knew it would suddenly unite all the mutant plants in the city, expel humans from the city, and attempt to establish itself as king? The military and psychics, who tried to stop the mutated banyan tree, were all ruthlessly slaughtered by it." Anyone else would have felt a surge of sympathy, but Banksia remained calm. "City S is over there." She pointed in the direction they come from. "Follow the mountain range. At your current pace, it'd take about 3 days." Lindsay thanked them excitedly. "Thank you. Take the reward." He tossed the crystal core at Banksia's feet. "No thanks." Banksia kicked it back, then patted Lindsay on the head. "Let's go back." Lindsay nudged her hand, wagging his tail as they walked away. A starving survivor glanced greedily at Banksia's back, clutching his shrunken belly and looking at Lindsay. "Lindsay." Lindsay shook his head, the rejection in his eyes unmistakable. To survive this cruel apocalypse and still keep a sleek cat, it was obvious this person was no idiot. If they dared to harbor any evil intentions, they'd die without knowing what they were doing. Banksia, in the distance, raised an eyebrow slightly, a man who knew when to act. As soon as she returned to the tent, Nanqing came up to her. "Honey, the bed's warmed up. Wanna take a nap?" By warming the bed, he meant turning on the electric blanket. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so Banksia nodded without hesitation. Sleep. She slept until 4 in the afternoon, and when she woke, she felt a bit dazed. She rolled around in her blankets twice before getting dressed and going out to find Nanqing. Nanqing was playing mahjong by the fire with Su Yao and the others. Seeing her, he waved. "Honey, are you awake?" "Yeah." Banksia glanced at his cards, confused. "What happened with Yanning? Why does it seem like there's a quarrel?" "I know." Su Xiao, who was roasting peanuts by the stove, raised her hand. "Not long after you returned, a group of survivors came looking for us. According to them." She recounted the news from the group of survivors Banksia had met at noon, adding, "Yan Ning and the others are arguing about whether to send some men to Shay City to investigate." Banksia snatched 2 peanuts from Su Xiao's hand, peeled them, and fed them to her mouth. "I want to go to Shay City to take a look." "Ahem," Su Xiao choked. "Are you kidding? It said that there are thousands of mutant plants in Shay City. Isn't this just seeking death?" Fang Yunyan touched Banksia's forehead in confusion. "You don't have a fever." Ever since she heard about the mutant banyan tree, Banksia had this idea. I want to see how powerful the mutant banyan tree is. Compared to her previous life, the world seemed to be developing much faster in this life. After all, in her previous life, she hadn't heard of beast kings attacking cities or mutant banyan trees declaring themselves kings. Nanqing, standing by, stopped playing mahjong after hearing this. Why did his wife always go to dangerous places? He advised worriedly. "Wife, Aren't we going to the border to find the zombie king? What if we're too late, and he's defeated by another psychic? According to Yan Ning, 6 teams, besides those from City S, were heading to the border for support. Oh, Banksia lowered her head dejectedly. But I really want to go. Although Nanxing knew she was feigning, he couldn't help but feel soft inside. He simply said, I go with you. Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, Su Shao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian, We relied on you to persuade others, but you ended up getting yourself into trouble. Su Yao couldn't help but shake his head. Just let it go. Nanxing rubbed his nose sheepishly. If his wife really wanted to do something, she would find a way to accomplish it, even if 10,000 people tried to dissuade her. Rather than letting her take the risk alone, it would be better for him to personally accompany her and help oversee it. Chapter 192. Seeing they couldn't persuade her, Su Yao and the others gathered around Banksia to offer advice. Zhao Xian spread out a city map. Our current location is 536 kilometers from Shay's city. Assuming we drive 180 kilometers per day, it will take about 3 days. To prevent accidents, they generally kept their speed to 30 kilometers per hour. Su Yao stroked his chin. Plants are afraid of fire. I have plenty of cooking oil. Banksia hadn't expected her nearly suicidal behavior to receive so much support, and she felt a pang of pain in her heart. But this was her business, so there was no need to risk it all. Brother Xian, Brother Yao, please don't bother. I plan to go alone with Nanxing. Fan Yunyun disapproved. No, it's too dangerous for just the two of you. That's right, Kai Yuan agreed. More people, more strength. Banksia said helplessly, have you forgotten we're going to help fight the zombie king this time? We have to leave some people with Yan Ning. She pulled out all the remaining firearms from her space. Guns, bullets, bombs, bazookas, and grenade launchers, filling the floor. Then, as Su Yao and the others stared in amazement, she smiled and said, are you relieved now? Fan Yunyun pressed her chin together. I'm relieved. We'd be back sooner rather than later. With these and Banksia's mutated animal herd, even if they couldn't defeat the mutated Banyan King, escaping would be a breeze. Banksia put her things back into her space. I'm going to find Yan Ning. Go early and be back early, Nanxing instructed. We have roast suckling pig tonight. Banksia suddenly felt her saliva flowing like crazy, her eyes sparkling. I'll be back soon. Yan Ning argued with her deputy for half an hour, still unable to reach an agreement. Hearing Banksia looking for her, she took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and went to the door to greet her. Banksia, what do you want? Banksia, still thinking about the roast suckling pig, quickly explained her plans for Shay's city. She then assured him, don't worry, Nanxing and I will definitely catch up with the main force within 2 weeks, and won't delay our battle against the zombie king. Yan Ning looked at her, with a complicated expression. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if you owed me something in your past life, so you always saved me from danger. Banksia hadn't expected Yan Ning to think that way. She had indeed received considerable care from Yanning in her past life, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she owed her a debt, but she had long since repaid it. The mutant animal attack and the events in Shay's city were merely coincidences. Banksia smiled and said, don't expect too much of me. It's easy to be disappointed. She helped repel the mutant animals in order to harvest their flesh and crystal cores. Going to Shay's city to investigate the mutant banyan tree was to understand the difference in combat power between the level 6 alien plant and herself. Yan Ning shook her head, judging by deeds, not intentions. There are many people in this world who harbor good intentions, but far fewer who are willing to put them into action. In her opinion, even the most virtuous intentions are not as good as truly performing a small act of kindness. Banksia didn't argue, for she agreed with Yan Ning's perspective. She remembered something. I suspect there's something fishy about the survivors in Shay's city. It's best if you don't bring them with you. As soon as she met the survivors, she knew they had definitely cannibalized their own kind. Their bloodshot eyes were the best proof. Furthermore, the mutant banyan tree had been blessed by humans for thousands of years, so it should have great benevolence towards them. Otherwise, why would it wait until it reached level 6 to unite with other alien plants to drive them away? She suspected that the people of Shay's city had done something excessive to the mutant banyan tree, causing its sudden outburst. Yan Ning nodded. Don't worry, I know what's going on. As someone who has been dealing with survivors for years, she also immediately noticed that the group of survivors had cannibalized one of their own kind. Banksia said goodbye with a reassurance. Nanxing and I will leave tomorrow. When she returned to the tent, Nanxing and the others were roasting suckling pigs. There were 2 in total, one honey-flavored and the other spicy. The pig's skin was roasted to a scorching red, and the entire tent was filled with an alluring aroma. Nanjing used a dagger to cut a piece of the spicy pig's rib and placed it on a white porcelain plate. Then she waved to Banksia. Wife. Banksia took the plate with a smile, brought it to the table, and savored it slowly. The ribs are roasted longer, resulting in a crispy texture and rich flavor. It's arguably the most delicious part of the roast suckling pig. Inzi curiously eyed Banksia's plate for several seconds, then walked over to Nanjing and grabbed his arm, signaling that she wanted to try the ribs too. Nanjing quickly cut a piece for Inzi, and afterward, she couldn't help but exclaim to Banksia, "Why is Inzi becoming more and more like a human?" Banksia looked thoughtfully at Inzi, who was using her wind powers to cool the ribs. Were the mutant animals in her previous life so clever? In her previous life, she hadn't interacted with mutants often, but not infrequently. She had worked with the mutant police dogs raised by the military several times. Those mutant dogs were incredibly intelligent. Not only could they understand human language, but they also had a high degree of cooperation, hitting targets wherever they were pointed, and rarely making mistakes. But overall, their lifestyle still leans more towards animal habits, eating raw food, drinking raw water, and not liking to bathe. However, after her cat and dog mutated, not only did their intelligence increase, but their behavior and eating habits gradually became more human-like. Before the apocalypse, she would never have believed that a cat and dog would one day actively request daily baths, eat cooked food, and even deliberately avoid humans when taking care of their genitals. Banksia imagined that as she woke up one morning and found her gold and silver speaking human language, she wouldn't be too surprised. Banksia pondered for a long time, still unable to understand the reason for such a change. But she had a vague premonition that humans might fall from the top of the food chain, no longer able to easily dictate the fate of other creatures as they did before the apocalypse. Banksia looked at Inzi, who sat across from her, and teased with a smile, "Inzi, if you can speak human language one day, remember to call me sister as your first word." Inzi raised his furry cat face and nodded solemnly, "Meow, meow, meow. I remember that. Ahem, ahem, ahem." Nanjing, who was eating meat, suddenly choked. Was his Inzi really going to turn into a human? Inzi helplessly patted his back with her furry paw. "Brother, you're so stupid." Nanjing fell silent at the blazing contempt in Inzi's eyes. His hands itched, and beating the cat would do the trick. Su Xiao, standing nearby, quietly approached his cat, Deju, and whispered, "Deju, if you can speak human language one day, remember to call me sister as your first word." Deju tilted his head, thought for 2 seconds, and nodded. The owner might be a jerk, but his sister is amazing at combing hair. Zhao Xian and Kai Yuan looked at Li Hua eagerly. Li Hua turned around speechlessly, her butt facing them. "Are you stupid? A cat is a cat. How can it possibly become a human?" Chapter 193. The next morning, Banksia and the others said goodbye to Su Yao and the others and drove toward Shei City. Less than 10 kilometers away, they encountered another wave of survivors. However, they didn't make any moves suggesting they were trying to rob us. Instead, they watched the car go away with a wary and indifferent expression. This wasn't the early days of the apocalypse. Those impulsive and thoughtless people would have long since perished. Banksia, however, took a moment to examine the group as they passed by. Like the survivors they had encountered yesterday, there were no women in the group. This was highly unusual, and Banksia frowned slightly, deciding to wait and see what happened. The closer they got to Shei City, the more groups of survivors they encountered. In just one day, the two encountered 13 groups. Banksia frowned. Still no women. Nanjing also realized the seriousness of the situation. Ask someone. So, when they encountered another group of survivors, Nanjing stopped the car. Banksia deliberately ignored the other person's panicked look. "Hello, are you from Shei City?" The leading young man rubbed his hands nervously. Yes, what can I do for you?" The couple had a car and warm clothes, so they shouldn't have looked down upon their belongings. But in this post-apocalyptic world, there's no shortage of thugs who delight in killing. What if they were unlucky and happened to run into one? The young man grew increasingly panicked, even wishing sadly that the other person would spare him a bone. Banksia, unaware of the young man's inner drama, pulled out a basket of steaming meat buns from his spaceship. "I have a question. Whoever tells me the answer gets one." With that, he stuffed the buns back into his space. The temperature was so low that if he waited a few more seconds, they would surely freeze into lumps of ice. The young man was a little taken aback. Not killing him. However, the survivors in the group didn't lose their composure. They were suddenly frantic with excitement. Steaming hot meat buns. Were they really not dreaming? What's the problem? Ask me. Beautiful, please tell me quickly. I tell you everything I know. If they hadn't known the meat buns were in Banksia's space, where outsiders couldn't get them, they would have been eager to grab them. Banksia pressed her hands down, signaling everyone to be quiet. Silence, everyone. Listen to me. The crowd immediately fell silent, their eyes fixed eagerly on Banksia's right hand as she took the steamer. Banksia scanned the crowd. Where did the woman from Shea City go? The crowd suddenly became silent, like ducks with their necks pinched. A stark contrast to their earlier excitement. Banksia and Nanxing's hearts sank. What on earth had happened in Shea City? Banksia's voice was soft and gentle. Don't you want some meat buns? My husband got up early to make them. The dough is made with mutant wheat flour, and he kneads it for a full half hour. It's absolutely chewy and delicious. The meat is carefully selected mutant wild boar meat, 30% fat and 70% lean. He even cracked 2 eggs into it. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of swallowing and the rumbling of stomachs echoed. The man who spoke first couldn't stand it any longer. I'm telling you. His brother whispered, Are you going to risk your life for a bite of food? The man shook off his brother's grip on his arm. But you have to give me the buns first. Otherwise, what if I don't agree? Banksia raised her eyebrows slightly. How about this? I pay half first, but if you dare to fool me. Nanxing cooperated, condensing several golden knives. Then pay with your life. The man nodded indifferently. All right. It's just a worthless life. To exchange it for something delicious before dying is worth it. Banksia handed the man half a basket of buns. You eat first. The man impatiently removed his mask and stuffed the buns into his mouth, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Before the apocalypse, he always found meat buns greasy, eating the skin but not the filling. Who could have known there would be a day when he couldn't even eat them even if he wanted them? He devoured a bun and excitedly shouted, Great! After that, under his brother's astonished gaze, he lifted his mask and stuffed a plump, white bun into his mouth. Don't just stand there, eat! Burp. After finishing the bun, the man burped contentedly. Beautiful girl, you asked me where the women in Shea City have gone. You've definitely asked the right person. He wiped his eyes vacant, and looked up at the sky. Have you heard of the Holy Light Church? After the apocalypse, many people suddenly lost their loved ones overnight. Coupled with the harsh living environment, they suffered a devastating blow both mentally and physically, leaving them living a life worse than death. So, when they couldn't hold on any longer, they instinctively placed their hope in ethereal gods, and various churches emerged. The Holy Light Church is the most famous church in Shea City, with 1/3 of the city's population as members. Its teachings are divided into 2 main areas. One is to eliminate the causes of suffering and cultivate this life. The other is to practice good deeds and accumulate virtue to cultivate the next life. The so-called causes of suffering. The man scoffed. The Holy Light Church leader loves beauty and deliberately claims that women are inherently impure. He requires his followers to offer a beautiful woman daily, and he personally performs rituals to remove this impurity. Although some knew something was amiss, the Holy Light cult leader, upon obtaining a beautiful woman, would provide her family with generous food subsidies. Therefore, no one dared to object, and instead rushed to offer tribute. Even families without daughters would deliberately defraud or kidnap young girls to receive the subsidies. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, you get your feet wet. A daring girl pretended to be innocent and allowed herself to be tricked by the cult members. Then, during a meeting with the leader, she used the mutant plants she had subdued to severely injure him. But the leader was cunning and treacherous, and the girl was quickly apprehended. To serve as a warning to others, the leader decided to publicly burn the girl and the mutant plants. After the 1,000-year-old banyan tree developed self-awareness, it began to treat all the mutant plants in the city as its own offspring. Upon learning that its own offspring were to be burned by the very humans it had long protected, it flew into a rage, killed the Holy Light cult leader, and united with all the mutant plants in the city to drive all humans out of Shea City. Later, at the pleas of the girl and the mutant plants, the mutated Banyan King changed his mind and decided to expel only the men from the city. The reason there were no women on the escape route was because they were all staying well in the city. Banksia couldn't help but wonder. This man's words completely contradicted those of the previous survivors. I heard that all the soldiers and psychics in the city were killed by the mutant banyan trees? The man smiled bitterly. That's a fabrication by the Holy Light cult members to trick them into causing trouble for the mutated Banyan King. In reality, the soldiers and psychics were simply locked up, out of sight and out of mind. Banksia Jean inwardly exclaimed, Great! No wonder these men fell silent when she asked about the woman's whereabouts. It seemed they knew their previous actions were wrong. But, Banksia was curious. Why did your brother say you were desperate when he tried to stop you? Did someone forbid you from speaking of this? If she knew who it was, she would definitely have their head taken. The man spread his hands. This is utterly shameful. Telling the truth is like ripping off the veil of every man in Shay's city. They surely want to beat me to death. I'm alone, and I can't stand up to 4 people with my own 2 fists. Isn't this just desperate? Banksia's mouth twitched as she handed over the remaining half basket of buns, the other half of the reward. Chapter 194. After gathering the information, the two continued on their journey. Banksia felt a slight pang of regret. She had originally thought that if the mutant banyan tree had committed some unforgivable crime, she could dig out its core and use it for upgrading. But now it seemed that the mutant banyan king was a very valuable tree, so it couldn't be killed casually. However, because the soldiers and psychics in Shay City had survived, she felt a little relieved. After all, if the human population continued to decline, they might one day become a rare species. At 4 o'clock the next afternoon, Banksia and Nanjing arrived at the Shay City highway intersection. 2 mutant bamboos suddenly appeared from nowhere and blocked the car's path. Humans are not welcome here. Perhaps worried the two wouldn't understand the plant's language, one of the mutant bamboos honked its horn, and a soft female voice rang out, "Hello, this is the Banyan King's territory. No creatures are welcome. If you insist on entering, you will bear the consequences." Banksia waved at the mutant bamboo. "I'm here to visit the Banyan King." The mutant bamboo responded with disdain. "Who are you? You say you want to see the king and then he see you? Get out of here, or I'd be rude. I'm just an ordinary person." Banksia pulled out this year's new energy fruit from her space. "This is a welcome gift." The mutant bamboo hesitated. Wong had just leveled up and desperately needed the energy fruit to stabilize his abilities. But humans are known for their viciousness. What if they're up to something? Banksia simply pulled out 5 level 5 with crystal cores. This is also a welcome gift for the Banyan King. The mutant bamboo immediately changed its mind. You can enter Rongqing, but the man next to you can't. Rongqing was the name the mutated Banyan King gave Shay City after it took over. Banksia shook her head and refused. "No, he's my husband. He must be with me." The mutated bamboo snorted. "Men are not allowed in Rongqing." Banksia sighed. "Can't you make an exception?" The mutated bamboo said coldly. "No." "Okay then," Banksia summoned Apricot. "Be gentle when you attack." The 2 mutated bamboos had barely evolved to level 3, while Apricot was already level 4. Defeating them was a piece of cake. As expected, within 10 minutes, Xingzi dragged 2 poisoned, unconscious mutant bamboos to Banksia, seemingly taking credit for the task. Mission accomplished. "Thank you for your hard work." Banksia touched Xingzi's branch and stored it and the mutant bamboos into her space. Then, she looked at Nanjing and said, "Let's go into the city." Shay City is a famous tourist destination in China, known for its excellent greenery. So, when Banksia heard that the mutant plants had taken over the city, she hadn't harbored any suspicions. However, she was still startled by the mutant plants scurrying across the streets. "Aren't there tens of thousands of mutant plants in this city?" She thought for a second and summoned the sky-swallowing tree. "Tian, I'm going to fight the Banyan King. Please protect Nanjing for me." If he hadn't been driving, Nanjing would have wanted to grab Banksia's face and rub it. "Honey, I don't need protection." What kind of weak and vulnerable image did he hold in his wife's eyes? Banksia quickly leaned over and kissed him. "I know you're not weak, but this situation is special." She pointed at the plants running around the street outside. "What will you do if they attack you?" Nanjing was silent for 2 seconds, then decisively admitted defeat. Tian, thank you for your hard work." The swallowing heaven tree waved its branches generously. "I want some bear tails. Just make me a pot when you're free." Then it poked Banksia's arm. "Remember to call me after you're done fighting the mutated Banyan King. I want to fight too." The man and the tree were discussing how to get the mutated Banyan King to agree to a second fight when Nanjing suddenly slammed on the brakes, nearly throwing the swallowing heaven tree out the window. Banksia instinctively glanced out the window. So green. The outside of the car was crammed with mutant plants. A quick glance suggested at least dozens. "Get out of the car." A mutant cypress knocked on the window. "How did you get into the city?" Banksia pushed open the car door and got out. "I'm here to bring a gift to your king." She pulled out the energy fruit and crystal core. "This is the gift I prepared." The mutant cypress snorted. "Come on, arrest them." The 2 mutant bamboos guarding the highway intersection, however clueless, wouldn't let men into the city against the king's will. It argued that idiots shouldn't be guarding the intersection, and the mutant bamboos challenged it. "Now, they're dead," Banksia sighed. Don't attack one by one, it's a waste of time. Let's all come together. With that, she attacked the morning glory that was about to tie her up. However, she was careful not to injure her, only stopping her attack before she could fight back. The mutant cypress, however, felt that Banksia was deliberately provoking it. With a roar, it swung its branch at her. Banksia swung her vine whip around the mutant cypress tree's branches and shouted to the mutant plants watching, "Come on!" The mutant cypress's rage intensified. How audacious! Brothers and sisters, come on! The mutant plants immediately swarmed towards Banksia. Nanqing and Tianshu, who were in the car, couldn't sit still and hurried out to help. Fearing the SUV would be damaged, Banksia dodged back to the side and put it into the space. Then, she turned and kicked away the mutant rose that had sneaked up on her, ready to attack. With Tianshu and Nanqing's help, the battle was over quickly. Tianshu, with his hands on his hips, looked at his fellow cypresses lying on the ground and said sarcastically, "How weak." The mutant cypress was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he hadn't been unable to move, he would have wanted to fight again. It simply ignored the sky-swallowing tree's taunts and looked at Banksia. "What exactly are you doing here?" This human and her mutant tree were no less powerful than the king. If they didn't truly have something to ask the king, there was no need to be so polite to them. Banksia spread her hands. "I've told you many times, I'm here to visit your king." Chapter 195. To be precise, Banksia wanted to fight the mutated Banyan King. The mutated cypress said coldly, "If you don't tell the truth, you better go back to where you came from." "I go back when I see you." Banksia simply used her vines to roll up the mutant plants scattered across the ground and threw them to the side of the road to keep them out of the way. "I go find the Banyan King myself." Seeing no use in persuading the mutated cypress, it simply lay there in ruins. Don't think you can just defeat it. There are tens of thousands of mutant plants in Banyan City. Even plucking a single leaf from one of them could bury this audacious human. "Wife," Nanqing suddenly grabbed Banksia's hand. "Let's go!" "Huh?" Nanqing's face paled. "I have a bad feeling." The sky-swallowing tree suddenly shrank and jumped into Banksia's pocket, cautiously agreeing, "Listen, Nanqing, I have a bad feeling too." Banksia hurriedly retrieved her motorcycle. Before getting on, she kindly said to the mutant cypress, "Something's going to happen in Rongqing. You better leave as soon as possible." The mutant cypress asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Banksia didn't answer. She hugged Nanqing's waist tightly. She didn't have time to explain. "Okay." Nanqing stepped on the accelerator and roared out of the city. The mutant cypress, realizing the seriousness of the situation, quickly got up and ran towards the city, shouting, "Wang, something's going to happen." After leaving the city, Banksia noticed a number of mutant animals on the road. They acted as if they couldn't see her and Nanqing, frantically fleeing. Banksia couldn't help but frown, trying to recall the news she received in her previous life. However, at this time in her previous life, she was still unconscious and had no idea what was happening. What kind of disaster could have caused all the animals to panic and flee in panic? A word suddenly popped into her mind. Earthquake. Even the mutants were so frightened, so this earthquake must have been quite severe. Banyan King, strong earthquake. Pairing these two words together, Banksia suddenly remembered something, and her face paled. She asked in a dry voice, "Tian, do you remember the children's song Banyan Fairy that was so popular in our previous life's base? There's a Banyan Fairy in Rongqing, a true god who saved my life?" The sky-swallowing tree suddenly realized, a magnitude 9 earthquake. The story they knew well was this: there was a kind, 1,000-year-old banyan tree in Rongqing. After the apocalypse, the banyan tree evolved an extremely rare ability to foresee the coming of a devastating earthquake in Rongqing. It then, under the pretext that humans had committed a crime, drove the men and women to other cities to seek survival. But because she had revealed the secret, she was punished by heaven and buried in Rongqing. Banksia, the swallowing sky tree trembled as it grasped Banksia's finger. Could we be mistaken? Didn't the survivor say that the banyan tree king only drove away the men, while the women and soldiers remained in the city? Banksia gritted her teeth. We caused such a scene in the city today. Did you even see a single human? The swallowing sky tree froze in place, unable to utter a single word. Banksia fell silent too. Even if she knew Rongqing was about to experience a magnitude 9 earthquake, what good would it do? She could do nothing but watch it unfold. "Boss," Xingzi shouted to Banksia from the space. "The mutant bamboo is waking up." "Husband, stop the car." Banksia poked Nanqing's belly. "Let's go into the space." She suddenly realized that with the space, she and Nanqing didn't need to escape. The mutant bamboos woke up quickly, feeling the normal temperature they hadn't seen in a long time. The entire bamboo was bewildered. Oh my god, I slept until the world returned to normal? The space's climate was spring-like year-round, a stark difference from the temperature outside. No wonder they misunderstood. The sky-swallowing tree tickled the bamboo that had spoken with its branch. Silly bamboo, we have questions for you. The mutant bamboo, Xiaofeng, didn't mind being tickled at all. Instead, she excitedly tugged at the sky-swallowing tree's branch. Black and white tree, the world is back to normal. You're too excited. The sky-swallowing tree threw a basin of cold water over it. And, I'm not black and white tree, I'm sky-swallowing tree. Xiaofeng, puzzled, let go of the bamboo branch. What do you mean? The sky-swallowing tree immediately tossed Xiaofeng and the silent Xiaowei beside her out of space. Do you understand? Xiaofeng, dazed, poked at the thick ice with her roots. Suddenly, it felt like the sky was falling. She burst into tears, and Xiaowei, beside her, fainted from excitement. The sky-swallowing tree reluctantly sent the two mutant bamboos back into space. Hey, stop crying. We have something to ask you. Xiaofeng sobbed, I'm Phoenix Tail Bamboo, and my name is Xiaofeng. The sky-swallowing tree didn't care what kind of bamboo it was. It tugged at Banxia's hand, and Banxia took over the conversation, asking, are there still humans living in Rongqing? Xiaofeng slowly stopped crying after a long moment, burying its roots in the soil. No, they've all been driven away. Did you drive away the women and soldiers too? Well, Xiaofeng said honestly, before we drove them away, the king gave them 5 pounds of fruit each. I nearly lost my rank trying to produce more bamboo rice. It couldn't help but accuse him. I saw you were a woman, and I kindly let you into the city to get food, and you knocked me and my kind unconscious. Banxia rubbed her nose in embarrassment, realizing she misunderstood. She quickly corrected herself and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize to you later. I didn't see any women on the way to Rongqing. Which direction were they going? Xiaofeng thought for a moment. Shanghai City. Shanghai City's location was completely opposite to the direction they were coming from. Banxia nodded in understanding. Did the Banyan King ask you mutant plants to leave too? As the king of his clan, the Banyan King wouldn't abandon the lives of all the mutant plants in the city, would he? This is our home. Why are you asking us to leave? Xiaofeng buried his unconscious companion in the dirt. After a moment's thought, he added, the king said there will be a meeting tonight, and all the plants in the city must be present. It seemed the Banyan King planned to announce the departure of all the plants in the city tonight. Banxia took out 2 third-level wood crystal cores and handed them to Xiaofeng, apology. Xiaofeng refused, magnanimously saying, you didn't knock me out on purpose, so no apology required. Please send Xiaowei and me back to the intersection. I have to stand guard to prevent anyone from entering the city. Banxia was silent. How could she explain to the naive Xiaofeng that they were at least 20 kilometers from the highway intersection? Seeing Banxia remain silent, Xiaofeng gently tugged at her arm and assured her, human, don't worry. Xiaowei, and I will never reveal your secret. It reluctantly pulled its roots and those of its kind from the soft, fertile soil. No matter how nice this place was, it was not its home. Chapter 196. Banxia coughed lightly. I have some unfortunate news for you. We're no longer at the highway. Xiaofeng hadn't had time to observe his surroundings when he was thrown from the dimension. So where are we now? It was a truly excellent question, and it silenced Banxia once again. Human? Xiaofeng grasped Banxia's arm and said sensibly, tell me how to get back to Rongqing, and I go back on my own. It didn't know Banxia had already been to the city, and subconsciously assumed she, like it, had committed a crime and immediately fled the scene. Banxia felt a surge of guilt upon hearing this. What if something happened to such a simple-minded bamboo on the way back to the city? Most importantly, a sword of Damocles, called a magnitude 9 earthquake, hung over their heads. Returning to Rongqing at this moment would be like dancing under the king's yoke. Nanjing knew what Banxia was thinking the moment she looked at her. Wife, if you want to send Xiaofeng back, go ahead. He had been anxious to drag Banxia out of Rongqing, unaware of the dangers they would face. Now that he knew, he felt relieved. Banxia looked him in the eye, ensuring there was no reluctance. Then wait for me in the dimension. Nanjing pinched her face and pulled it apart. Waiting for what? Banxia immediately changed her tone. Let's go together. She thought for a moment and added, on a mutant eagle. A strong earthquake could cause the ground to sink or crack, so it was safer in the air. Having made up his mind, Banxia called the mutant eagle couple over. Let's get to work. The mutant eagle flew faster than a motorcycle. Its only 2 drawbacks were that it messed up your hair easily, and the wind made it cold. Xiaofeng and Xiaowei, plants rooted in the soil year-round, were taking to the sky for the first time, and they were so frightened they dared not move. The sky-swallowing tree urged loudly, "This may very well be your only chance to soar in your bamboo lives. Don't be so afraid, enjoy it." Xiaofeng and Xiaowei, the only time to soar? That would be wonderful. After safely escorting Xiaofeng and Xiaowei back to the intersection, Banksia waved goodbye to the two bamboo trees. "Goodbye." Xiaofeng stopped Banksia. "Human, don't leave yet. I have plenty of bamboo rice stored at home, enough for you to eat for many days. I go back and get it for you now. Wait for me." Humans living in the city often go hungry, and those without a stable home, like her, must be even worse off, right? It just so happened that she had no use for the bamboo rice, so she decided to do a good deed. Xiaowei followed. I have plenty of bamboo rice too. I give it all to you." Although flying through the air was a bit scary, the human was a polite and kind person, and she didn't feel bad for him. Banksia held her forehead in her hand. Were these two bamboos a little too naive? Did you live in a deserted mountain before the apocalypse? Xiaofeng and Xiaowei said in unison, "Yes." "How did you know?" Banksia, any mutant plant that has ever interacted with human society wouldn't trust a stranger so easily. She warned earnestly, "When you see a stranger from now on, either run away or attack without giving them a chance to speak." "Got it?" Xiaofeng and Xiaowei asked in unison again. "Why?" Banksia said coldly, "You don't need to know why. Just do as we say." Xiaofeng sighed helplessly. "Okay, wait for us. We be right back." Xiaofeng, Xiaowei, there's no need to go back. A kind female voice suddenly rang out. Xiaofeng and Xiaowei immediately stopped and said respectfully, "King." Banksia instinctively looked forward. A gigantic banyan tree appeared to be approaching from a distance, seemingly moving slowly. In just 2 seconds, it was in front of Banksia. The Banyan King looked at Banksia with interest. "Human, I heard you wanted to meet me." Banksia nodded. "Yes, I would like to challenge you. However, I don't think I've chosen the right timing. An earthquake is about to happen. Who would be in the mood for a fight?" The Banyan King wasn't surprised. Instead, he said, "I've seen you in a prophecy." Banksia looked at him in surprise. "Did you know I was going to challenge you?" The Banyan King denied it. "That's not what I expected." But he didn't explain. Instead, he asked, "What do you think of Xiaofeng and Xiaowei, as well as the Cypress and Morning Glory you fought with earlier?" Banksia spoke frankly. "I don't know what you're asking about. In terms of strength, they're very weak compared to me. In terms of personality, aside from being a bit too simple, they're good in every way." Personally, she preferred to get along with simple-minded creatures. That's why she had just specifically reminded Xiaofeng and Xiaowei to be mindful of their boundaries when interacting with strangers. "Simple mutant plants like Xiaofeng and the others," said the Banyan King. "There are 11,936 of them in Rongqing. In addition, there are 5,107 mutant animals in Rongqing. Many people in Rongqing keep pets. On average, there's one for every 50 households. After the apocalypse, many pets lost their owners and became strays. They are accustomed to being close to humans, and even after their mutation, they remain unguarded. So, humans deliberately exploit their affinity for humans, capturing and killing them for food. They feel pity for these small animals who have lost their homes, and they proactively take them into their protection." The Banyan King gently stroked Banksia's head with a branch. "Child, are you willing to protect them?" Banksia was completely stunned. Protect? Was that what she had imagined? The Banyan King affirmed, "I know you have a vast paradise, with enough land for all the mutant plants and animals in Rongqing to live in peace. Don't worry, they won't live in your territory for nothing. From now on, you will be their new king." His voice was full of temptation. "In the future, whether you want to eat fresh fruit and see fresh flowers, pet cats and dogs, or even kill people, set fires, and fight zombies, you can always use them to help you." Banksia waved her hands frantically in refusal. "Sorry, I don't want to be the king of mutant plants and animals, nor do I have the ability to be their king." She just wanted to be a human who lived a life of idleness and waiting to die. The Banyan King smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, let me tell you a story. 2 months ago, when it evolved from level 5 to level 6, it had a prophetic dream. The dream showed that in the future, the entire Shay City would be completely destroyed by an earthquake. To avert the fate of death for humans and mutant plants and animals, it attempted to drive away the mutant little yellow dog that slept daily under its shade. However, just as the little yellow dog left the city, it was struck on the hind leg by a large rock that fell from the sky, nearly killing it. Thinking it was just an accident, It treated the little yellow dog and drove it out of the city again. However, just like last time, the little yellow dog was inexplicably injured again. It chased the little yellow dog 5 times in a row, and each time, the little yellow dog met with an accident less than a kilometer from Shade City. The Banyan Tree King finally realized, belatedly, that fate was irreversible. Chapter 197. The Banyan King was in a state of intense anxiety, his leaves falling in handfuls. Until his subordinates brought word that a daring young girl and the trouble-seeking Morning Glory had conspired to assassinate the Holy Light cult leader, but had been captured and executed. That night, he had another prophetic dream, revealing that if he could drive out the humans and the mutant plants and animals separately, they would have a chance of survival. The price of changing his fate was that he himself could not leave Shade City. Determined to sacrifice himself, the Banyan King found an excuse to first expel the men from the city, then expel the women to another city. Concerned that the women would starve on the road, he even gave them food. Just as he was about to expel the mutant plants and animals from Shade City, he had another dream. After leaving Shade City, the inexperienced mutant plants and animals returned to seclusion in the mountains and forests, while others tried to befriend humans and integrate into human life. Humans welcomed the mutant surrender, but they feared their free helpers would rebel. To ensure their willing assistance, they taught them to live in harmony with nature, dedicating their lives to humans. Yet, they denied them the benefits they deserved, exploiting them to the bitter end. While naive, the mutants were not foolish. Once they realized what was happening, they retaliated and slaughtered the humans who exploited them. Humans were furious. A mere pawn rebelled? Thus began a years-long war between humans, the mutants, and the resentful marine life, which fanned the flames. Nearly annihilated the opposing groups. Perhaps it was because too many lives had been slaughtered that the blue water planet exploded. The Banyan Tree King excitedly declared, "Humans are too overbearing and selfish. The blue water planet belongs to all living things." Banksia and the heaven-swallowing tree were stunned. Shouldn't they be thankful they died early in their previous lives, thus avoiding all that followed? Nanching, standing by, was also stunned. So, all the hope he and his wife and friends had clung to and fought to survive until now was actually meaningless? Banksia turned and hugged Nanching, trying to draw warmth from him to calm her nerves. In her previous life, she had fought zombies, mutant plants and animals, marine life, and humans alike, but she had never considered the reason for the fight. Was it for survival? Was it to seize territory? Was it because those who are not of my kind must be different at heart? A principle of excluding those who are not my kind? Was it to consolidate humanity's dominance as the planet's overlords? Banksia was somewhat bewildered. She took a deep breath. So, you want me to take in the mutant plants and animals in Rongqing and prevent tragedy? No! The Banyan King arrogantly refused. This world is rotten, there's no need to save it. Although the Banyan King had no eyes, Banksia seemed to sense his fiery gaze. She heard him say, "I want to create a new world for the mutant plants and animals, a place fit for them to live." The Banyan King solemnly declared, "I know your peach blossom spring can be upgraded. I am willing to give you myself and my accumulated crystal cores. Furthermore, before they die, all the mutant plants and animals in Rongqing will, like me, voluntarily hand over their cores to you for disposal." Banksia paused. "Aren't you afraid I might just sit there and do nothing? Or worse, what if I'm the kind of human you hate?" "I'm afraid," the Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. "But I can't think of any other solution except asking you for help." Most importantly, it believed in itself and in the human before it. 3 days ago, it had another dream. After waking, it couldn't remember the specific events of the dream. But it always remembered the final scene, seconds before the explosion of the blue water planet, the human before it took her partner and companions to live in Peach Blossom Spring. In Peach Blossom Spring, there was no killing or exploitation, and humans, animals, and plants lived in harmony. It was the place it had always dreamed of. Banksia shook her head. "There's no true Peach Blossom Spring in this world. As long as there are conflicts of interest, the killing and bloodshed will never stop. The real reason the mutant animals and plants in her dimension could coexist harmoniously was because there were no conflicts of interest. But with more mutant animals and plants, that wasn't necessarily the case." The Banyan King smiled wryly and said, "I've lived for thousands of years and witnessed the rise and fall of human dynasties. I know full well that intelligent creatures will do anything for their own benefit. Logically, they shouldn't be so naive. But I just can't accept this. We animals and plants have existed for far longer than humans. Once humans gained power, they've aggressively encroached upon our habitat, attempting to wipe us out. That was fine before the apocalypse, it was just our incompetence. But now, we mutants are so powerful we far surpass humans, and yet we're still being bullied. I can't accept this. I refuse to accept this. As it spoke, the entire tree suddenly turned blood red. All humans deserve to die. Oh no! The Banyan King has gone berserk. Banksia quickly reacted, throwing Nanxing, the terrified Xiaofeng, and Xiaowei into the interstellar space. Then, in tacit coordination, she and the heaven-swallowing tree attacked the Banyan King from both sides. The rampaging Banyan King's power increased exponentially. Countless roots, as thick as adult elephant legs, writhed on the ground like pythons, while branches and leaves sprouted sharp spikes. Humans, all damned. A flash of red light flashed from the Banyan King's body, and thousands of green leaves, like hidden weapons, swiftly attacked both the man and the tree. The heaven-swallowing tree swiftly lifted Banksia onto itself. Vines erupted from Banksia's palms, forming a giant green cocoon that tightly enveloped both Banksia and the heaven-swallowing tree. Clang! Clang! The banyan leaves struck the green cocoon, creating a metallic clang, and yet, the leaves hadn't caused any real damage to the cocoon, as if the rain of leaves had just been a fleeting dream. The Banyan King was momentarily stunned. Its strongest attack had failed. After the metallic clash, Banksia retracted her vines and shouted, "Tian Tian, escort me to the Banyan King." Okay. The heaven-swallowing tree swished back into its original form, instantly rising from the ground into a black and white tree several dozen meters tall. It swung its flexible yet sturdy branches at the Banyan King, sending it stumbling before it could react. At the same time, Banksia's vine shot out from her palm towards the Banyan King's trunk, then, leveraging the momentum, leapt onto the Banyan King. The Banyan King paid no attention to Banksia, a tiny insect so insignificant to its enormous size. The entire tree's attention was riveted by the heaven-swallowing tree. A sane Banyan King would never have engaged the heaven-swallowing tree head-on at this moment. However, in its mad state, it disregarded all else, its mind preoccupied with killing and destruction. Like a wild beast, the Banyan King sprinted towards the heaven-swallowing tree. The heaven-swallowing tree rushed forward, and as expected, the two trees quickly engaged in a scuffle. You pull off one of my new branches, and I break one of your old roots. You pluck a handful of my leaves, and I pull off a piece of your bark. It wasn't long before both trees were covered in scars. Chapter 198. Fearing the sky-swallowing tree's fury, Banksia mentally advised Tian Tian, there are still plenty of crystal cores in the space. You use them later. Fearing the sky-swallowing tree would be enraged by her injuries, she added guiltily, don't kill the Banyan King. The Banyan King was indeed powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dominate the region. But it was no match for Tian Tian, who was more experienced and powerful. Its ability to fight Tian in such a grueling battle was entirely due to Tiantian's generosity and tolerance. Don't worry, I won't kill it. The sky-swallowing tree promised, but then it lashed out at the Banyan King several times, knocking it to the ground. Then, the entire tree stomped on its trunk and hopped wildly. Banksia averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. She pressed her hands against the tree trunk. Vines grew rapidly from her palms, piercing the tree's heart with unstoppable force, and finally found the well-hidden crystal core. Normally, the Banyan King's crystal core is green, but now the outer layer of the core was blood red. A green light flashed in Banksia's palm, and energy flowed through the vines, gradually turning the blood-red color back to green. The Banyan King's sanity began to return. He watched the heaven-swallowing tree dancing on his trunk, and remained silent for a long moment. Well, it was his fault, and the heaven-swallowing tree deserved its anger. But he hadn't expected that after more than 10 minutes, the heaven-swallowing tree was still dancing. Unable to bear it any longer, he asked, "Can you please get off me?" The heaven-swallowing tree took Banksia onto itself and turned the tables, saying, "What's wrong with you, tree? You're king, and yet you're still so emotionally unstable?" The Banyan King apologized aggrievedly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Humph." The heaven-swallowing tree snorted coldly, "Forget it. Since you're older, I let you off for now. Banyan King, you know I'm older than you, so why are you still dancing on me?" But it didn't dare to object. Not only could it not defeat the tree, it also needed help. Human, I thought carefully. Although entering the peach blossom spring will still inevitably lead to conflict and bloodshed among our kind, for us, this is already very good, very good. They understood the principle of natural selection and accepted this fate. The only thing they couldn't accept was being oppressed by foreigners and still not getting any better. Banksia was silent for a moment. "In your dream, when did the blue water planet explode?" The Banyan King sighed softly. 17 years later. Banksia didn't make a decision immediately. This is not a trivial matter. I need time to discuss it with my family. As the head of the family, when making important decisions, it is necessary to consult with other family members. The Banyan King was anxious, but he also knew the importance of the matter, so he forced himself to suppress his anxiety. Is one day enough? In his dream, the earthquake occurred 5 days later. It had to make 2 plans. If humans agreed, everyone would be happy. If they didn't, it could just inform the mutants in advance and have them leave. That's enough, Banksia nodded. See you tomorrow at this time. There weren't many family members, so one day was more than enough. She then tossed Little Phoenix and Little Tail from the space to the Banyan Tree King. I have to be away for a while. Bamboo Rice will come get them tomorrow. Little Phoenix and Little Tail didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the king. They whispered goodbye, goodbye, you must come. Everyone here knew the secrets, the trees, so there was no need to hide. Banksia pulled the heaven-swallowing tree into the space, and slipped directly into the space. The Banyan King gazed enviously at the place where Banksia had disappeared for a long time. The Peach Blossom Spring, a place he could never visit in his lifetime. Xiaofeng, Xiaowei, what is the Peach Blossom Spring like? Is there soft, fertile soil and clean water? Is the temperature suitable for us to survive? Xiaofeng and Xiaowei quietly but firmly refused. King, we promised the humans not to reveal her secrets to any living creature. The Banyan King paused, then smiled, then I won't ask. As soon as Banksia returned to the space, a worried Nanqing pinched her face. What did you promise me before? Why did you leave me alone when danger struck? Banksia tried to stall. I discuss this with you later. Sure, I have something else important to discuss with you right now. Nanqing knew exactly what she was thinking. Wasn't she just hoping he'd forget about this once he got busy? He said with a half smile. Okay, what's the important thing you need to discuss with me right now? Ben Xiao looked up at the sky. What do you think about the Banyan Tree King's idea of taking in mutant plants and animals? Nanqing pulled her to sit on the sofa. I don't know. Before today, he had secretly held onto the hope that the world would return to normal. He was suddenly told not only would it not, but that the planet was about to explode. He was still stunned. Nanqing hugged Ban Xiao and took a deep breath. Wife, if that day ever comes, He couldn't finish. If the blue water planet ever really exploded, what else could he do but wait for death? Ban Xiao cupped his cheek and kissed him. If that day ever comes, we return to our space and live. In the space, there are Jinzi, Inzi, and Tian Tian, as well as so many other small lives. They will never be alone. Nanqing asked blankly, will the space disappear along with the blue water planet? No, Banksia shook her head. The space exists independently, unaffected by the blue water planet. A surge of ambition suddenly surged within her. If the old world was to be destroyed, she would create a new one for herself, for her lover, and for the furry creatures who loved her more than herself. Thinking of this, Banksia no longer hesitated. I want to agree to the Banyan King's request. Nanqing said bluntly, okay. Whatever Banksia's sudden change of heart, he supported her. Thank you, Banksia kissed him. Love you. After the two of them discussed it, they gathered Jinzi, Inzi, Taozi, Tuanzi, Haizi, the White Wolf King, Xingzi, Shansha, and Tian Tian. Banksia repeated the Banyan King's request and asked, what do you think? Except for Tian Tian, who knew about it, Jinzi, Inzi, and the others were stunned after digesting her words. Tian Tian said nonchalantly, I don't care. Anything's fine. Inzi's emerald eyes flashed with thought, and her furry paws quickly typed on her tablet. I listened to my sister. Jinzi leaned over curiously to take a look. Woof woof woof. Even the puppies listened to their sister. Peach, Tuanzi, Haizi, and the White Wolf King, confused by the situation, nodded foolishly. Listen to the cat boss. Inzi glanced at Jinzi and the others with disdain and continued typing. If my sister decides to take in the mutant animals from Rongqing, I'd be the Beast King. She placed the tablet on Banksia's lap and looked at her expectantly. Banksia took the tablet and looked at it. Okay, sister agrees. Her Inzi is truly ambitious. Shansha, seeing the furries had already expressed their wishes, said hurriedly, I'm just like Boss Tian Tian. Anything's fine with me. Xingzi chimed in, me too. Banksia thought. It seems like her and Nanqing's parenting has been a bit of a failure. Besides Inzi, there's not a single one with a strong opinion. Then I tell the Banyan King tomorrow that I agree to his request. Chapter 199. The next day, Banksia arrived at the time she had agreed with the Banyan King. The Banyan King seemed to arrive early. Banksia saw him the moment she emerged from the space. Have you been here long? The Banyan King shook its branches. No, I just arrived. Banksia paused, looking away from its icy leaves. I agree with your request, but I don't want to be king. She stroked Ainsley's head in her arms. In the animal world, the strong are respected. I hope the strongest will take on the important role of Beast King. Since Ainsley wanted to be king, she would help him fulfill his wish, no matter what. The Banyan King glanced at the kitten in Banksia's arms, acting coquettishly, and kindly reminded her, there's a level 5 mutant cow cat in Rongqing. It's been wandering since childhood, and its ferocity is ingrained in its bones. This cat is the leader of all the mutant animals in Rongqing. Banksia nodded. My Ainsley is very powerful, don't underestimate him. Ainsley was inoffensive in front of her, but outside, he was a true powerhouse. After all, there aren't many mutant animals in the world with dual level 5 abilities. The Banyan King's concerns faded upon hearing this. Does the mutant plant world also prioritize strength over strength? Banksia shook her head. I hope you continue to hold the important position of king, but if you have other ideas, feel free to raise them. Neither she nor Tian Eon had any desire to manage thousands of mutant plants. Couldn't they have more time for fun and entertainment? Xingzi did have an idea, but she was too weak to convince anyone. The Banyan King was surprised and delighted. Me? You don't want my crystal core? Banksia didn't lack crystal cores, she just needed a capable helper. No, for me, your life creates greater value. The Banyan King immediately solemnly promised, we will never forget your great kindness. We will remain loyal to you and your bloodline for the rest of our lives. Banksia quickly changed the subject. Is there a suitable place for a martial arts competition in Rongqing? Promises or not meant nothing to her. This space was her private domain, and she held the power of control. Anyone who dared disobey her would be thrown out to fend for themselves. This was why she felt comfortable handing over the rule of the mutant plants to the Banyan King, with whom she had yet to establish a close relationship. The Banyan King thought for a few seconds and said, there's a large square in the city center. 2 hours later, in the city center square, the Banyan King stood in the center of the square, with Banksia, Nanqing, Ainsley, and the interpreter parrot perched on its branches. A 10-meter radius filled with mutant plants and animals, all silently watching the Banyan King. The Banyan King lamented, 2 months ago, I had a prophetic dream. He meticulously recounted his dreams of the past 2 months, sending the mutant plants and animals into an uproar. Is our home going to disappear? King, when will we leave? How dared humans do this to us? I'm going to kill them! The mutated Banyan King soothed, quiet. I know you're panicking and angry right now, but rest assured, I've found a way out. After all the mutant plants and animals had quieted down, he used a branch to carry Banksia to the front. This human is Banksia. She has a paradise, and she's willing to take us in. Worried that some of the mutants from the deep mountains and forests might not understand what a paradise was, he carefully explained, a paradise is a place even more beautiful than before the apocalypse. There's fertile soil, clear water, a comfortable temperature, and plenty of food. If we move there, we won't have to worry about survival. Wang, you've certainly been deceived by treacherous humans. The mutant milk cat stepped forward, carefully examining Banksia and the plump Ainsley in her arms. With a look of assurance, he said, when I was taking a class at university, I heard the professor say that paradise is just a beautiful human imagination. It doesn't exist in the real world. The translator, the parrot, dutifully translated. Kitten. Banksia scratched Ainsley's chin. Seeing is believing. Would you like to see my paradise for yourself? The cow cat said proudly, I would, but if I catch you lying, I scratch your face. Ainsley's eyes glared, and she was about to jump down to fight the cow cat. Banksia quickly restrained her. Besides Kitten, who else doubts me? Step forward, and I show you all. Several more mutant animals and plants stepped forward. Banksia estimated that they were all between level 4 and 5, and probably usually the leaders. Banksia confirmed again, anything else? No one uttered a word. Banksia activated her supernatural power to collect the plants and animals that had come forward, along with the Banyan King, into her space. Over there's the forest, over there's the pasture, over there's the food, over there's the water. Okay, go explore on your own, and we meet in half an hour. With that, she ignored the Banyan King and the cow cats, who were stunned, and dragged Nanqing, Ainsley, and the parrot back to the house for some snacks. Before the apocalypse, she almost never ate snacks, but afterward, she developed a habit of enjoying them every now and then. Ainsley angrily grabbed a can and opened it, mentally planning how, during the duel, she'd beat the cow cat into a biscuit for daring to offend her sister. The cow cat had no idea it was about to be beaten. It rubbed its eyes with its paws in disbelief. Meow meow meow. Is the cat dreaming? Chapter 200. The Banyan King buried his roots in the earth and sighed with relief. I haven't seen soil this good for growing in ages. The cow-cat suddenly came to his senses and gave the Banyan King a helpless look. King, time is running out. I checked the forest and pastures, and you checked the water source at the planting base. It clearly assigned tasks to each mutant animal and plant. This is where we be living. You must carefully inspect every detail. We need to convince our brothers and sisters when we return. The Banyan King couldn't help but laugh. You were just doubting others. How did you decide to move here so quickly? The cow-cat turned its head away. I'm not stupid. It added sheepishly, I apologize to the humans. She's not like those who abuse cats and dogs. She's a good person. The Banyan King stroked the cow-cat's head with a branch and gently praised her. Good girl. The cow-cat's mother was a beautiful calico cat, abandoned by humans because of her mischievous nature. Fortunately, it was agile and capable, quickly earning a place among the stray cats. It later befriended the handsome Mr. Black Cat and gave birth to Cow-Cat. Sadly, its good fortune didn't last long. When Cow-Cat was only 2 months old, Mr. Black Cat was tortured to death by a cruel human. The mother Calico Cat tried to avenge Mr. Black Cat, but cats were no match for the humans, and she lost her life in vain. Cow-Cat became an orphan stray cat. Fortunately, the other adult stray cats and dogs were very friendly to the kitten, occasionally sharing their extra food with it. Thus, it survived, hungry and full. The Banyan King sighed at this thought. The cow-cat licked his paws. But I still hate humans. It remembered clearly one year, humans, claiming their domesticated dogs had injured them, began a frenzied killing of stray dogs and cats. The very people who had raised it, as well as the puppies it had raised after learning to raise its own, were beaten to death by humans. It struggled to escape the demon-infested city and survived in the wild, but within its heart, a seed of hatred began to grow. It vowed to avenge its innocent kin within its lifetime. The cow-cat gloated back to the demons that had transformed into hideous zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. I go check on the forest and pasture. Now that all its enemies were dead, it was time to start a new life. Thanks to the efforts of Banksia, Tian, Xingzi, and Shansha, the spatial forest had expanded to tens of thousands of square meters. The cow-cat stared at the endless forest in amazement, biting its furry paw in disbelief. Meow. It hurts. Humans are so powerful, even more powerful than the university professor whose class it was crashing. Without hesitation, the cow-cat turned and ran towards the pasture. It was impossible for humans to even raise animals so well. However, the chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, pigs, cattle, sheep, and deer running around told it that humans were even more powerful than it had imagined. The cow-cat watched the leisurely strolling hens, baffled. Where did humans find so many non-mutated animals? If Banksia were here, she say, fertilized eggs or pups bought before the apocalypse. The family was small, and their daily food consumption was limited, but the chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and other small animals continued to reproduce and thrive. And with no natural enemies, they had spawned a large flock in less than a year. A mutant eagle couple was taking their cub for a walk when they spotted a drooling cat outside the pasture. They kindly said, "Kitty, are you hungry? We have food at home. Would you like some?" The cow-cat was startled and cautiously backed away, warning, "Stay away." Benley quickly explained, "Don't worry, we don't eat cats." "But who brought you into this dimension? Why are you alone here?" Lightning slapped Benley's back with a wing and said angrily, "Yesterday, the boss said we were going to have a new batch of mutant animals. Did you forget again?" Benley suddenly realized, "Oh right, Ronching. Kitty, from now on. We might even have to fight side by side. Would you like to visit me?" The cow-cat carefully examined the expressions of the two eagles, noting their gentle, unfaithful eyes. "Peach Blossom, are there many mutant animals in this dimension?" Benley said casually, "Before you came, we had over 60 of our kind. Don't be afraid, we're all very easy to get along with." The cow-cat pushed aside the eagle cub that had jumped onto its back and continued to inquire, "What do you usually do in this dimension?" It wasn't a naive kitten. It knew the human saying, "Nothing good, nothing good." If humans took them in, they must have something to gain from them. Benley thought for a moment. "Use my superpowers to grow food and raise animals. After that, I practice my superpowers on my own or with others." Well, actually, they were fighting, but for fear of scaring the timid cat, I didn't dare tell the truth. The cow-cat was shocked. "That's all you do? Don't you have to work for humans?" Benley said curiously, "No, the boss is much more powerful than us. We only go out to help out occasionally. If we get hurt while helping out, The bosses will give us food and crystal cores as a subsidy. It said, somewhat greedily. Kitten, let me take you to dinner. I heard the chef made steamed fish today. The cow cat's eyes widened. Steamed fish? Someone's cooking for you. It secretly bit its furry paw again. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. Lightning explained. The food we eat is cooked by monkeys and chimpanzees. If you want to eat Nanjing's food, you've got to be lucky. Occasionally Nanjing cooks too much, or if they've done something good, then he relent and give them a few bites. Don't even think about it, or Banksia will show them why flowers are red. The cow cat was dazed, as the two eagles led it to the animal kitchen. Then, dazed, it took the steamed fish from the monkey's hand until the delicious. The aroma of fish filled his mouth, and he barely came to his senses. Teacher was wrong. There really is a paradise on Earth. The Banyan King and the other mutant plants and animals were just as surprised as the cow cat. Before they could even examine the situation, they eagerly returned to find Banksia to escort them out of the space. They were determined to convince their kind to move in today. So, when the cow cat returned to check on the location, it realized it had seemingly incurred public wrath. It felt a little aggrieved. Meow. I'm not late. Why are you looking at me like that? The Banyan King said irritably. Why are you back just now? It didn't want to get angry, but Banksia thought it was too much trouble to escort everyone out one by one, so she decided to wait until everyone was together before leaving the space. Wasn't the cow cat coming back so late a waste of time? The cow cat subconsciously licked its lips. The fish was delicious. Seeing everyone present, Banksia asked, Do you all believe in the existence of the peach blossom spring now? All the plants and animals nodded frantically, yes. The cow cat walked gracefully to Banksia and lay down, rolling over to reveal its soft belly. Meow. Human, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I give you a belly rub. Inzi bared his teeth fiercely. Meow, meow, meow. Don't fight me for my sister. The cow cat blinked innocently. Meow, meow, meow. I'm not fighting with you. I just want to apologize to you, human. It didn't know why humans like to rub cats' bellies, but after wronging someone, it felt it was necessary to take concrete action to express its apology. Inzi leaped into Banksia's arms, wrapped her tail around her hand, and brought it to her belly. Meow, meow, meow. Sister, touch me. Banksia caressed Inzi's belly with amusement. Is the kitten jealous? She said to the milk cat on the ground. I got your apology. Get up. The milk cat breathed a sigh of relief. It hated being touched on the belly. It felt insecure. But besides having its belly touched, it didn't know how else to express its apology. Fortunately, the human actively refused. It glanced at Banksia and the sleek fellow in her arms. She was truly a kind and gentle person, raising a cat so well. Chapter 201. The Banyan King, the cow cat, and the others all agreed to move to the space, and Banksia led them out of the space. King, you're finally back. King, where did you go? King, is the peach blossom spring real? The animals and plants that had been stationed there suddenly gathered around, excitedly asking questions. They had almost thought the king and the others had suddenly disappeared, and they had been under attack. The Banyan King motioned for everyone to be quiet. Cow cat, you go first. Compared to the simple-minded mutant plants, the mutant animals that had lived with humans for a long time were clearly more cunning. If they could convince them, then convincing the mutant plants would be a piece of cake. The cow cat nodded calmly and stretched lazily. Suddenly, a black and white cow cat, over a meter tall, appeared. Meow. The peach blossom spring is real. There's food, water, and a comfortable temperature. I hope everyone moves in. A chubby spotted cat leaned in close to its mouth and sniffed. Juan, your mouth smells so good. Its golden eyes were filled with confusion. What could produce this all too familiar aroma? The cow cat froze. It had licked its mouth several times, so why was there still a smell? It quickly changed the subject. Please trust me, everyone. I wouldn't lie to you. The spotted cat tilted its head. Wang, I believe in you. The other animals quickly chimed in. We believe in you too. The cow cat was a truly capable leader. Not only did he never bully the weak, but he also kindly shared his food with his cubs when they couldn't find it. They all respected him. The cow cat nodded seriously. Thank you for your trust. It turned to look at Banksia. Meow. Human, my men and I have agreed. Send me into the space. It licked its lips. The monkey chef said he'd make it a fish feast, but if it arrived too late, the fish would be cold. Banksia reminded the greedy little kitty. Did you forget about the re-election of the Beast King? Before leaving the space, she had specifically sought out the cow cat to privately discuss the re-election of the Beast King, a decision it had clearly agreed to. The milk cat blinked guiltily and coughed softly. Brothers and sisters, we animals have always followed the law of the jungle, and I am no longer the strongest in my pack. Therefore, I have decided to step down as Beast King and let. It raised its right paw and pointed at Yin and Ban Xia's arms. Master Yin will take over as Beast King. If anyone disagrees, please come forward and fight me. The victor will be king. The milk cat then shrank guiltily, and sat at Nanxing's feet. It had long since given up on the job of Beast King, and now it was overjoyed to have such a scapegoat take over. The spotted cat looked at Yin with suspicion. A princess cat, raised indoors from childhood, would probably be terrified of mice. Why should it be superior to him? It immediately took a few steps forward and glared at Yin provocatively. I challenge you. With that, a spotted cat, over a meter tall, appeared in the same spot. Its right paw flashed with golden light, and a mark about a meter deep instantly appeared on the hard ice. Silver glanced at it lightly, then leaped toward the spotted cat. As he moved, the silver tabby patterns on his body shimmered like spring water in the sunlight. The spotted cat's eyes lit up. How beautiful! He decided to be gentle when he attacked, so as not to hurt the delicate princess. How could Yin, pursued daily by the white wolf, not know what the spotted cat was thinking? Suddenly filled with disgust, he slapped the stunned spotted cat over 10 meters away. Then, leaping to its side, he stomped his right paw hard on its neck. Do you accept? The spotted cat was stunned. With its 4th level gold type ability, how could it be defeated by the princess cat in one blow? Yin stomped down hard with his right paw. Do you accept? The spotted cat's tongue hung out from under him. I accept. Screw the princess cat. This is clearly a king cat. Yin moved away in disdain. Opening his right paw, he glanced at the mutant animals, all with varying expressions. Who else wants to challenge me? Me. A muscular German shepherd stepped forward. Hello, kitten. My name is Black Pearl. I have a level 5 ice ability. Please teach me. Yin nodded calmly. Hello, my name is Yin. I have wind and thunder abilities. You go first. Black Pearl grinned friendly, then opened his fang-filled maw and bit Yin's neck, carefully observing her expression as he bit, adjusting his movements. Yin knew Black Pearl wasn't using all his strength at once, observing her speed. He quickly retracted his sharp claws and slapped the approaching dog's mouth. We're rivals. Please fight with all your might. Black Pearl blinked innocently. Wasn't he afraid of hurting the kitten? But since the kitten asked him to use all his might, he wouldn't hold back. Black Pearl opened his mouth wide, and several ice arrows shot straight at Yin's forehead. Yin leaped out of the way, his tail slightly raised, and responded with several lightning balls. The ice arrows and lightning balls collided, and bang! With a loud bang, ice shards flew everywhere, showering the surrounding plants and animals. Black Pearl was somewhat surprised. With the added bonus of the cold weather, the attack power of its supernatural power far exceeded level 5, even rivaling the power of an ordinary level 6 supernatural power. It seemed the kitten was even more powerful than it had imagined. Instantly intrigued, it formed an ice shield to block the lightning ball. At the same time, a thick white fog suddenly rose within 30 meters of its body. Black Pearl half closed its eyelids, half crouched, and silently approached Yin. This was its strongest attack. If the kitten could deflect it, it would consider itself king. If not, don't blame it for stealing the kitten's throne. Yin calmly formed a small tornado to disperse the white fog, but it seemed trapped in a sealed space and could not be blown away. A flash of coldness flashed in its eyes. Other puppies have mastered the art of playing with ice, but my sister's silly golden retriever does nothing but eat, drink, and play all day. If I don't teach it a lesson tonight, it's no use to me. Gold, munching on meat in the space, said, Achoo. A cat is trying to harm me. Knowing that Black Pearl must be waiting for an opportunity to attack, Silver deliberately threw several lightning balls into the thick fog, revealing her position. Sure enough, the moment the lightning balls landed, hundreds of ice arrows shot towards her. Unhesitatingly, Silver flew into the air to avoid the attack. Then, with a flick of his tail, a massive electric net, just enough to cover the white fog, descended into the dense fog. Chapter 202. Ouch, that's so numb. Black Pearl was electrocuted, completely baffled. How had the kitten discovered her? She quickly put away her white mist. Cat, King, how did you find me? Yin landed gracefully in front of Black Pearl and explained, I didn't find your hiding place, but I used the electric shock to attack you indiscriminately. Black Pearl suddenly realized something and immediately dropped her chin to the ground. A gesture of submission. I lose. From now on you are my king. She had no interest in the position of Beast King. Her challenge was simply to personally test the future king's strength. After all, Rongqing's mutant animals were numerous and varied, some of them natural enemies, and their relationships weren't entirely harmonious. If you want to be Beast King, you won't be able to stop them if you don't have the strength to suppress them. Yin nodded. Anyone else want to challenge me? Several more mutant animals then came forward to challenge, but unfortunately, they were all defeated by Yin. The other animals had no objections. Over 5,000 mutant animals cried out in unison, "King!" The sound threatened to break the sky. The fleeing wild animals in the distance, believing a herd of beasts was about to hunt them, swung their legs so fast that only shadows could be seen. Yin nodded solemnly. "I promise to lead you to a well-fed and stable life in the future. Do you believe me?" "I do." The mutant animals in the distance ran even faster. Their legs swung so hard that sparks practically flew. Yin nodded in satisfaction. "I have a few things to announce. First, Sister is offering us protection. We must obey her unconditionally. I will personally drive away any who fail to do so. Second, every animal must help Sister with the work they can do, or they will not receive any food. Third, the strong must not bully the weak. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. Fourth, you must not harm humans without cause. However, if they initiate the attack, you may take their life at will. 5. It spoke eloquently, then asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" The mutant animals shook their heads in unison. "No." "Okay, everyone line up. I take you into the space right away." Hearing this, all the mutant animals looked at Banksia with sparkling eyes. They were about to see the magical peach blossom spring. Banksia released Tian into the space. "You go to the left, I go to the right." One person and one tree swiftly gathered all the mutant animals into the space. The long-awaited Banyan King eagerly slid over to her. "Banksia, the plants are lined up too." Banksia nodded helplessly. "Don't worry, you won't be left behind." All the mutants were. After storing the exotic plants, the Banyan King mysteriously pulled Banksia and Nanjing to sit on his branches. "I have a lot of good stuff. Go see if you can use any of it." Banksia leaned on the Banyan King's branch and chatted casually. "Why are there no zombies in the city? There aren't a single zombie in Banyan City." "It's unbelievable." The Banyan King smiled and explained, "I hate ugly things. I took my men to clean them out." He complained, "Not only are they ugly, but they stink too. I can't stand it." Banksia, She suddenly remembered the zombies covered in insects when the weather first started getting hot, and she felt like vomiting. The Banyan King took Banksia and the others to his destination, the tallest building in the city center. It excitedly pushed open the door. "Come and take a look. Is there anything you like?" Banksia looked over curiously, seeing the floor covered in glittering jadeite and crystal cores. "Why are you collecting so much jade?" The Banyan King casually picked up a white jade Buddha statue. "When I was born, only the wealthy could afford jade. I saw no one wanted it, so I quietly put it away." "Hurry and put it away. I take you next door to see my treasures." Banksia waved her hand, gathering everything away and following the Banyan King into the next room. The Banyan King opened a tightly wrapped box and pulled out a yellowed ancient painting. He said with a nostalgic tone, "The little girl who painted it once tied a red ribbon around one of my branches." He returned the painting to the box and said generously, "Are there any you like? Feel free to take any." Banksia and Nanjing were not in the habit of stealing what others valued. "We're not experts in calligraphy and painting. Keep it for yourself." The Banyan King gestured for Banksia to put it away. "What do you like?" "I find a way to get it back." Banksia said bluntly, "Crystal core. I help you fight the zombies." After packing up, the Banyan King took the two on a stroll through the streets, carefully introducing them as they walked. "There used to be a well here that's older than I am. Hundreds of years ago, there was a severe drought. It had lived in this city for thousands of years, witnessing the people of this land thrive and multiply, their development from ignorance and backwardness to civilization and advancement. The greatest pleasure before the apocalypse was guessing which pilgrims were descendants of the deceased, and what fascinating stories had befallen them." Banksia heard the Banyan King's reluctance and silently took out her camera. "Here's a camera. I teach you how to use it." The Banyan King thanked him gratefully. "Thank you." It listened to the woman's soft voice and thought to itself, "I feel like I have a home again." As they left the highway, the Banyan King held up his camera. "Let's take a picture together." Banksia and Nanjing exchanged a glance and said indulgently, "Okay." Click. The image froze. The Banyan King handed the camera to Banksia. "Thank you, let's go." Banksia put the camera away. patted the slightly trembling branches beneath her, and soothed, "Don't cry. I print out the photos for you when I have time. You can look at them when you miss home." The Banyan King said curiously, "I'm not crying. It wasn't human, it had no nose or eyes, so how could it possibly shed tears?" Banksia was silent for a moment, then sternly shouted, "Run!" The banyan tree was confused, but instinctively broke into a run. "What are you running for?" Banksia didn't answer, her eyes pierced by the irregular red and blue lights in the sky, tears streaming down her face, and she couldn't think straight. Boom! The Banyan King stumbled, nearly falling. It instinctively stopped, but the violent tremor sent its massive body 4 or 5 centimeters off the ground. The Banyan King pleaded with Banksia in a panic, "Why did the earthquake come early?" Banksia didn't answer. Countless vines erupted from her palms, tightly binding herself, Nanching, and the Banyan King's trunk to prevent them from being thrown away. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the nearby city. The two people and the tree instinctively looked over. Countless tall buildings collapsed in an instant, and the earthy yellow dust mocked the sky like a fanged, jagged monster. A city passed down for thousands of years was razed to the ground in a matter of seconds. Was this the power of a magnitude 9 earthquake? No, that wasn't the most terrifying thing. Chapter 203. The mountains on either side of the road were like giant beasts suddenly awakened, their snow swirling with frozen soil and rocks. The mutants, unable to escape, were crushed into bloody corpses without a sound. The Banyan King dodged in panic, and Banksia gently pressed its trunk. An even stronger tremor suddenly struck, sending the Banyan King swaying uncontrollably up and down and left and right. She stopped abruptly to prevent her uncontrolled teeth from biting her tongue. Boom! The entire world was suddenly enveloped in a blinding blue light. In the distance, a city lay in ruins. With the city center as its center, a deep pit, approximately 10 kilometers in diameter, suddenly appeared. Countless lava gushed out of the pit, flowing in all directions. The thick ice on the ground evaporated into a white mist as the lava passed through, filling the air with a pungent smell. Nanching grabbed Banksia's arm and anxiously said, "Wife, enter the space." Banksia gave him an unsure look and, without a word, untied the vines bound around her. Nanching felt strangely uneasy. "You." Banksia didn't wait for him to finish, pulling him and the Banyan King back into the space. Then she summoned the heaven-swallowing tree. "Tian Tian, do you feel it?" Something in the center of the pit called out to her loudly. The heaven-swallowing tree hesitated. "It seems to be crying." Banksia groped her slightly aching chest, bewildered. Why did she feel so uncomfortable when that thing cried? "I want to go over and see." She felt an inexplicable certainty that the thing wouldn't hurt her. Logically, the heaven-swallowing tree should have stopped them, but it had a premonition that if they left now, it and Banksia would regret it for the rest of their lives. "I take you there." It placed Banksia on its branch and turned, running toward the city. The fleeing mutant squirrel looked at the man and the tree in horror. Could it have been frightened into insanity? Gugga. Fool, running in the wrong direction. Banksia glanced at it casually, then, facing its incredulous gaze, took it into its space. The heaven-swallowing tree ran swiftly, soon closing within 500 meters of the lava. "Banksia, do you smell that pungent smell?" Banksia shook her head hesitantly. "No, Tian Tian. Do you feel the heat?" "No." The man and the tree exchanged bewildered glances. Had their 5 senses, including pain, been blocked? Before they could even begin to process what was happening, lava began to flow through the heaven-swallowing tree's roots. "Tian Tian, are your roots okay?" "No pain, no itch, just like soaking in a hot spring." The heaven-swallowing tree shifted its roots in surprise. "Banksia, I must have mutated." Banksia's words made her want to touch the lava, but she glanced at her clothes and held back. "Keep going." The closer she got to the pit, the faster her heart beat, almost leaping out of her chest. Banksia stared at the pit in confusion. What could be in there? She formed her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted into the pit, "Hey! What's in there?" The crying stopped abruptly. Boom! 3 seconds later, a flash of blue light pierced Banksia's chest with lightning speed. Before she could react, the ground beneath her feet began to collapse, and she tumbled into the pit, mingled with mud. On the verge of falling into the lava, she grabbed the branch offered by the heaven-swallowing tree and dodged back into space. The swallowing heaven tree anxiously picked up Banksia and asked, "Banksia, are you okay?" Banksia shook her head. "I'm fine, but I'm sorry about my clothes and shoes." She wasn't afraid of the molten heat, but her clothes and shoes were, emitting a pungent, burning smell. The swallowing heaven tree hesitantly asked, "That light?" "Banksia, catching sight of Nanqing running towards them, interrupted, "I'm fine." She had a headache, unsure how to explain her suicidal behavior to Nanqing. Furthermore, she gently touched her chest, and the light seemed to vanish inexplicably. Nanqing saw Banksia's scorched clothes and shoes, and nearly fainted with anxiety. "Are you hurt?" Banksia quickly turned her around. Soothingly, "No, look, even my hair is fine." Yes, she was so incredible that even her hair wasn't singed by the heat. Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief and took her back to the bedroom to change. The space maintains a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, ideal for human survival. While wearing cold weather clothing won't cause heat stroke, it won't be very comfortable either. After changing, Nanqing pulled Banksia to sit on the sofa, ready for a long conversation. "Banksia, I know you're very capable now. If you encounter danger, you have the space as your backup, so nothing will happen easily. But..." He took a deep breath, his eyes moistening unconsciously. "What if something unexpected happens? Like you suddenly lose consciousness, or the space suddenly becomes inaccessible, or you don't react? If something happens to you, what will happen to me? What will happen to my gold and silver?" Banksia's eyes warmed, and she threw herself into Nanqing's arms, whispering an apology, "I'm sorry." Perhaps everything since her rebirth had gone too smoothly, causing her to grow inflated and gradually lose her sense of awe. If it were her previous life, even if she was certain the unknown creature wouldn't harm her, she wouldn't have impulsively led the sky-swallowing tree into danger. This insane woman didn't seem like herself anymore. Banksia frowned slightly. Something was wrong with Tian today, too. That unknown creature. No, that blue light seemed to be affecting her and Tian's judgment. At this thought, her heart began to pound. "Nanqing, did you just see that strange blue light in the dimension?" If that blue light wasn't within her, then it was most likely hiding within the dimension. Banksia half closed her eyes, a cold expression in them. If anything dared to seize her dimension, she would make it regret coming into this world. Nanqing paused. "I was just cleaning my room and wasn't paying attention to the outside world." Without control of the dimension, he could only numb himself with housework after being locked up. Otherwise, whenever he had some free time, his mind would be filled with wild thoughts. Banksia pursed her lips and decided to tell the truth, lest Nanqing be harmed by the indiscriminate blue light without knowing the situation. "Just now, a strange blue light rushed into my chest, but I can feel it's not inside me right now. It's hiding somewhere else. I suspect it's in space." Nanqing was shocked. "Wife, are you sure the blue light isn't inside you? Let me get Shansha to check you out." Shansha's healing ability had been upgraded to level 5. Any injury, not severe, like a broken limb or disembowelment, could be easily healed in an instant. Fearing the blue light might affect her judgment, Banksia hurriedly went with him to find Shansha, who was examining the mutant animals in Rongqing. Chapter 204. After hearing Nanqing's request, Shansha, though deeply curious about the blue light, knew the priorities, and quickly placed the branch in Banksia's palm, allowing her supernatural power to circulate around her meridians. A few minutes later, Shansha said confidently, "I didn't find anything inside Banksia. If you're worried, I checked Tian as well." Nanqing thanked him gratefully. "Thank you for your trouble. I called Tian over right away." The heaven-swallowing tree had just wandered over to watch the fun when it suddenly heard his name from afar. "Nanqing, you looking for me?" Nanqing nodded. "Come here and let Shansha check you out." The heaven-swallowing tree paused, watching Shansha's ability circling its trunk and branches. "What's wrong?" Banksia explained. Tian, think carefully. Does our previous state look like we were being manipulated?" The heaven-swallowing tree, alerted to this, realized something was amiss, and was horrified. Who is so powerful as to be able to control us all at once? It and Banksia's true power were comparable to that of a level 7 psychic. It was practically impossible for anyone in the world to rival them. To be able to control them simultaneously, without their detection, meant the other person was at least level 8. Such a being simply couldn't possibly exist in this world, unless the other party, like them, was also cheating. Banksia shook her head heavily. "I can't imagine it." The man and the tree fell silent. If the other party was truly level 8, how could they capture him? Or, in other words, how could they protect themselves? Shansha, noticing the tension, quickly changed the subject. "Banksia, what was that blue light you were talking about?" "A blue sphere or bead." Banksia didn't see clearly what the blue light was, but the moment it entered her body, she vaguely sensed its true form, a translucent blue sphere. She then found Inzi and the Banyan Tree King and told them about the blue sphere, asking them to help question their subordinates. Disappointingly, they still found no useful clues. Banksia could only drag Nanqing back home. Since they were targeting her, they would reveal themselves sooner or later. There was no need to fight them to the death. As they investigated the blue light, the crater in the center of Rongqing, originally only 10 kilometers across, grew larger and larger, until the entire city was transformed into a crater. Banksia was baffled, but she didn't dare leave the dimension to investigate. After all, she had nearly gotten into trouble just now. If it happened again, not only would Nanqing be terrified and upset, but she herself wouldn't be able to forgive her own willfulness. Given the strangeness of the sudden giant crater in Rongqing, the two decided to leave the dimension 3 days later. Unsurprisingly, Banksia was dragged into a late-night pre-sleep exercise session, only being reluctantly released near dawn. Banksia was clearly aware she was dreaming, but she couldn't wake up. She could only watch the dream in boredom, waiting for it to end. Before her stood a massive rock, its weak gravity constantly drawing dust and debris closer. Its mass gradually grew, and under the constant influence of the star's gravity, it gradually formed into a sphere. Banksia suddenly realized what was happening, yet was deeply puzzled. How could she be dreaming about the formation of the blue water planet? The dream suddenly accelerated, and mountains, rivers, oceans, and lower life forms appeared on the surface of the sphere. Life continued to evolve, and then different kinds of animals appeared, and then primitive humans. Banksia's heart sank as she watched the images of primitive creatures flash before her eyes. She was absolutely certain that something was disturbing her dreams. After all, she had never seen these images in the real world. She slapped the images away. "Little blue ball, are you doing this?" No one answered. "Hey! Stop hiding, come out and talk." What Banksia didn't know was that while she was trapped in the dream, all the creatures in the dimension had simultaneously fallen into a coma. A fist-sized blue sphere slowly emerged from the ocean surface, leaping around in the dimension like a child. It nudged the unconscious kitten, playfully hopped on the unconscious puppy, and even plucked a beautiful flower and placed it on its head, like a human wearing a hat. After an indefinite amount of time, the blue sphere finally seemed tired of playing. It floated in the air and whispered, "How wonderful." With that, it exploded like a firework, sending blue sand, as fine as dust, falling onto the land, the ocean, and the river. Then, the entire space suddenly began to vibrate violently, its edges rapidly expanding outward. Simultaneously, mountains, forests, rivers, lakes, deserts, glaciers, even the oceans expanded several times larger. Followed by this, 2 fish, one black and one white, materialized from space. The white fish transformed into the sun, high in the sky, while the black fish transformed into the moon, hiding behind the clouds. When Banksia woke up again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. She nuzzled Nanqing's chest, got out of bed, and went to the living room to drink some water. Only after she finished her drink did she vaguely sense something was amiss. Was the living room light a little too bright? Banksia casually glanced at the crystal chandelier overhead. It's off? Her chest began to pound, and she rushed out, not even bothering to put on her shoes. Bang! Banksia bumped headfirst into the swallowing heaven tree, which had been standing at the doorway for some unknown time. Neither of them spoke a word, both looking up at the bright sun in the sky, not daring to blink. "Wife!" Nanqing yawned as he emerged from the room. "What are you doing sitting on the floor?" He walked to the door and helped Banksia up. Seeing her staring straight at the sky, he followed her gaze and was stunned. Banksia." The swallowing heaven tree's voice trembled as it gently poked Banksia's face with its branch. "Does it hurt?" Banksia mechanically shook her head. "No." The swallowing heaven tree breathed a sigh of relief. "I was so scared. I was dreaming." Banksia nodded blankly. Yes, I must be dreaming. How else could she have seen the sun in her dimension? But her increasingly sore eyes reminded her that this was not a dream. Banksia squatted on the ground in annoyance. She only gotten some sleep, so how could the sun already be out? Banksia. The swallowing heaven tree, not knowing what it had discovered, trembled even more. "Look around." Banksia covered her eyes in despair. No! Will I go back to sleep, and when I wake up, the world will be back to normal? She thought so, not realizing she'd spoken aloud. The swallowing heaven tree, hearing this, found it perfectly plausible. It quickly shrank, darting into the living room flower pot like a thief, trying to cover his ears. Banksia, Nanqing, I'm going to sleep. No one is allowed to disturb me. Chapter 205. However, sleeping wouldn't solve the problem. 10 minutes later, Banksia, with a blank expression, dug the heaven-swallowing tree out of the pot. "Let's go out together, or you won't be able to eat Nanqing's cooking again." The heaven-swallowing tree couldn't help but grumble softly. Aren't you the master of the space? Why didn't you notice the changes? That was a really good question, and Banksia wanted to know the answer. She stubbornly said, as my companion tree, you have control over the space. Why didn't you notice the changes? Neither man nor tree gave in, and they almost came to blows. Nanjing frowned and thought carefully for a moment. Last night. No, today. I slept very deeply during the day. After the apocalypse, he was used to light sleep. With the space making such a commotion, it was impossible for him to sleep until he woke naturally. Banksia and the heaven-swallowing tree couldn't help but exchange glances. Their previous state didn't seem right. Without further hesitation, the man and the tree agreed to reconcile first and discuss the changes in the space. Meow meow meow. Woof woof woof. A woof. Banksia, something's happened. Banksia had barely walked 100 meters out the door, dragging Nanjing and the heaven-swallowing tree, when they were stopped by the anxiously looking furries and the banyan tree king. She quickly made a gesture to silence herself. I don't know what's going on. I was just about to go check it out. Do you want to come with me? Yes. If she hadn't been sure she was still in the space, Banksia would have almost thought she was back on Blue Water Planet. Mountains, lakes, rivers. She was completely numb. When had the space become a miniature version of Blue Water Planet? But no one could tell her the answer. But the expansion of the land area was a cause for celebration. So, upon discovering she still had absolute control over the space, Banksia simply let go of everything and chose to accept it completely, as if she hadn't been the one nearly breaking down before. The heaven-swallowing tree was similarly minded. Before long, it excitedly told the two of them it had set its sights on a mountaintop and was planning to move there. Nanjing couldn't help but admire the goodwill of both the man and the tree. Was he the only one still wondering what the mastermind behind all this was? Banksia flirted. Judging from the results, I'm the beneficiary. I've already secured immense wealth. So what's wrong with taking a few risks? Nanjing rubbed her head amusedly. With so much empty space in the space, what are you going to do? Banksia already had a preliminary idea. Aren't the mutant plants and animals in Rongqing just sitting around doing nothing right now? Cultivate, plant, and produce. She suddenly remembered the production line she dismantled in City A's industrial zone and decided to pay for it later to see if it could still be used. Nanjing glanced around and saw Inzi wasn't there. He whispered, Inzi. Can he do it? Although Inzi had cleverly taught herself to read and type using a tablet, she was still a cat. Isn't it crazy to let cats tinker with modern machinery? Banksia handed Inzi's tablet to Nanjing. Take a look at the playback history. Nanjing took it, confused. Principles of mechanics, mechanical engineering, instrument science and systems, intelligent manufacturing, theoretical mechanics. He couldn't help but gasp. Is Inzi reading all this? Banksia nodded silently. Who could have imagined that her Inzi was such a studious cat? Not only did she learn elementary through middle school courses online, she also learned knowledge related to mechanical design and manufacturing. Nanjing suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Not only was he not as capable as his wife, he was almost no match for his cat. He was forced to curl up. I'm going to watch a video teaching machine maintenance right now. Banksia tugged at him with amusement. Don't compare yourself to Inzi. Just be yourself. A creature as naturally eager to learn as Inzi is rare to find in tens of thousands of creatures. Look, Jinzi, who grew up following Inzi around, still doesn't know how to do anything except eat, drink, and have fun. Is he anxious? No, he's still happy every day. Nanjing couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. But it's really frustrating not being able to compare to a cat. Inzi. Banksia patted Inzi's head gently. Stop. Inzi landed obediently and rubbed Banksia's face. Meow. Sister, I smell the scent of big orange and pear blossoms. Banksia hurriedly released Nanjing from the space to prevent anyone from noticing anything unusual. She and Inzi had set out from Rongqing 3 days ago. The crater still existed when they left, but no more lava was gushing out. To catch up with Yan Ning's main force as quickly as possible, she had ridden Inzi the entire way. They were now only a few thousand meters away. Nanjing hugged Banksia's waist and said helplessly, I was told to stay out there too, so I could at least block the wind for you, but you wouldn't listen. Your hands are frozen. Banksia moved her fingers in confusion. What was frozen? Inzi flew very fast, and soon caught up with the main force. The main force was having lunch when a soldier on guard suddenly saw a massive tiger approaching the camp from the air. Frightened, he cried out, enemy attack. Upon hearing this, Su Yao and the others in the tent dropped their bowls and chopsticks and ran out, guns in hand. Where are the enemies? Banksia, in the air, shouted helplessly, Don't do it, we're one of them. Banksia? Fang Yunyan waved at the soldier. Put your guns down, we're one of them. The soldier had seen Banksia before at the base, and upon hearing her words, he realized he recognized the wrong person. He hurriedly put his gun away and apologized. Sorry, I didn't see clearly. Banksia magnanimously said, it's my fault. I should have spoken sooner. Su Yao and the others excitedly came over, chattering with concern. You're finally back. How was the journey? Did you encounter any danger? Why are you riding easy? Did your bike break down? Have you eaten? Is it cold? Have you investigated the situation in Shay's city? Banksia took a deep breath. Don't worry, I answer each question one by one. I encountered no danger. Money flies faster than a car, saving time. I haven't eaten. I'm not cold. The situation in Shay's city is more complicated. We talk about it later. Fang Yunyan hurriedly grabbed Banksia's hand and led her towards the tent. Then stop talking and eat first. Banksia hesitated. I haven't reported this trip to Base Commander Yen yet. Yen Ning came over at some point. No rush, go eat first, and we talk afterward. Since the main person wasn't in a hurry, Banksia naturally wasn't either. She hurriedly pulled Nanjing along, following Su Yao and the others into the tent. Several large stoves were set up in the tent. As soon as Banksia entered, she was greeted by the warmth and the aroma of food. She and Nanjing returned just in time. Su Yao and the others had just started eating and had barely touched the food. Chapter 206. Worried that Yen Ning would get impatient waiting, Banksia went over after dinner. Yen Ning personally poured her a cup of hot water. You've had a hard time on the road. Sit down and talk. Banksia sat down obediently and recounted everything she and Nanjing had experienced in Rongqing. She excluded the matter of taking in all the mutant plants and animals in Rongqing. She understood the principle of possessing a treasure. Overwhelmed with information, it took Yen Ning a while to recover. Are you saying that the 1,000-year-old banyan tree in Shay City predicted the earthquake and deliberately used this as an excuse to drive everyone out? That Shay City has now become a deep pit? If she hadn't personally felt the violent earthquake a while ago, she would have thought Banksia was talking nonsense. A city passed down for thousands of years, swallowed by a deep pit overnight. It seemed like a fairy tale. Yen Ning was silent for a long time. Banksia, do you think this world will ever be better? Banksia answered without hesitation, I don't know. Facts told her that the future can be changed. It all depends on whether you're willing to take concrete action and pay the price. Yen Ning smiled bitterly, I'm just being sentimental. The journey from City S to the border took a full 2 months. During that time, a major event occurred. The extreme cold ended, and the second wave of extreme heat began. In addition, there were many dangers along the way, being hunted by mutated plants and animals, being hunted by swarms of zombies, and encountering extreme weather. The civilians along the border had been evacuated at the beginning of the apocalypse, and now the only one stationed there were soldiers. Yen Ning handed her ID card to the soldier guarding the city. Hello, my name is Yen Ning. Behind me is the support team from City S. There are 309 of us, including those with special abilities. The soldier's expression grew serious, and he saluted her. Hello, Commander Yen. I notified the commander right away. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a military green short-sleeved shirt trotted over, an eager smile on his face. Yen Ning, you're finally here. Yen Ning raised an eyebrow. You mean the other teams are already here? The middle-aged man, Lin Qi, burst into laughter. Isn't that right? We've been waiting for you. Yen Ning sighed helplessly. My luck's bad. Ever since the ice melted, I've encountered zombie hordes almost every day. If it weren't for the ugly zombies blocking the road, they would have arrived long ago. Lin Qi hadn't expected this and asked with concern, Are you and your men all right? Yen Ning's men were carefully selected to support him. If they were killed along the way, he'd be sick to death. Yen Ning couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, everything's fine. She felt even more grateful to Ban Xia. She had been so grateful for his help along the way. Who knows how many more would have died otherwise. The two chatted for a while, agreeing that Yen Ning and his men would rest up today and discuss tomorrow how to deal with the Goose Zombie King, which was about to arrive at the border. The border city's infrastructure was far inferior to that of S City. The entire city was shabby, with not a single decent house to be found. Lin Qi was a little embarrassed. Well, when it's extremely cold, my soldiers and I live in igloos, and when it's extremely hot, we live underground, so we haven't built any new houses. Yen Ning, not one to be picky, jokingly said, Wow, after not seeing you for a few years, you've actually learned to be polite? She and Lin Qi had been friends for over a decade, usually getting together every 3 to 5 months. It was only in the past 2 years, due to the apocalypse, that they had lost touch. Lin Chi rolled his eyes. I heard that the city you manage is pretty much the same as it was before the apocalypse. I'm just worried you'd be having trouble adapting to the frugality you've experienced. The two of them exchanged a few words, and soon reached the dungeon's entrance. The dungeon was a converted underground shopping mall, so it wasn't very large. For soldiers stood guard at the entrance, checking everyone's IDs before entering or leaving. Banksia and the others were assigned 2 10-square-meter rooms. After some discussion, they decided to temporarily separate the men and women. The next morning, Yin Ning and his temporary assistant, Banksia, went to the conference room to discuss how to deal with the zombie king with the leaders of the other 6 teams. As soon as the two entered, everyone's eyes turned. Wasn't Yin Ning's assistant a man? When had he become a delicate young woman? But they weren't the type to judge people by appearances, so they didn't say anything unkind. Lin Chi drew everyone's attention back with a light cough, then got straight to business. We're all old acquaintances, so I won't introduce you. According to the news from the front, 3 zombie kings are leading their minions toward the border. The highest-ranked zombie king has reached level 7, while the other 2 are slightly lower, ranging in level from 6 to 6.5. Everyone, except Banksia, couldn't help but gasp. A level 7 zombie king? Nationwide, the highest-ranked psychic is only level 4. Yi Jingxue, the head of the M-City base, tapped the table with her knuckles. Do you have an exact number on how many minions the zombie kings have? Lin Chi said sullenly. Between 250,000 and 300,000. To obtain this relatively accurate information, they paid a heavy price. Everyone gasped again. There were only 50,000 soldiers along the entire border, with the ratio of psychics to ordinary people being about 10 to 1. Their 7 support teams each brought only 300 psychics, and altogether, there were only a little over 7,000 psychics. 25,000 versus 7,000. This battle is simply impossible to win. Chin Boren, the head of the L-City base, was sweating profusely. With such a huge disparity in strength, why don't you ask for more manpower? Lin Chi smiled wryly. There's a shortage of people everywhere in the country right now. Who would I ask for help? Besides, he didn't continue, but everyone understood his unspoken meaning. Some people, after being in charge for too long, develop undue ambitions. Otherwise, how could only 7 of them lead their teams to support? Yi Jingxue gritted her teeth and said, Leave the level 7 zombie king to me, you guys handle the rest. Afraid of objections, she formed a golden sword in her right hand. Thanks to everyone, I just reached level 5 a few days ago. Of course, Jingxue. Xie Suning, the head of the D-City base, looked at her in amazement. But you were always defeated by me back in military school. It's more reliable for me to kill a level 7 zombie king. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and a sliver of sky-blue flame condensed from her fingertips. Unfortunately, I reached level 5 2 weeks ago. You women are truly amazing. Kong Shui, the head of the X-City base, applauded. But my lightning abilities are even more damaging to zombies. He formed a purple ball of lightning, the pressure emanating from it being that of a level 5. Zhong Jianhong, the head of W-City, and Lu Mao, the head of K-City, were furious. No one is allowed to compete with me. The group argued fiercely, but only Yin Ning and Banksia remained indifferent. Chapter 207. Lin Chi saw the arguing grow louder, escalating to the point of going out to fight, and deciding who would take charge of the level 7 zombie king. He quickly intervened, saying, Stop it! The zombie king is my responsibility. No one is allowed to take it away. Yi Jingxue and the others glared at him, saying in unison, Why are you trying to take it away from us? Lin Chi said aggrievedly, What do you mean by taking it away from you? This is my responsibility. Ban Xiao watched with interest as the arguing deepened. If she hadn't known that taking on a level 7 zombie king at their level was courting death, she would have almost thought it was a good thing. Yin Ning slammed the table, making the final decision. Both the level 7 and level 6 zombie kings are mine. Seeing the others about to speak, she quickly added, My team has 3 level 6 psychics and 6 level 5 psychics. Yi Jingxue and the others stared at her in disbelief. Yin Ning, you've actually learned to brag just to compete with us for the level 7 zombie king. To reach level 5 as quickly as possible, they traded supplies for crystal cores, even resorting to favors. They could barely believe Yin Ning herself was level 6, but where did her staff get the resources to acquire enough crystal cores for the upgrade? Yin Ning rolled her eyes and cursed. Who would want to lie to you? Weren't you just curious why I brought a young woman here? I tell you now. She looked at Banksia with pride, because not only is she level 6 herself, she also has a team of 80 mutant animals and 20 mutant plants. The highest level within her team is level 6, and the lowest is level 4. If she hadn't personally fought alongside Banksia's team of animals and plants, she wouldn't have believed that anyone in this world could tame so many different species and personalities for their own use. Yi Jingxue and the others turned to look at the inconspicuous Banksia. She was wearing a simple white long-sleeved tracksuit today, her smooth black hair casually tied back. Her exposed hands, neck, and cheeks had fair, delicate skin. She looked like a delicate young girl, completely different from the powerful leader Yan Ning had described. Banksia nodded calmly. I promised to complete the mission. After taking over Rongqing's mutant plants and animals, she and Tian took the time to personally select a group of combat-ready plants and animals, assigning them to Yinzi and Banyan Tree King for training. Along the way, she also found ways to circumvent Yan Ning's demands. Of course, she didn't leave the remaining mutants unattended. Instead, she handed them over to Benlei and Xingzi, intending to wait until their strength and combat awareness improved before finding a way to tame them. Lin Qi and Yi Jingxue exchanged a glance, still a bit disbelieving. Madam. Banksia reminded him, my name is Banksia. Lin Qi said cautiously, Miss Banksia, it's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is of grave importance. I must fully understand your true capabilities before I can confidently entrust you with this mission. He hesitated. Excuse me, but when you entered the city yesterday, you didn't bring the animal and plant core Yan Ning mentioned. Are they outside the city now? Banksia shook her head and explained, my spatial ability is quite unique. It can hold not only ordinary objects, but also mutant plants and animals. The dungeon is too small to hold my mutant plants and animals. Let's go to the surface. Lin Qi said impatiently, there's a square nearby. It was the second round of extreme heat, with daily temperatures generally ranging between 70 and 75 degrees Celsius. Banksia glanced up at the bright sun in the sky, and remembering Nanqing's morning advice to remember to use an umbrella when going out, she pulled out a parasol from her space and opened it. Although the umbrella couldn't keep out the heat, it could at least block the sun, making exposed skin feel much more comfortable. After arriving at the square, Banksia quickly released the group of mutant plants and animals from her space. At the front were the smallest birds, cats, foxes, and minks, followed by medium-sized dogs and wolves, followed by the massive tigers, wild boars, and elephants, and finally the rare mutant plants. Banksia nodded at the neatly arranged team. Here they are. Lin Qi and the others were stunned. Yan Ning gloated at his friends. Now you believe me, don't you? Lin Qi nodded frantically. I believe it, I believe it. He looked at Ban Xia with shining eyes. With such a powerful army of mutant plants and animals around, what was a mere level 7 zombie king? The others returned to the basement office to reconsider their battle plan. Finally, they unanimously decided that Ban Xia's team would handle the level 7 and level 6 zombie kings, while the remaining 200,000 or so zombies would be handled by the 8 of them. According to news from the front, the zombie king would reach the border in approximately 10 days. Ban Xia's main purpose for coming to the border was to harvest the zombie king's corpse. Not wanting to waste any more time, she simply told Yan Ning and the others and dragged Nanxing across the border into day, actively searching for the zombie king. Su Yao and his companions remained in the city for the time being due to their lack of strength. The zombie horde was so large, so the noise was bound to be significant. Within 2 days, Banksia had located the main zombie horde. Looking at the dense swarm of zombies below the mountain, she felt a surge of claustrophobia. Banksia unleashed all her firearms and addressed the group of mutants behind her. See those disgusting creatures? Hit them hard. We have a feast tonight. With that, she took the lead in grabbing her bazooka and firing at the zombie horde. At the mere mention of feast, all the mutants erupted in excitement, quickly drawing their most skilled weapons and attacking the zombie horde. Nanqing shook her head speechlessly and joined the fray. Bang! Boom! Duh. Banksia's unhesitating attack quickly stirred the zombie horde, but they had experienced many battles along the way and quickly reacted. A level 5 zombie spotted Banksia from afar and immediately danced with excitement. God knows how long it had been since it had tasted fresh human flesh. It roared, commanding its minions to charge up the mountain. Banksia snorted coldly, keep fighting? Her goal was to lure out the zombie king, who was hiding somewhere, not this little minion. Most zombies had reached level 3 by now, making them incredibly fast. Furthermore, the mountain where Banksia was hiding and attacking was only 400 or 500 meters high. In just over 10 minutes, the level 5 zombie and its minions were within 100 meters of her. 2 fresh, tender humans, and dozens of mutated animals brimming with life. If it hadn't lost its ability to saliva, the level 5 zombie would have been drooling profusely. Chapter 208. Banksia, her mischievousness taking over, gave the level 5 zombie a provocative smile. She then collected all the mutant plants and animals, except for ENZ, into her space. The level 5 zombie's pupils trembled, and it glared at Banksia with hatred. Meat, where's my meat? Banksia gave another provocative smile, pulled Nanching onto ENZ's back, and sped away. Before she left, she even deliberately threw a bomb at the incredulous level 5 zombie. The bomb didn't do much damage, but it was a powerful insult. Ho ho! The level 5 zombie was so angry that it jumped up and down, cursing profusely. However, it couldn't fly, so it could only watch helplessly as the despicable human escaped. Banksia couldn't help but laugh loudly in Nanching's arms. Ha ha, this is so fun! Nanching helplessly hugged her tightly, trying not to fall. Are you sure this will attract the Zombie King? I'm sure. Before, she wouldn't have been so sure, but the sight of the level 5 zombie at the top of the zombie pack, his eyes red with greed, gave her immense confidence. She guessed that the Zombie King hadn't eaten fresh flesh in a long time. Not to mention that humans themselves held a strong attraction for zombies. Even the numerous mutant animals she possessed were worth the risk for a hungry Zombie King. He would definitely seek her out. To prevent the Zombie King from finding them, Banksia and Nanching didn't return to their space to rest that night. Instead, they found a bare mountain and set up camp. Neither of them slept well that night, and the Zombie King didn't visit until dawn. Banksia wasn't in a hurry. She leisurely finished breakfast with Nanching, then found the zombie herd and dropped bombs from the air. The familiar level 5 zombie from yesterday had grown considerably, now carrying a wind-type zombie with it. As soon as it spotted Banksia, it mounted the wind-type zombie and chased after her. Banksia raised an eyebrow, pulled out a bazooka from her spaceship, and attacked the wind-type zombie. Boom! The wind-type zombie was blown to pieces. The level 5 zombie on top of it, having lost its mount, plummeted from 1,000 meters to the ground, nearly dying. Banksia laughed again, throwing bombs even harder, until she had emptied an entire box, then left without a backward glance. This situation lasted for 3 days. Just as she was about to change her strategy, the Zombie King arrived at night. It was a level 6 zombie, not unlike a human. If it weren't for its gray eyes, dark blue nails, and the drooling look it radiated at the sight of humans, anyone would have mistaken it for a skinny teenager. Banksia had no interest in engaging the zombies, so she condensed her vine whip and attacked the Zombie King. The Zombie King had no interest in engaging with humans either. His eyes were fixed on the fragrant aroma of human flesh. He dodged, then with a wave of his hands, a massive fire dragon materialized from thin air, charging straight at Banksia's face. Nanching stepped forward, forming a mental barrier to block the fire dragon. Banksia seized the opportunity to pull out a fishing net made of spider silk, and cast it over the Zombie King. The spider silk had been stored in her space for over a year, something she had acquired while helping Li Kongyuan scavenge for supplies in City A. If she hadn't recently adopted a pet spider in Rongqing, she would have forgotten about it. The pet spider had woven 4 sets of armor from her silk and hair from mutant animals, 2 for her to wear and the remaining 2, 1 for Nanching and 1 for her. The remaining silk was used to make a fishing net and line. After she finished with the Zombie King, she planned to take a stroll along the beach, fulfilling the sky-swallowing tree's wish. Who knew the zombies would be caught before the fish even started? The Zombie King was caught in the net. It instinctively tore at it with its hands, but the net, infused with level 5 tiger beast king fur, was no match for its effort. The Zombie King belatedly condensed a sky-blue fireball. Banksia and Nanching stood by and watched it burn. Because the final step in the netting process involves forging it with fire, Heizi's fire ability was only level 5. Making it far less effective than a level 6 Zombie King. She was overjoyed to have free labor to help. Ah! The Zombie King watched helplessly as the net, stoic by the flames, grew even stronger, howling in anger at Banksia. Banksia pulled a long sword from the space dimension and thrust it hard through the hole in the net, stabbing the Zombie King's hand like a landlord exploiting his subjects. No slacking off. Get to work. The Zombie King, enraged, was about to spit a fireball at her. Banksia quickly pulled out a piece of fresh, mutant pork and tossed it into its mouth. Work hard and you have meat. Lazy off and I dig out your crystal core. The Zombie King vacantly chewed the pork, then his eyes lit up. He gave Banksia a flattering look, then formed a fireball, and continued to burn the fishing net. Every minute, it paused, obediently opening its mouth for food. And so, Nanching watched helplessly, as the once stern Zombie King was transformed into an obedient slave by his wife's flesh. After squeezing every last drop of the Zombie King's energy, Banksia threw him into the space dimension and locked him up, intending to dig out his crystal core when needed. The next day, Banksia, with a playful twist of humor, found the zombie horde again. The level 5 zombies had high IQs. When they saw her from afar, they turned around and ran away. Banksia, however, had her sights set on it, ignoring tens of thousands of other zombies, and relentlessly pursuing it. Ho ho! Damn human! The level 5 zombie swore as it fled, wishing it could go back a few days, and beat itself to death for its ravenous hunger for meat. Banksia played like a cat playing with a mouse. Whenever she was about to catch a level 5 zombie, she feigned exhaustion and let it escape. This cycle continued until the level 5 zombie was practically foaming at the mouth. Ho ho! The level 5 zombie collapsed to the ground, staring at Banksia with despair. Kill me, chop me up, she declared, as you please. Hey! Banksia kicked the level 5 zombie a few times. Stop playing dead. Get up and keep running. The level 5 zombie blinked, motionless. Banksia pulled out her ultimate weapon. Fresh mutant pork. Like a demon, she whispered, want some? The level 5 zombie nodded subconsciously. When it saw it was Banksia holding the meat, a flicker of fear flashed across its eyes, and it stubbornly tilted its head to the side in refusal. Not wanting to accept a toast, Banksia released the exhausted level 6 zombie king from the space, and waved the mutant pork at it. Your former subordinate is disobedient. Teach him a lesson now. After you've taught him a lesson, this piece of meat will be yours. The zombie king greedily glanced at the meat in her hand, then looked down fiercely at the stunned level 5 zombie. It opened its mouth and spit out a thumb-sized fireball. The fireball landed on the level 5 zombie's skin, extinguishing without even causing a wound. It was silent for 2 seconds, then picked up the level 5 zombie's foot and slammed it to the ground. Ah! Wang, I'm your subordinate. Ho ho! I don't care who you are. I want meat. Big mouthfuls of meat. Chapter 209. The level 6 zombie king, driven by his desire to get his hands on the meat, was remarkably ruthless, showing no favoritism or leniency towards the level 5 zombie, a former subordinate. Unfortunately, the level 5 zombie, oppressed by his rank, dared not resist, and was soon beaten to near death. Banksia tossed the meat to the level 6 zombie king with satisfaction, then turned to the level 5 zombie and said, I have a question for you. If you can answer it truthfully, I will let you go and give you an extra gift. She promised word for word, an adult mutant wild boar. The level 5 zombie refused to be tempted, and with dignity, he turned his head away, remaining silent. However, upon hearing the words mutated wild boar, the level 6 zombie's eyes lit up with excitement. Ho ho! Human, ask me, Banksia, since you're more obedient than it, if you answer me truthfully, I give you 2 wild boars. She didn't ask the zombie king, because it seemed rather foolish and likely wouldn't give her the answer she wanted. But there was clearly no better choice at this point. She could only give it a try. Ho ho! I promise to answer truthfully. Have you seen other zombies of a similar level to you? The level 6 zombie king nodded frantically. Ho ho! Banksia's lip curled in surprise. It seemed the zombie king wasn't as foolish as she thought. How many have you seen? What do they look like? Which direction are they in? The level 6 zombie king pointed in a direction. Ho ho ho! Before he could finish his words, he was tackled to the ground by a level 5 zombie. It angrily cursed at the level 6 zombie king. Ho ho! As a zombie king, you actually betrayed your own kind for a bite of food. It's a disgrace. The level 6 zombie king blinked in confusion. Zombies' nature is to eat, and they do anything for it. Besides, it's a competitor to the other zombies, so why shouldn't it betray them? Fearing the level 5 zombie might displease the humans, it impatiently grasped the level 5 zombie's arm with one hand and, with the other hand, attacked the level 5 zombie's eyes with its 5 fingers. The level 5 zombie couldn't dodge, and its eyeball was gouged out. Instantly, it became furious and bit the level 6 zombie's arm fiercely. The level 6 zombie, surprised that the one who had just been beaten to death dared to resist, stuffed the gouged eyeball into its mouth, and then gouged out another one. It even scowled and curled its lips in a human-like manner, disliking the eyeballs as unpalatable. Banksia hadn't expected that the 2 zombies would suddenly engage in a fight just because she wasn't paying attention. But seeing that the level 6 zombie had the upper hand, she simply ignored it. She only spoke out to stop the 2 zombies when the fight was almost over, more precisely, when the level 5 zombie's crystal core was about to be dug out by the level 6 zombie. Stop! The level 6 zombie king glanced at the level 5 zombie's head with some resentment and protested to Banksia, Human meat. Banksia wordlessly stored it into her space. I send you the meat later. She secretly instructed the sky-swallowing tree to continue interrogating Charlotte, the level 6 zombie king, and the other zombie kings. Then, she kicked the level 5 zombie. I saved your life. Shouldn't you try to repay me? Zombies can devour each other to level up, so they are in a competitive relationship. A level 5 zombie who protects its own kind is rare. However, this also indirectly indicates that it is more intelligent and may know more than the level 6 zombie king. The level 5 zombie bared its teeth at Banksia fiercely. If you hadn't tricked the king into betraying his own kind, how could I have nearly died? Banksia pretended not to notice its expression and asked, have you ever seen other zombie kings? The level 5 zombie remained silent. Banksia knew that zombies couldn't feel pain, so physical torture was useless. So, she silently took out a bucket of fresh mutant pig blood and placed it in front of the level 5 zombie, tempting him, do you want to eat it? If so, tell me the truth. The level 5 zombie sniffed, but remained silent. Banksia snorted coldly, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Your king will tell me anyway. Inzi, dig for the crystals. The level 5 zombie, seeing her serious intentions, immediately cried out, ha ha. I said, it would have been better if you had done this earlier. You're suffering for nothing. How many zombie kings have you seen? What do they look like? What abilities do they have? How many followers do they have? When and where were they last seen? Ha 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 ha. After obtaining the information she sought, Banksia returned the pig's blood to her space and gestured to Inzi, I leave it to you. Although the level 5 zombie couldn't see due to the loss of its eyeballs, its hearing was highly developed, and it immediately protested loudly, ha ha ha. Damn human, you clearly promised to let me go. Banksia said, unashamedly, I'm letting you go. The kitten was the one who did it, so why should she care? Inzi dispatched the level 5 zombie swiftly and efficiently. Banksia casually tossed the crystal core into the space, and took out a pen and paper to write down the level 5 zombie's confession. According to the level 5 zombie, it had seen 4 zombie kings, 3 level 6 and 1 level 7. The 3 level 6 zombie kings were seen 5 days ago in a nearby city, engaged in a fight. The level 7 zombie kings were seen a few months ago. This was similar to what the level 6 zombie king had told the sky-swallowing tree. Banksia threw her confession into the space, and decided to first eliminate the leaderless zombie minions before searching for the other 3 zombie kings. The zombie horde numbered over 50,000. Not wanting to waste any more time, Banksia simply released all the healthy mutant plants in the space. In a word, whoever gets the crystal core gets it. The mutant plants and animals were immediately excited at this. So many crystal cores. They had already developed a rudimentary sense of cooperation. Instead of blindly charging into the zombie horde, they charged in groups of 3 or 5, following the teams assigned to them by the Banyan Tree King and Xingzi. Banksia, the sky-swallowing tree, Nanxing, the Banyan Tree King, Inzi, and the Cow Cat focused on killing higher-level zombies to prevent their lower-level mutants from dying in vain. The battle ended quickly. After all, a disorganized group couldn't compete with a well-prepared team. The only real problem was the sheer number of zombie corpses. Leaving them here could easily breed the next zombie king. Banksia pondered for a moment, and decided to simply stuff them all into the space, planning to deal with them later when it was empty. After a night's rest, the next morning, Banksia and the others set out again in search of the zombie king. They first headed for the city mentioned by the level 5 zombie king, but by the time they arrived, it was completely deserted, leaving only ruins and broken walls. Banksia wasn't disappointed. The zombie king led a vast army of followers, and needed to continue searching for new food. Otherwise, if the internal fighting continued, he would eventually be left with nothing but his own army. Chapter 210. The situation in Big Goose was dire, a stark contrast to what it was like back home. The two of them, along with the cat, visited 4 or 5 cities without seeing a single living creature, not even a single edible grain. Ruins lay everywhere. Lunchtime soon arrived. Due to the scorching heat, the two of them didn't cook. Instead, they prepared a simple salad of fruits and vegetables, cut up 2 plates of braised meat, and ate heartily with refrigerated mung bean porridge. In the intense heat, Inzi's thick fur had fallen off considerably, but as a long-haired cat, he still looked fluffy. Banksia took a sip of her porridge and asked Inzi, "Are you hot? Do you want me to shave you?" Inzi glanced at her warily, and shook her head firmly, meow meow meow. The cat isn't hot. Banksia looked away with a hint of regret. She had been wanting to poke a miniature version of Inzi with Inzi's fur. After lunch, the two of them and the cat returned to their space for an hour's nap before resuming their search for the zombie king. Nanjing felt that blindly searching wasn't the right path. Wife, we better find a way to get the zombie king to come to us. Banksia sighed, but we haven't seen a single living creature yet, so there's no way we can get the message out. But there's always a way out. Within 2 days, the two found numerous footprints along a dirt road. Such a large-scale population migration in day was unlikely, so the only explanation was that they were caused by zombies. Banksia and the others were delighted and continued to follow the tracks. The further they went, the clearer they became. Stop! Nanjing slammed on the brakes on his motorcycle and asked in confusion, Wife? Banksia tilted her ear, a faint voice carrying faintly through the dry air. I hear the zombies. To avoid alerting them, let's ride Inzi over. Cats walk almost silently, making them perfect for sneak attacks. She stored her motorcycle in her space and gently stroked Inzi's head. Keep going. Inzi nudged her obediently, then broke into a run with nimble, light limbs. After running for over 10 minutes, Banksia and Inzi finally caught sight of the zombies. Banksia commanded Inzi to fly into the air. Let's go from above. Wind-related abilities are rare, found only in 1 in 100,000 people, animals, or plants. Unless you encounter a bird naturally adept at flying, they are practically invincible in the air. Inzi used her power to soar into the air, carrying Banksia and Inzi, and surveying the zombies from above. This zombie horde was much larger than the ones they had encountered previously, numbering approximately 120,000, and a very small number of them bore wounds, as if they had just fought a fierce battle. Based on the information she had previously received from the level 6 zombie king, Banksia speculated that the 3 zombie kings that had met on a narrow road had already decided the winner, and that this zombie horde was formed after the victor had devoured the other 2 hordes. She couldn't help but frown slightly. This presented a somewhat difficult situation. This group of zombies had just eaten and drunk their fill, and had consumed a large number of crystal cores. Their strength was at its peak, and fighting them would definitely be a struggle. Furthermore, a level 6 zombie king, having devoured the corpses and crystal cores of 2 of its own kind, might have already reached level 7. Although the difference between level 6 and level 7 was only 1 level, the difference in strength was enormous. If she were to face off against a level 7 zombie king, she wouldn't be able to care about Nanjing and Inzi. If anyone were to get hurt, she'd be heartbroken. Nanjing sensed Banksia's worry, and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. How many times do I have to say it? We're not as weak as you think. Banksia leaned against him. I just... Bang, bang, bang. Her voice was interrupted by a burst of intense gunfire. Banksia looked toward the source of the gunfire. It turned out that the zombie horde had collided head-on with a small group of survivors. Fortunately, the survivors were armed with guns and each possessed special abilities, so they were unharmed for the time being. However, the zombies behind them were closing in on the group. It would likely only take a few minutes for them to be wiped out. She glanced coldly at them, about to look away, when she spotted the familiar yellow skin and black hair of the survivors. She patted Inzi's head and said, "Go help." She then pulled a box of bombs from her spaceship and handed it to Nanjing. Without needing any instructions, Nanjing took them and began tossing them back at the zombies gathering around the team. Banksia pulled out her sniper rifle and aimed at the heads of the zombies attempting to attack the survivors. Bang! The zombies were instantly killed. Wu Shou had thought himself doomed, but unexpectedly someone had saved him. He looked at his teammates in confusion. Who had saved him? Captain Hawin swung his sword, chopping off the zombie's head. It wasn't us. Boom! A series of explosions rang out. Now everyone realized something was wrong. They looked around. It was a dense mass of zombies, not a single human. Hey! Banksia shouted to them from the air. Grab Eagle Claw. With that, he released the mutant eagle couple from the space, saved the surrounded humans. Bin Lei and Lightning rushed towards the zombie horde without hesitation. Seeing someone so foolish as to snatch their prey, the zombies quickly used all sorts of supernatural powers to attack the 2 eagles. Bin Lei's body flashed with light, and before the supernatural power could even get close to them, it vanished without a trace. Hawin exclaimed in amazement, "What a powerful eagle!" Wu Shou had never expected to meet compatriots in a foreign land, and that they would unhesitatingly lend a hand. He hurriedly ordered his men, "Quick, get ready to leave." In the air, Ban Xia saw that the zombies surrounding Wu Shou and his men were increasing in number. She quickly directed Inzi to fly low, then switched from a sniper rifle to a submachine gun and fired indiscriminately at the zombies. With the cooperation of both sides, Wuxiu and his men were successfully rescued, leaving the zombies, who were preparing for a feast, howling in anger. Seeing Wuxiu and the others' determined expressions and clear eyes, Banksia casually asked, "Are you soldiers from Rabbit Country investigating zombies?" Wuxiu looked at her warily, pursing his lips and remaining silent. Although the man before him had saved him and his brothers, they were on a secret mission and absolutely could not reveal a single word to outsiders. Noticing his silence, Banksia quickly realized that soldiers were required to maintain confidentiality, and quickly pulled out her mission warrant and handed it to Wuxiu. "My husband and I are members of the S-City support team, tasked with killing the Zombie King." Lin Chi had given her the warrant before they set out, stating that as long as she had it, she could seek help from any soldier she encountered, no matter what difficulties she encountered. Wuxiu took the warrant and examined it carefully. Although he was puzzled as to why his superiors had entrusted such a crucial mission as killing the Zombie King to just 2 people, his expression visibly relaxed. "Hello, I'm Wuxiu, captain of Reconnaissance Team 21. The other 4 are my colleagues, Hawen, Tian Guoyang, Wei Xiong, and Du Jinbao." Chapter 211. Since learning that the Zombie King was leading his minions toward the Rabbit Country border, Lin Chi, to avoid being caught off guard, dispatched 10 reconnaissance teams deep into Big Goose to investigate the zombies' movements. Wuxiu and his team were among them. Lin Chi casually asked, "There are only 10 reconnaissance teams, so why is your team numbered 21? Wuxiu was silent for 2 seconds, his eyes reddening. "Because 20 teams have already died heroically before us." He suppressed his bitterness and returned to the subject. "Our team has been tracking these zombies for over 2 weeks and knows the Zombie King well. He has a habit of howling 3 times at the sky every night at 10 o'clock. But he hasn't appeared in the past 4 days, and we suspect." Wuxiu took a deep breath. The Zombie King has separated from the main group and is hiding somewhere, quietly evolving towards level 7. Banksia blinked. This was the first time she heard of a zombie who liked to howl. "We know once we try." Wuxiu smiled wryly and shook his head. "The zombies are too numerous. I'm afraid we'd be dead before the Zombie King makes a move." Banksia said confidently, "Don't worry about that. I handle it. Where are you going next?" "I have the mutant eagle take you there." The creatures she kept in her dimension weren't just idlers. Wuxiu looked at her in surprise. "You? There are over 120,000 zombies, not just 12. How about we stay and help?" They had considered forcing the Zombie King out by force, but they were too weak and had to give up. Banksia patted Inzi's head and politely declined. "There aren't any high-level wind-type zombies in the pack. Even if we can't defeat them, we can definitely escape." Upon hearing this, Wuxiu stopped trying to persuade him and decided to lead his men to search the Zombie King's possible hiding places. Seeing Wuxiu finally leave, Banksia hurriedly released all the mutant plants and animals from the space. Just like before, whoever gets the core gets it. The mutant plants and animals cleverly divided into 5 large groups and charged into the zombie horde from different directions, breaking them up and dispersing them. Banksia didn't fight, instead riding on Inzi and carefully observing the horde for any zombies with strange movements. Zombies, even at level 7 or 8, still can't resist their inherent instincts and are easily overwhelmed by the sweet smell of flesh and blood. The only exception is the Zombie King. As the leader of the pack, its resistance to flesh and blood is several times greater than that of ordinary zombies. She circled the battlefield several times before finally finding a child zombie with erratic movements. It had actually strayed from its pack and was about to sneak away. Banksia commanded Inzi to chase it, and with a whip, she sent the child flying. "Isn't it the Zombie King? No wonder it's so weak." The child zombie, furious but unable to speak, scrambled to its feet and continued fleeing without looking back. Banksia whipped it away again. "Don't waste your energy. I have something to ask you." Hee. The child zombie bared its teeth at Banksia, but dared not move a step. It had a vague premonition that if it dared to escape again, it would lose its life here today. Banksia, satisfied, let Inzi land in front of it. "Where is your king hiding?" Don't assume the child zombie is weak just because she whipped it away so easily. In reality, it is a true level 5 zombie, second only to the Zombie King in the zombie pack. This meant it very likely knew the Zombie King's whereabouts. The child zombie's tense expression visibly relaxed, and it pointed in a direction with a gloating expression. "Ho ho!" Banksia pondered for 2 seconds, then took out her fishing line, tied up the child zombie, and threw it into the space. "Take me there yourself later." She mounted Silver and returned to the battlefield. The battle was now intense, with both the mutants and zombies suffering damage. But overall, the mutants, with their strong synergy, still had a slight advantage. Banksia looked at the wounded mutants with heartache. How much food would they need to replenish their wounds? She wasted no time, quickly drawing her rifle and shooting each zombie one by one. With Banksia's presence, the injured mutants and plants on the battlefield seemed to have found a pillar of support, their fighting spirit instantly soaring, as if they could fight for another 300 rounds. Ho ho! The higher level and more intelligent zombies quickly spotted Banksia and quickly channeled their supernatural powers into the air to attack. Inzi dodged deftly, occasionally waving his tail to unleash a lightning strike. The battle lasted over 10 hours, ending with the complete annihilation of the enemy and the loss of nearly 100 mutant animals and over 30 mutant plants. Because of the child zombie, Banksia didn't rush to find the Zombie King, resting for a day before setting off. The Zombie King was a bit smarter than ordinary zombies, having mastered the principle of the most dangerous place is the safest place without any instruction. He hid in the same place where he had previously fought the other two Zombie Kings. Ho ho! The child zombie gestured with excitement, pointing to a ruin, then looked at Banksia expectantly. Banksia tossed the mutated pork to it, and glanced sideways at Nanqing, who was using her psychic abilities to investigate. Nanqing opened her eyes, and nodded cautiously. There's indeed a level 6 red-haired zombie inside, absorbing the crystal core. Banksia stored the child zombie in her space, motioned for Nanqing and Inzi to move away, and then tossed several bombs into the ruins. Boom! The ruins blew open, revealing a female zombie that looked almost indistinguishable from a living person. It suddenly opened its eyes fiercely warning Banksia, anyone who offends me will die. Anyone who dares would be frightened, timid, or even flee. However, Banksia had killed more high-level zombies in her past and present lives than she could count on both hands. How could she possibly be frightened? She formed a whip and unceremoniously lashed at the red-haired zombie's head. The red-haired zombie dodged with an angry expression, then waved its hands, sending countless black mists rising from the ground. It was a rare poison-related ability. Banksia raised her eyebrows slightly and reached out to untie her hair. The black strands instantly transformed into dark green vines, their leaves absorbing the poisonous mist in the air with gusts, even becoming visibly more energetic. The red-haired zombie's teeth nearly snapped at this, its nails rapidly growing longer as it charged towards Banksia like a cannonball. Banksia swung her whip at the red-haired zombie again, but it sneered, dodging to the side, and then glaring at her provocatively. However, Banksia's whip wasn't intended to injure the red-haired zombie, but rather the level 6 zombie crystal core she hadn't yet absorbed. Just as the whip was about to make contact with the red-haired zombie, it strangely changed direction, entangling the crystal core in its hand and quickly retreating. Chapter 212. The red-haired zombie was stunned. Its hard-earned crystal core. Ah! The red-haired zombie was so enraged that he couldn't help but curse. His skin quickly turned from white to black, and his fingernails instantly grew longer, gleaming with a terrifying light. Banksia quickly retreated a dozen steps. A poison-type zombie's body was tainted with poison. If accidentally scratched, even with supernatural powers, the pain would last for a long time. The poison-type zombie, believing Banksia to be disdainful of him, instantly grew even more furious. He leaped in front of Banksia, his 5 fingers curled in a straight line, aiming for her face. Banksia dodged sideways, and pulled out a long sword modified with her gold-type supernatural powers, slashing at the red-haired zombie's nails. Clang! The zombie's nails remained unscathed, but the long sword broke in two. Banksia was slightly surprised. This knife could even damage a level 5 zombie. It seemed the red-haired zombie possessed more than just poison abilities, it also possessed hardening abilities. She casually tossed the broken knife into space, quickly retreated again, and condensed a vine whip to attack the red-haired zombie. Poison-type zombies had few offensive methods, and Banksia wasn't afraid of poison mist, so she quickly gained the upper hand. The red-haired zombie, seeing the situation was grim, condensed a large cloud of poison mist to block Banksia's vision, then leaped away in a rapid flight. Banksia didn't pursue him, but instead shouted to Inzi, who had been eager to attack, "Inzi!" Inzi's eyes narrowed slightly at that, a glint of cunning flashing in them. He soared through the air to catch up with the red-haired zombie. Knowing his level was slightly lower, he stood no chance in a head-on encounter. As he flew, he flung palm-sized lightning balls at the red-haired zombie's head. Ho ho ho! The lightning ball's damage was barely a tickle to the red-clad zombie's body, but it was a genuine challenge to his spirit. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly, so he could only rage. Unfortunately, he accidentally stepped on a piece of gravel and fell 16 or 17 meters. Banksia and Nanjing, who were chasing him on their mutant swans, were a bit slower. Zombies, no matter how much they evolve, their IQ is truly not that high. Seeing his goal achieved, Inzi stopped provoking, raised his tail high, and launched a massive lightning ball at the red-haired zombie's head. Bang! The red-haired zombie, unable to dodge, was struck directly. His limbs flew amidst gravel and dirt, but his head and half of his body remained stubbornly connected, and he was half dead. Ah! The red-haired zombie's eyes flashed with resentment, and he howled to the sky. Banksia kicked a stone to block its mouth. That's unpleasant. Shut up. She had a vague feeling that the red-haired zombie's cry wasn't right, as if it were summoning something. But when she remembered that the corpses and crystal cores of its minions were all in her own space, she felt relieved. Seeing that it was time for lunch again, Banksia neatly removed the red-haired zombie's crystal core, found a flat spot to set up the RV, and prepared to eat. The temperature was rising, and even the air seemed to be tingling with sparks. Banksia filled the car with the ice buckets she had accumulated during the extreme cold, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Inzi clung to the ice buckets and refused to let go, even sleeping on them during her nap. Banksia and Inzi had already been in day for over half a month. Not to mention the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and the previously unseen level 7 zombie king, they had captured 2 level 6 zombie kings, a remarkable achievement. If Banksia wasn't afraid of staying too long and causing Yanning and Su Yao to worry in vain, she would have wanted to travel around the territory of Dayue and collect all the zombie crystal cores. The two discussed it, and decided to return after the 1-month period. For the next few days, there were no more zombies, but a few surviving geese were spotted. Banksia didn't hesitate to greet them, and they showed no signs of provoking them. They walked peacefully for a while before parting ways. Seeing no one around, Banksia released the carnivorous level 6 zombie from the space, and said, "I heard your zombie king has a unique technique for summoning his own kind. Hurry and summon some zombies. If you do well, I give you a bonus." The level 6 zombie gave her a flattering look, raised its head, and howled sharply, "Ah!" Banksia remembered the red-haired zombie howling loudly 2 days ago, and suddenly realized it was indeed summoning its own kind. The level 6 zombie howled for over half an hour, but not even a single one of its kind appeared, let alone a single one. It squatted dejectedly on the ground. "Alas, my own kind have misled me." Banksia's lips twitched as she tossed a large piece of meat to it. "Eat, and continue." After the level 6 zombie finished its meal, Banksia took out a rope, tied it around its waist, and then tied the other end to her own hand. "Silver, fly south." The level 6 zombie curiously poked the rope with its fingernail, a vague thought forming in its mind. It looks like a dog. Mutated dog equals meat, meat equals delicious. The level 6 zombie nearly drooled at the thought. Banksia frowned dangerously, gritted her teeth, and ordered, "Howl." If you want her gold, she dig out the level 6 zombie's crystal core. "Ah! Ah!" To get its meat, the level 6 zombie howled so loudly that its voice could be heard for kilometers. This method seemed to be working, as zombies continued to gather in this direction. Banksia had Inzi continue flying with the level 6 zombies, while she released the mutant plants and animals from the space in batches. Need I say more? Get to work. Upon hearing this, the mutant plants all burrowed into the soil, and the mutant animals split into 2 waves. The smaller ones took refuge among the branches, vines, and weeds, while the larger ones strolled leisurely across the ground. Soon, the once barren plain was filled with life. The first zombie to enter the plain was a level 3 zombie. Its intelligence was low, and it didn't suspect anything amiss with the lush greenery. Its attention was drawn to the mutant pig grazing on the grass. Ho ho ho! Meat, so much meat. It excitedly chased the mutant pig, but the pig seemed oblivious to the danger and continued to gnaw on the grass. When the zombie was only 2 or 3 meters away, it panicked and ran towards the interior of the plain. Hee. Don't run, meat. The zombies desperately chased the mutant pig, unaware that the weeds beneath their feet were gleaming with an eerie blue light. Seeing no danger, the zombies behind them rushed forward. In just a few hours, they had captured tens of thousands of zombies, but Banksia still felt the progress was too slow. More importantly, the level 7 zombies had vanished from the face of the earth, and had yet to reappear. Shiu! Bin Lei and Lightning, escorting Mushio and the others, rushed over to Banksia, pulled a piece of paper from their laps, and handed it to her. Banksia took the paper and unfolded it. "We've unexpectedly discovered the presence of a level 7 zombie. Please provide immediate assistance." Chapter 213. Banksia, without further delay, immediately ordered Bin Lei and Lightning to lead the way, while she, Nanqing, and Inzi followed. It took about 3 hours of flight before they reached their destination. As soon as they saw Wu Xiao, Banksia eagerly asked, "Where is the level 7 zombie?" Wu Xiao swallowed his words and pointed to the castle a kilometer away, replying, "There. From our observations, the strength of a level 7 zombie is vastly different from that of a level 6 zombie." You? Banksia looked over and saw that the zombie seemed to be enjoying itself. She interrupted, "I go meet it." She summoned the heaven-swallowing tree Tian. "Get to work." Wu Xiao was about to say something, but Nanqing stopped him. "Don't worry, my wife can protect herself." The man and the tree had long wanted to confront the level 7 zombie king head-on. Banksia pulled out her rocket launcher and fired a few rounds at the castle. Inside the castle, the zombie king, enjoying a delicious feast of fresh mutant beast meat, keenly sensed the crack of a cannonball. With a casual wave of his hand, several small tornadoes collided with the cannonballs. Boom! A large hole was blasted into the castle, and the level 7 zombie king was buried beneath the rubble. It was instantly enraged. "Ha ha." Seeking death, Banksia tossed the telescope back into space and complained to the heaven-swallowing tree, "This level 7 zombie king doesn't seem very smart." The heaven-swallowing tree responded with a matter-of-fact expression, "Zombies don't have brains, so of course they can't be that smart." Banksia hesitated for a moment before firing another cannon at the level 7 zombie king, ensuring it wouldn't lose sight of its enemy. Ah! The level 7 zombie king used his supernatural powers to lift the rubble from beneath him and charged angrily at Banksia and the heaven-swallowing tree. It raised its hands, and 2 massive tornadoes appeared out of thin air, roaring as if to rip the man and the tree to shreds. The heaven-swallowing tree suddenly grew larger, its trunk several meters in diameter like a mountain, unmoving in the wind. A look of shock crossed the level 7 zombie's face. It paused, then raised its hands again, this time unleashing transparent wind blades. The heaven-swallowing tree didn't dodge, raising its branches and lashing out at the level 7 zombie king. The level 7 zombie king quickly retreated, unleashing another massive tornado. The tornado collided with the branches, resembling metal clashing, with a clanging sound. The Pinellia ternana, hidden in the trunk of the heaven-swallowing tree, seized the opportunity to unleash hair-thin vines. The vines tightly wrapped around the level 7 zombie king's arm, then pierced through the bone, and continued its growth. The level 7 zombie, sensing something was amiss, raised its claws, which could easily slice through mutant skin, and attempted to sever the vines. Bang! The vine was severed, and a fluid shimmering with an eerie blue light oozed from the broken end, corroding a small hole in the bone. The level 7 zombie king was startled and immediately stopped moving. Determined, it grasped the vine with both hands and pulled it toward itself. As long as it eliminated the vine's owner, all other problems would be solved. Banksia didn't resist, but instead let the force pull her along. If the level 7 zombie king had decided to fly in the air, she and the sky-swallowing tree would have been powerless against it. But if it insisted on a desperate close combat, she would accept the crystal core without hesitation. Unbeknownst to the trick, the level 7 zombie king looked at Banksia with smug pride, his eyes gleaming with blood. What delicious meat! The distance between the man and the corpse grew closer and closer. The level 7 zombie king raised his sharp claws and went straight for Banksia's throat. Banksia kicked its hand away with a mid-air kick. Countless hair-thin vines erupted from her palms, tightly wrapping around the level 7 zombie king's head. Then, they pierced its skull, greedily absorbing the energy within the crystal core. The level 7 zombie king struggled frantically. The vines on its arms burst anthropomorphically, growing to the thickness of thumbs before binding it tightly. The heaven-swallowing tree shrank and approached, poking the level 7 zombie's calf with a branch. "Put your bones away. Let Nanxing polish them, and make a weapon." The bones of a level 7 zombie king are invulnerable, making them one of the most suitable materials for swords and knives. Banksia yawned loudly. Tian, are you sleepy? The swallowing heaven tree observed carefully for a moment. It seems we're about to level up. Banksia hurriedly released the gold, silver, and several furry creatures, along with the camellia and apricots, from the space. I'm going to sleep. Protect Nanqing. She then pulled out a pair of squirrels with spatial abilities and tossed them to Inzi. Anything you need, asked the little squirrels. Solved? Wu Xiao, in the distance, lowered his telescope in stunned disbelief. Nanqing impatiently ran towards Banksia. His wife had suddenly released the gold, silver, and several furry creatures from the space. Something must have happened. Banksia, what happened? Nanqing carefully examined Banksia's appearance. Seeing her rosy complexion and her clothes intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Banksia yawned again. Tian and I are going to level up. Originally, she and Tianshu had planned to return home to level up, but the energy contained in the level 7 Zombie King's crystal core was 1/3 greater than she anticipated, catching them off guard. Yeah, Nanjing hugged her. Don't worry about me. Focus on leveling up. Banksia nodded, holding on to her last bit of clarity, tossed the Zombie King's corpse into space, and then fell asleep. Kill, kill, kill. Kill the humans. Go. Avenge our brothers and sisters who died in vain. Oh, Banksia, when do you think we grow up? I want to go ashore and avenge my own kind. A blue whale calf playfully nudged Banksia's belly. She swung her tail blankly, half remembering her identity. She was a killer whale calf, less than 6 months old. Today was the day the sea god led the sea race in a war of revenge against humanity. She and her fellow blue whale calf were curiously watching the oath-taking ceremony. Banksia sighed, we killer whales don't reach adulthood until we're 15. By the time I reach adulthood, humans will have been wiped out. Blue whales reach adulthood at 10, and their calf is 3 this year. It calculated the time until its own adulthood and sighed in disappointment. 7 years, it's so long. It snuggled up to Banksia and whispered, I want to quietly follow the sea god to the shore. Do you want to come? Banksia thought of the sea god, who usually kept a very strict watch over them. She hesitated for a moment, but curiosity finally overcame her fear. Let's go! Where to? A gnashing voice suddenly rang out. Banksia and the blue whale calf exchanged glances and fled in separate directions. A gentle current carried them back to their point of origin. The sea god affectionately nuzzled her and the blue whale's foreheads with his mouth, then sternly threatened, You two are the only 2 cubs in our entire whale tribe. Stay in the sea, or I whip you with my tail. Ever since the ocean was polluted, marine life has either perished tragically or undergone strange mutations. It was with great difficulty that their tribe finally had 2 normal cubs. If anything happened to them, it would be blamed. Chapter 214. Banksia suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. She seemed to dislike being touched by her own kind, and she quickly swam away, wagging her tail. Lord Poseidon, I too wish to avenge my kind. The Poseidon laughed heartily. Revenge is our business. You cubs, just eat your meat and grow up. Banksia spitted a stream of water in defiance. I'm very powerful. The blue whale joined in the fun. Lord Poseidon, I heard humans aren't even as big as our fins. What's there to be afraid of? A gloomy glint flashed in the Poseidon's eyes. The terrifying thing about humans isn't their size, but their stench. And yet a greedy heart. Remember, never show kindness to any human, for they will never be grateful. Especially you. It looked at Banksia. Banksia, I know you killer whales naturally love humans, but times have changed. Between us and humans lies a mortal feud that threatened to wipe out our race. Helping humans would be harming our own kind. Banksia nodded firmly. Lord Sea God, rest assured, I will never help humans. She playfully swished her fin at the dark, stinking water, recalling the words of her tribe's elders. The water used to be a clear blue. Blue, the color of the sky. Banksia imagined herself swimming freely in the sky, and with such joy she couldn't help but sing, Bing Bing Bing. The sea god glanced lovingly at the lively and adorable cub, tilted his neck, and shouted in response, Bing Bing Bing. The battle of revenge will be won. The battle of revenge lasted so long that Banksia lost track of time. Banksia, the orca calf found Banksia, who was playing with her belly out of boredom. I miss my sister. The blue whale calf's older sister just reached adulthood this year, and was chosen by the sea god to spearhead the war of revenge. Banksia rolled over and said, Nana, the sea god won't let us leave the sea. Nana rested her head on Banksia and said coquettishly, But I haven't seen you in ages. She blew a bubble. You said you come home after I took 90 naps, but I've already had 2 90 naps, and you still haven't come home. Will you accompany me to find you? Please. Banksia paused for 2 seconds. Okay. For some reason, since she woke from her sleep 6 months ago, she's suddenly become curious about the human world. It was only when the 2 daring cubs stole to the shoreline that they discovered the battleground between the sea race and the human race wasn't there. Banksia looked at the garbage and debris piled on the beach and suddenly lost interest. She no longer had any interest in humans. She blew out a giant bubble and leaped into it. Nana, let's go back. Nana stared longingly at the distant land. I miss my sister so much. She looked at her smooth belly and sighed. If only I had legs like my sister. With legs, she could go ashore and find her sister. Banksia sternly rebuked her. Nana, stop talking nonsense. Long legs is a taboo topic among all sea creatures. Nana must be expecting a beating. Nana playfully blew a stream of water. But Banksia, you and I are the only ones in the entire ocean without legs. Don't you think we look really weird? Banksia tried to retort. The sea god said whales aren't supposed to have legs. Nana snorted. It must be lying to us because it's afraid we'd be hurt by being different. Banksia was speechless. While she felt Nana's words made sense, she also had a vague feeling that whales without legs were normal. Unable to figure it out, she simply gave up thinking about it. She quickly grabbed Nana and swam back home. Nana glanced at the land with reluctance, then dejectedly followed Banksia. Days passed, long enough for Banksia and Nana's height and weight to multiply several times over before the sea god finally returned, leading his people. Little ones, the sea god lovingly stroked Banksia and Nana's heads with his fin. We're back. Lord Sea God, Nana nudged the sea god's belly. Where's my sister? Didn't she come home with you? Banksia counted the number of her tribe members and asked, Lord Sea God, sperm whales, dolphins, sharks, lobsters, king crabs, jellyfish. When will they come back? The sea god's eyes held a sorrow the cubs couldn't understand. When you grow up, they come back. Wow! Nana burst into tears. I want my sister. I want my sister. If she couldn't see her sister again, she almost forgotten what she looked like. The sea god quickly embraced Nana with his fins and whispered soothingly, Nana, sweetheart, your sister is busy avenging her people. You're a good child. You can't interrupt her while she's busy. Lord Sea God, Nana tearfully hugged the sea god. Will you take me ashore to find my sister? I miss her. Please. The sea god flatly refused. You're still a cub. You can't come ashore. Woo-woo. Nana burst into tears again. Banksia, heartbroken, patted Nana with her tail. Nana, promise Lord Sea God that you come back after seeing Sister Feifei and won't interrupt him while he's busy. Nana sobbed and promised, Lord Sea God, please just take me to see my sister from a distance. I promise I won't disturb her from her duties. However, the sea god was determined not to let the cubs come ashore, and no matter how much Banksia and Nana pleaded, he refused. Instead, he ordered his tribe to keep a close watch on the two cubs, never allowing them to approach the shoreline. Then, he led the tribesmen, who had only recently reached adulthood, back to the battlefield. After the sea god left, Banksia and Nana's lives returned to peace. The only difference was that the usually chattering Nana had suddenly become more composed. She no longer slacked off when practicing her powers, never resting until she had exhausted every last ounce of energy in her body. Banksia urged it to balance work and rest, but it said seriously, Banksia, my sister hasn't come back for so long. It must be because humans are so difficult to deal with. I'm going to work hard to cultivate my supernatural powers, grow stronger, and destroy humans when I grow up, so that my sister can return home. It began to wipe away tears as it spoke. I've forgotten what my sister looks like. Banksia remained silent. She had heard her tribe members whispering a few days ago about Sister Feifei, sperm whales, dolphins, sharks, lobsters, king crabs, jellyfish, all the brothers and sisters who had played with them, now unable to return home, having all perished at the hands of humans. Time flew forward again. Nana, 3 years her senior, had reached adulthood and was about to go off to war. Banksia went to see her off. Nana, I want to go to the battlefield with you. Nana was her last familiar companion. Nana's eyes, now grown, were filled with determination. She patted Banksia's head with her fin and uttered the comforting words the sea god had spoken years before. Revenge is our business. Just eat your meat and grow up. No, I'm not a cub. Banksia's eyes snapped open. Chapter 215. The dream was so real that Banksia was stunned for a long moment before she could finally react. When she moved, Nanjing noticed. Wife, are you awake? Banksia grabbed his hand. Nan. Kill, kill, kill. The sky-swallowing tree in the flower pot suddenly screamed, waving its branches in a frenzied attack. Nanjing quickly formed a mental shield to protect himself and Banksia, and shouted, Tian Tian. Nan Nanjing? The sky-swallowing tree shuddered with fear, staring at him blankly. Didn't I turn into a whale? Nanjing wondered. Whale? Weren't you asleep? How did you know we were at the coast? Seeing both the man and the tree staring at him blankly, he slowly recounted the events of the past. 3 months ago, he had safely returned to China with the upgraded man and tree. Who knew that after the news of the Zombie King's destruction spread, a group of people arrived from the border, ostensibly to provide support, but in reality, to grab a piece of the action. He was impatient with the exchange of witty remarks, and fearing something might happen to the man and the tree while he wasn't paying attention, he simply said goodbye to Yan Ning and the others and left the border. Nanxing gently stroked Ban Xiao's hair. Didn't you and Tian Tian say you wanted to spar with the sea god? We're less than 10 kilometers from the coastline, a few minutes' drive. Ban Xiao embraced his arm with emotion. Thank you, honey. I had a dream. She unreservedly recounted her dream of transforming into a killer whale calf, then looked at the stunned swallowing heaven tree. Tian Tian, you must be Nana, right? We were good friends in our dreams too. The branches of the heaven swallowing tree were nearly tangled. How had it merged with Banxia's dream? Banxia gently untangled its branches. A psychic has invaded our dreams. The heaven swallowing tree sternly declared, impossible. It and Banxia had successfully evolved to level 7. Who could be so powerful as to invade their dreams simultaneously? There's certainly no such thing on land, but we're not far from the sea now. Don't forget, before we died in our previous life, the sea god was said to have reached the peak of level 9, just one step away from level 10. Banxia couldn't understand why the sea god targeted her and the heaven swallowing tree. But since he hadn't killed him, instead going to such great lengths to create a dream, he must have some ulterior motive. She would just have to counter his moves. Nanxing looked at Banxia hesitantly. What's this sea god you're talking about? Banxia knew from Nanxing's expression that he must have seen something unusual recently. She nervously grabbed his hand and said, a blue whale taller than a mountain. Have you seen one? Because the dream spanned such a long time, when she recounted it to Nanxing, she focused only on herself and Nana, the heaven-swallowing tree. The sea god was briefly mentioned as an elder of the tribe. Well, Nanxing rubbed his nose. Every night, it brings its young to play with gold and silver. He couldn't help but chuckle at Banxia and the heaven-swallowing tree, adding, there are 2 young, 1 killer whale and 1 blue whale. Banxia and the heaven-swallowing tree, Nanxing. Su Yao's excited voice drifted over from afar. Senior blue whale gave us silver, and a large lobster. How about shrimp tonight? Inzi retorted in frustration, meow. No, leave it for sister. Woof. All for sister. Su Yao tried to reason with Jinzi and Inzi. Your sister isn't awake yet. Let's eat this one first, and then we get her a fresh one, okay? Meow. Woof. No. Nanxing pushed open the RV window. Jinzi, Inzi, sisters awake. The cat and dog immediately scurried into the RV, their legs flailing. Sister had been asleep for months, and they missed them terribly. Meow. Woof. Sister. Banxia hugged the aggrieved kitten and puppy with one arm, soothing them softly. Sister misses you, too. Nanxing felt a little jealous. You didn't say you missed me just now. TSK, Su Yao, a few steps behind, looked at Nanxing with a gossipy expression. You're actually jealous of Jinzi and Inzi. Nanxing resisted the urge to roll her eyes. The only difference between Jinzi and Inzi and humans was that they couldn't talk. What was wrong with being jealous? Banxia changed the subject somewhat sheepishly. What about that lobster you were talking about? Hee hee. Su Yao chuckled. Senior blue whale gave it to Inzi. That shrimp is taller than me. You're awake now, so how about shrimp tonight? Inzi nodded proudly. Meow meow meow. Sister, eat shrimp. Banxia smiled. Okay. She was 100% certain that the sea god had some plans for her. After all, in her previous life, the sea god wasn't so friendly to humans and small animals. Although the mutated lobster was over 2 meters long, it had a large family, and each one was a glutton. Therefore, Banxia and the others added a lot of other ingredients to fill their stomachs. After dinner, Banxia stored the gold, silver, and a few furry creatures in her space and reminisced with the other mutant plants and animals. She then took Nanxing for a walk on the beach. Due to the high temperatures, the coastline had receded considerably, revealing a vast expanse of golden sand. Banxia simply took off her shoes and stepped barefoot on the fine sand. Nanxing squatted down and touched a handful of sand. It's okay, it's not too hot anymore. Banxia leaned over Nanxing's back, wrapped her arms around his neck, and smiled. I'm not stupid. Nanxing stood up, holding her legs with both hands, and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I am stupid. During the extreme heat, it gets dark very late. Even after 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky still clung to the last traces of orange-yellow afterglow. A fishy sea breeze blew against them. The waves surged to the shore, then reluctantly retreated. Wow! 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 In the distance, the waves relentlessly pounded the rocks, splashing snow-white, shimmering water. Banxia suddenly felt soft inside, wishing time could stand still. A black and white killer whale calf suddenly leaped from the sea, and a moment later, a blue whale calf appeared beside it. The two calves chased each other, playing and frolicking, and for a moment, the entire sea was filled with their cheerful sounds. Aren't they adorable? A kind voice suddenly echoed. Banksia smiled and said, indeed, they are. A few hours ago, she was also a killer whale calf. How could she not be adorable? The kind voice tempted. Then, how about I give them to you to raise? Banksia declined. Not really. She wasn't an animal keeper. Human. A blue whale, hundreds of meters long, surfaced from afar, its huge eyes fixed on Banksia coldly. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Chapter 216. I know, Banksia said, her face devoid of any fear. But I still choose to refuse. You're insolent. The sea god casually flicked its tail, sending waves tens of meters high crashing down onto the beach. Banksia slowly pulled Nanjing into the space. She hated those who forced sails. If you dare, come in and hit her. The sea god, seeing the two vanish into thin air, wasn't angry. Instead, he waved his tail, drawing back the waves, and whispered, just like in my dream. The little ones are saved. Lord Sea God. The killer whale calf emerged from under Sea God's belly, and peered curiously toward the seashore. Why are the humans gone? Lord Sea God. The blue whale calf huddled up to the killer whale calf, pleading softly, I don't want to live with humans. Please let me stay. The sea god gently kissed the two calves on the forehead, but his words were colder than ice. Behave, or I whip you with my tail. The blue whale calf dived into the sea in fear. Lord Sea God was so terrifying. The killer whale calf glanced at Sea God, fearing a beating, and ran after its friends without looking back. Humph. The sea god snorted coldly, you're so ungrateful. If it weren't for the limited ocean space humans have, I want to leave with them too. The pristine waters of the sea captivate fish more than anything else. After returning to the dimension, Banksia was warmly welcomed by all the mutant plants and animals. Especially Xingzi and Shansha, who hadn't seen her for a long time. The two trees clung to her and refused to let go. Banksia patted the trees soothingly. I have work to do. We can catch up later when we have time. As early as when Nanjing mentioned that the sea god brought the killer whale and blue whale calves to play with Jinzi and Inzi every night, she had realized the sea god's purpose. He had taken a fancy to the pristine ocean in her dimension, and intended to give her the only two whales in his tribe to raise. While raising two whales she had a crush on wasn't a big deal, she wasn't really a zoo director, and she certainly didn't want to raise cubs. The swallowing heaven tree clattered over. Banksia, have you seen the sea god? Yes. Banksia felt a headache. He tried to force the killer whale and blue whale calves on me to raise, but I refused. The swallowing heaven tree was puzzled. Why? Banksia said coldly, I don't want to raise a cub. The swallowing heaven tree said matter-of-factly, let Nanjing raise them. Nanjing, He had never raised fish, let alone whales. Banksia snorted defensively. You wish. If you want to raise it, do it yourself. I raise it, then I will. The heaven-swallowing tree gently poked Banksia's arm. I want to meet the sea god. It hadn't given up on trying to persuade the sea god to move into the space. Banksia was fully aware of the heaven-swallowing tree's intentions, but she didn't intend to stop him. After all, if the sea god was willing to live in the space, she would be the one to benefit. With a level 9 expert as her backer, she would be able to walk freely anywhere. The sea god hadn't expected Banksia to come out so soon. He asked with interest, Human, you dare to come back? Banksia retorted, You haven't left yet? The sea god couldn't help but laugh. You're naughty, Banksia. Its tone suddenly became extremely serious. In your dreams, you experience firsthand the devastating impact of polluted water on marine life, and you witness firsthand the deep resentment they harbor towards humans. If there were any other way, I wouldn't have chosen to hand over the young of my tribe to the humans who instigated all this. As long as you're willing to raise Nana and Feifei, I unconditionally agree to one condition. The sky-swallowing tree stepped forward. Any condition? Yes, the sea god solemnly promised, even my life and my crystal core. The sky-swallowing tree hadn't expected its wish to be granted so easily. It immediately said gleefully, We don't want your life or your crystal core, we want you. The sea god was momentarily stunned. Me? The sky-swallowing tree grinned. Yes, you leave with us. It'd be best if you could mentor Banksia and me later. The sea god paused for 2 seconds. You mean, I'd be your sparring partner? The sky-swallowing tree nodded frantically. Yes. Only Banksia and a level 9 expert on the planet could be sparring partners. How clever. The sea god shook his head. Sorry, I can't agree to this condition. It added apologetically, as the leader of the sea tribe, I must stand firm with the rest of my clan. If you like a sparring partner, my clan has a level 8 mutant turtle that can serve you well. The more it spoke, the more it seemed like a good idea. The mutant turtle's special ability is absolute defense, perfect for protecting Banksia and her cubs in times of danger. Huh? The sky-swallowing tree sighed in disappointment. But we only want you. Its sole wish was to defeat the sea god and become the strongest being on Blue Water Planet. The sea god patiently coaxed, if one sea turtle isn't enough, my clan also has level 7 jellyfish, level 7 king crabs, level 7 fire shrimps. Banksia, startled by the sea tribe's arrogance, interrupted, how many subordinates do you have? Since the last space upgrade, its area has grown dozens of times larger. As long as the number of the sea god's subordinates isn't too outrageous, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take them all into the space. The sea god was stunned. Although he wasn't quite sure why Banksia asked, for the sake of his young, he spoke the truth without reservation. 543,895. Banksia breathed a sigh of relief. The number was much less than she expected. This isn't a small matter. I need to go home and discuss it with the others. 1. No, see you in half an hour. With that, regardless of the sea god's reaction, he dragged the heaven-swallowing tree back into the space and summoned Nanxing, the banyan tree king, gold, and silver for a meeting. Banksia said, I want to collect the sea god and all of his minions into the space. What do you think? Nanxing was unusually surprised. All of them? How many in total? No, how many? He suddenly ran out of quantifiers. How many? 543,895. Not many. The space can definitely accommodate them. Nanxing thought of a very practical problem. The biggest problem is that our sea is just seawater, without algae or fish or shrimp. It can't support so many creatures. The banyan tree king suggested, what if we catch some fish and shrimp fry and algae seedlings and release them into the sea? In addition to practicing their superpowers and teamwork, the mutant plants and animals of Rongqing also have to devote some time to labor. In just a few months, they've achieved food self-sufficiency. Marine life could follow this approach. Banksia shook her head. Too slow. Over 500,000 creatures consume an enormous amount of food every day. There's no time to wait for the food to grow. The sky-swallowing tree had a flash of inspiration. Then let's stay at the seashore for 2 more years. Chapter 217. After the family reached a consensus, Banksia and Nanxing hurriedly sought out Su Yao and the others to discuss staying at the beach for a while longer. Su Yao and the others had no objections. They were even a bit overjoyed. With the blue whale as their backer, they could eat whatever seafood they wanted. Where else could they find such a good thing? So, when the sea god heard Banksia express her wish for him and all his subordinates to move to the interstellar space, the entire whale was stunned. Are you serious? Banksia assured him. It's more real than gold. After all, I wouldn't dare lie to you, would I? It wasn't like she was so tired of living that she tried to deceive a level 9 master. The sea god gave her a deep look, raised his neck, and sang loudly, Ming Ming Ming, Ming Ming Ming. The voice was melodious and gentle, like a young girl's soft whisper. Hua hua hua. Hua hua hua. Countless marine creatures emerged from the depths, filling the surface of the ocean. Banksia, the sea god, pulled 2 mischievous creatures from his belly. First, put them into the interstellar space. Banksia smiled and said, Aren't you worried I'm lying? The sea god smiled but said nothing. Banksia reached out and collected the 2 slightly restless cubs into her space. Who's next? The sea god didn't say anything, but the cubs swam towards her in a group. Banksia understood and collected the cubs into her space, then the newly grown, the 3-year-old, the 10-year-old, and finally the sea god. Remarkably, when she received the octopus, she also saw a familiar face. The mutant octopus that had attacked several people under the icy lake. Banksia saw that this creature seemed to be shrinking to dust, so she didn't hesitate and collected it into her space without any hesitation. Boom! The sea god was enormous, and the sound of it entering the water was incredibly loud. The cubs playing in the distance gathered around, chattering coquettishly, Lord Sea God, you're finally here. Lord Sea God, I love the water here. Lord Sea God. The sea god didn't bother to answer the cubs. He took a deep, incredulous gulp of the clean, clear water, tears welling in his eyes. It was a long-lost taste. Banksia yawned. Sea God, you're busy. Let's go back to bed. See you tomorrow. It was already 4 in the morning. If we didn't sleep, dawn would be here soon. Wait! The sea god called out to Banksia. Banksia, take me, the turtle, the jellyfish, the king crab, the fire shrimp. He recited over a dozen names, all of them level 7 and above sea creatures. Send them back to the sea to catch food. The clean sea was right here, but filling the little ones' bellies was more important. Banksia and Nanqing slept until noon the next day. After lunch, they went to the beach to inspect the sea god's spoils. The once barren beach was piled high with food: lobsters 2 or 3 meters tall, crabs 4 or 5 meters wide, shells large enough for 2 people to lie flat on, octopuses with dozens of tentacles. The mutant turtle guarding the food on the beach nodded lovingly at Banksia, signaling her to store everything in her space. Banksia pulled the heaven-swallowing tree out of her space to work with her. The sea god was hers to raise, so don't even think of slacking off. Inzi scurried over to a white scallop and, with her sharp claws, cracked the shell open. She then pulled out several pearls the size of an adult's palm and held them before Banksia. Meow, meow, meow. For you, sister. Banksia gently rubbed Inzi's head. Thank you, Inzi. Sister loves it. While pearls this large wouldn't be suitable for jewelry, they could be used in face masks or as decorations around the house. Nanqing and Jinzi hurried to dig through other shells, but their luck wasn't very good, and they found nothing. Inzi, on the other hand, had successfully found a few rare, colorful pearls. She deliberately picked up the roundest black pearl and ran to show it off in front of the 2 people and the dog, then scurried off just as Nanqing was about to catch her. Woof woof woof. Jinzi barked angrily at Inzi's back and ran after her. Nanqing shook his head and turned to Banksia to complain. Honey, Inzi's bullying me again. Be good. Banksia kissed him soothingly. I teach him a lesson for you later. Inzi clearly loved Nanqing, but she never showed her affection in front of him, and even deliberately tried to irritate him. No one knew why. Nanqing shook her head. Forget it, it's still just a kitten. Banksia squinted at him. A kitten that's a head taller than me when it stands up? Inzi is 4 years old this year, which makes her about 28 in human years, 4 years older than Nanqing. Nanqing couldn't help but laugh. Well, Inzi will always be a kitten in my heart. Banksia kicked off her shoes and played in the water. She finally understood that Inzi was being spoiled by Nanqing herself. But watching the cat and dog playing in the distance, she thought, if they don't grow up, then so be it. It seems nice to be carefree forever. Bang! The mutant turtle suddenly jumped into the water, motioning for Banksia and Nanqing to sit on its back, ready to take them out for a ride. Thank you. Banksia, who was just thinking about going for a swim in the sea, immediately pulled Nanqing aboard. Seeing their brother enter the water, Jinzi and Inzi hurried over. Banksia had ridden bamboo rafts, speedboats, and luxury cruise ships before, but this was her first time riding on a turtle's back. She felt like she stumbled into a fairy tale. Nanqing wrapped her arms around her waist tightly. If I known we were going to the seaside, we should have bought a cruise ship before the apocalypse. The mutant turtle had tried to slow down as much as possible, but it was still a level 8 mutant. Even at its slowest, it was still several times faster than a pre-apocalyptic cruise ship. He and Banksia were light, and several times they were nearly blown away by the sea breeze. Banksia patted Inzi's head and asked him to sit in front of her to help shield her from the wind. Even if we bought it, we wouldn't dare put it in our space. A cruise ship isn't a car. If it had vanished from the harbor, she and Nanqing would have been captured long ago. The 2 of them exchanged glances, recalling the days of nervously stockpiling over 2 years ago. It felt like a lifetime ago. Woo-woof! Jinzi's sudden cry of surprise awoke them both from their trance. Banksia hurriedly stroked Jinzi's fur soothingly. What's wrong, Jinzi? Jinzi turned around with a look of grievance, his butt facing Banksia. It turned out that he had been bored and had deliberately put his tail in the water to fish. Instead of catching any fish, he had accidentally provoked a crab. If a crab is caught, you can't force it, or it won't let go and will only tighten its grip. Banksia and Nanqing, both distressed and amused, hurriedly helped Jinzi lie down, letting his tail rest naturally on his back. Sure enough, as soon as Jinzi's tail was placed, the crab opened its claws and prepared to jump into the water to escape. Nanqing stepped forward, stepped on the crab's back, and said to the whining Jinzi, Brother will steam crabs for you tonight. Jinzi's eyes lit up, and his whining stopped immediately. He looked at Banksia expectantly. Banksia couldn't help but grumble quietly, My brother, and I have never let you go hungry, so why are you so greedy? While saying this, her hands quickly gathered the crab into her space. Nanqing smiled at Banksia. She always said he loved gold and silver, but wasn't she the same? Chapter 218, Finale. To stockpile enough food for the sea creatures in their space, Banksia and her companions lived by the sea for an entire year. From their initial craving for seafood, they became subconsciously nauseous at the mere smell of seafood. A year later, they set out on their journey again. From Haixiazi Island in the east, Singmu Shoal in the south, Wuchabili Pass in the west, and Arctic Village in the north, their footprints were everywhere in their homeland. Beginning in the third year of the apocalypse, the climate returned to normal for 3 months each year, bringing hope of life to all creatures. This period was known as the Hope Month. During the Hope Month, Banksia and her companions found a place to settle down, planted vegetables, tended flowers, played with cats, cuddled with dogs, and simply enjoyed life. While they traveled, Yinning, Han Biao, Lin Qi, Yi Jingxue, and countless ordinary people worked diligently to restore normalcy to life. Banksia saw a glimmer of hope in them, so one day, while passing through City S, she quietly delivered the food, clothing, instruments, equipment, books, antiques, and other items she had collected in City A to the base's warehouse, even adding a generous amount of freshly harvested food from the interstellar space. She didn't know if, a decade or so from now, Blue Water Planet would explode and vanish into the universe, as the Banyan Tree King had predicted in his dream, but she had done everything she could and had no regrets. It's worth noting that 6 months ago, after she and the heaven-swallowing tree simultaneously reached level 9, the interstellar space underwent another dramatic transformation. A complete ecological chain naturally formed. Sunlight, rain, flowers, birds, insects, animals, microorganisms, everything was there. Banksia completely put her worries to rest. Even if Blue Water Planet did explode one day, she, Nanqing, and their family and friends would have a place to stay. Banksia. Fang Yunyan called to her from afar, "It's time for dinner." Banksia waved at her, "I'll be right back." It was the 5th year of the apocalypse, and today was her birthday, the day she decided to die in her previous life. Banksia returned to the cabin she had built 2 months earlier, carrying a basket filled with flowers. The table was already filled with delicious food. Sweet and sour pork ribs, beef brisket with potatoes, braised pork knuckles, boiled pork slices, chicken stewed with chestnuts, stir-fried beef, steamed sea bass, shredded cabbage, lemon chicken feet, rice dumplings with fermented glutinous rice, roast suckling pig, roasted whole lamb. Everyone could find something they liked. Su Xiao smiled and took the basket. "Beautiful roses. I put them in a vase." 6 months ago, the group decided to slow down their travels, and found an uninhabited valley to settle down. Nanqing had planted the roses specifically for Banksia, and he took exceptional care of them, watering, fertilizing, and catching insects without asking anyone else for help. Jinzi and Inzi, uninterested in the flowers, nudged Banksia and ran to the next room, where they sat at their own table, waiting for their older siblings to signal them to eat. At 6 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered. Su Yao and the others raised their glasses and congratulated in unison, "Banksia, happy birthday." Banksia's eyes warmed slightly. It was truly a blessing to have such close friends around. "Thank you all." Wife, Nanqing carefully placed the longevity noodles in front of her. "May you be safe, healthy, and live a long and healthy life." On the day she successfully evolved to level 9, Banksia told him everything about her past life. So, he had done everything for this bowl of longevity noodles, from kneading the dough to cooking it in the pot. He wished Banksia a long and peaceful life, bearing his most sincere wishes. Banksia finished her meal in one gulp. Under the watchful eyes of Su Yao and the others, she unabashedly leaned over and kissed the corner of Nanqing's mouth. "Thank you, husband. Love you." Nanqing pursed her lips, but couldn't help but smile. "I cook noodles for you next year." Su Yao's teeth ached. "Eat quickly, or the food will get cold." He took the lead by picking up a piece of boiled pork slices for Fang Yunyan. "Honey, try it. If you like it, I get you more." Fang Yunyan quietly squeezed his hand and whispered, "Don't worry about me. Eat by yourself." She was 5 months pregnant, and her taste had become quite discerning lately. One meal she loved sour, the next she might crave spicy or sweet. Thankfully, Su Yao was a responsible husband who never complained about her meddling. Whatever she craved, he immediately go into the kitchen and make it. Even Su Xiao and Banksia were very considerate of her. Even when she occasionally got emotional and acted unreasonably, they still indulged her without any principles. Banksia said sympathetically, "Sister Yunyun, the world is vast, but it's not as big as you and the baby in your belly. Besides, we're not strangers. Don't be shy about asking for anything you want to eat." Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian also chimed in, "Yunyun, we make you whatever you want right away. Don't be shy." Years of getting along had already made the 7 of them closer than family. "Don't worry," Fang Yunyan smiled helplessly at them. "I wouldn't be polite to anyone but you." Banksia watched the tenderness flash across her face, then glanced at Nanjing, who was bending down to pick fish bones for her, and silently made a decision. After dinner, Banksia pulled out a few fairy wands from her spaceship. Su Xiao asked in surprise, "Huh, you still have this thing?" "I forgot where I got it." Banksia gave her a handful. "I still have fireworks in my space. Let's set them off later." Crackle. Bundles of small sparks lit up in the hands of several people, illuminating their eyes, with a sparkle more beautiful than the stars in the sky. The three couples exchanged a tacit glance, each finding their own direction and leaving hand in hand, leaving Su Xiao and the cats and dogs behind. Nanjing took Banksia's hand and sat down beside the rose field. Banksia leaned against his chest, holding his hand and carefully playing with it. She couldn't help but think back to the days after she lost Nanjing in her previous life, but she found that those memories, filled with countless pain, were gradually fading, leaving behind only the splendor, warmth, and beauty of this life. She looked up at Nanjing. "Nanjing, will you always be by my side?" Nanjing kissed her. "Yes, I will always love you. I will always love you too."